A pure indulgence, devoid of hardship, featuring multiple female leads yet with a leisurely emotional trajectory. Ascending the lighthouse without servitude. It does not hinder development, altering the narrative significantly. Upon traversing into the world of Ling Long, one is thrust into a post-apocalyptic survival scenario from the outset. Chang Li confidently asserts, "Not a problem, my friends. I'm well equipped for this." Is it not somewhat unethical to bully a group of survivors struggling for basic sustenance while piloting a Titan mech? Certainly not. This is a dimensional strike, a form of technological aid, a playful tease towards the Lightbearer, rewarding her humiliation with a subtle expression of approval. A frightful encounter with Charles, watching him cower in a corner and casually escorting the inebriated Miss Chen back to his quarters. Chapter 1. Iron Control. "Well done, BT," he instinctively shouted, his fingers dancing rapidly across the keyboard, directing BT to unleash shoulder cannon fire that obliterated a Titan while precisely tossing an arc grenade to incapacitate a group of infantry. The adrenaline surged within him, each kill delivering an unparalleled rush of exhilaration. He could even feel BT's armor trembling under the enemy's fire, a visceral sensation of immersion. Suddenly, the computer screen flickered. Blinding light surged forth like a tidal wave, engulfing his entire room in an instant. He then heard a tremendous roar, as if the world itself were collapsing around him. Damn! Chang Li's body jolted violently, plunging him into an abyss of darkness. When he awoke again, he was met with an unfamiliar and oppressive sight. Above him loomed a weathered concrete ceiling, the air thick with dust and the metallic scent of rust, mingled with an indescribable foul odor. Below him lay cold rubble and metallic debris, pressing painfully against him. Struggling to sit up, he found himself inside a half-collapsed building, surrounded by shattered walls, twisted rebar, and heaps of concrete. Sunlight streamed through a vast, gaping hole above, yet offered no warmth, only enhancing the desolation of this ruin. "Where am I?" Chang Li muttered, gingerly touching his forehead, where a dull ache throbbed. He strained to recall, only remembering that he was playing Titanfall 2 when something went awry with his computer, and then, ding! A crisp notification echoed in his mind, and a translucent blue screen materialized before him. Host Chang Li, welcome to the Wasteland. The Titanfall 2 system has been activated and is binding to you. Binding successful. This system encompasses all functions of Titanfall 2, including, but not limited to, iron control mobility, weapon fabrication and enhancement, tactical skills, Titan summoning, and modification. You can also exchange points for anything you require. Killing a devourer grants system reward points. Collecting electronic devices, ecological resources, and metal materials also yields points. Detected that the host's current condition is poor physical attributes have been synchronized to the minimum standard of iron control, and basic iron control gear has been automatically donned. The novice guide task is complete. Reward: CAR, SMG submachine. Gun X1, 20,000 rounds of ammunition, summoning points X100, survival supply, pack X1. Changalisterd, Indizbidiev. A wasteland? A system? Titanfall. Surely, this could not be a dream? He blinked, yet the blue screen remained steadfast. Reaching out, his fingers passed through it. Was this phenomenon visible only to him? System? He tentatively called out. "Please speak, host." The cold, mechanical voice responded once more. Am I? Am I in another world? Where exactly am I? Chang Li questioned incredulously. System scan confirms the host is currently situated in the Ling Long world. Ling Long? A flicker of dread crossed Chang Li's mind that he was well aware of Ling Long, a narrative steeped in despair and peril, where devourers roamed free and humanity struggled to survive, perpetually at risk of predation. How could a typical gamer like him find himself in such a nightmarish place? A wasteland, no less. Can I go back? Chang Li's voice quivered slightly. Insufficient permissions, unable to execute. The system's response was resolute, extinguishing the last remnants of his hope. His heart plummeted. No return. He had to survive in this wretched place. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to regain composure. Since he was here, lamentation served no purpose. The Titanfall system, perhaps it would be his only ally. He struggled to rise, but suddenly felt an unusual weight enveloping him that, in an instant, A futuristic, standard iron control tactical suit materialized around him, fitting him like a second skin. The suit, composed of deep gray and dark orange composite materials, was form-fitting yet unrestrictive, with streamlined armor plating covering vital areas such as the chest, shoulders, elbows, and knees, reflecting a cold metallic sheen. The joints were made from flexible, elastic black fibers, ensuring utmost agility. Notably, a complex jump jet backpack at his lower back seemed poised to unleash formidable thrust at any moment. His feet were encased in equally robust black tactical boots, their soles designed with deep tread patterns, exuding a magnetic grip on any surface. A familiar iron control helmet now securely enveloped his head, the visor emitting a faint blue glow that rendered the surroundings even clearer. He moved his limbs despite the suit's appearance of weight. It fit him perfectly, as if it had become an integral part of his body, imparting a feeling of vigor and fluidity. The HUD interface within the helmet displayed information about the environment, along with his health status and current condition. System, what does iron control minimum standard entail? He inquired, his voice tinged with disbelief and excitement. The host now possesses the basic physical attributes of iron control, including, but not limited to, enhanced weight-bearing capacity, accelerated reflexes, and increased stamina. The host can attempt double jumps and wall running. Double jumps? Wall running. A glimmer of hope ignited in Chang Li's eyes. These were hallmark skills of iron control and Titanfall. The tactical suit he wore was indeed iron control's gear. If he could truly master these abilities, his chances of survival would significantly improve. He approached a relatively smooth wall, took a deep breath, and then sprinted forward, lightly tapping the wall with the tips of his feet. Boom! He lost his balance, crashing spectacularly to the ground, his face covered in dust. Despite the armor, the impact stung painfully. That was a failure, Chang Li admitted sheepishly. Host lacks training. Further practice is recommended. The system coldly delivered its critique. Chapter 2. A sliding tackle. Hey. I'm still in the exploratory phase. Why the sarcasm? Chang Li exclaimed in frustration, brushing off the dust from his tactical suit. No tutorial necessary. The host's physical attributes have been synchronized and corresponding neural reflexes and muscle memory activated. The abilities of iron control are a fusion of the host's innate potential and equipment assistance. The host should possess basic comprehension and gradually master them. Chang Li paused, then attempted to attune to his body. The system was correct, though he had fallen. There was indeed an eager impulse within him, as if those intricate parkour maneuvers were well within reach. He inhaled deeply, closed his eyes, and visualized the movements of iron control from the game leaping, wall kicking, sliding tackles. Those fluid and swift motions. When he opened his eyes once more, a newfound focus glimmered within. A distant, low growl faintly echoed, sounding far from human. It was the devouring beast. He surveyed his surroundings. The desolation was eerily silent. Chang Li's heart suddenly contracted. He must leave this place swiftly, and he needed a weapon. System, how do I utilize the CAR SMG from the novice reward? Please mentally recite items or backpack. Chang Li promptly thought backpack. The shimmering screen before him transformed once more, revealing two slots, one displaying SAR SMG blueprint, the other labeled survival supply pack. Would you like to use the CAR SMG submachine gun? Yes. In an instant, the blueprint vanished, replaced by a sleek, sci-fi styled submachine gun. Indeed, the iconic CAR SMG from the Titanfall series. Its body was entirely black, streamlined and elegant, with the letters SAR inscribed in white on its side. Is it really this simple? Chang Li grasped the weapon. Its cold, tangible texture reassured him. He weighed it in his hands, finding it perfectly balanced. A faint chill emanated from a muzzle. The weapon has been directly deployed to the host's hands. Current weapon. CR SMG submachine gun. Magazine capacity 30. Spare ammunition 20,000. What about the survival supply pack? Would you like to use the survival supply pack? Contains energy supplements X2, basic medical kit X1. Yes. 2 small vials of energy supplements and a basic medical kit materialized in his backpack. Chang Li picked up a vial. The translucent liquid glimmered with a soft blue hue. His stomach growled, and his throat felt parched. After a moment's hesitation, he uncorked the vial and drank the energy supplement in one swift motion. A cool liquid coursed down his throat, spreading warmth throughout his body. He felt an extraordinary surge of vitality, banishing his hunger and thirst. Energy supplement activated, host's bodily functions restored to optimal condition. This sensation was exhilarating. Chang Li tightened his grip on the CAR SMG, feeling a newfound strength coursing through him, his body taut yet light. It was time to depart. He cautiously approached the edge of the ruins, peering through a gaping hole. Before him lay a harrowing expanse of wasteland. In the distance, the silhouettes of crumbling skyscrapers loomed, their skeletal structures appearing particularly menacing in the setting sun. The ground was cloaked in yellow sand, with massive stone pillars jutting up, adorned with wind-carved patterns. While he observed the environment, a swift shadow darted past from outside the ruins, moving in astonishing speed. Chang Li's heart raced. Though small in stature, it moved with incredible agility. It was a creature known as the spine worm. They excelled at camouflage and were highly aggressive once targeted. Escape was nearly impossible. He had to act immediately. Taking a deep breath, he clenched the CAR SMG and began to stealthily advance in a chosen direction. Double jump, wall run. He mentally rehearsed. He needed to master these skills quickly. Having traversed into this world, vigilance was paramount. In this wasteland, any oversight could prove fatal. He had not read countless post-apocalyptic novels for nothing. As he stepped out from the shadows of the ruins, the earth beneath him suddenly heaved. A massive creature with sharp claws erupted from the ground, a foul stench assaulting his senses. It was a devouring beast, a low-tier creature known as the snake dog. Its menacing gaze fixated on Chang Li, emitting a piercing screech. Chang Li's body tensed, adrenaline surging through his veins. Instinctively, he squeezed the trigger of the CAR SMG, allowing the weapon to scream in his stead. Gunfire erupted across the wasteland, bullets raining down upon the snake dog's armored hide, the powerful impact eliciting a pained howl. Damn it! It comes out swinging. Gritting his teeth, Chang Li took a step back and then pushed off the ground with force. He felt a surge from his back. The jump jet pack activated, propelling him upward with sudden lightness. He leapt again, the jet pack emitting a faint hiss as it lifted him higher. Double jump. He rejoiced inwardly, skillfully evading the snake dog's lunge. The creature's massive form crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Clearly enraged by Chang Li's speed and assault, it roared again, sweeping its tail towards him. Chang Li's pupils constricted. A hit from that tail would surely be fatal. He pivoted and dashed towards a relatively intact wall, then sprang off it with a powerful kick. With a soft crack, the magnetic adhesion of his advanced mobility boots activated, and he soared into the air, running along the wall, as if defying gravity. The wind howled past his ears as he sprinted along the rapidly retreating wall, the snake dog's attack narrowly missing him. The jetpack continued to hum softly, while the combat boots provided the necessary propulsion to traverse the wall. Chang Li's heart raced, yet his eyes sparkled with excitement. He had succeeded. The skills from Titanfall could indeed be utilized in this world. He leapt down, rolling to absorb the impact, and once more unleashed a torrent of fire from the CAR SMG, aiming at the snake dog's massive head. With no means to kill it outright, disrupting its tendrils would buy him some time. Bullets rained down upon the snake dog's tendrils, and with a mournful cry, it collapsed to the ground. Chang Li gasped for breath, his hands trembling slightly around the weapon. This was his first true fight for survival. Although he had not achieved a kill, the thrill of victory drowned out his fear. This was merely the beginning. In this perilous wasteland, he must endure. He glanced at the CAR SMG in his hands, then cast his gaze toward the distant wilderness, inhaling deeply. Run swiftly. Chapter 3. The spine worm. Chang Li has been struggling in this wasteland for 3 days. Just 3 days ago, he was an ordinary shut-in, engrossed in the game Titanfall 2. Now, clad in the standard iron drive tactical suit of the Resistance, he fights for survival amidst the ruins of the Ling Long world. The helmet he wears serves as his only solace, projecting environmental parameters, vital signs, and alerts signifying the mana ecological energy fluctuations in vivid red directly into his line of sight. During these 3 days, he has relied on energy supplements and a rudimentary medical kit provided by the system to endure the initial phase of weakness. Through relentless exploration, he has managed to decompose some of the purer plant roots and metallic substances found in the wasteland, converting them into fundamental survival points. He then exchanges these points for coarse, yet nutritionally complete energy blocks, barely sustaining his life. In these 3 days, he has also uncovered a startling secret. Host. A new system module has been unlocked. Current system module, Dragonstar Battleship. Coordinates, activate cloaking and optical invisibility, then hover in outer space. Status of the battleship, severely damaged, energy core offline, weapon systems offline, Titan pod offline, manufacturing platform offline, ecological maintenance system offline. Repair progress, 001. Note: summoning points can be consumed for module activation and repair. Current summoning points, 100. This system notification has been the most delightful surprise for Chang Li during these 3 days. The organization's cosmic battleship, referred to by the system as the Dragonstar Battleship, had accompanied him. He had thought he was traversing alone, unaware that the entire cosmic vessel had followed him. Although it currently exists merely as wreckage and is in an incomprehensibly damaged state, this implies that the Iron Drive's most formidable weapon, the Titan, along with the entire weapon manufacturing and upgrade system, could gradually unlock with the battleship's repair. This is indeed his true trump card. However, repairing this colossal ship will undoubtedly require vast resources and time. For now, survival remains paramount. He cautiously prowls along the fringes of the abandoned city. The jump jet backpack at his lower back emits a low, ominous hum, allowing him to effortlessly leap over collapsed walls or sprint at high speed along vertical surfaces with the aid of his high-mobility combat boots. This extreme agility enables him to evade the smaller devouring creatures with ease. The submachine gun in his hands grows increasingly familiar, and with each pull of the trigger, specially designed alloy ammunition screams forth at astonishing velocity, slicing through the air. Just as he prepares to seek a relatively safe area to rest, the helmet suddenly erupts with intense red warnings, accompanied by chaotic energy fluctuations and faint gunfire. Warning: hostile life forms approaching in large numbers. Warning: multiple human life forms detected. Chang Li's heart skips a beat. Humans. He immediately activates the pulse knife charging in his tactical suit, a faint energy wave emanating from his chest. Swiftly updating the information, numerous green dots are surrounded by several rapidly moving red dots. The red dots are small in size yet numerous, and on the outskirts, several energy signatures are extraordinarily intense. Have I encountered spine worms and devouring beasts? Chang Li assesses within his helmet. Without hesitation, he initiates the jump jet backpack. Amidst the low hum, his figure ascends abruptly, tracing an arc in the air as he employs double jumps and wall running to swiftly head toward the site of conflict. Killing devouring beasts will yield points, and he has not forgotten this. The battle rages within a vast interstellar spaceship wreck, far more magnificent than Chang Li had envisioned. The twisted remnants of the structure reveal a gruesome skeleton of massive metal beams, and the shattered dome above exposes the ashen sky of the wasteland. The air is thick with the acrid stench of burnt metal, mildew, and an indescribable decay, mingling with the characteristic sweet-sour scent of man ecology. The ground is carpeted with eerie scarlet soil, pulsating as if imbued with life. The Mark Squad, Team 1 of the Lighthouse's scavengers, is trapped here. Captain Mark. It's too vast. Our signal devices are nearly failing. The voice of Mo Chung comes through the communicator as he leads the transport team. The dust folk laboriously hauling heavy medical boxes behind. The internal structure of this spaceship is exceptionally complex. It must have sustained severe damage even before the crash. Everyone, remain concealed and search for supplies, particularly those flesh soils. Keep your distance. Mark's voice is low and calm as he scans the surroundings with his rugged explorer's heavy pistol in hand. Beside him, Ran Bing grips her automatic rifle, ever vigilant. The squad consists of Mark, Ran Bing, Mo Ching, along with Donnie, Penny, several well-equipped teammates, and numerous dust folk porters. They navigate cautiously through the damaged compartments. Watch your step and stay close to the team. Penny calls out alertly, her automatic rifle poised, her gaze scanning the periphery. Unbeknownst to her, Dustfolk 4068's attention has been drawn to a few metallic objects protruding from the flesh soil and teak watches faintly glimmering. 4068 hesitates. Such watches are rare on the ground. Perhaps they could be brought back to 4277. Quietly, he slips away from the group, bends down, and reaches for a watch embedded in the flesh soil. However, in the process of retrieving the watch, he inadvertently disturbs a spine worm. Hiss! A shadow bursts forth from the flesh soil, resembling a spine. Its pallid body equipped with sharp appendages and a fearsome maw, it is indeed the spine worm. It has been roused, pouncing towards 4068 like a predator. 4068, Don't move. A dust folk reacts swiftly, rushing forward to attempt to pry the spine worm off 4068. Meanwhile, 4079 quickly follows suit to provide support. But the spine worm's speed is unparalleled. Its myriad sharp limbs ensnare the dust folk's arms and body, holding him fast. The rescued 4068 collapses in shock. Don't move. Penny exclaims, her automatic rifle aimed at the spine worm coiling around the dust folk. But with the dust folk ensnared so tightly, she fears a stray shot. A fleeting moment of hesitation allows the opportunity to slip away. I'll do it. Donnie's eyes gleam with confidence as he steadies his rifle, aiming at the spine worm, entwining the dust folk. He is certain of his marksmanship, viewing the dust folk's life as inconsequential. Yet, as he prepares to pull the trigger, the panicked 4068, fearing Donnie's bullet might strike his companion, lunges at Donnie in a desperate attempt to shove him away. Stop! 4068 cries out. Donnie's body jolts, and the gun's aim veers off course. Bang! The sharp sound of the gun reverberates through the silent spaceship interior. The bullet does not hit the spine worm. Instead, it pierces through the dust folk's eye socket with deadly precision. The dust folk's body stiffens, and the spine worm loosens its grip. His eyes widen, devoid of life, as he collapses onto the flesh soil. Chapter 4. This is our green play. In an instant, everyone is frozen in shock. The gunfire serves as a signal, shattering the tranquility within the spaceship. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Countless red dots illuminate from all directions within the flesh soil, densely surrounding them. More spine worms emerge from the ground, the stench overwhelming the space, accompanied by low growls racing toward them. Damn it! It's the spine worms. Damn it! Penny remains relatively composed, her automatic rifle spewing fire. But she is forced to retreat under the relentless onslaught of spine worms. Donnie, watch out for the scarlet essence. But he is far too close to the flesh soil. And with his focus solely on the encroaching spine worms, he is caught off guard in an instant. Donnie's complexion was ashen, the pistol in his hand still emitting wisps of smoke. He gazed at the mound of flesh and soil, and the surging tide of spine spirits. An unprecedented terror surged within him. At that moment, he observed a drop of crimson liquid fall from the mouth of the flesh mound onto the ground. In an instant, the world within Donnie's eyes underwent a cataclysmic transformation. He coughed violently, feeling a wave of dizziness as everything before him began to warp. The flesh mound started to writhe, appearing to come to life, transforming from mere plants into countless gaping maws filled with sharp teeth, silently grinning at him. As his mind was relentlessly eroded by the crimson essence, Donnie's gun began to fire erratically, the bullets mostly striking the flesh mound. He was oblivious to the spine spirits crawling on him. Had it not been for Penny's timely intervention, he would have likely been slain by them. You monsters! Donnie's eyes were bloodshot with fear as he raised his gun, the muzzle aimed at the nearest Penny, through the tainted lens of crimson essence. Her yellow combat suit appeared as if it too had been eroded by the flesh mound, morphing into writhing flesh, gaping at him with a bloodthirsty mouth. Donnie! Penny's face drained of color as she beheld the madness in Donnie's eyes, witnessing the gun's barrel pointed at her. There once existed a glimmer of affection between them. But in this moment, that sentiment shattered into 1,000 pieces like fragile glass under the weight of Donnie's frenzied gaze. You are a monster. Die. Donnie bellowed, his finger squeezing the trigger. Bang. In a flash of flames, the shadow of death loomed over Penny. Just at that critical juncture, a resounding boom erupted, accompanied by a violent whirlwind descending from above. Chang Li's figure resembled a bolt of black lightning, leaping forth at the very moment Donnie fired. Propelled by a powerful jetpack to position himself between Penny and Donnie, he did not evade nor fire back, but instead raised his arm with force. As his arm lifted and swung out, a device rapidly transformed and unfurled upon hitting the ground, forming a brilliant orange particle shield. This was the tactical gear shield of Iron Rider. The physical bullets fired by Donnie collided with the shield as if striking an invisible wall, producing a crisp sound of impact, only to be instantaneously disintegrated into nothingness. The shield thwarted Donnie's lethal shot, creating a barrier between Penny and him. Stunned and shaken, Penny stared at the mysterious figure clad in battle armor who had appeared before her. Chang Li's left arm stood firm as a rock, the shield emitting a faint glow that repelled Donnie's attack. He quickly assessed the situation. Donnie had been tainted by the crimson essence, ensnared in a hallucination, while the surrounding spine spirits had fully encircled them. Rat-a-tat-tat. Chang Li's right hand gripped his weapon tightly, and with a single-handed stance, the gun erupted in a tempest of gunfire. The ammunition was not aimed at Donnie, but rather precisely swept towards the surrounding horde of spine spirits. The specially designed alloy bullets howled through the air, each one capable of pinning a spine spirit directly to the flesh mound or shattering its limbs to pieces. At last, Mark and Ranbing arrived. Witnessing the astonishing scene, a mysterious figure in peculiar battle armor had blocked Donnie's fatal shot and, with incredible speed and precision, eliminated a group of spine spirits in an instant. "Donnie, stop!" Mark roared, recognizing Donnie's abnormal state as he rushed forward in an attempt to subdue him. However, before he could take more than a few steps, a terrifying figure emerged behind Donnie, and before Mark could utter a warning, Donnie was bitten by the serpent dog. Warning: high-energy reaction detected behind. A sudden flicker within Chang Li's helmet illuminated a red warning arrow pointing towards Donnie's rear. Instinctively, he turned his head swiftly, and in a flash of blue light, a massive serpent dog had silently emerged from behind the deranged Donnie, its flattened head raised high, revealing its menacing fangs, ready to strike. The speed was breathtaking, leaving the hunters, including the newly arrived Mark and Ranbing, no time to react, merely watching in horror as the scene unfolded. Mark and Ranbing's pupils dilated, while Penny's eyes widened in terror. Donnie was ambushed by a monster, unable to even muster a defensive move. They stood frozen, their minds blank from the sudden shock and helplessness of the situation. Unbelievable. Children. Chang Li's heart ignited with a surge of unnameable fury. How could this group of celestial beings be so dazed on such a perilous battlefield? A mere nerd could react faster than them. He had no time to concern himself with Donnie's fate. The sluggishness of these hunters was infuriating. He swiftly retracted the shield, and before Penny could comprehend the situation, he seized her arm with tremendous force, yanking her towards Ranbing without mercy. "Ah!" Penny let out a short gasp as her body arched awkwardly through the air, away from the serpent dog, crashing directly into the arms of the rushing Ranbing. Caught off guard, Ranbing stumbled a few steps, losing his balance along with Penny. Without a glance back, Chang Li propelled himself forward, his high-mobility battle boots launching him into action as his jetpack let out a piercing cry, transforming him into a shadowy blur hurtling towards the serpent dog that had just torn Donnie apart. Rat-a-tat-tat. The submachine gun in his hands erupted with a torrent of fire. The specially crafted alloy ammunition screamed through the air, forming a dense web of firepower that accurately enveloped the serpent dog's appendages. Pulse knife auxiliary function activated. Spirit seed locked on. The spirit seed deep within its spine was distinctly highlighted. Chang Li moved with such swiftness that the serpent dog barely had time to react. It lifted its head in a fierce expression, seemingly preparing to roar in defiance. Yet, Chang Li's jetpack propelled him once more, executing a sharp double jump, his body tilting in midair as he maneuvered around to the side of the serpent dog, aiming directly at the red-marked spirit seed. Rat-a-tat-tat. A storm of bullets struck the serpent dog's spine like a meat grinder, ripping through its exoskeleton, sending blood and flesh flying, while bones shattered into fragments. The serpent dog let out a wretched howl, its massive form stiffening before collapsing as if all vitality had been drained, rapidly disintegrating into dust. Chapter 5. Averting Casualties. Mark, Ranbing, and Penny, along with other fortunate survivors among the dust-dwelling team, stood in stunned silence, gazing at the astonishing spectacle before them. In their understanding, the devourer beast was nearly immortal. It could be repelled or dismembered, but as long as a trace of mana's ecological power remained, it would regenerate from the flesh mound. Yet this enigmatic figure had completely and cleanly eradicated a ferocious serpent dog in mere seconds, turning it to ashes. This utterly overturned their comprehension of the devourer beast. Mark's pistol hung limply at his side, his gaze fixed on Chang Li, his mind a tumult of confusion. Stunned into silence, countless questions lodged in his throat. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, Chang Li's voice suddenly blared from his helmet's external speaker. "Not moving, huh? That guy's already bolted." His tone was cold, tinged with exasperation. Without looking back or ceasing fire, he continued to shoot, dispatching several spine spirits attempting to lunge at him. Then, without a moment's pause, he pivoted sharply and sprinted back towards their original direction at an even faster pace. Host, detecting numerous threat units approaching rapidly, immediate evacuation recommended. Why did it feel like these people struggling to survive in the wasteland were slower to react than him, someone who had traversed dimensions? In the depths of the ruins, a multitude of crimson lights surged forth, emanating from the wreckage, some of which were colossal energy points radiating an overwhelming intensity. Without hesitation, Chang Li opted for a strategic retreat. He had no time to play caretaker for these stunned scavengers. "What are you dawdling for? Do you wish to perish here?" His voice rang out once more, laced with palpable anger, as he expressed his frustration with their sluggishness. While watching the anime, he had always found this group of scavenger soldiers lacking. As several spine creatures approached, they panicked, shouting and causing chaos, losing their composure. As he ran, Chang Li suppressed the relentless onslaught of the spine creatures with precision fire. Mark shivered abruptly, jolted awake by Chang Li's reprimand. He witnessed Chang Li, with no lingering sentiment, dart past them at an astonishing speed, while behind him, the horde of spine creatures surged forth like a tidal wave, with even more snake hounds poised to strike. The looming threat of death eclipsed the shock in his heart. Quick! Retreat! Mark bellowed, the first to regain his senses as he shouted to his team members. Ran Bing and Penny, disregarding their disheveled state, struggled to keep pace. Penny glanced back at Donnie's remains with a complex expression, her emotions shattered. Yet she understood that this was not the time for sorrow. They stumbled after Mark, racing towards Chang Li's direction. The remaining members of the upper civilian team, under the leadership of Mark and Ran Bing, finally snapped out of their stupor, staggering, even half-crawling, to match Chang Li's frantic pace. No one dared to linger. They could only desperately follow that mysterious figure, as if he were their sole beacon of hope. Chang Li led the charge, his figure nimbly weaving through the debris, occasionally leaping with the help of his jetpack, effortlessly vaulting over broken walls, even sprinting briefly along vertical surfaces to evade the oncoming threats from all directions. He neither looked back nor slowed his pace, only the urgent, angered prompts echoing through the scavengers' helmets. Keep up. Don't fall behind. The abandoned building's corridors felt exceptionally brief under Chang Li's accelerated pace. Soon, he beheld the enormous metal gateway at the end, slightly ajar, revealing a gap. A dozen figures from the Dustfolk transport team, led by Mo Ching, stood ready at the portal. Mo Ching, open the door. Open the door. Mark shouted desperately from the rear, his voice tinged with urgency and hoarseness. Chang Li did not hesitate. He charged towards the massive door. Having cleared the area around it of snake hounds with his thunderous assault, he ensured that Mo Ching and the transport team were no longer threatened. With a resounding rumble, the heavy mechanical sounds of friction echoed as the colossal metal door began to slowly part, revealing an opening wide enough for several to pass side by side. Mo Ching's figure appeared at the door, his eyes widening in astonishment at Chang Li's extraordinary armor and speed, along with the disheveled Mark's team behind him. Hurry, get out. Mo Ching urged the transport team without a moment's thought. The Dustfolk transport team surged through the doorway first, each member bearing heavy cargo boxes. Yet they rushed out with remarkable speed. Chang Li followed closely, but instead of fleeing like the others, he abruptly halted, turned, and aimed his weapon into the ship's interior, becoming a steadfast bastion. Rat-a-tat-tat. A barrage of gunfire erupted, suppressing the spine creatures and newly emerged snake hounds attempting to burst through the door. His aim was as precise as a machine, each bullet carrying lethal efficiency, shattering the limbs of the pursuers, halting their advance. Mark, Ran Bing, Penny, and the remaining upper civilian members, under Chang Li's cover fire, finally broke free from the ship, stepping into the relatively open wasteland outside. Their faces reflected the terror of having survived and the astonishment at Chang Li's seemingly unreal prowess. Get in the vehicle. Load the supplies. Urgent evacuation. All gravity suits ready. Mark had no time to ponder Chang Li's identity. He remained composed, swiftly issuing commands. The formidable defense Chang Li had just established afforded them a precious moment of respite, slowing the predator's pursuit. With Mark's urgent orders, the scavenger team sprang into action. Several rugged ground vehicles idled nearby, their engines rumbling deeply. The Dustfolk members skillfully transported the cargo boxes salvaged from the ship's wreckage into the vehicle beds as if on an assembly line. Meanwhile, Mark, Corey, Jeff, and Erica donned their gravity suits with utmost speed. The heavy alloy plates clicked together at the joints, and within half a minute, they were clad in their iconic white heavy exoskeleton armor, ready to confront the predators head-on. Fully outfitted, Mark appeared even more formidable, his figure augmented by the black gravity suit. He strode forward with heavy steps, standing shoulder to shoulder with Ran Bing at the front of the convoy, forming a solid line to shield the loading of supplies. However, when he turned to glance back at the ship's entrance, his heart tightened. Chang Li stood alone at the entryway, like a resilient rock, unleashing a torrent of bullets to suppress the relentless surge of spine creatures and snake hounds. He bore the entire weight of the pursuit alone. Brother, you can fall back now. Mark's voice resonated through the gravity suit speaker, filled with urgency and concern. It's far too dangerous for you to remain here alone. Chapter 6. The scavengers strike back upon hearing this. Chang Li finally turned his gaze back. His eyes swept over Mark and the others, noting that they had all donned their gear. The metallic sheen of their gravity suits glimmered under the grayish light of the wasteland, chainsaw blades humming ominously, weapons poised for action. They had formed a battle-ready formation, prepared to support him. Inside Chang Li's helmet, the crimson lights continued to swell at an alarming rate. He realized that delaying any longer would ensnare him completely. His personal armament was simply insufficient. System, give me a grenade. Without hesitation, he issued the command internally. Fragmentation grenade redeemed, 10 points deducted. A standard fragmentation grenade materialized in Chang Li's left hand. He flicked the safety pin, and without pausing, he deftly hurled the grenade into the throng of predators within the ship's entrance. Whoosh! The grenade soared through the air, landing precisely in the densest cluster of the predators. Almost simultaneously with the grenade's release, Chang Li's jetpack emitted a high-pitched whine, a powerful surge of energy erupting as he propelled himself upward like a cannonball. Rather than running along the ground, he opted for the most direct and swift aerial approach. Boom! A deafening explosion reverberated within the ship, engulfing the entrance in flames and debris. Metallic shards and fragments of mana ecology scattered, as countless spine creatures and snake hounds were hurled and torn apart by the shockwave, completely severing their pursuit. Chang Li's figure traced a perfect arc in midair, gracefully gliding down like a leaf, landing precisely in the center of the scavenger formation amidst the astonished gazes of Mark and the others. Impressive, mate. The irreverent Mo Cheng's eyes widened considerably. He had been overseeing the transport of goods by the dustfolk at the vehicle, and at that moment, Chang Li's swift and clean movements, along with the staggering explosion of the grenade, captivated even this seasoned man. Chang Li remained silent, slightly tilting his head to confirm their positions. Thanks to the time he had secured, the scavengers were now fully prepared for battle. All the elite members capable of piloting the gravity suits donned their heavy armor, resembling moving fortresses as they formed a steel defense line at the forefront of the convoy. The surface of the gravity suits reflected the dim light of the wasteland, and the hydraulic joints emitted a faint hissing sound, indicating their readiness for action. Concentrate fire. All guns. Target the tendrils on the sides of the serpent hounds. Mark calmly issued the combat order. At his command, the hefty rifles in the hands of the gravity suit operators roared to life. Boom, boom, rat-a-tat-tat-tat. A dense network of firepower erupted instantaneously, unleashing devastating metal projectiles that firmly suppressed the horde of serpent hounds, which had just staggered out from the spaceship entrance, disoriented by the grenade explosions. This barrage was not due to Chang Li's precise marksmanship, but rather a widespread, high-intensity covering fire aimed at stalling and severely damaging the enemy. The scavengers, having struggled in the wasteland for years, exhibited a basic level of combat discipline, maintaining their composure while keeping a safe firing distance. They concentrated their fire as much as possible on the sensitive tendrils of the serpent hounds, which were relatively vulnerable sensory and feeding organs, their only weakness that could temporarily incapacitate them. The targeted serpent hounds emitted anguished roars, their gray-black shells releasing a stench of charred flesh as the bullets struck, leaving scorched marks in their wake. Several serpent hounds had their head tendrils blown off, losing balance in their frenzied state, their massive bodies rolling and convulsing on the ground. However, their tenacious vitality prevented them from perishing easily. Even with their tendrils destroyed, they continued to thrash violently, desperately attempting to heal their wounds, driven purely by instinct. The scavengers could not eliminate the ferocious beasts as swiftly as Chang Li, but inflicting heavy damage to buy time for their retreat was their forte. Meanwhile, the dust dwellers on either side of the convoy, under the command of Mo City, were nervously and methodically transporting supplies. Their movements were considerably quicker than when they were inside the spaceship. With the deadly threat of the serpent hounds no longer looming close, their mental strain diminished, and their actions became more agile. Box after box of heavy supplies were hurled into the cargo area, stacking up completely. Penny, Ran Bing, watch the left flank. Mark's voice resounded once more as he fired his heavy rifle, fending off a serpent hound attempting to flank their line. Ran Bing, Penny, and the sniper Fei Shui stood firmly atop the vehicle. They wielded not the short firearms of before, but had switched to large-caliber electromagnetic sniper rifles, locking onto the serpent hounds that were trying to breach the defense or were too close to the formation amidst the chaos. Bang! Ran Bing pulled the trigger, and the specially designed sniper round tore through the air, accurately shattering a serpent hound's leg joint, causing it to crash to the ground. Bang! Penny followed suit. her expression cold, her sniper rifle steady as she shot another serpent hound in the side of its spine, though it was not a fatal shot. The powerful kinetic impact still made the creature shudder, hindering its movements. In her eyes, any previous sentiment had vanished, leaving only a fervent desire for survival and a chilling intent to kill the ferocious beasts. Fei Shui displayed even greater precision, her bullets creating massive blood gashes on the necks of the serpent hounds, as if she sought to utterly obliterate them. With the gravity suits providing suppressive fire and the snipers atop the vehicle covering them with pinpoint accuracy, the scavengers established an impenetrable defensive formation. The severely wounded serpent hounds, though not dead, were temporarily incapacitated and posed no threat to the convoy, collapsing in droves under the onslaught of the gravity suits. All supplies loaded. All dust dwellers. Get on the vehicles now. Move. Emo City's voice echoed above the battlefield, urging them on. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. Chang Li once again aimed his rifle at the spaceship entrance, unleashing a fierce barrage to secure the last moments for boarding. A more formidable threat was steadily approaching. The scavengers' reliance on suppressive fire in such an environment could not be sustained. Without effective kills, the serpent hounds would inevitably breach their defenses. Box after box of goods were pushed into the cargo area, and soon, all the dust dwellers, now covered in mud and blood, climbed onto their respective vehicles. The doors slammed shut with a resounding thud, and the roar of the engines grew more urgent. All scavenger personnel aboard. Retreat. Mark commanded again, a hint of relief in his voice. The scavengers swiftly regrouped, confirming that everyone had boarded safely, and like well-trained soldiers, they systematically retreated, leaping into their vehicles. The convoy kicked up a plume of white smoke on the wasteland, stirring up clouds of dust as it accelerated away from the death-laden spaceship ruins. Behind the convoy, at the massive entrance of the spaceship, countless serpent hounds, their eyes gleaming with bloodlust, were in hot pursuit. Chapter 7. Score points. Follow us up the tower. Chang Li's figure, like a specter, gracefully landed on a scavenger's ground vehicle. This modified vehicle had ample space inside, sufficient to accommodate several warriors. He did not take a seat, but casually leaned against a support frame within the vehicle, still clutching the weapon that exuded the scent of gunpowder. Alongside Chang Li were Mark, Ran Bing, and Penny. The convoy's engine roared, accompanied by the sound of wheels crunching over the wasteland as it sped rapidly back in the direction they had come, leaving the spaceship ruins far behind. Inside the cabin, silence reigned, broken only by the engine's growl and the heavy breaths of the team members. Mark sat in the driver's seat, the rugged exterior of the gravity suit making him appear even more imposing. He occasionally glanced back at the man holding the gun, eyes closed, seemingly resting. His mind raced with questions, waves of curiosity flooding in. Who is he? How can he utterly slay those immortal beasts? What accounts for his exaggerated mobility? Most importantly, where does he come from, and can one truly survive on the surface? Each of these inquiries had the potential to upend their understanding of the lighthouse. Mark struggled to find the right words, opening his mouth but unsure how to proceed. Just as he was about to speak, Penny, sitting in the back row and visibly in a better state than before, broke the silence. Her pale face still bore a hint of fatigue from fear, yet her eyes were filled with sincere gratitude. Thank you. Penny's voice was somewhat hoarse but clear. If it weren't for you saving me, I might not have made it. May I ask how to address you? Chang Li slightly opened his eyes, his gaze piercing through the visor of his helmet to meet Penny's. He nodded, his voice retaining its cold quality yet maintaining politeness. It was but a small effort. You may call me Ironsteed. You truly ought to thank me. Had I not intervened, you wouldn't have survived this episode. He was not genuinely resting. While responding to Penny, Chang Li's consciousness had fully immersed itself in the system interface, reviewing the spoils of this battle. Host, battle settlement complete. Killed serpent hounds, ordinary 3. Killed spine worms, ordinary 17. Total survival points gained, 3,200. Chang Li's brow raised slightly. 3,200 points. What a windfall. This was significantly more than he had anticipated. Over the past few days of traversing the area, he had managed to collect a mere 500 points, all of which had been spent on equipment and ammunition. Now, this 3,200 points was just what he needed to commence his development plan. Each serpent hound was worth 500 points. Having killed 3, that amounted to 1,500 points. He found it quite reasonable. Both the serpentine beasts and the hounds exhibited remarkable speed and aggression, coupled with their grotesque regenerative abilities. Without the penetrating power provided by the system's small breakthrough, it would be a victory just to escape from one, let alone confront it. Under the intense barrage of fire he had just unleashed, His gun barrel was nearly smoking. Yet he had barely managed to take down 3 of them, and that was with the help of the small breakthrough, which indicated the positions of the spiritual seeds. What truly astonished him was the spine worm. It was astonishing to learn that each one was worth 100 points, meaning 17 of them totaled 1,700 points. Typically, it only took 2 shots to eliminate one, as long as its nerves were disrupted. Sometimes, a single shot could suffice, making the 100 points seem exceedingly lucrative. It appeared he would need to venture to regions abundant with such creatures in the future. Lost in thought, the outer world seemed to fade away. Only occasionally glancing at the distant, diminishing ruins of the spaceship and the red lights pursuing him, confirming his temporary safety. That won't he do. This is no trivial matter. This is a life-saving grace. Ranbing firmly rejected the notion, taking Penny's icy hand. Unnoticeably, she nudged Mark with her elbow and subtly winked, signaling him to respond. Shall we head to the lighthouse? Let us hold a celebration and express our gratitude. Mark was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped Ranbing's intent. He had been pondering how to inquire about the enigmatic figure before him, and her words perfectly shattered the stalemate, paving the way for him. He immediately seized the opportunity. His voice imbued with undeniable sincerity and invitation. Brother, we are the scavengers of the lighthouse. You saved Penny's life today and bought us precious time. We shall forever remember this kindness. Come with us to the lighthouse. There, you will find unimaginable medical facilities and ample supplies. If I hadn't seen the anime, I might believe you, he added, hinting at the supplies they would find. Mark's words, although not overtly stated, revealed a deeper implication in his gaze. As long as this person could reach the lighthouse, they would go to great lengths to exchange for the secrets he possessed, the method to utterly annihilate the voracious beasts and his astonishing equipment. Perhaps this was the sole hope for the lighthouse dwellers to survive on the ground. Inside Chang Li's helmet, the points he had just accrued flickered on the display. His consciousness detached from the system's calculations, and he turned his gaze toward Mark. He could sense the genuine tone and the uncontainable yearning in the other's eyes. The lighthouse, an aerial bastion amidst the apocalypse, deemed humanity's last refuge. To be honest, he wished to go. The reason? There were many beautiful ladies there. Additionally, he yearned for a bath. It had been 3 days since he last washed, and in this dusty wasteland, compounded by daily interactions with the voracious beasts, he dared not imagine the odor emanating from him. Having extricated himself from the combat scenario, Chang Li's nerves relaxed, and his demeanor became less austere. Yet, one might wonder why he had not sought the company of those lovely ladies. It was merely fear of rejection. Thus, interaction with the lighthouse was inevitable, a necessary path to integrate into this world and seek further development. Rather than lurking in the shadows, it was better to seize this opportunity to boldly step into what was purported to be the last bastion of humanity. However, he knew he could not linger for too long. A thought struck him, an idea to earn points while enjoying life, for as long as one's status was sufficiently elevated. The lighthouse could indeed be quite comfortable. Why should an outsider hold a high status? He mused. Do you have any idea of my capabilities? With foresight into the plot. The system's small breakthrough and formidable combat prowess, complemented by multiple iron control armors. Pulse blade, the outline begins to materialize 19 seconds after striking the target. Last for 4 seconds, cooldown of 25 seconds, ready. Barrier, creates a shield that blocks projectile damage, while ammunition and projectiles passing through the barrier gain enhanced weapon effects. Lasts for 15 seconds, cooldown of 15 seconds, ready. Invisibility. Enemies cannot see the iron control during this time, and melee kills reveal the user 5 seconds after. Continuing to remain invisible, lasts for 15 seconds, cooldown of 195 seconds, ready. Can I endure this? Can I withstand the invisibility and data blade to infiltrate the lighthouse? Chang Li glanced again into the distance. The horde of voracious beasts seemed to be shifting, the red lights beginning to converge anew. Very well, but you had best hasten. He succinctly replied, clearly indicating his consent. He refrained from unnecessary chatter, shouldering his weapon once more and leaning against the vehicle wall, seemingly indifferent to the scavengers' probing gazes. With Chang Li's affirmative response, both Mark and Ranbing exhibited unmistakable signs of relief. Penny exhaled deeply, feeling a measure of reassurance that her savior would accompany them. Accelerate. Full speed ahead. Mark's voice resonated through the communicator, infused with unprecedented enthusiasm. The convoy stirred up clouds of dust as they sped towards the lighthouse. The remnants of the interstellar ship gradually diminishing under the setting sun, while the voracious beasts they had momentarily evaded could only emit frustrated roars. Chapter 8. Children. This is not a game. Chang Li's eyes, previously shut, snapped open, and within his helmet, an urgent red alert surged forth, overwhelming his view. Warning, high-energy units approaching. Host, please prepare for battle. Chang Li's expression turned gray beneath his helmet. Trouble was imminent. Ahead, under the grayish sky, a dilapidated skyscraper abruptly collapsed, sending a cloud of dust spiraling into the air. Accompanied by this earth-shattering noise, a colossal shadow emerged from the debris, obstructing the convoy's path. It was a fearsome creature, the dual-jawed behemoth. Its immense form was almost equal in height to the recently demolished building, towering ominously. Its robust body was cloaked in layers of dark, crinkled skin, resembling a fissured earth. Most terrifying was its head, adorned with a visage reminiscent of a human, and below, an exaggerated, tooth-filled maw, presenting a horrifying dual-jaw image. Its back and shoulders were studded with large, sharp-boned spines, acting as natural armor. A mere swing could reduce steel and concrete to dust. It loomed there, a moving mountain, completely blocking the convoy's route. The air itself seemed to freeze. Even Mark, seasoned as he was, felt an unprecedented sense of oppression. This was a large, voracious beast only documented in lighthouse observation data, and they had unwittingly encountered it during a routine supply search. Damn it, it's a large, voracious beast. Mark's voice crackled through the loudspeaker, laced with disbelief. He gripped his heavy rifle tightly, his muscles taut with tension. Quick, turn around. Turn around. Mark remained calm, attempting to direct the convoy to alter their course. However, before his command could fully relay, the ground beneath them trembled violently. Hiss, roar. Behind them, the horde of serpentine hounds surged forth like a black tide, completely sealing their escape route. There was no time. Rand Bing gripped her sniper rifle, her face pale as she surveyed the encircling voracious beasts, despair evident in her voice. Chang Li observed the scavengers' reactions. Although they were well-trained, they still fell prey to instinctual fear in the face of such a formidable threat. He slowly rose to his feet, his gaze piercing through the dim windows, locking onto the enormous, deathly emanating dual-jawed behemoth in the distance. Were you to ask if he was afraid? Of course he was. Yet, he had his own stakes to consider. Proceed forward. Chang Li's voice resonated within the carriage, imbued with an unassailable calm and an astonishing confidence. Just leave it to me. Mark turned abruptly, his eyes wide with shock as he gazed at Chang Li. Did he truly believe he had misheard? To confront such a formidable creature as the Devourer? It was utterly insane. Yet, Chang Li offered him no time for contemplation. System. Exchange for a charge rifle from Titanfall, no need to dispatch. He issued the command in his mind, his tone steady and devoid of hesitation. Charge rifle exchanged. Deducting survival points, 3,000. In the next moment, the weapon in Chang Li's hand vanished, replaced by an extraordinarily exaggerated firearm. Its massive body resembled a personal energy cannon. On either side, 2 rows of enormous, luminous energy magazines protruded, while a rotatable protective shield enveloped the front of the barrel. The entire weapon exuded a technological aura filled with the violence of warfare. This rifle, within the realm of Titanfall, was specifically designed to target Titan armor, and now, Chang Li lifted it in a solitary stance. Let us see how you fare against this. Chang Li whispered, his voice tinged with excitement. He steadied the charge rifle, aiming unwaveringly at the grotesque, human-like visage of the Devourer above. His finger pressed the preheating trigger. A low, rhythmic humming surged forth as the energy gathered, the protective shield at the barrel's end spinning at high speed. A blazing orange orb rapidly coalesced within the rotating shield, swelling and radiating an astonishing wave of energy, casting the interior of the carriage into an orange glow. The Devourer's human-like eyes widened in alarm. An unprecedented, deathly threat enveloped it, a primal instinct warning it to evade. Yet its massive form had no time for effective action. Chang Li's finger suddenly pulled the main firing trigger. Boom. A visible beam of brilliant yellow light erupted from the charge rifle's muzzle like a beam of divine judgment. The bolt cleaved through the grayish sky at unimaginable speed, striking the Devourer's hideous face with unerring precision. There were no cries of agony, no struggles. The beam pierced straight through its visage, with a sharp, fleeting sound of friction. A gaping hole several meters in diameter emerged on the Devourer's face. The edges of the wound were instantly carbonized, turning into charred blackened remnants, the intense heat distorting the surrounding air. The hunters were astonished to witness that the fierce yellow beam not only penetrated the Devourer's head, but continued onward, piercing through its body, allowing a clear view of the intact skyscraper behind it through the charred opening. How is this possible? Mark was utterly stunned by the overwhelming power before him, his mouth slightly agape. Unable to contain his astonishment even as the amplifier in his gravity helmet failed to mask his incredulous whispers. The astonishing might of the weapon left everyone in awe. Eyeing Chang Li's firearm with envy, for such heavy firepower had long been a rarity among hunters, explaining their reliance on automatic rifles for self-defense. Chapter 9. A windfall, however, Mark quickly returned to his senses, abruptly realizing a more perilous issue. Be careful. There is another mouth below, he shouted hoarsely. Watching as the devourer's lower jaw slowly began to open in agony, its throat swelling ominously. This was the creature's signature attack, akin to the lion's roar, capable of unleashing a piercing sonic wave. Too late. Chang Li's voice rang out once more within the carriage, cold and unyielding. Just as the devourer's enormous maw opened to the fullest, still gathering sonic energy, Chang Li's charge rifle was already primed for another shot. The orange orb at the muzzle glowed again, the charging sound resonating once more. Boom. Another brilliant yellow beam shot forth, unerringly targeting the gaping maw of the devourer. The beam pierced through its unfathomable throat, striking true once again. This time, the devourer could not maintain its stance. The intense pain elicited a furious, anguished roar, and its massive body lost balance, crashing to the ground in a cataclysmic collapse. Thrashing violently and clearing the path ahead for the convoy. Accelerate. Charge through. Mark seized the moment, issuing commands. The drivers slammed the accelerator. The convoy's engines roaring deafeningly as they sped towards the fallen beast, preparing to sweep past its colossal form. Yet, Chang Li did not lower his charge rifle. His gaze remained fixed on the thrashing devourer. System, where's my little spirit orb? Locked on. Eliminating this creature would undoubtedly yield substantial rewards. He mused that he should fire a couple more shots. Without hesitation, he squeezed the trigger once more. Boom. Boom. Two brilliant yellow beams erupted from the muzzle, striking precisely at the devourer's flanks. The beams predictably penetrated its body, targeting the spirit seed, yet the delightful sound of points was absent. Aside from creating two additional charred holes in its side, it seemed to inflict no substantial fatal damage. Within the system's vision, a massive spirit seed bore two punctures yet remained vibrant, rapidly recovering from the assault, its regeneration exceeding the charge rifle's charging time. It was evident that greater firepower was necessary. It seemed that the upcoming points must be spent judiciously. Having decided to ascend the tower, it was imperative to initiate the development plan post-haste. Chang Li clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction. The large size was indeed a nuisance. I wish I could summon a titan to descend. At that moment, the convoy had successfully zipped past the immense form of the devourer, evading the temporarily incapacitated threat. However, Chang Li's aim did not waver. He raised the charge rifle once more, his eyes gleaming with determination. The previous shots were mere warm-ups. This time, he was poised to earn points. System, replenish ammunition. Ammunition for charge rifle exchanged. Deducting survival points, 100. 100 points could procure 4 rounds for the charge rifle. The devourer had endured 4 shots without succumbing. That was indeed sufficient. Next, his gaze shifted to the rear of the convoy, where the pack of serpentine hounds, previously impeded by the devourer, was now surging forth, eager to chase after the convoy. Indeed, the devourer's fall had cleared a path for the convoy. Yet it had simultaneously provided an opportunity for the pursuing hounds. Moreover, due to the towering ruins flanking the sides, these hounds were now densely clustered together in pursuit, resembling a multitude of enormous meat targets. My dear creatures worth 500 points each, how many shots can you endure? The charge rifle's charging sound resonated once more. The orange orb gathering at the muzzle, swelling. Without a moment's hesitation, Chang Li pulled the trigger. Boom! A beam of brilliant yellow light shot forth, like the scythe of death, piercing directly into the densest cluster of serpentine hounds. The beam, infused with devastating energy, passed through the body of the first hound. Then the second, and the third, obliterating 6 hounds in an instant. Their bodies carbonized in a heartbeat, devoid of any struggle, collapsing to the ground, transforming into dust, with none able to rise again. In the next moment, within Chang Li's helmet, the score notifications cascaded across the screen like a waterfall. Kill snake dogs, normal 6 heads. Survival points gained, 3,000. We've broken even, folks, he thought, a hint of mischief in his mind. Should we take down all 6 with a single shot? A smile crept across Chang Li's lips beneath the helmet. The efficiency of this method far surpassed mere kills. Again, he murmured internally, offering no respite to the snake dogs. He raised his charged rifle once more, aiming at the cluster of snake dogs trapped in the narrow terrain ahead. Mark, Ranbing, and Penny, still recovering from the recent shock, beheld as Chang Li squeezed the trigger again. The sound of the weapon resonated with a distinct hum followed by a deafening blast, unleashing beams of vivid yellow light that struck with the precision of divine retribution into the densest mass of snake dogs. Each beam's passage claimed several lives, the creatures unable to emit even a complete wail before they were instantaneously vaporized, reduced to charred ashes. Kill snake dogs, normal 5 heads. Survival points gained, 2,500. Kill snake dogs, normal 4 heads. Survival points gained, 2,000. Kill snake dogs, normal 7 heads. Survival points gained, 3,500. The points surged wildly. And Chang Li watched the system interface update with glee. Not a single one of these points will escape me. However, despite his formidable firepower, the snake dogs were fierce creatures, not devoid of intellect. After suffering the loss of dozens of their companions and finding no means to approach the convoy, the remaining snake dogs finally recognized the futility of their struggle. They emitted a few reluctant growls before dispersing rapidly, agilely concealing themselves among the surrounding ruins. Abandoning any attempt to pursue the convoy head-on, Chang Li sighed regretfully as he observed the disappearing red dots behind the cover. What a pity. If only these few hadn't fled, I could have racked up even more points. With that thought, he lowered his charged rifle and stowed it away in the system space. At that moment, a fleeting idea crossed his mind. Chapter 10. Where are my long legs? Wait a moment, where is Boss Bai? Chang Li pondered. Recalling the original storyline where she was supposed to be perched atop the massive toothy beast, casting a lofty glance at Mark. Why haven't I seen her at all? He clicked his tongue in disappointment, lamenting the absence of witnessing Boss Bai's iconic long legs. Turning around, he noticed Mark, Ranbing, and Penny staring intently at him. Or rather, at the spot where he had just stowed his charged rifle. Their eyes sparkled with curiosity, astonishment, and an insatiable thirst for knowledge. Ranbing was the first to speak, her voice laced with incredulous excitement. Where did you get that gun? Penny, equally impatient, chimed in, her small hands forming a vague outline of a submachine gun before dramatically gesturing the size of a massive charged rifle. Her expression filled with confusion. That one transformed into this, and then vanished. Mark took a deep breath, his tone suddenly grave. Just when Chang Li thought he was about to utter something profound, he simply asked, filled with longing, "Are you selling that gun?" Chang Li's face behind the helmet momentarily froze. This group was relentless, yet he felt no need to conceal anything. After all, he had activated it. It was prominently displayed, adorned with the dragon star insignia, and hiding it felt uncomfortable. Moreover, considering that humanity had begun to pursue immortality, why should he concern himself with whether his equipment was logical? This is my personal weapon. I do not sell it to outsiders, Chang Li replied, his voice unwavering. He skillfully avoided the question of whether he would sell it. Fortunately, the journey ahead unfolded without further incident. The convoy traversed the wasteland smoothly, racing toward the lighthouse. Chang Li took the opportunity to find a seat within the vehicle, deciding to gradually engage with them. Not far from where the toothy beast had fallen, a small white-haired head peeked cautiously from behind a half-destroyed structure. Her amber eyes meticulously observed the departing convoy. And only after confirming it had completely vanished did she exhale deeply, feeling a wave of relief wash over her. It was none other than Bai Kuei, the very person Chang Li had been yearning to see. However, her current state was less than ideal. Her combat suit was now coated in grime, and her once pristine white legs were dirted, as though she had just rolled on the ground several times. The tips of her white hair on the left were singed by intense heat, emitting a charred scent, making her appear somewhat disheveled. She brushed off the dust from her attire while gently touching the burnt ends of her hair, a frown creasing her brow as she muttered to herself. Today's youth truly lacks respect for their elders. Can't they be more careful during a fight? Are you even surviving down here? Ranbing, resting her elbow on her thigh and cradling her face in her palm, gazed at Chang Li with wide, curious eyes, persistently inquiring, "Are you really from the surface?" Yes, came Chang Li's response, tinged with evident impatience. He didn't even turn around, merely waving his hand dismissively. In the brief 10 minutes of travel, she had already repeated the same question 4 times. Chang Li sighed internally, sensing his patience waning at a visible rate. He needed to convey his annoyance through his tone to prevent her from asking it a 5th time, for 5 was simply unacceptable. Why so fierce? Ranbing pouted. Though she recognized his dismissive tone, she couldn't help but murmur quietly. She blinked and shifted her angle, continuing to inquire, her eyes sparkling with curiosity about the unknown world. So, what do people on the surface usually eat? Indeed, when people from Huagua struggled to initiate a conversation, they often resorted to food as an icebreaker. Chang Li thought to himself, is Ranbing even considered a Huagua person? But his expression remained impassive. 3 days ago, we had beef stew with potatoes, he stated flatly. Today, I ate a piece of compressed biscuit. So, I'm waiting for you to take me to the lighthouse for a proper meal. Upon hearing this, Ranbing's eyes lit up instantly, and she chuckled cheerfully. We'll take care of it. Once you reach the lighthouse, we'll contribute a lot. You can eat whatever you want. Excitedly, she tugged on Penny's hand, as if envisioning Chang Li indulging in a feast. She discreetly glanced at Mark, who was currently occupied with the communication device for the lighthouse's reception protocol, momentarily oblivious to their conversation. Ranbing leaned closer, lowering her voice in a cautious yet inquisitive manner. By the way, do you also use contribution points? You know, the rewards for contributing to the base? Huh. It's roughly the same, Chang Li replied vaguely, finding it a challenging question to tackle. His point system was derived from defeating the ferocious beasts and collecting resources, allowing exchanges for various weapons and equipment, entirely separate from the tightly regulated contribution point system of the lighthouse. Clarifying this would only complicate matters. Oh, Ranbing pouted, clearly dissatisfied with his ambiguous answer. Meanwhile, Penny, having escaped danger, watched the rapidly retreating wasteland scenery through the window. The fear in her eyes had gradually faded, replaced by a complex emotion, as if remembering something painful. Her voice dipped, trembling slightly as she asked, do you have the 3 major laws too? The 3 major laws? Ranbing gasped, instinctively glancing at Mark's back before turning her curious gaze toward Chang Li. This question touched upon the lighthouse's most sacred taboo, and she too was eager to learn Chang Li's answer but feared Mark overhearing. What 3 major laws? Chang Li inquired, his voice tinged with genuine bewilderment. Though it was an act, is this the survival principle you established? For instance, unity and solidarity? Quite commendable, indeed. The statement left Ranbing momentarily speechless, her expression a captivating blend of exasperation and relief. Just then, Mark's voice echoed from ahead. All right, we have contacted the lighthouse. The docking procedure is about to commence. We will arrive shortly. He had finished his communication with the lighthouse and was returning to his seat. Startled, Ranbing instinctively closed her mouth. She understood that discussing matters related to the lighthouse's 3 cardinal laws with Mark would surely earn her a stern reprimand. Chapter 11. Jing Nan. The vehicle thundered through the ruins of the abandoned city, and finally, at the horizon, a colossal fortress floated into view, gradually revealing itself to the onlookers. Destination signal detected. System prompt. You are nearing the lighthouse. Please prepare accordingly. As the vehicle slowed, a vast circular platform began to descend from the base of the lighthouse. The immense sound of metal chains clanking resounded like the roar of a steel beast, reverberating across the wasteland. The platform, heavy with inertia, finally settled onto the ground, unfolding into a wide ramp capable of accommodating multiple heavy vehicles simultaneously. Here we are. Mark's voice carried a hint of fatigue, yet could not conceal the relaxation of returning home. He directed the convoy onto the inclined platform. At the edge of the platform, a group of uniformed lighthouse personnel had been waiting. Their expressions were serious, eyes sharp as they scrutinized each returning vehicle and scavenger team. Chang Li casually scanned the scene and quickly noticed several discrepancies from the original storyline. According to his recollection, only Instructor Elon was supposed to be there to greet them. However, among the crowd was an exceptionally striking figure. She was a woman clad in a well-fitted black uniform, the lines of which emphasized her tall and graceful form. The shoulders, collar, cuffs, and waist of her uniform were adorned with exquisite golden streamlined patterns, accentuating her elongated silhouette. She wore glossy black leather boots that hugged her slender calves, extending above her knees, each step radiating a poised elegance. Her long, dark hair cascaded like a waterfall down to her waist, and the uniform accentuated her ample bosom. With a face that bore a hint of sternness yet exuded intelligence, complemented by her deep, gentle phoenix eyes, she embodied the essence of a captivating and commanding presence. It was none other than Jing Nan, the navigation commander of the civilian echelon at the lighthouse. Chang Li understood that Mark had likely reported his presence and his remarkable ability to slay the devourers to the upper echelons of the lighthouse during their retreat. This was undoubtedly earth-shattering news for the lighthouse. Dispatching someone of Jing Nan's caliber to greet him underscored the gravity with which the higher-ups regarded this matter. As Chang Li pondered these thoughts, Jing Nan approached him with graceful and swift strides, cutting through the crowd directly to his side. Standing nearly eye-to-eye with Chang Li, her presence was commanding. "The city lord has informed me that Captain Mark has brought back a guest from the surface. I am here to welcome you," she said. Her voice smooth and resonant, imbued with the confidence characteristic of her rank, yet maintaining the appropriate decorum. Her gaze fell precisely upon Chang Li's ironclad gear, a flicker of subtle curiosity and admiration passing through her eyes. She inclined her head slightly, extending a slender, well-manicured hand with a hint of pink at the fingertips. "I am Jing Nan. May I inquire your name, sir?" Chang Li glanced at her outstretched hand and internally mused, "Is this really the apocalypse? She looks too well-kept for that." He extended his hand and gently clasped her delicate fingers, the touch warm and inviting. "You may call me Iron Steed." Jing Nan's gaze sharpened slightly, her surprise at not receiving a proper name evident. Yet she quickly regained her composure, masking any displeasure. "Very well, please follow me." With that, she retracted her hand and turned to lead the way. The group swiftly ascended the docking platform. Mark, Ran Bing, Penny, and the other scavengers, along with the transport team, followed closely, each immersed in their own thoughts and expressions. Chang Li trailed at the rear, his calm gaze surveying everything around him. As the platform gradually ascended, the desolate wasteland below diminished, swallowed by darkness. The enormous gears overhead began to emit a heavy creaking sound, steadily elevating the platform deeper into the lighthouse. Jing Nan remained silent throughout the ascent, perhaps wary of saying too much and leaving a poor impression on Chang Li. Given that her task was merely to escort and guide him, not to investigate, Chang Li had little to say either, at that moment. All he desired was to find a place to enjoy a hot shower, cleansing himself of the dust and fatigue. Beside him, however, Ran Bing and Penny chirped away like two inquisitive sparrows, incessantly peppering him with questions. "Iron Steed, there are many delicious foods at the lighthouse. Do you like stewed meat? How does your armor achieve such agile movements with the jets on your waist? How does it work? Will you stay at the lighthouse? Can you teach us how to slay the devourers?" Chang Li occasionally offered a dismissive grunt or a shake of his head, mostly remaining silent as they chattered on beside him. He was certain he would not stay long. He had already devised a plan for collecting points and would not let life at the lighthouse hinder his development. The platform ascended steadily, eventually coming to a halt. With a dull thud, massive steel plates descended from around them, seamlessly connecting with the floor of the lighthouse. An air tinged with oil and metal enveloped them, signaling their entry into the interior of the lighthouse. "All personnel, board the vehicles." Mark's voice crackled through the communicator. Although they had entered the lighthouse, a considerable distance still lay between them and the resource distribution area, as well as the scavenger living quarters, necessitating a vehicle ride. As Chang Li followed the others towards the vehicles, he was met with a scene that caused him to frown. On either side of the road, a throng of lighthouse residents had gathered. Most were clad in rough gray clothing, their faces pale and drawn. Upon seeing the convoy laden with supplies and the returning scavengers, they erupted into a fervent welcome. Applause and cheers rang out, with some individuals even shedding tears of joy. "Captain Mark is back. We have supplies. How wonderful!" Thanks to the scavengers, the dust dwellers toiled daily in the lighthouse's most arduous and dirtiest jobs, living in the lowest echelons of society, struggling for survival amid scarcity. However, every successful return of supplies by Captain Mark meant their lives could be sustained a little longer. These ordinary individuals harbored no extravagant desires. They simply wished to survive. And Captain Mark had become a symbol of hope for them. His potential to become the city lord was indeed a reflection of public sentiment. Though he sometimes lacked the nuance to navigate the complexities of human interaction, as often happens during moments of collective joy, there were bound to be dissonant voices. In stark contrast to the dilapidated and crowded lower city, the upper city was noticeably cleaner and more spacious. Some elegantly dressed upper-class citizens, their demeanor haughty, gathered along the roadside, their gazes laced with disdain and superiority as they watched the convoy laden with supplies pass by. Chapter 12 Finally, a shower at last, dear family. Ugh, Captain Mark worked so hard to bring back those supplies, yet they have to be shared with those filthy dust dwellers. What a waste. They are nothing but parasites of the lighthouse, incessantly consuming resources with no contributions to speak of. It baffles me why the lord of the city keeps these individuals at the lighthouse. Wouldn't it be better to cast them down to the ground? Their voices, though not loud, exude a blatant disregard for whether the commoners can hear them, and they seem unconcerned even about whether the scavengers in the convoy can catch their words. Their speech is imbued with a deeply rooted arrogance and disdain. Chang Li sat in the carriage, his helmet allowing him to clearly hear their remarks, and he felt his blood pressure rising. His gaze sharpened as he instinctively lifted his head to look at those upper-class individuals who had uttered the jarring comments. Beside him, Jing Nan was remarkably perceptive. Almost at the same moment Chang Li glanced at the upper class, she stood up abruptly. Her phoenix eyes turned piercingly sharp, her gaze slicing through the air like a sword directed at those above her. Are you few quite at leisure? Jing Nan's voice radiated an undeniable authority, instantly enveloping the vehicle in a chill. Though her words were simple, the warning they contained was potent enough to startle any upper-class individual. Deep within her, Jing Nan felt a surge of anxiety. The Lord had expressly instructed her to ensure that this surface dweller left with the best first impression, in hopes of securing his collaboration with the lighthouse. Yet, it appeared that these arrogant upper-class individuals were complicating her task. She couldn't afford to leave him with a poor impression. Jing Nan clenched her teeth inwardly, realizing that this task was proving to be quite formidable. The convoy traveled smoothly within the lighthouse, passing through the bustling commoner district and heading straight towards the resource distribution area located on the mid-level of the lighthouse. Along the way, the commoners erupted in enthusiastic cheers, their applause thunderous as they gazed with tear-filled eyes at the returning scavengers, who represented their hope for survival. He noticed that Jing Nan was almost constantly warning the unruly upper-class individuals with her glances, and he found his impression of her improving somewhat. No. He simply believed that the lower house outweighed the upper house. Upon arriving at the resource distribution area, the convoy came to a halt. The commoner transport team swiftly sprang into action, unloading the supplies in an orderly manner, preparing for inventory and distribution. Mark ran Bing, and Penny promptly jumped out of the vehicle to assist with the counting. Due to the delay caused by Chang Li alone at the spaceship ruins, the scavengers were not caught off guard, and thus suffered no losses, let alone the commoners in the rear who were moving supplies. Aside from the unfortunate Donnie, infected by the scarlet substance, he was the only casualty of the operation. Similarly, Chang Li's cover ensured that Corey remained unharmed, and he was now helping to collect weapons. Even the scavengers were prohibited from carrying weapons within the lighthouse, as they required centralized maintenance. Likewise, 4068 had not boarded the gravity unit and was now dutifully transporting supplies. Having adhered to the rules, he escaped a whipping. It was a pity, though, not to have seen the Lightbearer. As for 4068, Chang Li refrained from commenting or making any assessments. He only cared about the minor characters who caught his eye, provided they did not provoke him. Mr. Taiyu, please follow me. Jing Nan's voice reached Chang Li's ears, her keen phoenix eyes scanning the surroundings as if confirming that no extraneous gazes were fixated upon them. She did not disturb the busy Mark and the others, but instead led Chang Li towards a separate passage adjacent to the distribution area. This passage was evidently designed for important individuals. The lighting was bright, and the floor was spotless. At the end of the passage stood a simple yet technologically sophisticated metallic door. The door slid open silently to reveal a tidy and comfortable room. This is the accommodation prepared for you by the Lord. Jing Nan indicated the interior of the room, her tone still cool, yet imbued with an undeniable efficiency. It contained basic amenities, including hot water and clean clothing. Chang Li's gaze swept across the room. In this post-apocalyptic world, having such a private, clean space with an independent bathroom was nothing short of luxurious. He nodded in approval of Jing Nan's arrangements. Additionally, Jing Nan continued, her tone taking on a note of seriousness, we will be convening a high-level meeting shortly. Lord Morgan hopes you will attend. Please follow Captain Mark. Chang Li raised an eyebrow. A high-level meeting? Summoned personally by Lord Morgan? It seemed the lighthouse valued his abilities far more than he had anticipated. This was only reasonable, as the method to slay the devouring beast could indeed alter the fate of the lighthouse. The caveat, however, was their capability to do so. Given that everyone participating in the ground collecting operations was equipped with light weaponry, and aside from a few gravity units, the explosives available for individual use within the lighthouse were quite limited. I understand, Chang Li replied succinctly. Jing Nan nodded slightly, refraining from further words, and turned to leave the room, granting Chang Li the privacy he desired. As the door slowly closed, Chang Li finally relaxed. He eagerly approached the bathroom and activated the hot water. as the warm water cascaded over his hands, which bore the scent of the wasteland. He felt an unprecedented sense of rejuvenation spread throughout his body. He shed his tactical uniform and thoroughly rinsed away the dust and fatigue that clung to him. The accumulated grime and sweat from the wasteland were now completely washed away. System, I entrust you with the battle suit. How about 5 points for a thorough cleaning? He certainly did not wish to emerge fresh only to don the stench-ridden clothing again. What a waste that would be. Excessive. 1 point is sufficient. After his shower, Chang Li exchanged a set of simple, unmarked black casual clothes from the system space. The lightweight, breathable material had a modern feel, fitting comfortably on him. He glanced in the mirror. The man reflected back was handsome, his eyes sharp, a stark contrast to his previous dusty visage. Not long after changing, there came a gentle knock at the door. Taiyu, are you in there? Erica's slightly excited voice rang from outside, and he was relieved not to have to prepare a battle report. Chang Li walked over to the door and gently pulled it open. Erica stood there, and upon seeing him in clean attire, her eyes instantly brightened. Well, Taiyu, you look so sharp in those clothes. Much more handsome than on the ground. She unabashedly expressed her admiration, like a child encountering a fascinating new toy, her curiosity piqued by everything about Chang Li, Captain Mark, Vice Officer Ran Bing, and Commander Jing Nan are already waiting outside for you. I'm here to guide you, Erica said, extending her hand in a gesture of invitation, her face beaming with a lively smile. Chang Li nodded and followed Erica out of the room. Indeed, Mark, Ran Bing, and Jing Nan were already waiting at the entrance of the passage. Mark retained his solemn expression, while Ran Bing offered a quiet greeting, and Jing Nan remained composed, her phoenix eyes swiftly scanning Chang Li before averting away. Let us go, Mark signaled. And the four of them proceeded along the main pathway within the lighthouse toward the central elevator shaft. The central elevator shaft was the core of the lighthouse, essentially functioning as an electromagnetic cannon, activated only in the event of a king-level threat to the lighthouse. It was regarded as the most valuable asset within the lighthouse, and one could only hope it wouldn't malfunction before being fired. The massive alloy elevator operated smoothly along its vertical track, connecting various critical areas of the lighthouse. They ascended in the elevator, ultimately reaching the topmost level of the lighthouse. As Chang Li stepped into the conference room alongside Mark, Ran Bing, and Jing Nan, all eyes in the room converged on him almost simultaneously. A cascade of curious, scrutinizing, and questioning glances fell upon him, creating a palpable discomfort. As even with a layer of skin separating them, the sensation of being observed by everyone felt rather unsettling. How embarrassing, I shall refrain from commenting. But why are these older gentlemen staring at me? He discreetly surveyed everyone in the conference room, and among them, one figure instantly captured his attention. He was a man of striking appearance, with a head of golden hair and a handsome visage, clad in a long robe adorned with golden trim. A seemingly composed smile graced his lips, yet within his elongated eyes lurked a palpable malice and cunning. That gaze resembled that of a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows, sending shivers down one's spine. Chang Li hardly needed to guess. He could envision the machinations swirling in Charles's mind at this very moment. He was likely contemplating how to exploit himself to further entrench the dominion of the lighthouse or to satiate his obscure ambitions. Chapter 13. The meeting at the center of everyone's attention, seated at the head of the conference room, was an elderly man with a crown of white hair, exuding authority. Though his face was gaunt, his deep-set eyes radiated resilience. He was none other than Morgan, the paramount leader of the lighthouse. His gaze fell upon Chang Li as he entered, scrutinizing him with a blend of complexity, before subtly shifting to the imposing figure of Charles beside him. Morgan, well aware of the fleeting venom and scheming in Charles's eyes, sighed discreetly without exposing his thoughts. Let us commence. Morgan's voice, imbued with the weight of time, still carried a commanding presence. Standing with hands clasped behind him was Victor, the chief of city defense, who immediately took up the mantle, his voice resonating powerfully. Departments, please begin your reports. First to speak was Ran Bing, who stepped forth from beside Mark, her clear voice echoing in the chamber. Report to the Lord. The resources collected by the scavengers include controllable energy, compressed food, rare metals, and several pieces of equipment from the old world. All supplies have been safely delivered to the distribution zone and are currently being tallied. Following her, Jing Nan stood to present her findings. After assessment, the supplies can sustain the lighthouse for a minimum of 3 months. However, during passage through the turbulence layer, some pharmaceuticals were lost. She paused, her tone growing somber. In this mission, 1 scavenger has perished and 3 others sustained minor injuries. One member of the Dust People's transport team has also been lost, with 5 others injured. When the news of the casualty was announced, a hush fell over the room, soon followed by a wave of hushed murmurs. Instructor Elon clenched his fists in agitation. Missions for the scavengers were perilous, often resulting in significant losses. In this instance, amidst an attack by the voracious beasts, to lose only one life was unprecedented, a miraculous outcome. Morgan slowly closed his eyes, raising his hand to signal silence. Let us observe a moment of silence for our fallen hero. The conference room fell into a profound stillness, with all heads bowed. After a minute, Morgan reopened his eyes, his voice regaining its customary hardness and resolve. In accordance with Lighthouse protocol, immediately confiscate all personal belongings of Donnie and seal his residence, pending redistribution. The harsh decree underscored the unforgiving rules of survival in this apocalyptic world. Chang Li perceptively noted that upon hearing of Donnie's demise, the expression of Charles, the head of the Shadow Church, shifted from a barely concealed displeasure at the remarkable achievement to a morbid, pitying sorrow. With a flicker of excitement glinting deep within his eyes, his carefully orchestrated pawn to undermine Mark had just gained another piece. Indeed. After Instructor Elon concluded his report on population cultivation, Charles eagerly rose to his feet. His movements bore an almost theatrical flair as he turned to Morgan, his handsome features now dominated by a fervent zeal. He bowed gracefully, his voice imbued with an impassioned power. Under the protection of the Lord of Shadows, we have once again procured resources for survival. Yet, I mourn for the departed souls. Donnie, an exceptional scavenger, has fallen in the cold wasteland, never to bask in our Lord's radiance again. At his very first utterance, Morgan furrowed his brow, likely recognizing the dangers posed by such a distorted faith. Inwardly, Chang Li scoffed. Faith indeed flourished rapidly in dire circumstances, serving as a means to sustain thought during hardships, a tool for leaders to control and placate the populace. Yet Charles's demeanor suggested that he was genuinely ensnared by the belief he had crafted. However, Chang Li noticed that amidst Charles's impassioned oration, the expressions of other senior members in the conference hall varied. Carrie, the head of the medical and ecological sector, even stifled a yawn in disdain, eliciting a curious glance from Ran Bing. Clearly, such performative rhetoric from Charles had long been a common spectacle among the pragmatic higher-ups of the Lighthouse. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Charles finally bared his fangs, steering the conversation toward Chang Li. His gaze, akin to a serpent's, swiftly darted over Chang Li before he nonchalantly cast a glance at Mark, speaking in an overly calm tone tinged with bureaucratic formality. While the loss of Donnie is indeed tragic, does it not also reveal certain deficiencies in Captain Mark's command? I find it perplexing that this mission resulted in the return of an outsider from the surface. Captain Mark, was your decision not somewhat hasty? Does the introduction of an unidentified individual into the lighthouse not pose a security threat, or perhaps suggest ulterior motives? Charles's mind worked rapidly. In the brief span of others reporting their updates, he deftly shifted his attack onto Mark. He cunningly utilized Donnie's death as a pretext to label Chang Li an outsider, while insidiously casting doubts on Mark's loyalty by insinuating ulterior motives. It was permitted by the Lord to bring Mr. Yo upon board, Chairman Charles. Jing then retorted, countering Charles's insinuations with a cold yet powerful voice. Does the Lord's command require justification to you? Her assertion instantly tightened the atmosphere within the conference room. By rebutting him, she not only clarified that Chang Li's arrival had been directly sanctioned by Lord Morgan, redirecting Charles's suspicions toward Morgan himself, thus putting him in a precarious position, but also defended her own actions. She had personally arranged Chang Li's accommodations, and according to Charles's logic, as the appointed liaison by the Lord, she too could be accused of harboring ulterior motives. She had no qualms about standing up for Mr. Chang Li. After all, Mark and the others appeared to have sufficient trust in him, particularly Ran Bing, who, despite her seemingly simple demeanor, was quite astute. Her trust in Chang Li was anything but blind. Therefore, Jing Nen felt compelled to push back against the mud being slung by Charles. You. Charles's handsome face momentarily contorted, the venom in his gaze thickening like ink. He abruptly turned, glaring at Jing Nan with eyes that seemed to devour. Unfazed, Jing Nan met his icy stare with her own, her phoenix-like eyes gleaming with a fierce light, as if two invisible blades clashed in the air, neither willing to yield an inch. Enough. Before Charles could utter another word, Morgan, seated in the principal position, forcefully struck the table, interrupting their quarrel. Chapter 14. The unraveling. Morgan gradually rose, his profound eyes first resting on Chang Li, imbued with a complex and deep meaning, before sweeping over all present. Although his voice was low, the authority within it was sufficient to send a shiver through everyone in attendance. "We have guests arriving from the surface," Morgan resumed, his tone laced with discontent and disappointment. "You, the core members of the Lighthouse, are bickering in their presence. What a disgrace." The conference room was suddenly enveloped in silence. Heads bowed, whether belonging to the domineering Charles or the composed Jing Nan, none dared to utter a sound. In that moment, the Lord's authority was palpably manifest. Morgan's gaze ultimately returned to Chang Li, the oppressive atmosphere dissipating, replaced by a gentle inquiry. "Young man, might you share with us your experiences on the surface?" The question about life on the surface struck like an invisible sword, piercing through the lofty illusion of the lighthouse. It was an unavoidable query, particularly after Charles had publicly questioned his identity. Morgan understood that if he allowed this matter to be dismissed casually, it would leave an indelible thorn in the hearts of all present, including Mark and the others, akin to the specter of the Red Raiders from years past. Ultimately, the lighthouse was merely a vast prison, once it was, and still is. After generations of confinement, no one could help but yearn for a return to the surface, to the land that once belonged to humanity. Initially, Morgan had invited Chang Li up for a private consultation. After all, the information regarding the surface world was revolutionary for the lighthouse, best digested within a controlled environment. Yet, Charles's impulsive nature, eager to attack Mark, had thrust this most sensitive and pressing topic into the public eye. Morgan discreetly cast a sidelong glance at the sullen Charles, internally sighing. This child was far too restless. He was ill-suited for the position of Lord. Chang Li pondered for a few moments, confirming Morgan's intent. He lifted his head, his gaze sweeping across the faces in the conference room, filled with anticipation, curiosity, and even skepticism, before finally resting on Morgan's weathered eyes. "Are you certain you wish for me to speak? If so, I shall begin. Do not be hasty in your reactions." His voice resonated once more, now imbued with an undeniable calmness and certainty. "As I journeyed, I observed your distinctions between the noble and common folk. Such divisions do not exist on the surface." Upon hearing this, a few barely audible gasps echoed in the conference room. The older generation of defense officers and researchers maintained a semblance of composure, though their expressions betrayed some turbulence. However, representatives of the younger generation, such as Jing Nan, Ran Bing, and Mark, were visibly stunned, their eyes reflecting disbelief and profound shock. Their education had instilled in them the belief that the class divisions in the lighthouse were the very foundation of survival in a post-apocalyptic world. Chang Li continued, "As long as one is diligent and willing to contribute, regardless of gender or profession, respect is afforded to all." He emphasized the word respect, asserting that relationships formed between men and women were based on love and companionship, not merely for the continuation of lineage. In their vast interstellar vessels, resources were so abundant that they were virtually free. Each individual had their responsibilities, working in unison against a common enemy. They did not squander resources on meaningless class struggles, for their only adversary was the devouring beasts. "Nonsense!" Charles exploded, his anger morphing his handsome features into a grimace as he leaped from his seat, his voice sharp and accusatory. "Without the protection of the Lord of Light and Shadow, you could not possibly differentiate between the noble and the lowly. And to speak of family, your words are but the detritus of a bygone era, long discarded. They are the source of humanity's demise." As Charles raged, he cast a furtive glance at Morgan, seeking affirmation and support. Yet, Morgan remained stoic and composed, offering no response. A sense of disappointment welled up in Charles, which quickly transformed into an even fiercer rage. He perceived himself as the appointed agent of the Lord of Light and Shadow, the chosen one destined to lead humanity from ruin, the sole rightful guide of the lighthouse. Now, this surface dweller had emerged to challenge everything he believed, that people lived well on the surface, even without the Lord's protection, and with greater dignity than the common folk of the lighthouse. This was a direct affront to all he stood for and a challenge to his personal faith and authority. "Ah, see how quickly you are riled." Chang Li's voice carried a hint of amusement as he smiled, mimicking Jing Nan's earlier retorts. "You are the leader of the church, are you not? You appear rather agitated. Did the Lord of Light and Shadow not inform you that there are indeed living beings on the surface? I have long anticipated the Lord's teachings since ascending the lighthouse, yearning to bring the faith back to the surface." "Charles, did you not assert that the Lord would protect all believers? Does that not include us on the surface?" "You, what nonsense are you spouting?" Charles snarled, his face contorted in rage. He felt utterly cornered by Chang Li, who had ensnared him in a web of contradictions. To argue against the divine protector of his faith would be more painful than death itself. To assert that the Lord was not omnipotent or could not safeguard those on the surface would undermine the very foundation of the church, a notion he simply could not accept. What absurdity! He seethed, his teeth grinding in frustration. Conversely, if the Lord were indeed all-powerful, then as the church as chosen leader, he would be guilty of withholding the truth about life on the surface, even obstructing the lighthouse's return. Such revelations would obliterate the authority and image he had painstakingly cultivated over the years. Observing Charles's furious countenance and Chang Li's triumphant demeanor, Jing Nan stifled a smile, discreetly giving a thumbs up. Morgan, witnessing the turmoil he had inadvertently caused, felt a wave of numbness wash over him. He had anticipated Charles's extreme reaction when broaching this topic, yet he felt compelled to initiate it. Now, he found himself needing to extricate his son from this predicament. Enough, Charles. Morgan's voice resonated once more, this time carrying an undeniable authority. The protection of the Lord of Light and Shadow over the lighthouse is evident to all. There is no need for further discourse. The faith of the surface dwellers is precisely what you, as the leader of the church, should strive to promote and guide. Is it not? Morgan deftly indicated a path forward for Charles, preserving the church's authority while redirecting his thoughts toward a seemingly constructive direction. Upon hearing this, Charles's demeanor softened slightly, his twisted features regaining some semblance of calm, although the glint of malice in his eyes had not entirely vanished. His gaze flitted toward Mark before settling on Ran Bing, a subtle smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, as if a nefarious idea had struck him. Thus, one might say that unruly children often invite discipline, Chang Li mused, observing the unfolding drama. Very well, today's meeting is concluded, Morgan declared, his gaze shifting to Chang Li. Young man, please remain behind. He then addressed the others. The rest of you may disperse. Chang Li was not surprised by this summons. After all, he harbored numerous secrets that the lighthouse desperately needed to uncover. What was curious, however, was that Lord Morgan did not announce Mark as the successor to the position of Lord of the Lighthouse, as had transpired in the original narrative. Could it be that this old man has taken a liking to me? That cannot be. This is our first encounter. What could Mark have possibly said to him? A flicker of doubt surged within Chang Li. Chapter 15. A friendly exchange. The atmosphere in the conference room lightened considerably after Lord Morgan proclaimed the meeting adjourned. Yet this newfound ease was confined solely to the departing high-ranking officials. They rose in small groups, whispering to one another, occasionally casting curious glances at Chang Li, before swiftly departing from the solemn chamber. Before leaving, Mark, Ran Bing, and Jing Nan exchanged complex glances with Chang Li. Mark's expression mingled worry with trust, while Ran Bing exhibited pure curiosity tempered with a hint of reluctance. Jing Nan, however, regarded Chang Li with a look that seemed to convey a reassuring message. Do not be anxious. Soon, only Lord Morgan and Chang Li remained in the spacious conference room. The atmosphere was thick with an invisible tension. Lord Morgan resumed his high seat, his weathered eyes fixed intently on Chang Li. He did not speak immediately, instead observing the enigmatic young man who had emerged from the ground. Chang Li, in turn, took his time, content to be regarded. After all, he was not unattractive, just as long as Morgan did not develop an interest in him. After a prolonged silence, Morgan finally spoke, his voice stripped of its prior authority. Now heavy with fatigue, he softly inquired, seemingly seeking confirmation of a name. You are called Iron Reins? Only a code name, my lord, Chang Li replied succinctly. Morgan nodded, a complex emotion flickering in his gaze, as if he were reminiscing or weighing his thoughts. You mentioned that there are indeed others on the surface. Certainly. You should have been aware of this long ago. Chang Li's directness was evident, as Morgan was evidently cognizant of Bai Kuei's existence. Victor was aware too, thus prompting Chang Li's candidness. You are not one of Bai Kuei's, he asserted, his voice regaining some of its sharpness. Even if you were, you could not exhibit such nonchalance. Young man, he continued, you resemble a newly minted scavenger, fresh from apocalyptic military training, eagerly brandishing a freshly assembled firearm, yearning to unleash bullets upon the devouring beasts. No, that is not quite right. He paused, leaning slightly forward, his scrutinizing gaze becoming more aggressive. I cannot even sense the aura of apocalypse surrounding you, as if you have always dwelt in a sufficiently secure environment. Upon your arrival at the lighthouse, your surroundings were starkly dissimilar to your previous life, yet you exhibited no hint of trepidation. You displayed your astonishing abilities before Mark without reservation, wielding that formidable weapon. Even now, you stand before me, unarmed and alone, your presence still radiating an undeniable sharpness. His tone grew cold, imbued with the oppressive weight of authority, as he questioned, "Do you truly believe you can confront the entirety of the lighthouse alone?" Old Deng's thoughts were myriad. Sensing that Chang Li possessed knowledge, he too revealed his hand. As the architect of the three great laws, his thinking was indeed meticulous. Having lived many years, his ability to read people was commendable. System. Grant the old man a glimpse. Iron Rain's equipment is ready, dressed, and equipped. A layer of fibers, almost alive, surged from his neck, rapidly weaving themselves into a fitted combat underlayer within seconds. Following that, plates of armor, gleaming with a metallic sheen, materialized from thin air, perfectly adhering to various parts of his body. Each section of armor, chest plate, shoulder guards, leg armor, produced a crisp mechanical sound upon contact, fitting seamlessly and naturally. Finally, a helmet appeared, merging flawlessly with the neck armor. The visor's eerie blue goggles illuminated, resembling the eyes of a beast awakening in the darkness, cold, lethal, devoid of any human emotion. Truly astonishing. Despite having heard Mark's report, the sight of such unique equipment enveloping Chang Li in an instant took Morgan by surprise. What astonished him even more were Chang Li's words. "Confront? I do not require confrontation. In 10 minutes, I could effortlessly bring the entire lighthouse crashing down. And you might not even discern my whereabouts." Chang Li's brazen intimidation was evident. Morgan was right. He was indeed audacious. However, one might question, would you still cower when playing a single-player game with a powerful character? I've powered up to the max. Do you think I fear your petty threats? Guess where my invisibility data is headed. If you have something to say to my charged rifle, say it. The words lodged in Morgan's throat, nearly choking him. Yet, observing Chang Li's confident demeanor, his age-induced hesitation led him to ultimately choose to concede, not retreat, but rather embrace a new and electrifying idea that struck his weary soul like lightning. If the path from Dragonbone Village was not aligned with his, could there be a new avenue? One that suited the lighthouse? He suddenly recognized this possibility. Morgan understood that relying on scavengers to continuously gather resources was merely a stopgap measure. Eventually, the surface would yield no usable resources, the lighthouse's energy would deplete, and it would inevitably fall. In that eventuality, how many sacrifices would those who had never lived on the surface endure to ensure they were not utterly annihilated by the devouring beasts? Thus, while he still held his position and could make decisions, he realized he must seize this opportunity for the lighthouse and for humanity. He slowly spoke, his voice laced with yearning and cautious probing, starkly contrasting with his lordly demeanor. How did you survive in such a place? How did you manage to love freely, without distinction of rank or class? He asked what plagued the lighthouse most profoundly, a taboo subject. The three great laws and the harsh class system of the lighthouse were predicated on the grim premise that survival on the surface was a certainty of death, that humanity had to strictly adhere to order in order to exist. Chang Li's very existence was a complete negation of the lighthouse's foundation. Survival on the surface is brutal, yet rife with opportunities. No need for embellishments, Morgan interjected, sensing the answer. He raised his head, his gaze now devoid of doubt, replaced by a steely resolve. From this moment forth, I will believe whatever you say. Morgan interrupted Chang Li's pleasantries, directly stating his position. To put it plainly, he had to fight for a way out for the lighthouse, as his age rendered him physically incapable. Charles was too restless and ensnared by his beliefs. Mark was soft-hearted and overly honest. Jing Nan, regardless of the outcome, presented a new path, one different from the lighthouse's precarious floating existence, and distinct from Dragonbone Village's engagement with the mana ecology. The young man before him possessed unheard-of methods. This was the new road, and Morgan had to gamble on whether this was the future of the lighthouse. He must consider if this was perhaps the only chance he would ever have. He felt a firm conviction within him, akin to his unwavering commitment to the three great laws in his youth. I ask but one thing. If the lighthouse were to belong to you, would you ensure the continuation of not just the lighthouse people, but of humanity itself? The Lord's words bore the weight of a desperate gamble. Playing such high stakes? Chang Li's demeanor finally became serious. He straightened his posture, offering profound respect to this apocalyptic figure. However, no amount of grandiloquent rhetoric could rival the persuasive power of reality. He raised his hand, gesturing to his own body. This equipment and the power I wield are my means to combat the devouring beasts. I rely on technology and genetic modification to enhance myself and my weaponry, thereby bridging the power gap between us and the devouring beasts. Yet, this is not all. I possess even more astonishing capabilities, albeit currently lacking the necessary resources. A glimmer of light danced in Morgan's eyes as he meticulously pondered the terms technology, genetic modification, and enhanced weaponry. For him, these concepts represented the breakthroughs the Lighthouse had desperately sought, but had never fully grasped. After all, resources remained scarce, with each expedition yielding supplies sufficient for merely 3 months. How could they develop robustly under such constraints? As for the concept of continuity, Chang Li locked eyes with Morgan and continued, with the apocalypse upon us. Only through unity can we survive. Only through equality can we win hearts. No one is born noble, nor is anyone born base. Each individual capable of wielding a weapon, cultivating the land, or healing the afflicted embodies humanity's enduring hope. We honor the contributions of every person, for in times of despair, every ounce of strength is invaluable. As for the notion of love free from constraints, it is indeed one of humanity's most fundamental rights. In the face of apocalypse, emotional bonds can often wield more power than any weapon. This ideal may appear lofty, yet it serves as the guiding principle for my envisioned future. Morgan, the lord of the city, fell silent, his fingertips gently tapping the surface of the conference table. With a faint sigh, a glimmer of helplessness flickered in his gaze as he looked at Chang Li. I have always propagated the last hope of the lighthouse, the final spark of humanity. Morgan spoke slowly, his voice growing hoarse as though he were narrating a heavy tale. However, the resources of the lighthouse are dwindling, and on the ground, there exists Dragonbone Village. In the shadows, there may be other enclaves yet to be discovered. He fixed his gaze on Chang Li, a plea evident in his eyes. Young man, if your exhibited abilities can alter all of this, I hope, nay, I beseech you, to embrace the lighthouse and aid humanity. Morgan's eyes involuntarily drifted toward the conference room door, where the ominous silhouette of Charles lingered in memory. He cleared his throat, stifling some emotion, and began to elucidate the 3 fundamental laws of the lighthouse in a tone bordering on mechanical. Chapter 16, The Emergence of Confidence. First law, the gene optimization law. Morgan's voice bore an undeniable harshness. To ensure the continuation of the lighthouse, we must rigorously control the quality of the population. The familial ties of the old world have been abolished, as emotional fluctuations strongly attract the devourers. Thus, we breed the most exceptional individuals through systematic genetic matching to ensure that offspring possess pure genes and robust health, minimizing illness and conserving precious medical resources. This is our responsibility to all of humanity. Chang Li furrowed his brow. While he understood Morgan's intentions were rooted in survival, the cold intertwining of human emotion with genetics and the deprivation of choice left him profoundly uncomfortable as a modern individual. Yet, given their differing stances, and acknowledging that the lighthouse had no alternative but to make such choices, he felt unqualified to judge their morality, having never experienced the apocalypse. Second law, the life formula law. Morgan continued, his tone imbued with a brutal rationality. The resources of the lighthouse are finite. Every individual consumes them. Thus, each person must adhere to the life formula, determined by the system to ascertain their therapeutic value. Once the system deems one devoid of such value, no amount of contribution will suffice. We cannot allocate limited resources to individuals who yield no return. This is essential for the preservation of the lighthouse as a whole. Calm. 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 Third law, the journey ritual. Morgan's expression deepened with sorrow, burdened by grief. All must revolve around the lighthouse. When an individual ages and can no longer contribute value, or succumbs to severe illness, we will conduct a journey ritual to send them to the ground. This is to conserve the resources of the lighthouse. It is a necessary sacrifice. With Morgan's exposition complete, a profound silence enveloped the conference room. He studied Chang Li, his gaze a mix of stubbornness and scrutiny, seemingly awaiting the young man's response. He yearned to hear the perspective of this transcendent youth. Chang Li inhaled deeply beneath his helmet, forcing down the surge of blood pressure. Lord Morgan, I can tentatively comprehend your choices. His voice was calm yet resolute. In an apocalyptic context, survival is the paramount theme, and your decisions are made for the continuity of the lighthouse. This, I do not doubt. Morgan's gaze softened slightly. However, as Chang Li shifted his tone, a hint of sharpness emerged. I hail from the ground. My worldview differs from yours. To me, life is not merely the transmission of genes and the consumption of resources. Emotion is the essence of what makes us human. Love, freedom, Dignity. These seemingly intangible elements can often unleash the most potent forces in extreme environments, binding hearts more effectively than cold, unfeeling laws. He locked eyes with Morgan. If every individual merely exists for efficiency, what significance does life hold? If a society loses respect for the elderly, compassion for the weak, and the pursuit of emotion, how does it differ from the devourers? It merely becomes a different kind of soulless monstrosity. Morgan trembled slightly, Chang Li's words piercing into the most tender and painful recesses of his heart. He understood the harshness of these laws, yet felt he had no alternative. As for your life formula and journey ritual, Chang Li continued, devoid of reproach, yet firm in his conviction, we shall not easily abandon any companion. Even if they are ill, aged, or nearing death, we will strive to heal and stand by their side. They are our family, our friends, an integral part of our humanity. We believe that each life possesses inherent value, one that cannot be measured by a mere formula. The elderly also signify rich experiences. In a world marked by cultural disconnection, are they not invaluable? While you achieve stable production of high-quality offspring through enforced genetic optimization, you sever emotional ties among individuals with your cold regulations. Yet when true crisis strikes, and all that remains is indifferent rationality, who will sacrifice themselves for the sake of unfamiliar superior genes? Chang Li posed the most critical question, the essence of the three laws. Morgan fell into a prolonged silence, gazing at the young man before him. His words reflected the lighthouse's deepest dilemmas and sorrows. The laws he upheld may have preserved the material shell of the lighthouse, but had they, in the process, suffocated the essence of humanity? He looked intently at Chang Li, a plea in his eyes. However, the condition of the lighthouse leaves me no choice. We cannot falter. We cannot allow this final spark to extinguish. If you can assist us, I shall. In the name of the Lord, guarantee your autonomy. Your actions shall not be bound by the laws of the lighthouse. I will not impede your dissemination of your ideals. But please understand, the transformation of the lighthouse requires time and proof. Chang Li observed the elderly yet hopeful visage of Lord Morgan. He recognized that this man genuinely cared for humanity's future. His stubbornness and coldness stemmed from a lack of alternatives in dire circumstances. Lord Morgan, I can help you, Chang Li asserted without hesitation. However, I have my own demands. Do not impede any of my actions. I require absolute autonomy. He emphasized, my actions shall not be constrained by the laws of the lighthouse. I will not proactively harm the lighthouse. But if anyone attempts to obstruct me or views me as a mere tool to be manipulated, his voice turned cold, tinged with a warning, I shall show no mercy. Upon hearing this, Morgan furrowed his brows, then relaxed them. He understood that Chang Li's references to obstruction and manipulation likely pointed toward Charles. Yet, given the crisis facing the lighthouse, Morgan had no other recourse. I understand. Morgan's voice carried a weight of resolve. I shall, in the name of the Lord, ensure your autonomy. Any attempts to interfere with your actions or exploit you unjustly shall face the utmost punishment from the Lord. He paused, gazing deeply at Chang Li. However, young man, the internal conflicts within the lighthouse are far more intricate than you can imagine. The influence of the Radiant Shadow Church is deeply entrenched, and Charles is exceedingly ambitious. You may be the Lord of Morgan, but since I have managed to ascend from the ground, I am not one to shy away from trouble. Chang Li interrupted Morgan's words, his tone calm and confident. He was well aware of the challenges posed by Charles and his ilk, yet he had greater faith in his own capabilities. Morgan cast a scrutinizing glance at Chang Li, a glimmer of something unusual flickering in his eyes. He nodded slowly, gaining a deeper understanding of this enigmatic Iron Rider. Very well. Morgan's voice carried a hint of relief and hope. From this moment onward, you shall serve as the special advisor to the lighthouse. All resources and privileges will be made available to you. A subtle smile crept upon the corner of Chang Li's mouth, barely visible beneath his helmet. This was not a step he had anticipated, but it would not hinder his plans. Rather, it would afford him a more comfortable existence within the lighthouse, and that sufficed. Morgan resumed his seat, feeling as though he had shed an immense burden. He looked at Chang Li, his eyes reflecting a mix of anticipation, fatigue, and an ineffable complexity of emotions. I am advanced in years, Morgan began softly, seemingly speaking to himself yet addressing Chang Li. His gaze held a weighty significance. Chang Li's heart raced. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Was the old man considering him as a successor? Yet he maintained an impassive demeanor, patiently awaiting Morgan's next words. However, Morgan merely shook his head, choosing not to pursue that topic further. He tiredly waved his hand. That will be all for today. Iron Rider. You should rest now. We will arrange the matters ahead. With a sigh of relief, Chang Li responded, since our collaboration is now established, you may call me Chang Li. He stood, offering a slight nod to Morgan before turning to exit the conference room. Chapter 17. Dinner awaits as Chang Li stepped out of the conference room. The heavy metal doors silently closed behind him. The oppressive atmosphere of the meeting room seemed to dissipate instantly, replaced by the bright lights and somewhat spacious silence of the corridor. He inhaled deeply, reflecting on every detail of his conversation with Morgan, particularly the old man's cryptic final remark and his elucidation of the lighthouse's 3 unyielding laws. Those cold, harsh laws deepened his understanding of the lighthouse. Fortunately, he had never intended to join the lighthouse. His relationship with it could only be one of collaboration. Just as he turned around, he spotted a familiar figure leaning against the wall by the conference room door. Jing Nan, arms crossed, her long legs elegantly crossed, her streamlined uniform accentuating her poised demeanor. Her gaze was fixed on Chang Li, imbued with a hint of curiosity and an almost imperceptible smile, as if she were savoring some subtle expression on his face. Chang Li raised an eyebrow, a playful smirk bubbling within him. Without a moment's hesitation, he quipped, "What? Eavesdropping?" At his words, Jing Nan burst into laughter, her mirth akin to an iceberg melting, refreshing to behold. She raised her hand, lightly tapping the heavy door of the conference room, the dull metallic sound seemingly affirming her next statement. "The soundproofing is quite effective, Mr. Iron Rider. Do not wrongfully accuse me." She subdued her laughter, yet a trace of it lingered in her eyes, her voice cool but softened with warmth. "Ran Bing and Mark are concerned you might lose your way, so they specifically asked me to stay behind and escort you back. They also mentioned wanting to host a celebration banquet for you." "That sounds delightful," Chang Li replied, a faint smile gracing his lips, his earlier gloom dissipating significantly. Indeed, conversing with a young and charming lady was far more uplifting than dealing with the treacherous old man. "Don't ask, just know it's a selection by Xiaotu." Jing Nan nodded, then turned and strode down the corridor with her long legs encased in leather boots, leading the way. Her steps were light, yet powerful, each one resonating with a brisk cadence. Chang Li followed closely, his gaze unconsciously drawn to her elongated silhouette, the uniform accentuating her graceful curves, exuding a unique rhythm as she walked. However, he quickly averted his gaze, redirecting his thoughts to the future. Morgan had granted him the title of special advisor, promising resources and autonomy, an undeniable boon. Yet he also sensed the profound conflict and anguish within Morgan, as well as the deeply rooted, almost obstinate laws of the lighthouse. Morgan's rigidity stemmed from his obsession with the lighthouse's survival. That ruthless philosophy of existence had seeped into his very bones, becoming the sole light he could perceive. He was willing to sacrifice humanity and emotion to preserve the flame of humanity. Meanwhile, Charles was like an unyielding pest, ever ready to create turmoil. Although Morgan had bestowed upon him a powerful sword, Chang Li understood that conflict was inevitable when faced with a fanatical zealot deeply entrenched in the lighthouse's foundations and wielding spiritual beliefs. And when that time came, would Morgan truly disregard the father-son bond as he claimed? What puzzled him further was Morgan's vague mention of a successor at the end of their conversation. In the original narrative, Mark was the universally acclaimed heir to the lordship, yet Morgan had refrained from making a direct announcement, instead regarding Chang Li with that significant gaze. Undoubtedly, the plot had veered into uncharted territory, necessitating cautious steps moving forward. Following Jing Nan's lead, they soon arrived at the central elevator shaft. The elevator doors opened slowly, beginning their descent. After disembarking, Jing Nan guided Chang Li through several corridors. Before long, they reached the area designated for the scavengers, standing before an unassuming door from which the sounds of laughter and merriment emanated. Before entering, Jing Nan paused, turning to Chang Li. "This is the exclusive cafeteria for the scavengers. Generally, it's quite tranquil, but today may be different. Prepare yourself." A smile reappeared on her lips, as if preemptively warning him of the impending auditory onslaught. Chang Li nodded in understanding. Jing Nan took a deep breath and then abruptly flung open the cafeteria door. The cacophony hit him like a wave, even more vibrant than he had anticipated. Inside, the scavengers were gathered in clusters, devouring food and consuming beverages provided by the system. Their faces radiated joy, the exhilaration of survival and the satisfaction of abundance mingling in the air. "Everyone, our esteemed guest has returned." Jing Nan's cool voice seemed faint amidst the clamor, yet her entrance momentarily drew the attention of many. pausing their activities to gaze at the door. Jing Nan greeted the scavengers, a subtle smile softening her typically serious demeanor. She stepped aside, allowing Chang Li to enter. Just as he walked in, still taking in the scene, a petite figure suddenly seized him. Iron Rider, come quickly. It was Elika. Her voice was bright and infused with uncontainable excitement, her small frame bursting with astonishing energy as she tugged him toward a large table deep within the cafeteria. Thanks to you. The system matched us with a super feast today. The little one bounced and skipped, her vibrant crimson hair swaying with her movements. Chang Li stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance. This tiny creature may not be tall, but she possessed considerable strength, and when excited, she resembled a wild stallion, heedless of her surroundings. He was helplessly dragged by Erica, weaving through a series of dining tables, feeling the curious and friendly gazes of the surrounding scavengers. As Erica pulled him along, an enticing aroma wafted through the air. It was a complex scent that mingled roasted meat, spices, and fat, instantly igniting Chang Li's appetite. Following the fragrance, he spotted an exaggeratedly large iron platter at the center of the table they were approaching, prominently displaying a massive roasted lamb with golden, glistening skin, emanating steam. The surface of the meat sizzled, its fat slowly dripping down, making one's mouth water. Can scavengers really feast on this? Chang Li marveled inwardly. This treatment was exceedingly generous, far beyond what he had anticipated. In the anime, although the scavengers' meals upon returning to the lighthouse were decent, they were nowhere near as lavish. He recalled that they typically consumed synthetic food and processed meats after their hunts. How could this be an everyday occurrence? Mark's voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts as he strode over with an unusually relaxed smile, holding a tablet in his hand. He handed the tablet to Chang Li, which clearly displayed bold letters and a passage: Lighthouse Material Distribution Area, Special Supply for Scavengers. In honor of Mr. Tieshu's arrival and the triumphant harvest of the scavenger team, a premium supply allocation was hereby provided. Note: main dish, whole roasted lamb, premium agricultural and pastoral meat from the upper district, accompanied by various high-nutrition processed foods and fresh wheat juice. This was personally arranged by Lord Morgan to welcome you, Mark explained with a smile, a glimmer of joy in his eyes. Chang Li stared at the words on the tablet, feeling a tumult of emotions. This old fellow had planned ahead. That lamb must have been roasting since he ascended to the lighthouse. Based solely on the scant reports from Mark regarding his performance on the surface, had Morgan already made such a decisive choice? The speed and decisiveness of this decision showcased Morgan as an extraordinary leader. He was not merely gambling, but rather making astute assessments of risk before placing his bets. Chapter 18. Special supply from the Lord. Erica, however, was indifferent to these contemplations. She snatched the tablet from Mark's hands and tossed it aside, then grabbed a cup of chilled wheat juice from the table, thrusting it into Chang Li's hands without hesitation. What are you thinking? Have a drink first. She stood on tiptoe and patted Chang Li's shoulder, akin to a jovial tavern owner. As Chang Li accepted the juice, the cool sensation brought him back to reality. He glanced at the adorable Erica, then at the still human Mark, and surveyed the bustling cafeteria. Where's Jing Nan? Erica scratched her head, realizing suddenly that Jing Nan was nowhere to be found. She had been so focused on dragging Chang Li over that she and T noticed he had vanished from the entrance. Don't look for her. She must have gone back to the control room, Mark said, lifting his own cup filled with a rich amber liquid, knowing it was the lighthouse's special synthetic alcohol. Though not potent, it was refreshing. He lightly tapped the rim of Chang Li's wheat juice cup, creating a crisp, clinking sound. She is quite busy and doesn't have time to join us in our antics. Thanks to you, Tieshu, we managed to reorganize our defenses and prepare for the ambush. Otherwise, we would have lost many more lives, Mark said sincerely, his eyes filled with gratitude. Chang Li met Mark's gaze, sensing the sincerity in his words. You're too kind, he replied calmly and gently. We are all human beings. Helping one another is only natural. He raised his cup of wheat juice and clinked it with Mark's before downing the refreshing beverage in one go. Eagerly, Erica seized a knife and carefully cut a large piece of roasted lamb, placing it on a plate and handing it to Chang Li. The meat, charred on the outside yet tender within, glistened with juices, enticing even to behold. As Chang Li took the meat, feeling its warmth and weight, a wave of warmth surged within him. Eat up, Tieshu, Erica urged excitedly, biting into her own piece, cheeks stuffed. Chang Li tore off a small piece of meat and placed it in his mouth. The crispy surface carried a hint of saltiness, while the interior was incredibly tender. Melting in his mouth and flooding his palate with delightful juices, leaving an enduring aftertaste. This flavor surpasses the insipid synthetic foods in my system space. Chang Li praised sincerely. Of course. Erica quickly swallowed her mouthful and patted her chest proudly. This is a special supply. We rarely get to enjoy such a feast, all thanks to you. Mark chuckled nearby, feeling a lightness in his heart knowing there were no sacrifices made. Indeed, this lamb is not something that can be casually slaughtered. The chef must have put in considerable skill. Chang Li's mind flickered with realization. Morgan's intentions were evident. This roasted lamb was not merely a meal, but a gesture of goodwill. Yet he felt no aversion, as Morgan's purpose, at least on the surface, was the continuation of the lighthouse and humanity. All right, enough chatting. Let us eat. Erica stuffed the remaining half-piece of meat into her mouth, speaking with a mouthful. You must eat well, or they'll snatch it all away. Yes, yes. Time passed, and the food on the table gradually diminished. This celebratory feast held in honor of Chang Li, though marked by Lord Morgan's personal promise, was still constrained by the limited resources of the apocalyptic lighthouse. The massive roasted lamb, under the enthusiastic onslaught of the diners, soon became nothing but a skeleton, with the remaining gourmet offerings consisting mainly of high-nutrition synthetic foods, albeit with better flavors and larger portions than usual. Even so, the scavengers savored their meals with delight. Such indulgence was an unimaginable luxury in their everyday lives. Chang Li, Mark, and Mo Chung sat nearby, each holding their special wheat juice, a liquid glimmering with an amber hue and emanating a faint malt aroma. However, Chang Li had tasted it and found its potency nearly negligible, at most resembling a wheat beverage. Mo Chung, typically seen as somewhat carefree, now exhibited childlike curiosity, insisting on hearing more about life on the surface. Tieshu, tell me more. Did no one oversee you? How do people survive down there? Do they fight the devourers every day? Mo Cheng's eyes widened with wonder and longing for the unknown world. Chang Li chuckled helplessly, offering him vague responses, mostly recounting tales from his life before crossing over. Mark listened quietly from the side, occasionally interjecting with questions leaning more towards practical strategies for survival, such as the existence of large shelters on the surface or whether effective weapons against the devourers were still being developed. As they engaged in lively conversation, Rand Bing, who had been eavesdropping, noticed Penny seated alone in the corner of the cafeteria, her head bowed as she quietly fidgeted with her food, appearing solitary. A hint of inexplicable melancholy lingered on Penny's delicate face. Rand Bing's eyes flickered. She understood that Penny was struggling with her emotions due to Donnie's death. As the deputy of the scavenger team, her concern for Penny was genuine. She gently patted Mark's shoulder, signaling him to continue accompanying Chang Li, then quietly rose and tiptoed towards Penny's corner. Penny, why are you sitting here all alone? Rand Bing's voice, imbued with her characteristic vivacity, shone like a ray of sunlight piercing through the shadows. She pulled out a chair beside Penny and sat down, inquiring with genuine concern. Penny lifted her head, her clear eyes reflecting a hint of surprise before dimming once more. It's nothing, really. I'm just not accustomed to such a lively atmosphere. She spoke in a voice as soft as a whisper. After a moment's hesitation, her gaze drifted towards Chang Li, curiosity flickering in her eyes, though trepidation lingered more prominently. All right, let's not dwell on it. Let's indulge in some delicious food and lift our spirits, Rand Bing exclaimed, promptly handing a piece of roasted lamb to Penny. Look. This is a special supply. You can't find this on a regular basis. Penny accepted the lamb, taking a gentle bite, a rare glimmer of delight illuminating her eyes. Meanwhile, Rand Bing continued to chatter beside her, sharing amusing anecdotes in an earnest attempt to infuse her with enthusiasm. On the other side, Mo Chung relentlessly probed Chang Li for various details. Are there truly no luminaries like us among your people? What do you believe in? Who leads you? Chang Li inwardly groaned. Inquiries regarding faith and leadership proved far more challenging than facing the devourer beast itself. He strained to weave plausible fabrications, attempting to deflect with vague assertions about each person being their own belief and relying on one another. Chapter 19. Development commences at that moment. A crisp beep emanated from Mark's wrist-mounted earpiece. Instantly, the smile vanished from Mark's face, replaced by a serious demeanor. He raised the earpiece, briefly responding before rising to address the group. Everyone, please tidy up. It's time to return and rest. Though his voice was not loud, its authoritative tone silenced the bustling cafeteria immediately. The hunters, though reluctant, exhibited discipline, promptly setting aside their food and drink to clear the remnants from their tables. Is it over so soon? Mo Chung grumbled, Yet he swiftly stood up. Chang Li silently breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, he could evade Mo Cheng's incessant inquiries. He quickly rose and followed Mark outside. Upon returning to his room, Chang Li closed the door behind him. He removed his outer combat uniform and sat down heavily on the makeshift bed in the center of the room. The fade of inebriation he had conjured earlier to evade Mo Cheng's questioning dissipated entirely. He patted his stomach, realizing he hadn't consumed much alcohol. Not to mention, the wheat juice, akin to a soft drink, held little potency. He had remained fully sober throughout. Lying on the bed, he closed his eyes. Replaying the events of the day, Morgan's probing and trust, Charles's insidious fervor, the hunter's enthusiasm, and the cold, rigid triad of laws governing the lighthouse, along with the social tensions lurking beneath. In summary, a gathering of exceptional talents. System, Chang Li silently intoned, his voice calm, yet resolute. Let us begin. Please tally the points earned and commence the exchange as planned. A sharp notification echoed in the silent cockpit, akin to an electronic heartbeat, shattering the stillness within Chang Li's mind. The display before him shimmered with vibrant hues, data flowing in a familiar and anticipated rhythm. Point tally in progress. After a flicker of text, a striking number materialized on the screen. Total points accumulated today, 12, 100 points. Chang Li narrowed his eyes. Although expected, this achievement still surged a profound sense of fulfillment within him. It was not merely a number, but the cornerstone upon which he could assert control over his destiny. Shall we initiate the exchange plan? Yes. Chang Li responded without hesitation, his tone imbued with an undeniable decisiveness and a hint of impatience. Exchange plan confirmed. The system replied swiftly, the text on the display shifting rapidly, accompanied by a subtle ripple of energy. 10 Marvin engineering robots are set for exchange. Exchanging 1 Marvin robot will cost 1,000 points. 5 universal supply stations gifted. May the system grant a lifetime of safety. A slight smile crept onto Chang Li's lips, his eyes reflecting a rare sense of ease and joy. This unexpected gift was indeed a delightful surprise. The Marvin engineering robots were invaluable tools for infrastructure and resource recovery, while the universal supply stations would provide stable energy and maintenance support, undoubtedly accelerating his development. He lifted his hand, his long fingers deftly grasping the nearby Iron Rider helmet, the cold metallic touch offering a familiar sense of assurance. The helmet's internal intelligence system immediately activated, and within its polished visor, a complex stream of data and holographic projections unfurled, outlining the three-dimensional structure of the damaged starship, the Dragon Star, under his command. Calmly, Chang Li delineated areas within the virtual interface, issuing commands. Dispatch 5 Marvin engineering robots, directly to the Dragon Star. He pinpointed several severely damaged yet strategically critical areas: the airdrop launch zone, the weapon manufacturing system, and the Titan projection chamber. These were of utmost importance. Although the Dragon Star, at present, resembled more of an immense heap of metal debris than a starship, the presence of sufficient Marvin robots for relentless repairs and cleaning could surely unearth usable equipment from the wreckage, reconstituting its combat capability. Deploy the remaining 5 Marvin. Chang Li's command echoed once more in the virtual space, this time directing them to another coordinate, all to be dispatched to the wreckage of the ship where he had encountered Mark and the others today. Utilizing the Marvin robots to excavate the remnants of 49 interstellar ships, he aimed to accumulate points. This was the true motive behind Chang Li's daring venture to ascend the lighthouse, all while ensuring his own progress remained uninterrupted. He understood that with his individual prowess as an Iron Rider, hunting the devourer beasts on the ground to earn points would yield insufficient efficiency. However, 5 Marvin engineering robots would operate tirelessly, akin to indefatigable worker ants, efficiently navigating the ship's wreckage. Chang Li could almost envision their silhouettes flitting through the fractured metallic framework, expertly cutting and reclaiming valuable materials. Mark and his crew, in their hurried escape, could not possibly salvage every item. All remaining metals, discarded machinery, and even overlooked technological artifacts, along with undiscovered energy sources, would transform into Chang Li's invaluable assets. These resources would continuously convert into points, which, through the system, could be reinvested into the repairs of the Dragon Star or further utilized to manufacture Titans and elite Ghost Warrior battalions. Once this newfound strength began to take shape, it would enable mass hunts of the devourer beasts using a formidable array of Titans and Ghost Warriors, thus establishing a cycle of point accumulation, resources translated into points. Points exchanged for power, and power harnessed to acquire even more points. This was Chang Li's meticulously planned development strategy. It was precisely this sense of assuredness that allowed him to ascend the lighthouse with such tranquility. As he issued the commands, Chang Li distinctly felt the energy fluctuations emanating from within the system. On the screen in his room, a faint green light began to flicker, signaling the activation of the internal transmission channel. In the next instant, 5 Marvin robots were silently deployed deep within the wreckage of the Dragon Star. Their compact forms stabilized in the pitch-black chamber, the displays on their chests shifting to a serious demeanor as they commenced environmental scanning. On Chang Li's holographic map, the massive hull representing the Dragon Star began to illuminate sporadically with green dots, signifying the activation of the Marvin robots. He could clearly observe them tirelessly commencing their tasks, deftly maneuvering through the twisted metal components. Simultaneously, Chang Li's consciousness shifted to another set of Marvin robots. He did not witness how they were deployed onto the ground. On the luminous screen, 5 brand new green light spots appeared at the coordinates of the wreckage where Mark and others had encountered their ship. There, a vast wasteland lay covered in twisted metal debris and scorched earth. Only a tilted wreck remained, with part of its structure deeply embedded underground. 5 Marvin robots, like phantoms, silently arrived at the scene. They were purely mechanical and would not be detected by any abominable beasts. Without wasting a moment, they immediately commenced their tasks, swiftly moving across the blood-stained and debris-laden ground, deftly avoiding the scattered heaps of flesh and soil. Their scanners emitted intricate infrared beams, beginning to search for any useful technological artifacts, metallic remnants, or even the equipment left behind hastily by Mark and his companions during their retreat. Each recovered item would instantly convert into corresponding points on Chang Li's system interface. Although the points earned from each item were minimal, their sheer number and constant influx made up for it. A sense of fatigue gradually washed over him, yet Chang Li's spirit soared with exhilaration. He closed his eyes, anticipating the arrival of points the following day. Chapter 20. Where did this come from? Is this still the cage of spirits? The night was as dark as ink, and everything atop the lighthouse fell into silence, save for the soft hum of machines reverberating through the expansive steel city. Chang Li lay on a makeshift bed. The exhaustion of the day and the tension of his mind surged like a tide, swiftly pulling him into the depths of darkness. His consciousness sank, and his body felt as if it had lost all weight. He experienced a dizzying sensation, akin to falling from a great height or floating in an endless void. This sensation of weightlessness persisted for an indeterminate duration until it suddenly transformed. Ding! A crisp and familiar electronic notification sound abruptly exploded in his ears, jolting him awake from the chaos. Chang Li's eyelids fluttered as he struggled to open his eyes. Before him was not the cold metallic ceiling of his room, but rather a cockpit filled with various screens, dashboards, and intricate control levers. He sat in a technologically advanced seat, securely fastened by a seatbelt. Surrounding him were a dozen Titans, standing majestically, also in standby mode, undergoing final system checks. The air was thick with a blend of machine oil and metal, occasionally punctuated by technicians weaving through, conducting last-minute adjustments. Many comrades, similarly clad in Iron Rider uniforms, were either inspecting weapons at the Titan's feet or performing self-checks within the cockpit. When their gazes swept over the Titan Chang Li piloted, they each nodded in salute. Iron Rider. Detecting an increase in your heartbeat, please maintain your breathing. A mechanical voice, bearing the standard electronic synthetic tone, echoed in his mind. What? Is this Titan? No. Chang Li instinctively murmured, his brow furrowing. The voice did not belong to the familiar 7274, deepening his confusion. He extended his hand, trembling as he touched the densely packed control screens, feeling the characteristic coldness of steel. Have I traversed again? No, buddy, it's only been a few days. Chang Li's mind buzzed, chaos enveloping his awareness. He distinctly remembered being in the lighthouse room, planning the deployment of Marvin robots before sleep. How had he suddenly arrived in this place? Had he traversed onto an unknown Iron Rider? His eyes brimmed with incredulous bewilderment. Everything here felt too real, too tangible to be a dream. He could feel the solid body of the Titan beneath him trembling slightly, hear the subtle hum of machinery in the cabin, and even smell the intense scent of metal and oil in the air. From wasteland to interstellar war, the contrast was staggering. Chang Li's heart raced violently, a sense of absurdity washing over him. While the abominable beasts in the cage of spirits were terrifying, at least that was a backdrop of survival in a wasteland. What lay before him was unmistakably a meat grinder of interstellar warfare. At that moment, a figure appeared on the holographic screen before him. It was another Iron Rider piloting a Titan, her model similar to the one Chang Li was in, yet more flamboyantly decorated. She wore the uniform of the Rebel Plunderers Corps, her gaze resolute. It was Commander Briggs, the leader of the Rebel Plunderers Corps. Commander Briggs' Titan was docked on a nearby massive projection platform, evidently engaged in pre-battle mobilization. Her powerful voice pierced through the cacophony of the cabin. Directly reaching Chang Li's cockpit, "Kubo, are you all right? We're about to engage." "Ah, I am Kubo." Chang Li instinctively raised his head. The mention of Kubo sent a jolt through his mind, the lingering dazed emotion in his eyes caught by Briggs. He immediately gathered his thoughts. Forcing himself to regain his composure, his voice slightly hoarse but striving to remain calm. "I'm fine, Commander." Chang Li now understood. He was Kubo, yet evidently. This was the timeline after his demise, when he was assigned a new Titan. Commander Briggs' gaze lingered on him for less than a second, seemingly probing. She nodded slightly, perhaps to reassure or to confirm something. In a low, steady tone, she said, "Listen, Iron Rider, I know the loss has greatly affected you. But now you have a new companion, do you not?" She maneuvered her Titan forward, that great metal hand gently patting the side armor of the Titan Chang Li piloted. The sensation was weighty and real, accompanied by a slight metallic vibration, as if conveying a silent encouragement. "Steady yourself, Iron Rider. Our war is not yet over." Plunderer's Corps. Await Titan descent. With that, she ceased further words, her colossal steel form slowly moving within the platform, ultimately docking at her projection platform, awaiting the impending airborne command. In the next moment, a powerful sensation of weightlessness struck him, accompanied by the thunderous roar of engines. Chang Li felt his Titan plummeting rapidly. Through the holographic screen, he glimpsed the clouds rushing by and the ground gradually emerging, adrenaline surging within him. The massive ship's doors flung open, and steel behemoths plummeted like meteors, trailing crimson tails, tearing through the sky. However, amidst the chaos and shock of it all, Chang Li failed to notice that Commander Briggs' Titan did not immediately descend with the Titan forces. Her Titan remained steadfastly at the edge of the projection platform, quietly watching her comrades vanish into the depths of the clouds. Within Briggs' cockpit, the holographic screen still marked the direction Chang Li had previously occupied with a faint green light. She gazed at that light, her expression deep and complex. "How is he?" Briggs softly inquired, her voice low, as if conversing with the air. "He is doing well, Commander." The screen displayed a line of concise text. "How much can we assist him?" Briggs mused, or perhaps she was questioning the unseen presence on the screen, her eyes reflecting a hint of contemplation. "I need everything." The text on the screen promptly changed, providing a similarly concise yet resolute response. Commander Briggs fell silent for a moment, her gaze shifting from the text on the screen to the starship's viewport, that distant land stained red by the fires of war. Her fingers lightly tapped the cockpit armrest, as if weighing something. "Is one warship not sufficient for you? We've entered into a rather challenging world, so?" Briggs' lips curled into a slight smile. She withdrew her gaze, returning to the screen. "Never mind." Briggs sighed deeply, waving her hand as if to dispel a hint of resignation within her. "After all, he is a great hero. Let him retrieve it himself. The database cannot guard against you. Take him away quickly. This place is far too perilous." With those words, she no longer hesitated. "Prepare for descent." Commander Briggs abruptly yanked the control stick, and her Titan's engines roared to life. With a thunderous boom, the Titan she piloted leapt from the launch platform, joining the planetary-scale conflict. She plummeted rapidly, weaving through a fierce barrage of anti-aircraft fire, as laser beams and artillery shells erupted in dazzling sparks against the Titan's armor. Titans belonging to the Rebel Marauder Legion had already reached the ground, their massive steel bodies emitting a deep rumble as their colossal weapons roared, forging a path through enemy lines and tearing apart their positions. Through the smoke and flames, Commander Briggs's gaze pierced the chaos, locking onto a freshly landed figure that swiftly engaged in battle. That was the Titan piloted by Chang Li. "Iron Rider, good luck," she murmured, her voice drowned out by the din within the Titan, yet imbued with a weighty hope and concern. Chapter 21. The first rays of dawn's light streamed through the window's crevice, bathing Chang Li's face in warmth. He jolted awake, his heart still racing. Breathing heavily, beads of sweat formed on his forehead. It was merely a dream, he whispered weakly, feeling the tangible reality beneath him. The interstellar war with the Titan's fall. The intense descent, the conversation with Commander Briggs, and the ensuing storm of artillery fire were so vivid that they sent chills down his spine. The metallic distortion and the explosive fire reflected on the cockpit screen felt so real that even upon waking, his heart continued to race as if he had just teetered on the brink of life and death. He could still feel the lingering coldness of the virtual joystick in his palm and vividly recall the recoil of the -162 machine gun, alongside the blaze from the enemy Titan's explosion. A dream is one thing, but dragging others into the fray is quite another. Yet at this moment, he remained confined within the cramped quarters of the lighthouse. Outside the window, only the gray-white clouds, devoid of gunfire and smoke. Closing his eyes, he rubbed his temples vigorously, attempting to expel the chaotic memories from his mind. Regardless of all that, what mattered most now was, he raised his hand, his slender fingers deftly grasping the Iron Rider helmet beside him, the cold metallic touch offering a familiar sense of grounding. The helmet's internal intelligence system activated instantly, projecting a three-dimensional map of the celestial dragon onto the screen. System, he eagerly thought, check last night's score earnings. Ding, a crisp notification chimed, the screen flickered, and a striking number leapt into view. Total points from Ground Marauder material collection yesterday, 17,000 points. Repairing the celestial dragon consumed 14,000 points. Not bad. Chang Li rubbed his eyes, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. It was a virtuous cycle. Surplus points could be exchanged for more marauders, and more marauders could yield even more points. As the marauders continued to work diligently, this number was already quite satisfying. These are not mere marauders, they are industrious beasts. Next, he turned his attention to the repair status of the celestial dragon. He promptly issued a command, his gaze fixed on the holographic structure of the celestial dragon that materialized within the helmet. However, the next moment, Chang Li sat up abruptly, his eyes wide with incredulity. Repair progress of the celestial dragon, 10. Is it really possible to repair so quickly with just 14,000 points? The astonishing figure stunned him. In the span of a single night, the repair progress leapt from nearly 0 to 10%, an astonishing speed. Even more astonishing, within the wreckage of the celestial dragon, a multitude of small light points, no fewer than 30 marauder engineering robots, were tirelessly engaged in repair work. Their steel bodies darted through the damaged compartments, agile mechanical arms precisely cutting, welding, and transporting in a bustling scene. System, what on earth is happening? Chang Li's voice brimmed with disbelief. He had only exchanged for 10 marauders yesterday, 5 for the celestial dragon and 5 for the ground ruins. How could there be so many extra? Iron Rider, during your rest period, we discovered that a small squad of marauder robots in the Titan projection chamber remained undamaged and could be deployed directly, the system replied coolly, providing a reasonable explanation. Huh. Chang Li beamed with joy. This was a genuine surprise. It meant his development speed would accelerate significantly. This was a stroke of luck. We also discovered a large unit, the system added. Chang Li's heart skipped a beat, as if gripped by an unseen hand, and the image within the helmet shifted. The view transitioned from the overall structure of the celestial dragon to the Titan repair bay inside the ship, a vast circular chamber dedicated to docking and maintaining Titans. In the center of that colossal maintenance platform stood a formidable 6-meter-tall Vanguard-class Titan. Its armor bore the scars of battle, but its main structure remained intact, save for the missing left arm. At this moment, it stood silently, with 2 marauder robots meticulously conducting repairs at its leg joints. A Titan? Chang Li's breath caught in his throat, the massive form, the familiar silhouette. It was simply astonishing. Can this thing be activated? His voice trembled slightly, a mixture of excitement and anticipation. Of course, the system replied without hesitation, its tone assured. In fact, it has been waiting for quite some time. In the next instant, above the Titan's body, a data panel detailing Titan information suddenly magnified, and amidst the interplay of light and shadow, several clear characters emerged. 7274. Repair progress, 60. Vortex shield offline. Mark rocket offline. Hey, Iron Rider, long time no see. Chang Li chuckled, feeling a wave of relief wash over him as he focused intently on the system's text, as if trying to discern its deeper meaning. The dream he had last night had led to such a substantial gift today. If he were not still dreaming, then yesterday's events were likely genuine. He had indeed traversed the timeline of those who fell in battle, and the system was probably the culprit behind this fortunate recovery. But why? If it were merely for his benefit, why venture into the timeline of the fallen? Hadn't they already perished? And those little squads of marauders participating in repairs on the celestial dragon were likely brought along by the system as well. Never mind. Let us assume it's for my own good. After all, it can only benefit me, right? Long time no see. As Chang Li was lost in thought, a sudden knock echoed at the door. Chang Li, are you awake? Came Erica's excited voice from outside. Today, many newcomers have arrived for the scavengers. And Instructor Elon said it's for our expansion. Come with me to take a look. Last night at the banquet, Chang Li had revealed his name to them. As he had already secured Morgan's approval, these scavengers would become his allies in the future, and there was no need for concealment. Chang Li glanced at the system page. He needn't worry about the repairs of the celestial dragon, as any issues would be resolved by the system. The marauders were successfully producing on the ground, and there was currently nothing requiring his direct intervention. He decided to save the remaining points for any unexpected events, so he could swiftly utilize system points for repairs and achieve rapid deployment. I'm feeling quite secure. All right, let us go. He quickly rose and opened the door. Chapter 22. Erica handed a unique identification badge to Chang Li, straining to help him put it on, but even on tiptoes, she struggled to reach the right position. With a sense of disappointment, he handed over his identity badge, indicating for him to wear it on his chest. This badge was possessed by everyone at the lighthouse, worn by both the commoners and the elite, yet Chang Li's was distinctly unique. As the two walked side by side out of the residential area, many lighthouse inhabitants greeted Chang Li with reverence, which took him by surprise. Surprised, aren't you? Erica noticed the astonishment in Chang Li's eyes and smiled triumphantly, a hint of mischievousness in her demeanor. This morning, Lord Morgan sent out your appointment as the special advisor on the surface of the lighthouse to everyone. Now the commoners and the upper echelons alike recognize you as a significant figure. Your identity badge is truly one of a kind in the entire lighthouse. That old man is quite decisive, leaving no room for retreat. Little one, look at how pleased you are. But we haven't even entered the territory of the scavengers yet, so take it easy, Chang Li teased. Erica pouted adorably, yet her eyes sparkled with joy that she could not conceal. Soon, they arrived at the scavengers' training ground, which was already bustling with activity, filled with many youthful faces. Indeed, a significant infusion of new blood. Was Morgan expanding the ranks of the scavengers to bolster their exploration capabilities on the surface? Or was he seeking to strengthen this armed force, which is least affected by the influence of the Shadowlight Society, to serve as his own support? The training area was lively. Corey and Jeff were competing in pull-ups, their muscles taut and sweat glistening. Nearby, two newcomers stood by, counting for them, their eyes filled with admiration for their seniors. On the other side, in the area for practicing powered suits, the alluring engineer Jessica was bending over, diligently instructing a female newcomer on how to maintain the gravitational system, her impressive curves becoming more pronounced as she leaned. Goodness. She practically feeding the newcomer with her charm. Upon seeing Chang Li approach, Jessica threw him a flirtatious glance, prompting Erica to quickly maneuver behind Chang Li, urging him to pass through swiftly while muttering something under her breath. Simultaneously, she meticulously guided her students on the operational techniques of the gravitational suits. Today's shooting stance training was conducted by Penny, who appeared to be in good spirits, her face adorned with a smile, her movements crisp and efficient, seemingly having emerged from the shadow of Donnie's death. After all, the reality of life and death was something these scavengers frequently faced, a pain they had to learn to endure. In the center of the training ground, on the platform, Instructor Elon was energetically demonstrating punches, personally teaching two newcomers boxing. His reprimands were harsher than those of Chang Li's high school teacher, each word striking like a whip against the newcomers. Chang Li observed the newcomers biting their lips, their punching speed increasing, clearly responding to Elon's provoking tactics. The old fellow was so close. He was truly unafraid of a misdirected punch landing on his face. Chang Li's arrival evidently caught Elon's attention, who boldly waved his drink bottle, his booming voice cutting through the clamor of the training ground. Hey kid, you made quite a splash this morning. Care to come up and spar with this old man? The glimmer of challenge sparkled in Elon's eyes, his aura forged from years on the battlefield exuding an imposing presence, even when restrained. Spar? This was indeed an opportunity he had been longing for. Since crossing into this world, all his combat experience had been derived from life and death struggles against the Devourers, which had given him a preliminary understanding of his capabilities. However, engaging in a real combat duel with a seasoned veteran like Instructor Elon was a first for him. In essence, he was merely a shell adorned with the title of Iron Rider, possessing strength without the mindset fostered by actual life and death combat. After all, just a few days prior, he had been lying in his bed, merely a pilot. Yet, although he had only been synchronized to the basic level of Iron Rider by the system, he was by no means ordinary. Iron Riders were the ones who navigated Titans across the battlefield, their physical prowess, reaction speed, and combat skills unparalleled. Thus, defeating Instructor Elon should not pose a problem. Let us not mention the embarrassing episode involving the Smoke Sister and her brother. Elon grinned, a hint of mischievous provocation dancing in his smile. He gestured for the two newcomers sparring to step down and beckoned Chang Li with a flick of his finger. Seeing that Chang Li was indeed willing to step forward, Erica's face flashed with concern, and she quickly warned, "Be careful, Chang Li. Instructor Elon is our teacher. Don't be fooled by his age. He is incredibly strong." Chang Li, without turning around, simply waved dismissively, signaling her not to worry. He gracefully leaped onto the platform, positioning himself opposite Instructor Elon. The newly appointed special advisor was about to challenge Instructor Elon. Realizing she could not stop him, Erica decided to amplify the situation, thinking that perhaps if he lost, the instructor would go easy on him. Standing beside the gravitational suit, her youthful voice resonated powerfully, calling out to draw everyone's attention. Goodness, this is getting intense. The atmosphere in the training ground ignited instantly, as everyone, whether Corey and Jeff still practicing pull-ups, Jessica, and the newcomer maintaining the gravitational suit, or Penny leading the shooting team, halted their activities and gathered around, their eyes filled with curiosity and anticipation. Although Instructor Elon was usually strict, he held immense respect among the scavengers, and Chang Li, being appointed directly by the Lord of the City and hailing from the surface, made this contest particularly noteworthy. "Who do you think will win?" one asked. "That essay given. The instructor usually beats you like it's child's play, remember?" Another replied. "Not necessarily. Perhaps our special advisor is even more formidable?" Mo Chang, toying with his flowing bangs, devised a scheme, believing this was a splendid opportunity to make a profit. "Let us place bets. I wager 3 days of premium rations that the instructor wins. Don't be afraid, new folks. Our instructor is fierce." Under his instigation, the newcomers began to place their bets, most siding with the instructor, while a few felt it prudent to give the special advisor a favorable impression. "Wait, what?" Jeff and Corey gazed blankly at Mo Chang. They acknowledged the instructor's strength, but Chang Li's previous performance on the surface was also evident. Mo Chang was cunning. Having opened the betting, he surely had a way to ensure he wouldn't suffer a loss. "Something's off. This guy has ulterior motives," Jeff whispered to Corey, who nodded in understanding. "This fellow is quite the schemer." Jeff subtly nudged Corey and called out, "We bet on the special advisor to win. Anyone else?" Erica was about to raise her hand, but was swiftly caught by Ranbing. "Don't let them lead you astray." Feeling wronged, Erica pointed at Ranbing's back, who turned to see Penny and Fei Shui had already raised their hands. "You two are also invincible." Chapter 23. I haven't even tried yet. Standing on the platform, they faced each other at a distance of several steps, creating a brief standoff. The air was thick with an invisible pressure. Instructor Elon took the initiative, launching an attack with no flashy setup, just a standard, clean punch to test the waters. His fist carved an arc through the air, its speed not slow, accompanied by the sound of wind as it hurtled toward Chang Li's chest. Erica was right. Despite his age, Elon clearly had not neglected his training, his movements betraying little of the weight of years, instead radiating a seasoned steadiness. As Chang Li watched the approaching fist, a flicker of determination flashed in his eyes. Elon, the instructor, seemed genuinely concerned about being harmed. Not only did he pull back his strength, but his fist also aimed at the relatively safe area of the chest. The old man displayed quite a sense of martial ethics. "Let me ponder this." Following the narrative trope of protagonists in novels facing off against opponents, should I feign being caught off guard, allowing him to believe I am unresponsive, only to swiftly subdue him as he underestimates me? Or perhaps I could dramatically sidestep his punch and then swiftly take control. However, I should be considerate. After all, Elon is a respected instructor, and I ought to show him some deference. Thoughts raced through Chang Li's mind, but before he could formulate his next words or act on any performance, a muffled cry of pain broke through his reverie. With a sudden jolt, he felt his body surge forward, executing a nimble turn akin to a predatory leopard. With movements so fluid they displayed no hesitation, his right knee struck a solid back, while his hands locked onto both arms like iron clamps, effectively immobilizing the individual. Was this really Instructor Elon? Chang Li gazed in bewilderment at the figure he had pinned down, Elon's face pressed unceremoniously against the ground of the arena. Clearly having been swiftly subdued in their earlier encounter, Elon's body quivered slightly, revealing his surprise at the sudden turn of events, and he grimaced in pain. The entire training ground fell silent. The onlooking hunters, including Ran Bing, Corey, Jeff, Jessica, and Erica, were left speechless, their expressions frozen in astonishment. They had merely witnessed Elon charge forward with a punch. Then Chang Li's figure seemed to blur, and in an instant, Elon was sprawled awkwardly on the arena floor. The entire sequence transpired so quickly that they barely grasped what had occurred, feeling as though victory had been decided in an instant. Chang Li himself was equally bewildered. Moments ago, he had been contemplating the narrative strategies of protagonists, focused on how to show restraint, yet his body had acted without affording him a moment to think, instinctively delivering the most efficient and direct response. This was an instinct honed through rigorous training, as if every cell in his being was crafted for combat. As he felt the surging, seemingly inexhaustible power within him and the extraordinary speed of his reflexes, it became evident that this was far beyond what his conscious mind could achieve. It was the terrifying muscle memory forged through years of grueling trainings, an instinct embedded in his very bones, enabling him to swiftly devise optimal responses to any threat. Each stretch of his muscle fibers, each twist of his joints, was executed with impeccable precision, resembling the most sophisticated machinery. He had never so clearly understood what attaining the foundational level of iron control truly signified. It encompassed not only the skill to pilot titans, but also an ultimate mastery over his body, unparalleled marksmanship, an innate ability to predict danger, and a cognitive speed that transcended ordinary human thought. While Elon was formidable and experienced, he had little defense against such an overwhelmingly superior reaction speed and combat instinct. Just as the tension hung palpably in the air, a voice broke the silence at the entrance of the training ground. "Hey, what is all this commotion about?" Chang Li looked up to see Mark, clad in the everyday training attire of a hunter, his customary gentle smile gracing his face. Yet his eyes held the steady demeanor of a leader. His arrival startled Elon, who was still pinned under Chang Li. "Ah, kid, let go. Quickly," Elon urged in a hushed tone, his embarrassment unmistakable. He did not wish to appear foolish in front of Mark, the prodigy he had painstakingly trained. Chang Li understood the unspoken cue and promptly released Elon. With a swift motion, Elon flipped himself upright, stretching his limbs while attempting to maintain an air of nonchalance. Rubbing his lower back, which had just been pressed by Chang Li's knee, he turned his shoulder, muttering to himself, "Oh dear, these old bones. A little movement still doesn't help." Then, with a quick change of demeanor, he addressed Mark with an air of bravado. "Mark, you arrived just in time. This kid." He gestured toward Chang Li, his tone laced with a mix of lightheartedness and disdain, "was hardly a challenge. I barely exerted myself, and he was down. Why don't you step up, and we can have a proper spar? I'm itching to demonstrate some real technique today." Chang Li, bemused by Elon's brazen exaggeration, turned away in silence. He chose not to expose the truth but instead played along, gracefully leaping off the arena to join Ran Bing and the others. Finding a prime spot to observe the unfolding spectacle, the surrounding hunters, including Ran Bing, Penny, Corey, and Jeff, stifled their laughter, their shoulders shaking as they struggled to maintain their composure. They had witnessed firsthand how Elon had been anything but untroubled by Chang Li. A flicker of amusement ignited in Mark's steady gaze as he approached Elon, teasingly remarking, "Instructor, when I walked in, I clearly saw you being pinned down on the arena floor. If anyone was hardly a challenge, it seems to be you." Upon hearing this, Elon's face flushed with embarrassment, his temper flaring as he spluttered, "Nonsense. I was merely letting him win. If I had truly engaged, he wouldn't last a single round. It's utterly laughable." After a brief pause, he shifted his tone to one of challenge and eagerness. "Come on then. Let me show you what true boxing is all about." Mark's smile broadened at this invitation. Without further ado, he slowly raised his hands to begin removing his training attire. The taut lines of his muscles became more pronounced as he shed his clothing, revealing a robust upper body that exuded strength. Although he bore some visible scars from his prior injuries, they merely added to his formidable presence, hinting at a hardened warrior's spirit. He casually tossed his shirt to the edge of the arena, then stretched his wrists and neck, his eyes glinting with anticipation. "All right, instructor. I've been waiting for this." Chapter 24. Are we serious? For the remainder of the match, Chang Li found himself distracted. Sitting at the edge of the arena, his gaze drifted lazily over the two muscular men grappling in a display of raw power. A sigh escaped him, tinged with disappointment. Because Mark, influenced by Chang Li's earlier actions, did not decline Elon's challenge and directly engaged, the anticipated classic banter about their rivalry had naturally been omitted. Chang Li felt little interest in the brute force clash between the two men, as he now possessed a strength and agility that far surpassed the average. However, if it were two women, like Penny and Ran Bing, engaging in a bout, he would have relished the spectacle. Rather than squander his time watching muscular men brawl, Chang Li opted to redirect his focus back to his own pursuits. Seizing the opportunity, he activated the system's holographic display, swiftly reviewing the latest status of ground resource collection. In the imagery, the 5 Marvin robots dispatched to the surface were diligently laboring amidst the ruins, their agile mechanical arms tirelessly sorting and transporting various usable materials. Remaining points, 5,000. The digits on the screen flickered, indicating a rise of 2,000 points in a short span. This efficiency pleased him greatly. With 5,000 points at his disposal, he felt a newfound confidence. Subsequently, he switched the display to the internal structure of the Star Dragon. The colossal wreckage of the ship gradually unfolded in the holographic projection, revealing an exhilarating progress in restoration. Over 30 Marvin engineering robots buzzed about like industrious worker bees, diligently attending to various areas. The notifications from the system brought a surge of joy to Chang Li's heart. He observed that the airdrop launch zone had been revitalized. The previously distorted and deformed hatches and tracks had returned to their original state, ready for activation at any moment. More importantly, the weapon manufacturing system had been established, with the production line poised and ready. The system housed a plethora of weapon blueprints extracted from the database and given the right materials. Basic individual combat firearms such as assault rifles and submachine guns could be produced. Chang Li nodded in agreement. This would prove far more economical than directly exchanging his points for finished weapons through the system, whether for personal use or for assembling his own armed forces. Of course, he could also spend points to purchase raw materials, which he would then hand over to the production line for crafting. This was precisely his course of action. He utilized his remaining points to acquire a batch of basic ammunition and explosive materials, and the production line was now bustling with activity. Thus, he would no longer find himself scrambling to exchange points for weapons and ammunition in the heat of battle. Instead, he could arrange for the Tianlong Star to drop supplies beforehand, significantly reducing costs. Next, he focused on the medical and living quarters. Silently, Chang Li issued directives in his mind, recognizing that these were crucial elements for sustaining human life and enhancing comfort. After all, he was not a survivalist thrust into the wilderness, but rather a homebody who had traversed dimensions. The system promptly acknowledged his command. Meanwhile, his gaze lingered on the maintenance area of the 7274. The visuals displayed its massive frame bathed in the glow of welding sparks, as 2 Marvin robots performed final adjustments and reinforcements. Indeed, even during repairs, efficiency and intelligence remained evident. Observing the screen displaying the nearing completion of repairs brought a smile to Chang Li's lips. He realized that the points he possessed were of little use now, as they would not generate more points within the system. He contemplated retaining 2,000 points as an emergency reserve, should he require swift armament or ammunition replenishment in a crisis. The remaining 3,000 points could not be left idle. He commanded the system to exchange for 3 additional Marvin robots to expedite resource collection. The points were promptly deducted, and the influx of more Marvin robots into ground exploration would undoubtedly enhance resource gathering efficiency, creating a virtuous cycle. Once he finished these tasks, Chang Li looked up at the arena, feeling a sense of satisfaction. The combat continued above, with Elon and Mark exchanging blows with vigor, though devoid of lethal intent. Each collision resonated with a dull thud. Mo Chang and Kelly were huddled together, whispering conspiratorially. Chang Li, with his keen hearing, caught snippets of Mo Chang's animated remarks about how he had laid a trap for newcomers, anticipating a substantial share of their provisions. Just then, a sharp kick from Fei Xue sent him stumbling, eliciting laughter from the surrounding onlookers. Fei Xue crossed her arms and scoffed, admonishing Mo Chang for attempting to ensnare the newcomers who had only just arrived. In the arena, despite his age, Elon found himself on the defensive against Mark's relentless assault. Struggling to keep up, drawing on his extensive experience, he attempted to provoke Mark with taunts, hoping to incite a mistake. Mark, have you not eaten? Your punches are feeble. They wouldn't even break the skin on my calloused feet. Is this all you've got? Whatever happened to the skills I taught you? Having endured a couple of minor setbacks, Mark remained composed, unfazed by Elon's barbs. His focus remained steady, his punches unwavering, denying Elon any opportunity to exploit a lapse in his defense. Until, finally, Elon found himself pinned against a pillar by Mark, preparing to counterattack when he caught a glimpse of a figure at the entrance. Instantly, he straightened, abandoning his prior posture to stand at attention, ready to pay his respects. Chang Li watched this unexpected scene unfold with keen interest, anticipating Elon's counterattack, recognizing it as yet another of his tricks to distract Mark. Even seasoned scavengers like Ran Bing were momentarily deceived by Elon's performance, turning to look. Mark, bemused, realized his mentor was becoming increasingly unorthodox, even invoking the Lord to distract him. Just as he prepared to make a quip, he noticed his fellow scavengers standing at attention, showing respect. "What are you doing, Mark?" A voice, slightly aged yet commanding, resonated. It was the Lord of Morgan. Startled, Mark straightened up, shedding all semblance of humor, adopting the demeanor of a leader among scavengers. Elon too shifted from his previous joviality to a demeanor of solemnity, as if the playful old man who had just been subdued by Mark had vanished. The Lord of Morgan's gaze swept across the assembly, imbued with a sense of scrutiny and evaluation. He first regarded Mark with a hint of appreciation and expectation. "Mark, you have done well." The Lord's voice, though raspy with age, rang clear and resonant within the training grounds. "The scavengers are the backbone of the lighthouse. You serve as a role model for them. You bear the weight of humanity's future. These new recruits are the hope of the lighthouse. It is imperative they mature swiftly to adapt to the harshness of the surface." "What? The surface?" Mark gasped, stepping forward and standing at attention. "Yes, my lord. We shall spare no effort to fulfill your expectations and those of the lighthouse." The Lord of Morgan nodded and shifted his gaze to Elon, acknowledging his efforts. "Elon, you have worked tirelessly for the scavengers over the years. The lighthouse will remember all that you have done." Elon straightened, his expression grave but soon returning to the steady demeanor of a seasoned soldier. "Serving the lighthouse is my duty." After a few exchanges, the pleasantries concluded, and the Lord's attention naturally turned to the edge of the arena, resting upon Chang Li. Chang Li met the Lord's gaze with calm assurance, not flinching in the slightest. He noted the deep hollows beneath the Lord's eyes, which, despite efforts to conceal, bore the faint trace of a dark hue. Thus, he did not offer a bow, nor did he exhibit any restraint. Instead, he spoke casually, his tone imbued with a lightness and jest reserved only for friends. "So, Lord Mayor, did you find yourself restless last night? Those dark circles under your eyes suggest you haven't quite rejuvenated. Could it be that the esteemed Lord Mayor is, like the youth, tossing and turning over some novel intrigue?" As soon as the words left his mouth, the training ground fell into an oppressive silence. The atmosphere, initially tense and solemn due to the mayor's presence, was instantly shattered by Chang Li's jest. Surrounding hunters, including Erica beside him, Corey, Jeff, Jessica, Ran Bing in the distance, and even instructors Mark and Elon, were collectively stunned, as if time itself had paused in that moment. "Brother, you are truly remarkable," Emo City, still nursing the bruises from the snowstorm, was so astonished by this remark that he fell onto the ground, wincing in pain. Erica's heart skipped a beat, instinctively. She reached out to tug at Chang Li's sleeve, hoping to caution him about his words, despite her usual carefree demeanor. This was tantamount to challenging the authority of the mayor. Her eyes widened in shock as she gazed at Chang Li, as if witnessing an affront to the highest authority of the lighthouse. In the minds of the residents, the mayor had always been a figure of solemnity and gravity, rarely appearing in public, and each of his appearances accompanied by pivotal decisions and commands that instilled fear. No one dared to be so audacious before him, let alone question his state of rest in such a teasing manner. This was an enormous provocation to the mayor's dignity. Corey and Jeff's mouths fell agape, their bodies seemingly frozen, as if they had forgotten to even sweat. Jessica's eyes sparkled with amusement, her tongue lightly licking her lips, as if she had spotted her prey. Ran Bing quickly nudged Mark, urging him to intervene. Unexpectedly, to everyone's astonishment, Mayor Morgan did not erupt in anger. He paused for a moment, seemingly taken aback by Chang Li's directness and unreserved manner of speech. Yet, soon after, the corner of his usually tense mouth slowly curled into a faint smile, tinged with weariness yet genuine. This smile, rare in the eyes of others, was astonishing. It shattered the mayor's habitual image of authority and allowed the hearts of all present hunters to relax momentarily. "Ha ha!" A deep chuckle escaped Morgan, resonating clearly in the ears of everyone present. This laughter, infused with a long-lost sense of ease, dispelled the stagnant atmosphere of the training ground. He regarded Chang Li with a glimmer of understanding and appreciation, as if Chang Li's words resonated with him and touched upon his own concerns. He took measured steps towards Chang Li, his gaze steady, his tone laced with a subtle sense of reflection. It is normal to suffer from insomnia, especially with recent events that have indeed troubled my rest, particularly after realizing that certain things once deemed impossible have become possible. This not only explained his dark circles, but also hinted at the gravity with which he regarded Chang Li's abilities, leaving an impression on him. He paused, scrutinizing Chang Li once more, his eyes deep and wise, as if capable of seeing into one's soul. Then, he gestured for those around him to step back and made an inviting gesture towards Chang Li. "Come with me. There are matters we must discuss." With that, he turned and strode towards the exit of the training ground. Though his back bore the marks of age, it remained upright, exuding undeniable authority with each firm step. The entire training ground was left with a throng of hunters in a state of bewilderment, the echo of the mayor's laughter and invitation lingering in the air. Those unfamiliar with Chang Li exchanged glances, their faces painted with astonishment and confusion. Chang Li's boldness, coupled with the mayor's unexpected response, seemed to upend their perceptions of the power structure within the lighthouse, instilling a deeper respect for this newly appointed special advisor. "What a remarkable figure he is," Mark observed as the silhouettes of the mayor and Chang Li grew distant, glancing at the still-dazed hunters staring at their departing figures. Taking a deep breath to steady his racing heart, he raised his voice, shattering the silence. "What are you all staring at? The training continues. Jeff, Corey, you too. Make the newcomers do 2 extra sets of pull-ups. If their form is lacking, they will do them again." His tone regained its usual steadiness and severity. Corey and Jeff quickly shifted their focus, though still marked by disbelief. They hurriedly returned to their duties, ensuring the newcomers resumed their physical training. Other hunters gradually regained their composure, though curious glances occasionally drifted towards the exit. They too returned to their tasks, reinvigorating the training ground with Mark's commands. Chapter 26. The Foundations of the Lighthouse. Meanwhile, Chang Li followed in the footsteps of Mayor Morgan, departing from the hunters' training ground. As they traversed, numerous residents of the lighthouse respectfully bowed to the mayor. They passed through several broad metallic corridors and took an internal transport elevator, ultimately arriving at the resource allocation zone of the lighthouse. The vast space resembled a colossal beehive, with countless tall storage compartments meticulously arranged, stretching into the horizon, seemingly endless. These compartments were designed to hold enough supplies to sustain the lighthouse's operations for 5 to 6 years. However, at this moment, mostly empty, their cold metallic sheen glimmering under the spotlights. Mayor Morgan halted, turning to face Chang Li, his expression devoid of the earlier mirth, replaced by a weighty seriousness and a hint of barely noticeable fatigue. "Chang Li, I made you a promise." He gestured towards the expansive space before them, his voice deep and resolute. "Within the parameters that do not disrupt the lighthouse's operations, you may access whatever resources you require. Just express your needs, and I will ensure the resource department does its utmost to accommodate them." A chill ran through Chang Li. He realized that the mayor was testing him, or rather, conducting a final evaluation. The meaning was clear: should he make excessive demands or propose unrealistic requests, it could disrupt the existing order of the lighthouse and undermine Morgan's trust in him. Chang Li offered no response, merely nodding as his gaze began to survey the various stored supplies within the area. He passed through the pharmaceutical section, where the storage compartments were nearly barren, containing only the most basic medical supplies, seemingly having suffered some impact, with even commonly used antibiotics in short supply. The food section was even more alarming. The once vast containers meant for synthetic food now held only a thin layer at the bottom, far below the warning line. In the energy sector, the unique compartments designated for energy storage were mostly empty, leaving behind only a few low-grade crystals, their faint glow nearly swallowed by the encroaching darkness. The number of weapons was pitifully scant, almost negligible. As for construction materials, most were suspended in the lower levels of the lighthouse, where some sections served as living quarters for the dust people, while others acted as storage for building supplies, with the allocation area containing only a minimal amount of emergency materials. The more he observed, the more unsettled he became, his initial excitement giving way to a grimace. He had perused the situation and was aware of the lighthouse's resource scarcity, but it was only upon witnessing it firsthand that he comprehended the extent of this so-called deprivation, which had reached a truly despairing level. In such a vast distribution area, countless storage compartments were scarcely filled to one-third capacity, and the supplies that were stored were predominantly low-grade and inefficient items. Chang Li turned back to meet the gaze of Lord Morgan, gaining a deeper understanding of the burdens he bore. "Are you serious?" Chang Li's voice carried a hint of incredulity as he pointed toward the empty storage compartments. "In light of such scarcity, even my request for a mere lollipop could potentially disrupt the operations of the lighthouse, couldn't it?" Upon hearing this, a bitter expression crossed Morgan's face, and a fleeting glimmer of unspoken desolation appeared in his eyes. He inhaled deeply, his tone heavy with gravity. "You are not mistaken, Chang Li. The state of the lighthouse is far worse than you can imagine. We have been perpetually teetering on the brink of scarcity in food, energy, and materials. This is why I have harbored such high hopes for the future you speak of, which is why I decided to cling to you despite everything after reading Mark's report. I understand that if the lighthouse cannot fundamentally resolve these issues, we are all destined for extinction." His voice was laden with fatigue and helplessness, and the weight of his burdens was palpable to Chang Li. "Enough, Lord Morgan." Noticing the despondency in Morgan's demeanor, Chang Li interjected, adopting a more relaxed and confident tone. "You need not worry about resources for the time being, since I have painted a vision of the future for you. I naturally possess the means to address the current issues. My ground mining teams have already commenced operations, and their efficiency exceeds your expectations." As he spoke, he removed the helmet from his waist and pressed the side touchscreen. A brilliant blue holographic projection unfolded in the space before them, showcasing the real-time activities of Marvin robots diligently cutting materials and sorting resources among the abandoned wreckage. The high-definition imagery allowed Lord Morgan to observe the robot's dexterous mechanical arms precisely slicing through massive metal beams, rapidly categorizing various refuse into usable materials. Curiosity drew Morgan closer, his weary eyes shining with a flicker of fervor as he beheld the industrious machines. Though few in number, their remarkable efficiency and apparent autonomous judgment were unfathomable within the technological confines of the lighthouse. These exquisite mechanical creations were evidently unlike anything seen within the lighthouse. "These are my engineering robots, Marvin," Chang Li introduced, pride evident in his tone. "They are responsible for dismantling the usable resources of the old world and transforming them into the materials I require. Their efficiency far surpasses that of the scavengers, though they are not suited for combat. However, being machines, they are not targeted by the devouring beasts." Morgan observed the bustling Marvin robots in the holographic projection, completing the thought that Chang Li had left unspoken. He straightened up slowly, the initial awe on his face gradually giving way to a deeper sense of melancholy. Turning to Chang Li, he sighed. "All right, Chang Li. It seems that the lighthouse can offer little assistance in resource collection. Our proud scavengers appear pitifully inefficient in comparison to your robots." His tone was tinged with self-deprecation and a resignation towards the stagnation of the lighthouse's technology. The sense of desolation stemmed from an earnest reflection on the future of the lighthouse. For the systems and technologies they had long prided themselves upon now seemed so fragile in the face of the world Chang Li had introduced. "Not necessarily, Lord Morgan." Chang Li retracted the holographic projection, his expression growing earnest as he locked eyes with Morgan, articulating his intent. "What I truly lack is the manpower from the lighthouse." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of light flickered in Morgan's eyes. The absence of personnel indicated his willingness to accept the inhabitants of the lighthouse, a prospect that undoubtedly brought him great relief. His greatest concern had been the possibility that the bright future Chang Li envisioned would not include the people of the lighthouse. However, when Chang Li's next words left his lips, the light in Morgan's eyes dimmed once more, revealing a hint of hesitation and pain that was barely perceptible. "As long as you can agree to abolish the so-called 3 laws." Chang Li's tone was calm, yet resolute, each word resonating like a hammer upon Morgan's heart. The 3 laws. They were the cornerstone of the lighthouse's existence, the ironclad regulations that maintained order between the upper and lower citizens, and the ultimate embodiment of survival during the apocalypse. They were deemed inviolable, the sole guarantee of the lighthouse's fragile equilibrium. To abolish them was tantamount to undermining the very foundation of the lighthouse. Morgan's expression shifted to one of grave seriousness, his eyes clouded with struggle and uncertainty. These were the tenets he had devoted his life to uphold, yet here they were, so easily invoked by Chang Li. But he was, after all, Lord Morgan, the highest authority of the lighthouse and a leader of profound foresight. He fell silent for a moment, the air thick with tension. He closed his eyes, seemingly engaged in a fierce internal battle, weighing the collapse of the old order against the hope of a new future. Yet, the slight upward curve of his lips hinted at a burgeoning resolution. At last, Morgan's eyes flew open, the turmoil within replaced by an unprecedented determination. Infused with an almost fervent conviction, as long as there exists a space that can ensure the conditions for a flourishing human life, what do the three laws matter? His voice rose, brimming with suppressed excitement. Their purpose is to sustain humanity in despair. But if there truly exists a better future that can liberate humanity from mere survival and restore happiness and dignity, then they have fulfilled their historical mission. Their abolition is a step toward a higher plane of existence and development. He stepped forward, his tone imbued with solemn promise. Chang Li, I, Morgan, in my capacity as the Lord of the Lighthouse, assure you that as long as I remain in power, and as long as you can indeed bring forth the future you envision, the Lighthouse will unconditionally support you. Whatever you wish to pursue, whatever you wish to overthrow, I shall pave the way for you at all costs. In his gaze, fatigue and desolation had been replaced by a raging fire of hope, a yearning for the revival of human civilization and the splendor of the old world. Chang Li regarded Lord Morgan's resolute expression with a mix of admiration and contemplation. This elder, though ensnared by the dogmas he had established amidst the apocalypse, nevertheless coursed with the spirit and wisdom of human civilization. He could envision a distant future, and for that vision, he was willing to sacrifice everything. Chapter 27. Conflict. Lord Morgan turned to leave, his stride no longer weighted with the gravity he had carried upon entering. Instead, he moved with an unprecedented lightness, as if he had cast off a burden of 1,000 pounds, and even his erect posture hinted at a youthful exuberance. A flicker of barely contained joy danced across his weathered face. The guards following him exchanged glances, their expressions mirroring a shared sense of bewilderment and confusion. They had never witnessed the Lord so relaxed, almost childlike in his demeanor. In high spirits, as he rounded a corner in the corridor, he nearly collided with an upper citizen hurrying around the bend. "My lord," the citizen exclaimed, quickly halting in surprise, fearfully standing at attention in salute. He, too, was taken aback, having seen the incongruous smile on the Lord's face and the lightness that contrasted sharply with their usual encounters. Morgan also froze momentarily, the trace of uncontrollable joy on his face abruptly solidifying. He cleared his throat lightly, swiftly regaining his composure, and resumed his customary stern demeanor. Exuding an air of unyielding authority, his piercing gaze swept over the commoner, and in a calm yet indomitable tone, he commanded, "You have seen nothing." The commoner, taken aback by the Lord's sudden intimidation, nodded vigorously, "Yes, absolutely." Sensing the gravity of the situation, he refrained from further inquiries and respectfully stepped aside to clear the path. Lord Morgan paid him no further mind and continued his steady stride deeper into the lighthouse. At that moment, Chang Li found himself with little to occupy his time. So he decided to leisurely explore the lighthouse, for there was now no place within its confines that he was barred from entering. The identification tag he wore on his chest, signifying his role as a special advisor sanctioned by the Lord, granted him the theoretical privilege to roam freely throughout the lighthouse. With the exception of the women's restroom, he meandered along the main corridor, studying the cold, orderly metal structures of the lighthouse and the bustling inhabitants within, even humming a mysterious little tune. Suddenly, he noticed a patrol squad of the city defense forces up ahead, fully armed and moving swiftly, their automatic rifles held at the ready as they headed towards the commoner district. Their hurried steps and grave expressions suggested they were responding to an urgent matter. The captain, leading the squad, wore a conspicuous red beret and keenly sensed someone trailing behind. He raised an eyebrow, about to turn and admonish. But upon catching sight of the gleaming identification badge on Chang Li's chest, his demeanor transformed immediately. The reprimand that had been poised on his tongue was replaced by respect. He abruptly halted, and along with his subordinates, rendered a crisp military salute to Chang Li. "Sir." The captain's voice rang out, imbued with a hint of reverence. "What are your orders?" Chang Li's expression remained serene, his tone casual. "Where are you headed? It seems something has occurred." The captain quickly composed himself and respectfully reported, "Sir, we have received a report from a commoner stating that some have attacked a supply vehicle and stolen provisions meant for the upper class. We are going to quell the disturbance and apprehend the culprits." Upon hearing this, Chang Li nodded, a flicker of understanding passing through his eyes. An attack on a supply vehicle, the theft of upper-class provisions, his mind conjured a scene from the original narrative, recalling a commoner designated as 3852, who, infected by the crimson disease, believed his end was near. Rather than waiting for death in silence, he chose to go out with a flourish. Leading 2,411 to raid the upper-class supply vehicle. "I will accompany you," Chang Li declared resolutely, his tone leaving no room for refusal. He took the lead, striding purposefully ahead. "Sir." The captain's expression shifted, urgency evident as he hurried to catch up. "The commoner district is complex, and those commoners are unruly. You might be harmed." However, before he could finish, he turned to find Chang Li already several meters ahead, unyielding in his pace, seemingly uninterested in hearing his concerns. The captain and the soldiers exchanged glances, their faces reflecting a shared sense of helplessness. They silently acknowledged the necessity of hastening their steps to ensure the safety of this esteemed advisor, for he was a man favored by the Lord, holding an exalted position. Any misfortune befalling him would weigh heavily upon them. After all, a higher rank often meant dire consequences. As they advanced quickly, they soon began to hear a cacophony of angry voices, interspersed with curses and shoving sounds. Turning a corner, they arrived at a spacious fuel storage area, where numerous fuel canisters were stacked, the air thick with a faint odor of oil. A throng of commoners clad in gray work attire had gathered, their faces a blend of emotions: anger, curiosity, numbness, and even a hint of envy. Through the gaps in the crowd, Chang Li could see clearly that in the center of the circle, a portly man in a chef's uniform was mercilessly kicking and punching a crew-cut man sprawled on the ground, all the while hurling insults. The chef, Santos, was robust, each kick delivered with a force intended to drive the man into the floor. Nearby, a red-haired woman squatted, oblivious to the chaos around her, stuffing food into her mouth with reckless abandon, as if she had never eaten before. "You wretched commoners! How dare you steal from the upper-class supply vehicle? You scum! Even the refuse in my kitchen's garbage bin is worth more than you," the chef bellowed, kicking and cursing, spittle flying. From his words, Chang Li could discern that these two commoners were indeed the original stories 3852 and 2411, who had overturned an upper-class supply vehicle and consumed its provisions. "Hey, 3852. Stop it. Don't cause any more trouble." A slender woman emerged from the fray. It was 4277, anxiously tugging at 3852, who was indiscriminately licking the spilled white milk from the floor, desperately trying to pull him back from the brink of danger. Stealing upper-class food is already a grave crime, and you just threatened an upper-class citizen with a shard of glass. If you don't stop, you will be finished when the enforcement team arrives. You will die? Her hair was tied into a somewhat disheveled braid, strands sticking to her forehead from anxiety. Years of hunger and labor had rendered her somewhat gaunt, her chin pointed. Yet her deep-set black eyes sparkled with intensity, filled with concern and urgency as she fixated on 3852. She wore a typical gray jumpsuit of the commoner district, which appeared slightly oversized, revealing a simple black tank top beneath, her toned abdomen exposed. Her modified tight jeans indicated a lack of proper clothing, with one pant leg missing, replaced by a pair of torn black stockings. On her feet were heavy-duty leather boots, robust in design, one encasing her jeans, the other her stocking-clad leg. It was hard to imagine what odors might linger inside those boots after a day of laborious hauling. She struggled to pull 3852 away, but he brushed her off. Outside the circle of commoners, some had noticed Chang Li and the city defense forces approaching, and panic ensued as they urged their companions to disperse. "Everyone, scatter. The esteemed advisor and the city defense forces are here." In an instant, the crowd of onlookers fled in terror, afraid of being implicated. Upon hearing the term esteemed advisor, Santos' eyes lit up. Spotting the identification badge worn by Chang Li, his face morphed into a sycophantic grin as he waddled over, bowing and rubbing his hands together. A stark contrast to his earlier demeanor towards 3852. "Esteemed advisor. I am Santos, the chef responsible for the upper-class provisions in the fuel area." He introduced himself, his tone dripping with obsequiousness. "What a trivial matter to disturb you. These despicable commoners never follow the rules, and today they have truly gone too far. Stealing from the upper-class supply vehicle. Such audacity." The surrounding commoners exchanged glances, bemused by the stark contrast in his demeanor, having just witnessed him kicking and berating 3852. He was nothing short of a living embodiment of a sycophant. "Get lost." The captain of the city defense forces beside Chang Li, upon witnessing Santos's ingratiating demeanor, darkened his expression and sternly rebuked him. With a wave of his hand, he dismissed Santos, who sought to curry favor, and called upon two subordinates with a grave tone, commanding, "You two, apprehend those two offenders and bring them back." The soldiers of the city defense immediately complied, hastening towards the two offenders. However, What transpired next caused Chang Li to furrow his brow in disbelief. A soldier charged at the red-haired woman, designated 2411. Though she appeared frail, driven by hunger, she unleashed an astonishing strength. She fiercely shielded the food in front of her, twisting her body in such a way that the soldier found it difficult to subdue her. And instead, they became entangled on the ground. Meanwhile, the captain and another soldier worked in tandem to subdue the individual known as 3852. This person fought back with the ferocity of a wild beast, exhibiting an extraordinary strength that rendered the combined efforts of the captain and soldier ineffective. Even more astonishingly, amidst the chaotic struggle, 3852 seized the opportunity, twisting around and disarming the captain of his sidearm, pressing the cold muzzle against the captain's head. "Step aside, or I'll pull the trigger," 3852 growled, his eyes bloodshot, teetering on the brink of madness. The captain froze upon feeling the icy barrel against his skull, and his sense of doom intensified as he caught a glimpse of an indescribable expression on Chang Li's face. Though obscured by a visor, he could sense his complexion draining of color, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He realized that his hard-won position as captain was now hanging by a thread. No, he felt as though his life itself was at stake. Despair filled his eyes as he gazed towards Chang Li. Chang Li stood by, a silent witness to the farce unfolding before him, the smile at the corner of his mouth stiffening. This was astonishing, truly astonishing, he thought to himself. You have become invincible. Disregarding 3852 and the hostage captain, he approached the struggling 2411, who continued to guard her food tenaciously, her eyes brimming with an obsession for it. Wait, she has realized her mistake. A gaunt figure abruptly stepped forward, positioning herself in front of Chang Li. It was 4277. She spread her arms protectively in front of 2411, her thin face etched with determination and pleading. Such audacity. 4068, who had previously witnessed Chang Li's formidable prowess on the ground, was now gripped by fear at 4277's boldness in obstructing him. He rushed forward, intent on pulling 4277 away, anxious that she might provoke Chang Li. Step aside. To 4068's surprise, 4277 suddenly flung him aside, causing him to stagger precariously. Oh dear, my lord, we understand our error. We shall leave at once. Another offender, 4079, hastily stepped forward, attempting to mediate. He cautiously beseeched Chang Li for mercy and glanced at 4277, fearful that the situation might spiral out of control. Observing this absurd scene, the power the offenders unleashed for food, the incompetence of the city defense forces, and the mutual protection among the offenders, Chang Li couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. I see now that you all possess remarkable skills. Enough. Chang Li's single utterance shattered the farce. He extended a hand and effortlessly pressed it upon 4277's slightly disheveled head, exerting an irresistible force that caused her to spin around several times. Hey, 4277 instantly felt the world tilt, her head spinning, making it difficult to remain upright. She wobbled a few times before her legs gave way, and Chang Li released her, leaving her to collapse onto the ground, her gaze becoming somewhat vacant. The scent of alcohol emanated from her, yet she dared to stand her ground. The soldier intent on apprehending 2411, witnessing Chang Li's approach, felt a chill run through him and hurried his actions, aiming to subdue 2411 before Chang Li could intervene. Yet, in her extreme hunger, 2411's focus remained solely on the bottle of milk nearby. She fixated on the scattered milk on the ground, inching closer despite the soldier's obstruction. However, her yearning transformed into despair as Chang Li approached her, bending down to effortlessly retrieve the fallen bottle, grasping it in his hand. 2411's body stiffened at once, the burst of strength she had displayed vanishing. She gazed hopelessly at the milk in Chang Li's hand, paralyzed by the soldier's hold, as if her very life were ebbing away. Release her, Chang Li stated calmly, devoid of any emotion. The soldier hesitated for a moment but ultimately acquiesced to Chang Li's command, loosening his grip on 2411. Freed from restraint, 2411 lunged toward Chang Li like a starving tiger pouncing on its prey. Instead of snatching the milk from Chang Li's hand, she fell to her knees before him. Clutching his legs with both hands, her gaze fixed upon the milk, filled with insatiable longing, pleading, and a hint of humility. The first encounter with true sustenance nearly stripped her of all dignity. Chang Li felt an indescribable discomfort within. He twisted open the cap of the milk bottle, the soft click resonating distinctly in the silence of the fuel storage area. In the eyes of 2411, brimming with extreme desire, and the incredulous gazes of the surrounding offenders, Chang Li extended the bottle of milk toward her. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. Even 3852 and the captain he held captive fell into a stupor, their standoff momentarily forgotten, captivated by Chang Li's actions. Seated on the ground, 4277 rubbed her head, just regaining her senses, and caught sight of this scene. Her eyes sparkled with an indescribable light. 4068, who initially intended to help her up, paused, staring in a daze. 2411's pupils dilated as she reached out with trembling hands to accept the bottle of milk, her expression filled with disbelief, as if Chang Li were bestowing upon her a sacred treasure. She glanced at him in astonishment, fearful that this was but a fleeting dream, and raised the bottle to her lips, gulping it down ravenously. The milk caused her to cough violently, struggling to breathe, yet she refused to relent, swallowing greedily, terrified that this hard-won sustenance might vanish in an instant. The desperate sounds of her consumption echoed sharply in the stillness. Chapter 29. The Radiant One, just as 2411 greedily consumed the milk, as if it were the most precious nectar of the earth. The previously eerie silence of the fuel storage area was abruptly shattered by the sound of heavy footsteps. Each step resonated with an undeniable rhythm, oppressive and powerful, as though treading upon the hearts of those present. Interspersed were the crisp, regular sounds of high heels, reminiscent of cold metal striking the ground, accompanied by a unique cadence. This distinctive combination allowed Chang Li to immediately discern the identity of the approaching figure without turning around. His previously playful smile faded slightly as he turned to see the Radiant One striding purposefully alongside Sharif. The Radiant One, clad in a form-fitting black ensemble that accentuated her graceful figure, wore hard armor on her chest and shoulders that reflected a cold light, with several intricate tubes connected to her back. Her face was concealed by an integrated visual mask, obscuring her eyes and part of her cheeks, leaving only her exquisite chin and full lips exposed. Her steps were resolute and graceful. The crisp sound of her high heels striking the metallic floor resonated with a unique rhythm of elegance. Following closely behind her was Sharif, a towering figure whose height of approximately 198 centimeters emanated a formidable presence. Clad in heavy, intimidating armor predominantly white, his broad shoulders and robust physique were mostly concealed beneath a flowing red robe. A massive, mysterious device resembling a backpack loomed behind him, exuding an oppressive aura akin to that of a law enforcement automaton. The surrounding citizens, initially immersed in the shock and longing inspired by Chang Li's offering of milk to 2411, suddenly felt as if drenched in icy water. Their expressions froze instantaneously, soon replaced by a fear deeply rooted in their very bones. Many instinctively recoiled, their eyes filled with dread and unease, as if the mere presence of the Lightbearer and Sharif signified a grim judgment. They understood that once targeted by the Lightbearer, escaping the punitive reach of the lighthouse laws would be virtually impossible. The Lightbearer approached the scene with determined strides, her visor scanning the area, lingering on 2411, who lay on the ground, still ravenously consuming. Her cold voice, laced with undeniable authority, began to announce the charges. Citizen 3852, 2411, has unlawfully consumed upper-class provisions, violently resisted the law, and taken the city defense forces hostage. Such actions are egregious and warrant severe punishment. However, her words abruptly ceased. The sensory mask she wore began displaying information and physical characteristics of the offending citizen, intended to assist her in delivering an accurate judgment. But as her gaze shifted from the prostrate 2411 to Chang Li standing before her, the data stream within the mask suddenly became chaotic. Beep. Anomaly detected with elevated permissions. Identity verification in progress. Permission authentication underway. Warning. Warning. Highest permissions detected. Warning. 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 The blaring alarms and glaring red lights swiftly overwhelmed the Lightbearer's vision, rendering it a blur. The warning persisted for nearly 3 seconds before stabilizing, clearly revealing Chang Li's identity. Lighthouse Special Advisor Chang Li, Lord's Privilege. The glaring words flickered within the mask, nearly blinding her. It was the first time she felt her sensory mask was a hindrance, an annoyance, suppressing her discontent. She averted her gaze from the dazzling identity display and forced herself to regain her icy composure. She looked at Chang Li, her tone still stern, yet tinged with a hint of trepidation as she endeavored to reclaim her authority through the law. Advisor, the Lightbearer said coldly, her voice carrying a note of warning. The lighthouse laws explicitly prohibit citizens from consuming upper-class provisions. Your act of passing milk to citizen 2411 is tantamount to assisting them in violating these laws, and can even be considered direct participation in unlawful behavior. Chang Li could not help but chuckle at this. He stepped past the still kneeling 2411, who was gasping for breath as if he had narrowly escaped death, and approached the Lightbearer directly. Acknowledging her correctness, he understood that handing the milk to 2411 indeed contravened the lighthouse laws, a transgression punishable by severe penalties. Yet, it was evident to him that this woman lacked the courage to genuinely condemn him. Her obstinacy was merely a fade to vent her frustrations. After all, that day in the assembly hall, Charles had been thoroughly embarrassed in front of everyone, and as a loyal follower of Charles, the Lightbearer was understandably seething with anger. However, it was clear that Chang Li was not someone to be trifled with. Oh, he inched closer, his tone casual, as if engaging in mundane conversation. Pray tell, which law do you believe I have transgressed? How many lashes do you deem appropriate for my punishment? His words dripped with provocation. His unabashed composure evoked a sensation of unprecedented discomfort in the Lightbearer, her icy gaze finally betraying a flicker of anger. Observing this, Sharif's expression darkened. He swiftly positioned himself before the Lightbearer, his imposing frame acting as a barrier against Chang Li's approach, his muscles taut and ready for action. Yet, Chang Li continued to advance leisurely, clad in casual attire, confident enough to face Sharif without the need for combat gear. Unexpectedly, as he confronted Sharif, an unforeseen development unfolded. The two city defense soldiers, previously engaged in a standoff with the hostage-taker 3852, suddenly moved forward as if triggered by some underlying command. Leveling their automatic rifles at Sharif's head, the cold barrels, brimming with the threat of death, rendered Sharif momentarily rigid. This scene left the Lightbearer utterly stunned, her mind reeling with disbelief. The city defense forces had chosen to side with Chang Li, unwaveringly directing their firearms at Sharif. This indicated that Commander Victor had undoubtedly issued explicit orders to the city defense troops. Her gaze darted back to the radiant identification badge on Chang Li's chest. Its flickering light now felt even more blinding, as if it were scorching her eyes. Stand down, Sharif. The Lightbearer's voice was tinged with urgency, carrying an implicit command. Sharif's predicament was perilous. Under Victor's direct orders, the city defense forces might very well open fire. This was a situation that could embroil the council leader in significant trouble. Sharif exhaled heavily, shifting his stance, but as he began to move, the city's soldiers adjusted their weapons accordingly, leaving him trapped in a precarious position. Thank you, gentlemen. Chang Li observed Sharif's rigid expression, recognizing his reluctance to act rashly. He nodded appreciatively to the two city defense soldiers, his tone calm and collected. Please allow him to step aside. Yes, sir. The soldiers replied promptly, standing at attention. They lowered their rifles but did not fully relax. Instead, they positioned themselves on either side of Chang Li, their weapons still subtly aimed at Sharif, effectively encircling both the Lightbearer and Sharif. Under the pressure from the city defense forces, Sharif begrudgingly shifted aside, exposing the Lightbearer fully to Chang Li's presence. His rigid movements betrayed his ashen face, filled with humiliation and resentment. What an incompetent husband. Chapter 30. The Lightbearer's discontent. Chang Li approached the Lightbearer once more, his smile broadening. He stood before her, adopting a superior posture that, combined with his unsettling calmness, exerted immense pressure upon her. Now, Lightbearer, he inquired with a serene yet insistent tone, please continue with your judgment. What crime do you believe I should be charged with? It was evident that this question infuriated the Lightbearer. The armor she donned trembled slightly with rage, as if the overwhelming anger within her was on the verge of erupting. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to compose herself, gritting her teeth as she reluctantly uttered the insincere words. You jest, she forced out through clenched teeth, her voice trembling slightly. You are a specially authorized advisor. As long as you do not directly disrupt the order of the lighthouse, most of its laws do not apply to you. Her acknowledgement of Chang Li's privileges was, for her, as an enforcer of the law, an immense humiliation. Is that so? Chang Li did not let her off easily. With a raised eyebrow and a hint of mischief in his tone, he remarked, however, you just claimed that I assisted the dust people in consuming the food meant for the upper people. Now, all the dust people here are aware that encountering me grants them the opportunity to partake in the upper people's food, even without fear of legal repercussions. Is this not a breach of the so-called order you hold dear, Lord Lightbearer? What do you think? You. The Lightbearer glared at him in anger, knowing full well that the man before her was not one to be trifled with. Regret coursed through her. She had foolishly spoken out of turn despite the earlier warning from the guild leader, who had clearly advised against provoking this man. You what? Chang Li observed her furious yet helpless expression, a playful smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Suddenly, he lifted his hand and removed the special advisor badge from his chest, the gleaming metal card twirling deftly between his fingers. The Lightbearer anticipated he would use the badge to assert his authority, ready to invoke the name of the Shadow Lord to counter Chang Li's advances. However, she was utterly unprepared for Chang Li's unexpected action. He raised the badge, its thin metal surface producing a barely audible sound as it gently brushed against the mask adorning the Lightbearer's face. Her eyes widened in shock, and her body trembled slightly. Though the mask dulled her sense of touch, the profound humiliation surged through her like an electric current. This man, this arrogant and disrespectful man, had the audacity to lightly slap her face with his badge. It was undoubtedly a violation of her dignity, mocking the authority granted to her by the Shadow Lord. She clenched the teaching rod in her hand, her knuckles turning white from the pressure, as if she was on the verge of striking Chang Li across the face. Just as Shalif prepared to intervene, he noticed the two city defense soldiers, unsurprisingly, raising their firearms, aiming at his head. The glint of their gun muzzles shone brightly in the dimly lit fuel storage area, forcing him to relent. He understood that while his armor had some bulletproof capabilities, it was not impervious, and the bullets from those rifles could inflict serious harm. More importantly, he was well aware that if he laid a hand on Chang Li, even if he survived the encounter, the wrath of the city lord would be far beyond his capacity to bear. Chang Li appeared oblivious to the Lightbearer's intense rage and humiliation, instead scrutinizing her expression, her lips tightly pursed in anger, the corners of her mouth twitching. What's this? Thinking of striking me? He asked with a light chuckle, his tone dripping with provocation. He certainly noticed the Lightbearer's tightly gripped teaching rod, but it was of no concern to him. The thin badge gently left her mask and glided across her smooth, delicate features. Ultimately, Chang Li's fingertips descended, lifting her chin with the badge. The Lightbearer froze. Her height of 168 centimeters, combined with her high heels, still made Chang Li appear half a head taller. With her chin raised, she had no choice but to tilt her face slightly upward, her eyes beneath the mask burning with incredulous anger and humiliation. The icy depths of her pupils seemed ablaze with fire, glaring at Chang Li through the mask. Had her gaze the power to kill, he would have surely met a gruesome end. But alas, it could not, or else the beast would have long been exterminated. You must restrain yourself, my dear Lightbearer. As a devout follower of the Light and Shadow Society, I trust you wouldn't want to cause trouble for our guild leader, would you? With a single phrase, he effectively dismantled her defenses. The pristine hand that clutched the teaching rod suddenly relaxed, surrendering to her sides, her eyes closing beneath the unseen mask as if accepting her fate. Chang Li reveled in the Lightbearer's mortified yet restrained expression, reflecting on how her past deeds had led to her current predicament, despite her considerable popularity among the audience. Adorned in a cold, indulgent attire, it indeed had its charm, particularly when paired with her mortified expression, which was simply delectable. At that moment, he felt akin to a rogue antagonist in a novel, indulging in various despicable acts, anticipating that soon, the righteous protagonist would arrive to vanquish him. He mused silently, a smile tugging at his lips. No, the one who would arrive shortly was Charles. Chang Li relaxed his grip on the Lightbearer's chin, contemplating the splendid expression that would soon adorn Charles' hypocritical visage. According to the original script, Charles, summoned by the city lord, was meant to pass by at this moment, chastising the Lightbearer with a feigned air of sympathy, then engaging in empty pleasantries with 4068. However, as he waited, all he could hear were the suppressed breaths of the dust people and the faint hum of the fuel tanks. Charles' figure was conspicuously absent. Had the plot shifted? Chang Li's keen gaze subtly scanned the surroundings. In the distance, around the corner of a passage, a familiar flash of red fabric caught his eye. It was the distinctive robe of a high-ranking cleric of the Light and Shadow Church. Its appearance at this juncture almost certainly indicated Charles or someone in his entourage. Was he hiding away in fear? Chang Li felt a wave of disappointment wash over him, as his meticulously crafted plan to unsettle them was thwarted. He snorted lightly, reattaching the badge to his chest. As the pressure on her chin dissipated, the Lightbearer, as if released from a spell, bowed her head in disgrace. The rod she had gripped so tightly relaxed, trembling uncontrollably as she forced out a strained request. "Please, Mr. Advisor, do not impede my work further." She deliberately averted her gaze from Chang Li, as if the person who had just been publicly humiliated was not her. Yet, the slight tremor in her voice and the rise and fall of her chest betrayed the turmoil within, far from the calm exterior she tried to project. "No need." A sudden voice interjected, shattering the tension. "You two attacked the city defense army. Henceforth, we shall handle this matter." The Lightbearer's eyes narrowed, instantly redirecting her fury. The audacious man was a specially sanctioned advisor of the city lord. But who were you to speak so boldly? As she turned to confront the source of the voice, prepared to crush this insolent fool under the weight of her authority, she was taken aback. The speaker was neither Chang Li nor any of the onlookers among the dust people, but rather the captain of the city defense patrol, who had been held at gunpoint by 3852. At that moment, this captain, donning a red beret, maintained a surrendering pose with his hands raised, looking utterly defeated. During the earlier confrontation between the advisor and the Lightbearer, he had been but an inconsequential backdrop, ignored by all. Now, his outburst had successfully drawn the attention of every onlooker. The captain's heart was nearly in tears. The Lightbearer was Charles' most loyal sycophant, who in the lighthouse did not know. To offend her while held at gunpoint was akin to courting disaster. Had it not been for General Victor's orders, he would have never dared to confront a member of the Light and Shadow Society. Yet, General Victor's command was clear and uncompromising, under all circumstances. He was to stand by the special advisor. His will was the city lord's will. Very well. The Lightbearer laughed, a sense of relief washing over her. In her moment of distraction with the detestable man, she had failed to notice that the captain of the city defense patrol was so pathetically under the control of a dust person, which only added to her irritation that he dared to speak out. As she contemplated further taunts, she keenly sensed Chang Li's intrigued gaze returning to her, as if anticipating a new performance from her. A chill ran through Guangzha's heart, instantly dispelling all her thoughts. She abruptly turned on her heel, her footsteps in high heels noticeably quicker than before, lacking even a semblance of polite conversation as she strode away. To the side, Shalif was momentarily taken aback. He glanced at the still composed Chang Li, then at the nearly frantic Guangzha, and promptly turned around, hastening to follow her, his demeanor reflecting a hint of panic. With the greatest trouble resolved, Chang Li leisurely approached 3852. "Gun, drop it." His voice was soft yet imbued with a calming authority. At that moment, 3852, after Guangzha's departure, seemed to relax from his previously taut state. The madness in his eyes diminished significantly, replaced by a bewilderment of survival and despair for the future. He looked at Chang Li, then at the gun in his hand, ultimately choosing to surrender. With a click, the handgun clattered to the ground. In that instant, the captain of the city defense force swiftly executed a precise takedown, firmly pinning the now submissive 3852 to the ground. Chang Li furrowed his brow slightly, his sharp gaze honing in on the ominous crimson glow seeping through the tattered fabric on 3852's shoulder. He discreetly rolled up his sleeve, retrieving a minuscule syringe from the system, scarcely thicker than a sewing needle, and skillfully drew a blood sample from the vicinity of 3852's wound. He contemplated the possibility of researching a cure for this affliction once the medical bay aboard the Tianlong Star was restored. Noticing the growing panic on 3852's face as he drew nearer, Chang Li exchanged a vial for a gentle blue-glowing medical serum from the system and silently injected it into him. Although uncertain if it would cure the scarlet disease, it would at least alleviate his suffering. Consider it a compassionate measure, Chang Li addressed the captain. 3852 assaulted the city defense forces, seized weapons, and threatened their lives. Adhere to protocol. He then pointed to the still sobbing 2411. This woman merely consumed a bit of food. Check her for the scarlet disease and release her. As for the scattered food, his gaze shifted to the plump chef, Santos. "Sir, you called for me." Santos promptly approached, beaming like an eager lapdog. "Prepare another portion and bring it here. The remaining food is contaminated. Do not reclaim it." Santos glanced hesitantly at the large pieces of bread scattered on the ground and a few intact bottles of milk. Food is rationed. Making another portion would exceed the quota and would have to be deducted from his own contribution points. However, he hesitated for barely a second before lifting the empty cart, nodding vigorously. "Understood. I'll do it right away." His desire for advancement was palpable. "Enough. You all may leave," Chang Li said impatiently, waving his hand. After a brief inspection confirmed 2,411 posed no threat, the soldiers of the city defense force escorted the dazed 3,852 away. Chang Li bent down, casually picking up a relatively clean piece of bread, and approached 4277, who remained seated on the ground, her expression dazed, though somewhat awake. The recent ordeal had left her legs weak, making it difficult for her to stand. Is the ground comfortable? Chang Li's voice rang above her. Doesn't this cold metallic surface freeze your backside? With that, he unceremoniously yanked her up by her arm. At that moment, 4277's mind was still filled with the image of Chang Li handing milk to 2411, compounded by the lingering effects of alcohol, leaving her utterly disoriented. She stammered. Her cheeks flushed, instinctively curling in on herself as she stood, wanting to distance herself from Chang Li. Fearing that she might soil his pristine clothing with the dust from her own, Chang Li tossed the bread into her arms. This is your reward for stepping forward. She fumbled to catch it, and then Chang Li raised his hand and playfully tapped her on the head. This is your punishment for your reckless actions and a warning against your theft of alcohol. Nearby, 4068 and 4079 rushed over to stand beside 4277, puffing out their chests in solidarity as if to share in any punishment. Yet, Chang Li showed no interest in chastising the two larger men. Let us go. Lead me to where you drank, he said casually. I wish to inspect it. The three exchanged uncertain glances, unsure of what to do. 4277. Looking down at the heavy piece of bread in her arms, then back up at Chang Li, realized he was entirely different from any other upper-class individual she had encountered. He always bore a faint, elusive smile, one that held both jest and intrigue, devoid of disdain. Summoning her courage, she stepped forward to lead the way. With 4068 and 4079 reluctantly following, hesitant to speak, perhaps still imagining the potential repercussions they might face. As they walked, Chang Li lightly remarked, his voice low yet clear, resonating throughout the fuel zone. The food on the ground is now contaminated. You may handle it as you see fit. However, no fighting or scuffling. His words fell like a stone cast into still waters. The dust dwellers, initially scattered in fear, cautiously began to converge once more. They gazed hungrily at the food on the ground, casting reverent glances at Chang Li as he departed with 4277. Finally, the incessant salivation from their throats could no longer quell the deep-seated craving that stirred within their souls. They sprang into action. Rustling sounds emanated from behind, prompting Chang Li to glance back. The anticipated scramble and conflict did not unfold. Instead, he witnessed a scene that caused the corners of his mouth to lift in a slight smile. The dust dwellers were gently aiding the still sobbing 2411, tenderly removing the shards of glass stuck to her clothing. Only then did they begin to gather the scattered food, collecting it with care. An elderly man, his hair as white as snow, meticulously used a sharp piece of metal scavenged from somewhere to cut the still intact bread into uniform portions. Everyone gathered around, none crossing boundaries, none raising their voices. They simply stared intently, desperately swallowing their saliva, awaiting their share of the precious bread. Chapter 32. Chang Li followed the trio through several narrow corridors, eventually halting before a metal door. As it swung open, a complex mixture of cheap alcohol, the sour scent of sweat, and the odor of rusted metal assaulted Chang Li's senses, almost instinctively causing him to hold his breath. This was the room of 4068 and 4079. 4277's cheeks flushed crimson. Until now, she had never considered this familiar scent particularly offensive. It was simply a part of life in the Dust Dweller district. Yet now, having experienced the faint, rain-kissed aroma emanating from Chang Li, the contrast rendered the stench of this small room a veritable torture. She discreetly shifted her weight, instinctively distancing herself from the bed that seemed to emanate the foul odor, which felt like the source of the unpleasantness. Chang Li said nothing further. For the lives of the Dust Dwellers, their very existence, were evident. The lighthouse hardly regarded them as human. Moreover, Chang Li had witnessed far worse during his school days, where even his roommates' bedding could sprout mushrooms. 4079 genuinely believed Chang Li was there to reprimand them for drinking. Preparing to bend down and retrieve the hidden bottles from beneath the bed, his face etched with anxiety. He perceived that this esteemed consultant was unlike the other lofty individuals. At least, he had never witnessed any other noble bestow a smile upon the commoners. Perhaps if one were to directly admit their transgressions, the ensuing punishment might be somewhat mitigated. Enough. Chang Li's voice resonated calmly. Just retrieve the cup. Huh. The self-proclaimed 4079, poised to confess, froze in his tracks, while 4068 raised his head in disbelief. Chang Li surveyed the cramped bedroom, his brow furrowing imperceptibly. The conditions here are indeed abysmal. The entire room was so confined that accommodating 4 individuals rendered even turning around a strenuous endeavor. The sole piece of furniture was a double bed constructed from rusted steel pipes, the mattress dark and glossy, bearing the marks of countless years, now thoroughly worn. Aside from that, there was a dilapidated tool table cluttered with miscellaneous items. "My room is not like this," 4277 protested softly, her cheeks flushed. She noticed Chang Li's gaze fixated on the soiled bed, and although her own quarters were only marginally better, it did not prevent her from scornfully criticizing her 2 companions at that moment. "Haha," 4079 awkwardly chuckled, fishing 3 scratched metal cups of varying materials from the heap. And hastily grabbing a somewhat clean ragged garment hanging at the bedside, he wiped the cups vigorously. As he polished the vessels, Chang Li quietly produced a deep brown glass bottle from within his attire. "What is this?" 4079's eyes widened in astonishment. 4277, obscured by Chang Li's frame, had yet to discern the situation, but the quick-witted 4068 swiftly snatched the cup from 4079's grasp and placed it in front of himself and his companion. Of course, he did not forget to retrieve a slightly cleaner cup from the cupboard, setting it before Chang Li. In the midst of his eager gaze, Chang Li twisted open the bottle cap. With a soft pop, a rich, malty aroma, far superior to the inferior beer they had previously pilfered, enveloped the cramped space, even overpowering the scent of sweat and mildew. Chang Li poured each of them a glass. The golden liquid in the cups formed delicate white froth, exuding an alluring fragrance. Holding her glass, 4277 felt a bit dazed. With one hand tightly clutching a hefty piece of bread, she cautiously held the cup with the other, feeling as if she were in the midst of a surreal dream. Meanwhile, 4068 was unfazed by such sentiments. Observing the hesitation of his companions, he eagerly raised his cup and took a hearty gulp. Cough, cough, cough. The harsh alcohol assaulted his throat, which had never experienced such a sensation, reddening his face and bringing tears to his eyes. "Is this what the nobles drink?" He gazed in shock at the rich liquid in his cup, in stark contrast. The beverages 4277 had previously sampled were akin to mere water infused with grain. Chang Li lifted the makeshift cup, noting its rugged design with a sense of admiration. Yet, he expressed no disdain as he brought it to his lips and savored a sip. Truly, it was worthy of the 2 points he had spent in the system. The taste was slightly bitter, with a robust maltiness and a sweet aftertaste. The only lament was that it could have been enhanced with ice. Meanwhile, aboard the starship Ling Long, far beyond the lighthouse, the recently repaired Marvin robot was quietly engaged in removing labels from the wine bottle with precision tools. "What are you doing?" a naive synthetic voice inquired. "I acquired this wine from Briggs without cost. Selling it directly to the host garners 1 point. Removing labels that do not belong to this world eliminates the risk of suspicion, earning another point. A total of 2 points. What is unreasonable about that?" The blue lens flickered momentarily, its core processor seeming to stutter slightly due to this logic. After several seconds, perhaps billions of calculations later, it ultimately concluded, rational. In the small room, 4277 mimicked 4068, gulping down a substantial mouthful. Her body visibly swayed, and she plopped down on the floor, her bread beginning to slip from her grasp. Had it not been for 4079's quick reflexes, it would have fallen onto the grimy ground. "Break it apart." "You two can share," Chang Li instructed 4068. 4068 disowned that this gentleman was entirely different from all other nobles. He would offer bread to the commoners, and even provide them with drink, showing no disdain for their shabby dwelling. No longer hesitating, he forcefully tore off a large piece of bread and stuffed it into his mouth, his appetite having been piqued by watching 3852 eat earlier. The dense bread was somewhat dry, getting lodged in his throat, compelling him to guzzle the wine in his cup to wash it down. Chang Li quietly observed the one who devoured his food with a fierce countenance. In the original anime, 4068 was poorly regarded, and many detested this character, including Chang Li himself. Yet now, Chang Li was curious about one thing. When a group of starving commoners faced food they had never tasted, would they choose to aid their companions first? What kind of individual might this ambitious youth, also born of the lower ranks but driven by ambition, become if properly guided? He spoke, his tone calm and profound. 4068, what do you believe is the difference between you and the nobles? 4068's chewing abruptly halted. He often lamented this question to his friends, but being posed by a noble was hardly a good omen. The atmosphere instantly froze. 4277 crouched on the ground, and 4079 beside him frantically signaled to him with their eyes, filled with terror and desperation, "Do not utter any blasphemous words. I believe there is no difference." As Chang Li had anticipated, 4068 was someone unwilling to remain at the bottom. He was the kind who would seize every opportunity to ascend. However, his flaws were equally grave: blind arrogance without strength, obstinacy, and a sense of pride. Each of these traits could lead him to suffer dire consequences under the strict laws of the lighthouse, exposing him to Charles, which was fundamentally why he was easily manipulated later on. Chapter 33, Opportunity. Yet under Chang Li's scrutinizing gaze, he uttered this statement while biting his lip, his face flushed, unable to articulate any further reasoning. Due to Chang Li's presence, his ground operation deviated from the original narrative. Instead of boarding the gravity unit, he obediently followed the transport team, missing the chance to showcase his abilities. "Gravity unit," he exclaimed as if grasping a lifeline. "Give me a gravity unit. I assure you I am no less capable than those nobles." As soon as he uttered this, he noticed the man before him smile. The operation of a gravity unit necessitates systematic training and is exceedingly complex. Even if one were to receive it now, they could only regard it as a cumbersome toy. Chang Li's words were calm, yet they doused 4068's hopes like a bucket of cold water. Indeed, in the original story, he had accidentally activated the gravity unit in restricted mode, inadvertently saving Corey. However, this also meant that a high-level combat unit was lost on sight, as the restricted mode gravity unit could not propel itself, could not perform gun actions, and lacked full power. Of course, Chang Li refrained from commenting on whether there had been better options at the time, as it was his actions that allowed Corey to successfully board the gravity unit. 4068. "I comprehend your dissatisfaction with the current state." Chang Li leaned slightly closer, his gaze intensifying with a penetrating seriousness. "But can you grasp one fact? The current reality is that you lack the ability to change your situation. You believe you are capable, yet what have you truly accomplished this time on the ground? You defied Mark's orders by recklessly approaching the flesh soil, rousing the dormant spine insect. You disrupted Donnie's aim as he was about to shoot, and ultimately, you caused the demise of the companion who distracted the spine insect to assist you. You harbor resentment, yearning for an opportunity, yet you continuously err, transforming every potential chance into catastrophe." Indeed, 4068 bowed his head. Every word spoken by Chang Li resonated with truth. He is a commoner, devoid of the systematic education afforded to the elite. The education of the commoners merely encompasses how to labor and the rote memorization of countless laws, all while persistently making mistakes and acting impulsively, failing even at their basic tasks, yet still aspiring for advancement. Yet, he is unwilling to accept this fate. He abruptly lifted his head, as if flames burned within his eyes. He is the type who seizes every opportunity, and he is quite clever. An elite, one of considerable standing, personally visited their dilapidated abode, offering them wine and bread, while delivering a piercingly truthful discourse. This signifies that he perceives value in him. Upon witnessing such fervent eyes, Chang Li comprehended. He straightened his posture and gently set the now empty glass on the ground. "Next time we venture onto the surface, should conditions be favorable, I shall grant you an opportunity." With that, he turned to leave. However, as he pivoted, he collided with something soft. Thud. The rosy-cheeked 4277 collapsed onto the floor, thoroughly inebriated. I wondered why it had grown so quiet. Chang Li shook his head in exasperation, glancing at 4079, only to find that aside from 4068, the other two were also passed out. "Sigh, I shall take her back. You look after 4079. With that, Chang Li bent down and effortlessly hoisted 4277 onto his shoulder, akin to carrying a sack of flour. This petite figure, though not tall, was not heavy. As he turned to depart, the creaky metal door behind him squeaked shut, isolating two entirely disparate worlds. 4068 stared blankly, nodding slightly. He examined the glass in his hand, then glanced at 4079, who lay motionless on the bed, and with a hint of annoyance, patted his back. "Stop pretending. They have already left." Within the small room, 4079 jolted awake, sitting up from the bed, with no trace of inebriation remaining on his face. He patted his chest nervously, lowering his voice, filled with trepidation and disbelief. "My heavens, did he truly leave?" Those words he uttered. 4068 remained silent, gazing at the half glass of golden liquor in his hand. the scent of malt still lingering at his nostrils, akin to an unreal dream. He gulped down the remaining liquid. The refreshing fluid scorched his throat, yet it rendered his mind clearer than ever before. Did you hear what he said? 4068's voice was hoarse, yet his eyes sparkled with an unprecedented glimmer. The flame of ambition ignited within. I heard. He said he would grant you an opportunity during the next surface operation. 4079 exclaimed, rubbing his hands together in excitement, but soon regained his composure, anxiously observing his companion. But he berated you. He accused you of causing your companion's death. 4068. Do not presume to understand the elite's thoughts. Their words cannot be fully trusted. What if this is a trap? He humiliated the luminary today. Perhaps he merely intends to use you as a pawn to confront the Shadow Council. So what? 4068 shot back, his gaze piercingly fixed on 4079. To be a pawn, one must still be a valuable weapon. He highlighted all my flaws today, rendering me speechless. This indicates he sees through me, despite seeing through me. He did not crush me. Instead, he bestowed upon me a promise. He seized the half-full bottle of liquor from the table and poured himself another glass, downing it in large gulps to bolster his courage. 4079. Shall we remain in this stinking gutter, inhaling the scent of oil and sweat, subsisting on bug cakes? Is that how you wish to live? He fixed his gaze on his friend, each word deliberate. 4079 fell silent. He certainly did not wish for such a life. This was an opportunity, a rare chance. I must contemplate this singular opportunity in my lifetime. 4068's voice trembled with fervent zeal. Regardless of whether he wished to exploit me or genuinely elevate me, this was the only vine I could grasp. I shall not err again. Next time, I shall demonstrate that I, 4068, am no lesser than any elite. He tilted his head back, finishing the contents of his glass, as though consuming his future and resolve. Meanwhile, Chang Li was outside, carrying 4277. He had anticipated that she would be restless, yet surprisingly, she was quiet in her drunken state. Her frame was light, and through her clothing, he could feel the frailty stemming from years of malnutrition typical of the common folk. A faint scent of alcohol mingled with her unique aroma reminiscent of oil and dust, not particularly pleasant, yet not unbearable. Occasionally, elites in uniform passed by. Witnessing a man shouldering a comatose girl clad in commoner attire, their expressions shifting to shock and disdain. Yet, when their gaze fell upon the gleaming identification badge on Chang Li's chest, their expressions morphed into fear and confusion, quickly averting their eyes and hastily departing, as though they had glimpsed something they ought not to see. After taking a few steps, Chang Li suddenly halted. A pragmatic dilemma presented itself. He had no idea where 4277 resided. The suspended floor area was a labyrinth, with room numbers in utter disarray. He could not possibly carry a drunken commoner girl, knocking on doors one by one. Could he? As twilight deepened, he pondered, then redirected his path toward the domicile assigned to him. Identity recognized. Advisor Chang Li, welcome back. The electronic door lock emitted a melodious chime, sliding open slowly. The scene behind the door presented a stark contrast to the cramped, foul-smelling room of 4068. It was a spacious suite, characterized by a minimalist yet stark metallic aesthetic, complete with a separate kitchen and bathroom. Soft lighting cascaded from the recessed ceiling, illuminating the room with clarity. Naturally, being a part of the lighthouse. The bedroom contained minimal furnishings, featuring only an expensive-looking black sofa, a modern alloy coffee table, and a remarkably comfortable-looking large bed. Most striking was the expansive floor-to-ceiling observation window, revealing clouds as thick as an ocean. Standing here felt as though the entire world lay beneath his feet. Chang Li casually set 4277 down from his shoulder, tossing her onto the sofa. The girl's body sank into the soft cushions, emitting a contented sigh as she rolled over, returning to slumber. Her dusty, stained commoner uniform clashed starkly with the pristine room, akin to a drop of ink in pure water. Chang Li surveyed the scene, retrieving a brand new thin blanket from the storage cabinet and covering her with it. A wave of mental fatigue washed over him. Chang Li stretched, his joints cracking softly. He unfastened the top two buttons of his shirt, revealing his well-defined collarbone, and then headed straight to the bed. He did not bother with washing up, simply shedding his jacket and shoes, carelessly tossing them onto the floor. Reclining on the expansive, plush bed, he was instantly enveloped in the gentle embrace of the premium memory foam mattress. The comfort he experienced was worlds apart from the steel tube bed of 4068. One akin to paradise, the other to hell. With such thoughts, Chang Li's consciousness gradually descended into darkness, and he swiftly fell into a deep slumber. Chapter 34. Night Conversations. The night, profound as ink. In Morgan's exclusive office, the vast floor-to-ceiling windows framed a tumultuous sea of clouds and endless darkness. While the moonlight draped the room like a chilling veil, the lights remained off, and the sole source of sound emanated from the black piano at the center of the room. Charles sat on the bench, his long fingers dancing frantically across the black and white keys, striking them with fervor. The notes transformed from elegant melodies into a cacophony filled with fury, impatience, and chaos. Akin to a beast trapped in a cage, thrashing and roaring within the confines of its small space. Each accent seemed to be an eruption of the uncontainable rage simmering within him. Lord Morgan sat nearby in a tall-backed chair, cloaked in shadows, quietly listening as the shrill piano notes filled the air. Charles, in a fit of agitation, closed his eyes, attempting to suppress the tempest of anger within. He believed he should be adept at concealing his feelings, yet before his father, he remained but a child. The darkness did not bring solace. Instead, it rendered the scenes of the day more vivid and humiliating in his mind. Lord Charles, the Lightbearer, has confronted that surface dweller. When the news reached him in a flurry of anxiety, the first emotion to flicker through his heart was not concern, but irritation at the disruption of his plans. He rushed to intervene, intent on presenting himself as an arbitrator, ready to turn the tide and pin the surface dweller to the judgment pillar. But what did he witness? The Lightbearer, whose face always bore a look of devotion, now displayed shock and humiliation for the first time. And the city guard, meant to uphold the order of the lighthouse, had turned their weapons on their own, standing like wooden posts behind the outsider, becoming mere backdrops to his authority. In that moment, Charles understood the situation had spiraled out of control. To act rashly now would be detrimental to himself. Thus, he endured, like a venomous serpent momentarily retracting its fangs, retreating into the shadows. Yet, endurance did not equate to forgetfulness. The suppressed anger surged within him, threatening to consume his reason. With a crash, Charles struck the keys with a furious fist, producing a piercing sound that reverberated throughout the room. He abruptly rose, his chest heaving violently. His handsome features twisted under the moonlight. "Do you have nothing to say, father?" He could no longer bear the stifling silence and turned to confront Morgan in the shadows. "Your playing has already spoken for you." Morgan's voice was eerily calm, devoid of any emotion, anger, resentment, and fear. Fear? Charles scoffed at what he considered a ludicrous notion. Am I to fear a mud dweller from the surface? I simply cannot tolerate it. That man, Chang Li, brazenly humiliated the Lightbearer before everyone today. He is a follower of the Lord of Light and Shadow, a symbol of lighthouse law. And you, the Lord of the Lighthouse, stand by idly. Even your city guards would point their weapons at our own for the sake of an outsider. His agitation grew, and he stepped closer to Morgan, towering over his father. You must judge him for the crime of blaspheming our faith and undermining the foundations of the lighthouse. Otherwise, the order of the lighthouse will be utterly destroyed. Morgan slowly raised his head, his aged eyes glimmering in the darkness, brighter and colder than the moonlight. Order? Morgan softly repeated the word, laced with self-mockery. Charles, tell me, how much longer can our current order endure? Sustained by the lives of the hunters, barely enough resources to last 3 months? Or by your fabricated doctrines of light and shadow? What did you say? Charles's pupils constricted in disbelief, unable to fathom such words coming from the architect of lighthouse law. Am I not clear enough? Morgan stood, moving to the grand windows, turning his back to Charles, his voice heavy with unprecedented weariness. The lighthouse has become a floating tomb. We are all merely awaiting the day when our energy is depleted and we fall. I established the 3 great laws to ensure humanity's survival, not to cling to them and perish alongside this iron coffin. Morgan paused, seemingly weighing whether to reveal the truth to Charles, but ultimately chose to withhold it. He turned to face Charles, his gaze piercing into his son's heart, and Chang Li's arrival represents a new path. A path we have never envisioned. A path? Charles's voice rose sharply, filled with absurdity and incredulity. A path that allows an outsider to dictate our fate? Father, what enchantment has he cast upon you? He has been in the lighthouse for just a day. Merely a day? 1 day is enough for me to see what I could not in over a decade. Morgan's tone was resolute, leaving no room for doubt. He recalled Chang Li's tireless robots collecting supplies and equipment that could not be produced with the lighthouse's capabilities. This information was something he could not divulge to Charles. He understood that his son had been blinded by power and faith. Revealing the truth would only provoke more reckless actions. So this is why you summoned me tonight. Charles's face drained of color as he backed away until he was pressed against the cold piano, staring at his father with eyes filled with unfamiliarity, as if gazing upon a madman. You wish for me to surrender? Not to surrender. Morgan slowly shook his head, uttering words that froze Charles's very soul. I ask you to accept. Moreover, from this day forth, you are forbidden to oppose him in any form. Charles's mind buzzed, void of thought. He severely doubted his own hearing. What did you say? He murmured. Morgan met his gaze, enunciating each word with clarity. I am prepared to entrust the lighthouse to him entirely. In that instant, all of Charles's anger, resentment, and jealousy transformed into a chilling absurdity. He looked at Morgan, the man he had revered all his life, the architect of the lighthouse order, now appearing as an ignorant child ready to hand humanity's last refuge to an unknown stranger. Ha ha! Charles laughed, his laughter steeped in desolation and madness. You have lost your mind. What has he done to you? Does he possess some ridiculous power from the old world? Manipulating you with a coin on a string? Coaxing you into submission? He struggled to comprehend and refused to accept it. It was utterly preposterous. It contradicted everything he believed. Be silent. Morgan's furious command silenced Charles's manic laughter. You have disappointed me, Charles. A flicker of pain crossed Morgan's eyes. Your vision has been completely obscured by jealousy and obsession. You can see no potential future. You only think of preserving your position and your intangible faith, but is faith truly more important than ensuring survival? He no longer wished to elaborate, knowing that any explanation would be futile for one already lost to madness. This is an order, not a negotiation. Morgan's voice regained its cold authority. Abandon your petty schemes. Chang Li is off limits. If you wish to retain your position as the leader of the Shadow Society, remain compliant. With that, Morgan turned his back on Charles, stepping into the inner office, leaving behind a resolute and unyielding silhouette. The office door closed, plunging the room into silence once more. Charles stood rigidly, moonlight casting a pallid glow on his face, devoid of color. He slowly closed his eyes. Yet his mind was uncontrollably replaying the scenes of Chang Li humiliating the Lightbearer, along with every word his father had just uttered. Anger, humiliation, and betrayal surged within him like venomous serpents, ravenously gnawing at his heart. No, he abruptly opened his eyes. The once sinister glint in his slender gaze had now transformed into pure, reckless madness. His father had grown old and confused. The lighthouse must never fall into the hands of an outsider. The glory of the Lord of Light must not be desecrated. Since you are no longer worthy of safeguarding all this, then, Father, allow me to assist you in maintaining dignity. Chapter 35. Untitled Awakening from Slumber. It was already the following morning. The unique soft light of the lighthouse filtered through the porthole, casting a warm hue across the room. Chang Li opened his eyes, feeling refreshed. He turned his head and saw the dust-born girl, designated as 4277, still curled up on the spacious sofa, resembling a kitten seeking comfort. Her breathing steady and deep. A stubborn blush lingered on her small face, hinting at remnants of intoxication, her lips slightly curled as if she were dreaming sweetly. In her sleep, she shed all defenses, revealing a rare innocence. System panel expanded. Dragon's Fury, repair progress. 13. Warning. Ground collection team Marvin has encountered minor disturbances. Collection efficiency decreased by 20. Chang Li opened the detailed report. On the screen, the diligent robot Marvin was at work, yet a few grotesque snake dogs had gathered around. Seemingly curious about the metallic giant, they hesitated to attack but occasionally nudged it with their heads or bodies. While not causing damage, they were indeed a source of interference. It seemed he needed to equip Marvin on the ground with some defensive capabilities, he mused. As for the repair progress, yesterday's unusual surge appeared to be a gift from the system. If good fortune continued, he would welcome it, yet he would not demand it. After completing his morning routine, he approached the sofa and quietly observed for a while. Then, he gently nudged the girl's shoulder. Wake up. The lashes of 4277 fluttered a few times before she opened her eyes, confusion instantly filling them with a naive beauty. Upon realizing it was Chang Li, her initial wariness swiftly transformed into panic. She sprang up from the sofa as if jolted by electricity, standing awkwardly, her gaze falling on the spot where she had lain. Her voice trembling with remorse. Sir, I'm so sorry. I stained your sofa. Please punish me. Enough with the theatrics, Chang Li replied, exasperated. He could see clearly that there was no genuine fear in her eyes. Her panicked expression was merely a well-rehearsed act, ingrained over time to evade punishment. There's a bathroom inside. Go clean yourself up. He gestured towards the direction of the bathroom. Clean up? 4277 was taken aback, then quickly realized, her eyes widening. A shower. She instinctively raised her arm to sniff the mixed odors of dirt and alcohol clinging to her, and her small face flushed crimson. With that, she dared not utter another word and dashed into the bathroom. Soon, sounds of muffled exclamations erupted from within, likely overwhelmed by the novelty of hot water and shower gel. Magical items to her. With 4277 occupied, and the hour still early, Chang Li found himself with little to do. He poured himself a glass of water and moved to the large porthole, gazing down at the swirling sea of clouds below. After a while, the doorbell rang. Chang Li opened the door to find Penny standing there, clad in a sharp scavenger combat outfit, her fresh golden hair giving her an energetic and spirited appearance. Good morning, Mr. Chang Li, she greeted with a smile, holding a food container. Captain Mark asked me to check if you're interested in joining today's ground exploration mission. As she spoke, she caught a sound from within the room and glanced curiously inside, her eyes widening. Chang Li discreetly stepped aside, blocking most of her view, and replied nonchalantly, I found a little wild cat on the way yesterday. It was quite bothersome. All right, count me in for today's mission. I'll just tidy up and meet you. He anticipated the impending awkwardness that would ensue and wished to send Penny away as quickly as possible. Unfortunately, fate had other plans. With a click, the bathroom door creaked open slightly, and 4277 emerged, wrapped in an obviously oversized bathrobe, cautiously peeking out with her damp hair. Amidst the sounds of running water, she could only catch snippets of conversation outside, and merely wanted to ask Chang Li if he had any spare clothes. The outfit she had worn was either torn or stained. Putting it back on after a shower would defeat the purpose of cleaning up. As a dustborn, she had no idea when she might have another chance to bathe. Then, her gaze collided with Penny's at the door. The atmosphere froze. Penny's eyes darted between the bathrobe-clad 4277 and the expressionless Chang Li, her mind instantly conjuring a myriad of scandalous narratives. Her ears flushed crimson as she took a hasty step back, stammering, I didn't see anything. The mission isn't urgent. You have an hour to prepare, mister. Chang Li, you carry on. I'll take my leave. And with that, she fled like a startled rabbit. Bang! The door slammed shut, sealing off the chaotic scene outside. Morgan, what exactly do your 3 laws restrict? It seems these scavengers have had their fair share of entertainment. Inside the room, an eerie silence enveloped them. Chang Li regarded Penny's hasty retreat, then turned to the seemingly innocent 4277, sensing that his reputation might be veering into peculiar territory. Mr. Chang Li. I didn't mean to. 4277's voice was as faint as a whisper, tinged with a hint of tears, shattering the oppressive silence. She remained half leaning out, her small face pale as if she had committed an unforgivable sin. I know, Chang Li sighed, rubbing his temples. He approached the wardrobe, opened the door, and casually retrieved the smallest uniform, tossing it to the still-stunned 4277. Put this on. It's better than being wrapped in a bathrobe. Instinctively, 4277 caught the finely crafted garment, her fingers trembling as they brushed against the smooth fabric. This is clothing meant for the upper class. But sir, it's too precious. I can't. It's just a piece of clothing. No need for the fuss, Chang Li interjected, already inspecting his tactical gear, his tone devoid of any emotion. I have a mission in an hour. You can help the scavengers or find your companions. Food is on the table. You can help yourself. His tone was as if issuing the most ordinary of commands, yet it imbued 4277 with an inexplicable sense of comfort she had never experienced before. Why yes, Mr. Chang Li. She dared not say more, clutching the clothes, and hurried back into the bathroom. Once he was ready, 4277 emerged from the bathroom, looking shy in her new attire. Although the upper-class uniform was still a bit large for her, its simple and refined design, coupled with her freshly scrubbed face, transformed her from a timid dustborn into an ordinary girl, albeit one who appeared slightly malnourished. She stood there, fidgeting with the hem of her clothes, too timid to meet Chang Li's gaze. I'm leaving. Chang Li offered no comment on her new appearance, merely stating his intention before turning to open the door, leaving without looking back. Click. The door closed, leaving 4277 alone in the room once more. She slowly approached the vast porthole, gazing at the endless, surging sea of clouds outside, before looking down at her new attire, her eyes filled with confusion and a sense of unreality. Meanwhile, Chang Li arrived at the gathering point for the scavengers. As he had anticipated, the atmosphere felt oddly tense. Mark, Penny, Erica, and others were already preparing their gear, casting complex glances at Chang Li as he approached. "Morning, Brother Chang Li." Mo Chang greeted him with a hearty tone. Yet his eyes betrayed an undeniable curiosity tinged with gossip. The younger scavengers, including Erica, wore expressions of suppressed laughter and unasked questions, exchanging furtive glances. It was evident that Penny had broadcast her astonishing discovery far and wide. Chapter 36. Reconnaissance mission. As the lift platform descended with a heavy thud, the familiar, desolate scent of the wasteland enveloped them once more. The air, thick with dust and the metallic tang of rust, compelled the new recruits to unconsciously hold their breath upon stepping onto the ground. Chang Li and the scavengers disembarked, revealing a scene of bustling activity. The rumble of heavy armored vehicle engines intertwined with the commands of personnel as the dust dwellers labored to transport enormous storage containers from the platform's edge to the vicinity of the armored vehicles. Each step taken with utmost caution to avoid tripping on the gravel beneath them. Among them, the figure of 4068 stood out remarkably. He appeared unusually exuberant. His shirt soaked through with sweat, yet he seemed unconcerned. Despite shouldering a heavy storage container that seemed disproportionate to his frame, he stood upright, exuding boundless energy. Noticing Chang Li's gaze upon him, he quickened his pace, eager to showcase his vitality. "Watch your step, pay attention," Chang Li silently critiqued in his mind. For those struggling to survive in the depths of the lighthouse, where even a hearty meal might be a luxury, any tangible favor or opportunity was likely to feel far more real and significant than the elusive specter of the Shadow Lord spoken of by Charles. "Brother Chang Li." Mark sidled up to him, handing over a data terminal. "Take a look at this." The screen displayed the specific details of their mission. The target was an energy center from the old world located along the lighthouse's advance route, with the task of assessing its structural integrity and potential energy reserves. Depending on the situation, Mark would determine whether to transition from reconnaissance to collection. Chang Li scanned the list of personnel. Mark, Ran Bing, Penny, Mo Chang, Fei Shui, Erica, Corey, Jeff, and behind them trailed a long line of unfamiliar names, numbering in the dozens. "Investing so heavily?" Chang Li raised an eyebrow. "You call it reconnaissance, yet your personnel configuration is that of a collection mission." The sole distinction lay in the core armaments, apart from the standard issue automatic rifles and several armored vehicles. This time, the Scavenger's Ace gravitational device was limited to Mark's exclusive Dawn and Erica's fire support model. "Are you preparing to use this mission for training?" Chang Li returned the terminal to Mark, articulating his thoughts. "You see right through me," Mark chuckled softly, though his gaze remained earnest. "The intensity of reconnaissance missions is usually not high, making it an ideal opportunity for these newcomers to witness the harshness of the ground and experience the true atmosphere of battle. This will help them preserve their lives in future missions. But they could very well lose their lives in this training, couldn't they?" Chang Li remarked. "Brother, please don't jinx us before the mission begins," Mark replied, his smile fading slightly as he leaned in closer, lowering his voice. "The situation on the ground can change in an instant. I can teach them how to shoot and how to evade, but ultimately, I cannot guarantee that I can bring everyone back alive." He paused, looking earnestly into Chang Li's eyes. "That's why I asked Penny to invite you." Chang Li regarded him calmly and nodded. "All right." A simple word, yet it seemed to carry immense weight, visibly relaxing Mark's tense shoulders. He clapped Chang Li's arm firmly, their understanding unspoken, before turning to organize the convoy. Chang Li watched his retreating figure, reminiscent of a seasoned general on a stage, banners unfurling behind him. "System. Replenish my ammunition and assemble the exchanged modular components into the weapon system, awaiting my call." "Received." Mr. Chang Li, a hesitant voice chimed from beside him. He turned to find Penny standing there, holding a scavenger-specific tactical communicator. Her ears bore a faint blush, avoiding eye contact with Chang Li, evidently still embarrassed by the morning's misunderstanding. "Your communicator? Captain Mark asked me to give it to you. It's now connected to our channel." She extended the device, her movements somewhat stiff. "Thank you." Chang Li accepted it. The moment his fingertips brushed against the communicator, he noticed Penny's fingers instinctively retract slightly, her hands cold and trembling. He looked up at her. The once lively girl now bore an air of subdued vulnerability, overshadowed by the embarrassment of their misunderstanding. Chang Li thought of Donnie and the betrayal Penny had endured from someone she trusted most in life and death moments. He refrained from saying much. simply hanging the communicator on his tactical vest and, in his usual carefree tone, added, "For this operation, just keep an eye on the rookies. Don't charge too far ahead." The straightforward admonishment caught Penny off guard. She instinctively raised her gaze, meeting Chang Li's steady eyes. Though calm as water, they seemed to perceive everything, transforming his words into a reminder, a pure, unembellished concern from a stronger individual. She felt not embarrassment, but a solid, reliable sense of security. This sensation stood in stark contrast to the last frantic gaze of Donnie, like a warm current quietly melting a small, cold, broken corner of her heart. The flush on her face faded slightly, her eyes calming considerably. "Okay, I understand. Thank you, Mr. Chang Li." Her voice was now much steadier and more sincere than before. Chang Li nodded gently in acknowledgement. For him, this interaction had reached its conclusion. He turned away, redirecting his focus to his own preparations. He too needed to get ready for the mission and find a way to utilize the points in his account. Opening the system shop, visible only to him, he scanned the expensive weapon attachments and Titan armaments, contemplating how to maximize his limited resources. Penny watched him turn away, standing quietly for a moment before returning to her team. Her heart, however, was no longer in disarray. Set off, with Mark's command. The engines of several heavy armored vehicles roared to life, their tracks grinding over the gravel, forming a steel torrent that advanced toward their distant horizon target. Inside the vehicle, the atmosphere was peculiar. Mark, Penny, and the seasoned veterans either rested with closed eyes or polished their weapons, calm as if embarking on a leisurely outing. In contrast, the newcomers sat rigidly, gripping their automatic rifles tightly, their eyes brimming with tension, excitement, and curiosity, akin to a flock of sparrows released from a cage. Both awed and terrified by the new world outside. As the armored vehicle traversed the rugged terrain, it jolted violently. Chang Li remained firmly anchored to his seat, unyielding. Report. Movement detected at 3 o'clock. A rookie stationed at the observation post suddenly shouted, his voice cracking as he raised his weapon, its muzzle trembling with anxiety. The atmosphere within the compartment instantly froze. All the new recruits turned their anxious gazes toward the source. Even a few seasoned veterans instinctively opened their eyes. In the distance, a small patch of withered yellow shrubbery trembled violently for a moment, and then, with a swift motion, a palm-sized gray lizard with 2 tails darted out, glancing fearfully at the group of steel behemoths before swiftly slipping into a crevice among the rubble, vanishing from sight. An eerie silence ensued. Moments later, stifled laughter erupted within the compartment. "Noob, that's a 2-tailed sand lizard, harmless." The veteran named reclined back in his seat, letting out a soft snort through his nose. Then disdainfully remarked, "Next time, you can disembark and make your way to the energy center on foot. I hope your gunfire won't attract the surrounding devourers." The newcomer, his face flushed crimson, wished he could sink into the ground, his head bowed in shame, unsure whether to grip his weapon or set it down. Ugh. Meanwhile, a pale young girl could no longer endure the jostling. She collapsed in a corner of the compartment, vomiting uncontrollably, causing a commotion. "Pull yourselves together." Mark's deep reprimand echoed through the communicator, resonating in every compartment. "Don't act like tourists. Report any observations from your sectors at all times, but filter your thoughts before speaking. Jeff, drive more steadily and take care of the rookie." "Roger that, Captain." Jeff, who was at the helm, responded cheerfully, leaned back in his seat, observing the unfolding farce. This was an inevitable path for the new recruits, painful yet effective. Fear and humiliation serve as far more profound teachers than any textbook. Mark and his seasoned team managed the situation well, balancing reprimands with support, perfectly gauging the appropriate measures. 10 kilometers to the target area came the voice of over the communication channel. Her playful demeanor had vanished, replaced by the professionalism and composure of a seasoned scavenger. "Units, begin the final check of your equipment." With her directive, the atmosphere within the vehicle shifted to one of utmost seriousness. The new recruits quelled their earlier panic. Intently focusing on their tactical screens, even their breathing grew subdued. Chapter 37. Operation commences, surrounding area clearance. The convoy entered the decaying urban ruins, halting approximately 1 kilometer from the energy center. As the armored vehicle's engine transitioned from a thunderous roar to a low rumble, the chaos instigated by the recruits' jitters subsided. All eyes, whether seasoned or inexperienced, pierced through the bulletproof glass, fixating on the grand structure that loomed on the horizon, reminiscent of the skeletal remains of an ancient behemoth. It was an energy center from the old world, Even from several kilometers away, its staggering scale delivered an unparalleled visual impact. The colossal cooling towers, once reaching for the sky, were now marred by deep cracks wrought by the erosion of time, large chunks of concrete flaking away to reveal rusted rebar, akin to the decaying sinews of a giant. The main plant's structural body remained relatively intact, yet its outer metallic walls were riddled with rust, vast sheets of iron curling and peeling in the relentless wind and sand, exposing the dark steel framework beneath. Jeff, you and Corey keep two teams of newcomers with the vehicles, establishing a defensive perimeter around the convoy. Mark's voice resonated clearly through the communicator against the backdrop of silence. Stay put, dust dwellers. No one is to leave the armored vehicle's 50-meter radius without my command. The rest, prepare to enter. He turned to, whose typically resolute face now bore a serious expression. Brother, I have a very bad feeling about this place. It's too quiet. You may move freely, but do exercise caution and maintain open communication at all times. No problem, nodded, having no objections. When it came to commanding teams in the wasteland and making intuitive judgments about the unknown, Mark's experience undoubtedly surpassed his own. You too. His gaze returned to the immense energy center, though it lacked the tense vigilance characteristic of scavengers. Instead, it glimmered with an imperceptible intensity, akin to a hunter spotting its prey. To Mark and the upper echelons of the lighthouse, it was an unknown realm that could harbor immense energy or concealed lethal dangers. However, it represented a colossal, dormant treasure yet to be unearthed. The lighthouse's technological capabilities and resource transport were exceedingly limited. Even if usable energy modules or high-value equipment lay within, Mark and his team could never hope to evacuate it all at once. And those aged components, high-strength alloys, intricate circuits, and construction materials they could not carry away would be transformed into the most tangible points through the system's recycling function. Therefore, collaboration was temporary, while treasure hunting remained eternal. Under Mark's leadership, a strike team comprising over a dozen scavengers swiftly formed. They advanced cautiously toward the energy center's vast main entrance in a staggered combat formation. Each crunch of gravel beneath their feet resonated sharply in the stillness. The factory's main entrance had long since vanished, leaving only a gaping chasm, wide enough to span several meters and nearly 10 meters high, akin to the yawning maw of an abyssal beast, silently awaiting its visitors. Enter. At Mark's low command, he was the first to shoulder his weapon and slip inside, with the rest of the scavengers following suit in quick succession. A complex scent, a blend of heavy rust, aged mildew, and faint ozone, immediately assaulted their senses, causing everyone to instinctively hold their breath. The light dimmed abruptly, as if stepping from daylight into twilight. The outside sunlight could only filter through numerous holes in the roof structure and shattered windows high above, casting sporadic beams that illuminated the dust dancing in the air. Each footstep and breath echoed ominously in the excessively quiet expanse, amplifying the oppressive and eerie resonance. Maintain steady breathing. Stay alert, lowered her voice, quietly reminding the recruits behind her. The young ones were as tense as if a hand had gripped their throats, tightly clutching their cold rifles, their bodies rigid, fearful that some terrifying creature would spring forth from the shadows. Having joined ground missions earlier than in the original narrative, their anxiety was heightened. Yet perhaps this premature maturation would reduce casualties when facing the flower-shedding beasts. After all, in the original story, they encountered the flower-shedding beasts just 3 days after their first entry into the scavenger ranks, a matchmaking mechanism that overwhelmed the new recruits. Captain, over here. I've found something. S voice emerged from the shadows nearby. The group immediately raised their weapons, cautiously converging toward the source, stood before a relatively intact wall, illuminating a section with a tactical flashlight dangling from his gun barrel. To their astonishment, a massive facility map, protected by thick acrylic, was affixed there. Though the acrylic surface was riddled with spiderweb-like cracks, and the map itself had severely yellowed and faded, thanks to this layer of protection, most of the content was still discernible. It's the original floor plan of this energy center. Mark hurried forward, rejoicing at the discovery, akin to a headless fly. At the top of the map, a line of somewhat blurred old-world print could still be read. North District 1 Joint Energy Center Facility Function Distribution Map. The lines and color blocks, now devoid of their vibrant hues, clearly outlined the functions of every area within the vast complex. Mark extended his hand and gently brushed away the dust from the map's surface, his gaze swiftly traversing the intricate layout. At this moment, they found themselves in the area marked on the map as Turbine Hull Number 1. His finger traced along the schematic of the main corridor. slowly outlining a reconnaissance route for the group. "We are here," he indicated the turbine hall, his finger gliding past several areas labeled as substations and distribution rooms, eventually resting in the center of the map, which was highlighted in a striking red. "Our ultimate objective is the energy core zone. If this energy center harbors any energy reserves that we can utilize, they must be located there." "And what about this area?" Penny pointed to another corner of the map, marked as Supply Depot and Staff Living Quarters. "Secondary objectives," Mark shook his head. "Our primary mission is energy. The depot and living quarters can wait until it is safe. Now, everyone, listen up. We have limited supplies we can carry, so we will first gather our primary objective." He withdrew his hand, scanning the group with a resolute glint in his eyes. "We will follow this route, traverse the turbine hall, enter the main maintenance corridor, and head straight to the core zone. Mo Chung, you and I will lead the way. Penny, Ran Bing, you are responsible for vigilance on the left and right flanks. Fei Xue, watch our rear. All newcomers, stay in the middle, maintain formation, and keep your eyes and hands to yourselves. Brother Chang Li, you." He turned to seek Chang Li's input, only to find him already absent. "I'll go ahead." Chang Li's voice crackled through the tactical communicators, accompanied by a slight electrical interference. "Follow the map. The route is clear. I'll scout from above. If anything arises, contact me immediately." "How could Iron You walk on the ground?" "That would be like a chicken walking on the ground," someone remarked, causing the group to instinctively look up. They saw a shadow darting like a leopard among the intersecting beams and maintenance corridors. His movements were fluid and unhesitant, leaping and climbing between the massive steel structures as if gravity held no dominion over him. A faint jetting sound reached the ears of the onlookers. In just a few boundless leaps, he vanished into the deeper darkness, leaving only a fleeting silhouette behind. Chapter 38. High-value items in Mark's eyes. Chang Li had merely made a brief announcement before disappearing into the shadows above. Unbeknownst to them, at the very moment Mark made his decision to proceed along the map, a system alert, visible only to Chang Li, abruptly illuminated before him, its priority surpassing the surrounding environmental scans. High energy response warning. A significant presence of unidentified high-density energy aggregates detected in the core area of the target structure. Preliminary assessment indicates the existence of high-value items left from the old world. Priority collection recommended. Almost simultaneously, a clear three-pathway planning graphic was projected into Chang Li's view, bypassing the main ground corridor chosen by the scavengers, marking the most efficient three-dimensional shortcut to the energy core zone. Thus, he diverged from the group. His figure darted swiftly across the steel beams and pipes, as if traversing his own territory. Iron used jump gear, transformed walls into tools. Each leap executed with precision and silence, while the scavengers below appeared to him as mere luminous points moving slowly through a labyrinth. Meanwhile, the team led by Mark advanced cautiously along the map's sole route, their vigilance heightened. "Maintain distance, watch your directions." Mo Cheng's voice was cold and clear. With every step forward, he scanned each suspicious corner using tactical optics. As they delved deeper, a faint whiff of decay began to permeate the air. Then they encountered their first sight. In the center of a relatively open area, a figure knelt, contorted in a position of extreme agony, as if silently wailing to the heavens. Its body had taken on a waxy, pallid hue, starkly contrasting with the surrounding environment. A thick metal spear, etched with bizarre patterns, pierced through its skull, impaling it to the cold cement floor. A meat soil. A rookie gasped, his voice trembling uncontrollably. "There's a devourer here." "Shut up," Penny hissed quietly. "Mind yourself if you wish to live." The scavengers swiftly formed a combat line, shielding the rookies in the center. Their expressions revealed no trace of the newcomers' panic. Instead, they bore a deeper, solemn gravity. They had encountered meat soil before. The pitiful remains left after a devourer drained life essence, yet the sight before them was entirely different. "There's something wrong," Mark squatted down, his brow furrowed. "These meat soils appear to be deliberately nailed here. Is this some sort of ritual?" He noticed that around the meat soil, the ground was inscribed with dense, twisted, alien symbols, painted in a dark crimson hue, exuding an eerie aura. As they pressed on, such grotesque displays became increasingly common, scattered along both sides of the corridor, each retaining the most agonizing posture from their previous lives. "What on earth is happening?" Ran Bing's complexion paled. She had never witnessed such cruel and bizarre scenes, surpassing their understanding of devourer behavior. Mark remained silent, merely signaling to Mo Chung. Understanding, Mo Chung retrieved a compass-like life detector from his tactical backpack. The needle lay still, not budging. No life signals, Mo Cheng stated solemnly. Continue forward, Mark replied, standing up with a low tone. Change course. We will head to the central control room first. We are here to scout, and our primary task is to ascertain what has transpired here. Everyone, raise your alert level to the maximum. The team began to move again. But the atmosphere had grown stifling. The rookies were nearly pressed against the backs of the veterans, every step feeling like they were treading on a knife's edge. Fearful that the next corner might reveal a live devourer. On the other hand, Chang Li advanced at a much swifter pace. He had already traversed the upper structure of the turbine hall and was now walking atop a large ventilation duct. Below lay the area marked on the map as the energy core zone. System notification, target area reached. He halted, gazing downward. This space was smaller than the turbine hall, but boasted a more intricate structure. Rows of massive, unknown material cubes were neatly arranged in the hall below, each the size of a shipping container, their surfaces smooth as mirrors, glimmering with a faint blue light, interconnected by thick energy cables, forming a breathtaking energy matrix. System. Is this the energy you detected? Chang Li pondered internally. Affirmative. Confirmed as high-purity controllable fusion module groups left from the old world, currently in low-power dormant state. With an energy preservation rate of 78. Each crystal can be exchanged for 5,000 points and used as energy for the Titan battery. Chang Li's breath momentarily caught. 5,000. There were dozens of such cubes here. Suppressing his inner excitement, he began to search for a path down. At that moment, a faint shuffling sound suddenly echoed from below. It was a sound of friction, very subtle, as if something was dragging a damp limb slowly across the floor. Chang Li instantly froze, holding his breath. He doubted he was imagining things. It could not be Mark and the others. They could not have arrived here so quickly, and the sound was entirely different from theirs. He slowly crouched down, concealing himself in the shadows of the pipe, his submachine gun raised silently. The red dot of the scope illuminating the direction from which the sound emanated, deep within the shadows of the cubic matrix. Simultaneously, Mark's team finally arrived outside the door of the central control room. The heavy metal door had been utterly transformed, marred by grotesque dents and claw marks, as if it had endured a brutal assault. At the entrance, two bodies, similarly impaled by spears, knelt in agony on either side. They hoped the equipment inside was still functional. Mark exchanged a glance with Mo Cheng, who nodded and approached the severely deformed door with a crowbar. Due to its age, the metal had lost its resilience, and with a nauseating creak, the door was easily pried open. Inside the control room, chaos reigned. Fortunately, the main control console at the center appeared to have escaped catastrophic damage. Mark stepped forward, gazing at the flickering, snow-filled central screen, and, with a spirit of experimentation, raised his hand and tapped the side of the screen. With a crack, the screen flickered violently twice, and miraculously, the snowflakes vanished, replaced by a pre-recorded video that began to play automatically. In the footage, a middle-aged man in uniform displayed an expression of utmost terror as he spoke to the camera. It was him. Rand Bing suddenly pointed to a body outside the door, exclaiming, "Captain, that body out there is the same person as in the video." Chapter 39, Fallen into the Trap. A chill ran through everyone, and they swiftly turned their gaze to the screen. The man in the video. The station master of this energy center recounted everything with a trembling voice tinged with tears. A spore virus has erupted in the city, and an extreme group has emerged. Calling themselves the Spore Cult, believing the infection is a divine gift, they've gone completely mad. I took in some refugees, hoping to use this place as a temporary shelter. But we were too understaffed to check everyone. I never expected those lunatics, those cultists, to disguise themselves among the refugees. They began a massacre, with the most brutal methods. They sacrificed the innocent one by one. We managed to resist with the help of security and guards, but then that monster, that hideous monster, joined them. The cultists drove the creature to breach our defenses. At this point, the man in the video was in tears, curled up on the ground in fear, as if haunted by some horrific memory. In the background, the sound of pounding on the door grew louder and more frantic. "I'm going to die. I know I'm going to die," he cried, uttering his last words. However, just as the banging became unbearable, a strange scene unfolded. The curled-up man slowly, tremblingly, stood up. Distorted, vein-like afflictions visibly crawled up from his neck to his cheeks. His eyes remained awake and rational, yet his face was etched with pain and determination. "I must get out," he said to the camera, his final words chillingly calm, "and then seal this place off completely. They have discovered that I am here, and they will not spare me." The control room is the most critical part of the energy center. If it falls into the hands of those lunatics, their madness would undoubtedly unleash unimaginable disasters. The video ended there. The final image showed the man resolutely turning and opening the door. The last sound recorded was the click of the door opening, followed by the maniacal, twisted laughter of the cultists waiting outside. The final frame froze on the man's determined silhouette, while the deranged laughter seemed to transcend decades, hauntingly echoing in the silent control room. Silence. In the control room, one could hear a pin drop, with only the meaningless flickering of the standby characters on the central screen reflecting on every scavenger's pale face. The new recruits were utterly terrified. One girl covered her mouth tightly to stifle a scream, yet tears streamed uncontrollably down her face. They had witnessed the brutality of the devouring beast, yet never imagined that humans could commit such abhorrent and inhumane acts against their own kind. Those bodies were sacrificed by them. Ran Bing's voice quivered slightly as she finally comprehended the significance of the rituals. This was no ordinary mission anymore. We have gravely miscalculated the danger here. Fei Shui's cold voice shattered the silence, her hand never leaving her weapon, her words sharp as a blade. Captain Penny looked at Mark, awaiting his decision. At that moment, a sharp-eyed recruit seemed to notice something. He trembled as he raised his finger, pointing to a high corner of the control room. "Captain, look over there." Everyone turned in the direction he pointed and saw, in a cobweb-laden corner, a half-spherical surveillance camera, with a faint red dot blinking rhythmically. It was still operational. Without waiting for Mark's command, Mo Ching sprang into action. He bent his legs slightly, and then propelled himself upward like a cannonball. Using the wall for leverage, he soared higher, reaching the metal bracket beneath the camera with precision. This series of movements was clean and crisp, showcasing physical prowess far beyond the ordinary, leaving the new recruits in awe. Mo Chang steadied himself with one hand while retrieving a small decoder from his tactical vest with the other, skillfully connecting it to the camera's interface. He looked down and operated the decoder's screen for a few moments. Soon, an auxiliary screen next to the main console flickered and switched to the surveillance feed. Initially, the screen was filled with chaotic static, but it quickly stabilized, revealing a corner of the energy core area. Entirely different from the perspective of the station master's office in the video. "Is this the surveillance footage from that time?" the recruit asked instinctively. The footage was eerily silent, seemingly devoid of anything. But just as everyone thought this was a futile discovery, the image suddenly shook violently. Following that, an enormous shadow, indescribably vast, flashed past the lens at an incredible speed. It moved so quickly that its form was indistinct, but the suffocating sense of oppression was palpable. The screen returned to silence once more. Mo Chang stiffened, inching his head upward, his gaze crossing over the assembled team to meet Mark's. His voice emerged as if squeezed from beneath frozen rock. "No." The timestamp on the video file indicated it was 3 days ago. Boom. This revelation detonated in everyone's minds like a thunderclap. Could it be? No way. How many years have passed? 3 days ago. This meant that the monster not only survived the catastrophe of years past, but had remained active here until 3 days ago. Mark clenched his fists, the knuckles whitening from the pressure. He stared intently at the screen where the shadow had flashed. After a moment, he took a deep breath. The shock in his eyes swiftly replaced by the resolve and composure of a commander facing an immediate threat. Mission objective altered. His voice was low and resolute, resonating through every communicator. "Our paramount task now is to evacuate. The reconnaissance mission is over. Mo Chang, lead the team in preparation for withdrawal. Ran Bing, immediately contact Chang Li. Inform him of everything we've seen. He must be cautious. He is deep inside alone, and if that thing is still alive, he may be nearing it." "Yes." Ran Bing promptly began operating the communication equipment. However, before her call could connect, a rapid and dense gunfire erupted suddenly from deep within the building. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. The sound was crisp and abrupt, accompanied by an exceptionally high rate of fire, reverberating through the vast steel structure, distinctly resonating in every ear present. Chapter 40. The Behemoth. It is Chang Li. Mark's expression changed dramatically. He had opened fire just moments ago. In the energy core zone, Chang Li lay in wait like a poised cheetah, concealed in the shadows of the elevated pipes. The red dot of his scope slowly traversing the energy matrix below, synchronized with the soft rustling sounds. The noise grew ever closer, accompanied by an ear-piercing scraping that resembled claws dragging across the ground. Finally, a massive shadow emerged from behind a row of fusion crystals. Upon discerning the creature's full form, even Chang Li, accustomed to various alien beings, found his pupils involuntarily constricting. This was a being closer to a pure, primal predator. Its physique was robust and fluid, brimming with explosive muscular contours, rivaling the size of a heavy truck. The forelimbs were thick and powerful, with claws deeply embedded into the ground, the body slightly crouched, portraying an imminent capability for a lethal pounce. In stark contrast, the hind limbs appeared diminutive, rendering them extraordinarily uncoordinated, as if struggling to support the gargantuan frame. A long and powerful neck arched high, supporting a head reminiscent of ancient reptiles. Its massive jaw could tear at horrifying angles, revealing an array of dagger-like fangs. The skin was a tough, dark blue leather-like hide. Notably, the creature bore no human anatomical features. Warning: unidentified species of devourer detected, exhibiting high energy responses. Life form stability is present, yet its mental state is exceedingly agitated, potentially possessing long-range attack capabilities. Threat level: high. Recommendation: immediate evacuation or employ anti-armor level weaponry for engagement. Unaware of the observer above, it dragged a long tail, adorned with bony spikes like a colossal whip, directly towards a black fusion crystal. It raised its sharp forepaw, its entire body clinging to the crystal, with robust forelimbs pressing against the ground while the frail hind limbs were spread out helplessly, desperately stabilizing its form, before forcefully pushing its abdomen against the top edge of the crystal. What was it intending to do? Chang Li, concealed above, observed intently. This place was rife with energy crystals, and should a conflict arise, it could lead to violent explosions. Not to mention, the destruction of the crystals would diminish his score, which he was keen to avoid. For now, the best course of action was to monitor the Devourer's movements and devise a means to lure it away. At that moment, the Devourer exhibited new behavior. After adjusting its stance, a massive gash suddenly split open silently along its abdomen, revealing a slick membrane from which a multitude of viscous black liquid flowed, cascading down the surface of the crystal, creating the earlier heard rustling sound. This liquid served a lubricating purpose. Immediately following, a horrifying scene unfolded. The Devourer emitted a low, guttural roar and began to forcibly ingest the sharply edged cubic crystal into its cavernous belly, utilizing its immense weight and the strength of its forelimbs. The hard edges of the crystal dug deeply into the soft flesh of its inner abdomen, blood mingling with the black, viscous fluid gushing forth. Yet it seemed oblivious to the pain, relentlessly pushing downwards. Its body trembled violently due to the excruciating agony and exertion. Yet it remained obstinately intent on claiming the immense energy source for itself. At this juncture, Chang Li became anxious. Good heavens! This creature was seizing my points right before my eyes. No longer content to observe, he transformed from a lurking shadow into a striking blade. The submachine gun in his hands aimed precisely, the red dot locking onto the joint where the monster's forelimb connected to its shoulder, a structural weakness inherent in its biology. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. A rapid and lethal stream of fire erupted from the barrel. Steel bullets, whistling through the air, traced a straight trajectory, accurately targeting the joint area. Thud-thud-thud-thud. The bullets easily tore through the resilient hide, burrowing deeply into flesh. Large gouts of dark, viscous blood exploded forth, the foul-smelling fluid splattering everywhere. After firing a few shots, Chang Li immediately ceased fire. While he could confidently hit a stationary target, once it began to move, the risk of missing was inevitable. Continuing to fire in such a scenario, surrounded by densely packed energy crystals, left him with no doubt that a ricochet could very well lead him to an untimely demise. Iron will demanded exceptional accuracy, and theoretically, Chang Li could achieve moving target lock. Yet it did not prevent him from feeling a surge of trepidation in the face of such high stakes. Roar! A sound erupted from the creature's massive maw. Unlike anything any living being could produce, filled with boundless pain and rage, creating a sonic wave that made the overhead steel pipes resonate. It abruptly retracted its injured forelimb, abandoning its attempt to consume the fusion crystal. Its eyes, ablaze with crimson fury, swiftly locked onto Chang Li's position above. Its reflexes were astonishing. Before the last echoes of its roar dissipated, its long neck shot forward like an emerging serpent, the enormous head crashing towards Chang Li's previous location with tremendous force. Chang Li's pupils dilated. Instinct propelled him to activate his jump gear, his body shifting laterally in a split second. Boom! The thick pipe where he had been hiding was smashed into a terrifying dent by the creature's head, the deafening noise reverberating throughout the core zone. This troublesome beast. Come after me, ugly creature. Chang Li steadied himself on another beam and unabashedly taunted the creature below, then with a burst of propulsion, he leaped away from the energy core zone at high speed. The jump equipment on his back ignited with flames, propelling him like a bolt from a crossbow. He navigated through the intricate web of pipes, sometimes using the walls for triangular jumps, at other times swinging smoothly from beams. His speed so great that only an afterimage remained. Roar. The devourer was thoroughly enraged. Its meal was snatched away, and it had been injured in the process, plunging it into a state of frenzied wrath. It abandoned the energy crystal beneath it, its massive body twisting violently as its 6 legs unleashed an astonishing force, charging like a battering ram towards the direction Chang Li had fled. Crash. Clang. Everything in its path was ruthlessly crushed. Thick pipe shattered. Sturdy maintenance corridors collapsed like cookies under its onslaught, broken metal and flying sparks scattering in every direction. It could not maneuver the terrain with the agility of Chang Li, but with sheer, overwhelming destructive power, it carved a path behind it. Chapter 41. The Hunter. Target identified. Special individual Crimson Hunter. Analysis. This individual appears to be a mutated elite cultivated within the mana ecosystem under unique environmental conditions. Its ability to consume high-purity energy serves as a rapid means of self-enhancement and evolution. Conclusion. Iron Will, we are fortunate. We have caught it at a moment when its energy is depleted, interrupting its feeding process before it could replenish itself. So that was the reason. Chang Li understood why this monster was fixated on the crystal. It was not merely seizing energy, but engaging in a terrifying upgrade. Perhaps only after ingesting the crystal could it unleash its full potential. It must not be allowed to succeed, nor should it be permitted to leave with such potential. An immediate plan formed in his mind. System. Initiate holographic illusion. Synchronize with my life source wave fluctuations and move towards channel 3. Simultaneously, activate tactical invisibility. Command confirmed. In the next moment, a holographic image identical to Chang Li emerged from his side, turning without hesitation and fleeing towards a direction far from the energy core. The lifelike movements and the life signals emanating from it were irresistible bait for a beast consumed by fury. Simultaneously, Chang Li's true form was cloaked in camouflage, seamlessly blending into the intricate environment of pipes and shadows, rendering him virtually invisible. The Crimson Predator had indeed fallen for the ruse, its fiery scarlet eyes fixed intensely on the fleeing illusion, unleashing a deafening roar as its massive frame surged forward with overwhelming force. Its razor-sharp claws tore through the air, aiming for Chang Li's back, yet they grasped only emptiness. In the instant of the attack, the illusion shattered into countless flickering light points, dissipating in the air, leaving only a faint electric buzz behind. The prey had vanished once more, and this feeling of being toyed with drove the Crimson Hunter into a frenzy. It abruptly halted, releasing a roar from the depths of its chest, filled with rage and defiance, as its scarlet gaze frantically scanned every corner, futilely attempting to reacquire its loathed foe. Meanwhile, the true Chang Li, shielded by the perfection of his invisibility, took advantage of the beast's distraction to silently retrace his steps, ghosting past the colossal creature towards the energy core. He needed to complete his plans before the monster regained its composure. Just as he exited the Crimson Predator's detection range, a successful connection alert sounded from his communicator. Chang Li, are you all right? Where are you? Ran Bing's anxious voice erupted through the device. Laden with evident concern and hurried breaths, Chang Li continued his stealthy advance while succinctly responding, I am well, Miss Officer. From your tone, I assume you have encountered that behemoth? Indeed. We just reviewed the surveillance footage. You confronted it alone. Ran Bing's voice brimmed with incredulity, quickly shifting to a more urgent tone. Where are you now? We're coming to retrieve you. That creature is too dangerous. We must retreat. I have already crossed paths with it, Chang Li replied nonchalantly, as if it were merely an everyday encounter. He continued, it remains near the core area. I advise you to withdraw immediately, bringing the new recruits and the gravity units. That creature is beyond your capabilities. His words were not intended to belittle Mark and the others. Although the scavengers were seasoned, facing a creature as massive as a heavy truck presented considerable challenges. With several newcomers included and limited gravity units, a prolonged engagement would likely result in significant casualties. However, from the other end of the communicator, Mark's deep and resolute voice overshadowed Ran Bing's. Stop joking. We are scavengers, not cowards who abandon our comrades. I brought you here, and I intend to return you safely. At these words, a smile involuntarily crept across Chang Li's face. Such pure trust and sense of responsibility were invaluable in this desolate land. He ceased to argue and directly provided the rendezvous point. Do you remember the turbine hall marked on the map? Meet me there. Understood. Mark replied without hesitation. Chang Li severed the connection, aware that Mark and the others would come, but he had more pressing matters to attend to. He quickened his pace, racing deeper into the energy core. As he ran, he connected to the distant starship, the Ling Long, through the built-in system of his tactical helmet. System, Chang Li mentally intoned, his voice laced with uncontainable excitement. Prepare for a major deployment. Iron control, do we require Titan descent now? The system's cold, mechanical voice responded, and simultaneously. 7274 on the bridge of the Ling Long ceased its routine assistance with weapon production, the enormous single-eye core flickering slightly in anticipation of orders. Absolutely. Chang Li's smile widened. Prepare for a grand spectacle. Ready the Titan drop pod. Understood. I hope that Hunter can endure until I summon the Titan. System. How is the preparation of the ghost soldiers? Chang Li suddenly recalled another matter. Ready for deployment at any moment. The ghost soldiers, developed by Hammond Robotics, were automated infantry equipped by both the rebels and the scavengers as a combat force. The emergence of ghost warriors meant humanity could fight without enduring the hardships directly. They were robust and powerful, standing 183 centimeters tall, with weight varying around 500 kilograms depending on the weaponry equipped. Their punch force was approximately 2 tons, and their kick force around 4 tons, capable of leaping 4 stories high without equipment. Ghost soldiers were primarily used for urban defense and occupation, their bodies covered in modular high-strength ablative ceramic armor. These armor plates were meticulously designed with tight connections, providing exceptional protection while ensuring the flexibility of tungsten joints. The armor's surface underwent special treatment, presenting a subdued matte finish that effectively reduced light reflection, aiding them in executing covert operations in various environments. Notably, the head design was striking. It was not the simplistic form of traditional Marvin robots, but was armored more extensively and equipped with advanced signal reception devices, enabling them to comprehend tactical commands effortlessly and execute the correct tactical actions at the right moments. The seams of the armor, key joints, and tactical modules on the torso were adorned with faint indicator lights or energy flows, these points glimmering in the dark, signaling the efficient operation of their internal power systems. It is worth mentioning that the cost of a ghost soldier was quite high, requiring 2,000 points each. However, Chang Li managed to assemble them at half the cost by purchasing modular parts and utilizing the repaired weapons manufacturing system aboard the Ling Long, reducing the expense to 1,000 points per unit. Naturally, the drawback was that they could not be airdropped directly next to Chang Li like Titans, but had to be deployed via the Ling Long's drop system, necessitating a suitable drop point. Thus, upon receiving his points early, he began preparations for this. Coincidentally, the Marvin at the site of the 49th Interstellar Spaceship ruins also required defensive forces to prevent sporadic beasts from wreaking havoc after his departure. So Chang Li assembled 10 ghost soldiers. He planned to deploy a few to clear the beast in that area, while the rest would serve as support, ready to assist at critical moments. Now, it was time for them to make their entrance. Meanwhile, in the control room, upon receiving Chang Li's response, Mark decisively led the team back to the turbine hall and immediately issued new orders. All new recruits, withdraw from the combat sequence and remain in the vehicles for defense. Mark's voice resonated through the control room, unyielding. This was to protect the untested new recruits and allow the elite forces to operate freely. Mo Ching, immediately contact Jeff and Erica stationed outside and inform them of the situation. Have them bring the vehicles carrying the gravity units to the turbine hall. Speed is of the essence. Without a moment's hesitation, Mo Chung began operating the communication equipment, nodding at Mark to indicate his understanding. Ran Bing, gather all remaining veterans and be on high alert. Retreat to the turbine hall. We will be there to support Chang Li and deal with that creature. At the entrance of the hall, Jeff and Erica quickly received the orders. Upon hearing about the creature, their expressions turned grave. Received. Proceed immediately to the periphery of the turbine hall and prepare for support. Jeff swiftly responded, and together with Erica, maneuvered the heavy vehicle carrying the gravity core towards the designated location. In the turbine hall, Mark and his elite scavengers quickly found their respective shelters and shooting positions. They shed unnecessary burdens, checked their weapons and ammunition, and activated the gravity core. As the activation sound resonated, the atmosphere of the entire hall instantly transformed into one of somber intensity and power. Mark wielded the gravity core, raising his heavy rifle, and through the scope, the darkness deep within the turbine hall appeared like a gaping maw. "Everyone, prepare for battle," he commanded in a low voice. Chapter 42. The Ghost Warriors are deployed meanwhile. In the energy core zone, Chang Li had successfully reached the edge of the crystal. Uncertain of when that creature would return, he needed to act swiftly. Time was of the essence. High-energy crystal detected. Each can be exchanged for 5,000 points. This energy can also be used to power Titan batteries. Exactly right, bro. Chang Li marveled internally. There were at least a dozen crystals in the room, adding up to an immense fortune. It was akin to winning the lottery. He had to seize the opportunity. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly and precisely grasped a crystal, and with a flash of light, it was quietly whisked away by the system. His points balance surged wildly on the tactical helmet, refreshing astronomical figures every second. Chang Li moved rapidly, while also confirming the deployment progress of the ghost unit. "Remember to save some for the battery. Keep a backup." "Understood." At that moment, a thick, foul stench wafted from the ventilation duct he had come through, accompanied by heavy breathing and the jarring sound of claws scraping against metal. It seemed that the devouring beast was returning. Unfortunately, it was a moment too late. The best analogy for this situation was when the assault team finally cleared the vault and discovered that the scavenger had already consumed the high-grade resources, showcasing the bulk of its haul. Chang Li hurriedly secured the last crystal into the system, opting not to exchange all the crystals for points. Since the system indicated these crystals could directly charge Titan batteries, it was prudent to reserve some as backup. A glance at the point comparison revealed that it was far cheaper than purchasing batteries outright. Frugality was essential, with all energy crystals safely secured. A hint of relief crossed Chang Li's face as he confirmed the deployment location of the ghost unit once more to avoid any errors. "Follow the fluctuations of my life source. Come here, Val creature." Chang Li raised his submachine gun towards the towering ceiling of the core area. Bang! Bang! 2 shots rang out, the crisp gunfire echoing in the vast silence, as if to provoke and announce the impending arrival of the monster. Without pausing, Chang Li transformed into a shadow, racing along the pre-planned route towards the turbine hall. He would choose the battlefield. Inside the turbine hall, the modified vehicle carrying the gravity core was in position, with Mark and Erica operating their respective gravity cores, adopting a standard defensive posture. Their gun muzzles aimed deep into the hall. The other veterans scattered, taking advantageous positions, the atmosphere tense and solemn. Just then, a familiar, powerful jet sound approached, slicing through the air with a sharp whistle. "It's him." Mark's voice was deep and powerful. He had spotted it. A blurred figure swiftly moved along the high pipes, executing a graceful somersault, and Chang Li landed solidly on the platform before them. Penny stepped forward, her tone laced with concern despite the battle readiness. "Chang Li, are you all right? Did you shake it off?" Chang Li deactivated his invisibility, revealing a face adorned with a slight smile. His battle suit bore not a scratch, as if the chase had merely been a warm-up. Chasing the Iron Rider through those convoluted pipes? Quite interesting. No, he shook his head, but his gaze shifted towards the damaged entrance of the turbine hall. His tone relaxed, as if discussing the weather. "I brought it here." "What?" Mark jolted, immediately regaining composure as he waved his hand, coolly issuing commands. "Prepare for battle. Erica, move to the front." "Yes." Erica, piloting the gravity core, emitted the distinct hydraulic whine of its reinforced structure, stepping forward with heavy strides, raising a sturdy shield, the enormous cannon primed for action. Boom! Just as she took her position, a more intense tremor erupted from the darkness. The sound was intertwined with the anguished cries of twisted steel and the deafening crash of collapsing concrete, accompanied by a nauseating stench. Suddenly, a massive, grotesque shadow, enveloped in swirling dust and foul air, charged into the turbine hall. It was the Crimson Hunter. Its blood-red eyes swept across the hall, locking onto Chang Li's figure, letting out a thunderous roar, its 6 limbs propelling it violently towards Erica's gravity core. In that moment, every individual could sense the malevolence radiating from it. Having been interrupted during its meal, only to find its prey vanished mid-pursuit. Its precious source of energy was gone. That damned rodent. The chaotic mind began to clear, the target crystallizing. However, just as it prepared to strike, an even more terrifying howl suddenly pierced from above. The sound approached swiftly, tearing through the air, penetrating the clouds, carrying an overwhelming might. The ceiling of the turbine hall trembled under the strain, creaking ominously. "What is that?" Mark and all the scavengers instinctively looked up, astonished. Reinforcements. Chang Li leaned against the makeshift barricade constructed by Mark and the others, equally fixated on the ceiling. Penny silently approached, handing Chang Li a flask of water. Boom. A thunderous roar, akin to a meteor plummeting from the sky. The turbine hall's sturdy roof was mercilessly breached by a colossal object. Countless fragments of steel and concrete rained down like a torrential downpour, kicking up clouds of dust. Amidst the swirling dust and deafening noise, a massive, angular metallic cube, propelled by immense retro-thrust, with blazing flames jetting from its base, executed a precise deceleration in midair. Finally, with a resounding crash, it landed steadily in the center of the hall, less than 100 meters from the Crimson Hunter. Still off a bit. If this thing were any faster, it could have landed directly on it. I mean the Hunter's speed, it's too slow. Its exterior was imposing, covered in military insignia and reinforced structural beams, with blades and wings etched onto its surface. This was unmistakably a military supply drop pod. The shockwave made the ground tremble, pushing the massive form of the Crimson Hunter back, forcing it to halt its charge momentarily. The scavengers stared in disbelief at this scene, utterly bewildered. Shortly thereafter, the side armor plate of the drop pod emitted a click, then swung outward. Accompanied by a low sound of pressure release, a series of black and white, efficient and cold figures stepped steadily out from the drop pod. Swish, swish, swish. 10 black and white humanoid machines, each towering at 183 centimeters. Their bodies clad in robust modular armor, with flat heads featuring glowing receivers on the left side. They brandished various firearms the scavengers had never encountered before, immediately aiming their cold muzzles at the still reeling Crimson Hunter. What on earth are those? Mark and the scavengers were utterly stunned. They had never witnessed such intricately designed mechanical warriors. Chang Li's lips curled into a confident arc as he turned to Mark, his voice resonating through the communicator. Mark, we have reinforcements now. Bang, bang, bang. Without needing any order from Chang Li, the ghost soldiers had already launched their assault. A torrent of live ammunition mixed with energy projectiles poured forth like a sudden downpour, accurately targeting the Crimson Hunter. Although these projectiles could not deliver a fatal blow, their rapid-fire rate compelled the Crimson Hunter to raise its forelimbs in defense, severely restricting its movements. The specially designed steel projectiles, interspersed with highly penetrating energy rounds, inflicted countless charred holes, eliciting pained howls from the creature. Simultaneously, the ghost soldiers utilized their simulated visual systems to observe the life energy within the beast's body. A few ghost soldiers even abandoned long-range shooting, swiftly dodging the direct gunfire and charging towards the Crimson Hunter like superheroes. As they approached the monster, they rapidly switched to melee mode, stowing their firearms, their metallic fists gleaming as they struck with the force of a gale against the creature's joints. 2 tons of punch power, kid. Boom. Crack. Even if they could not inflict fatal injuries, each heavy strike from the ghost soldiers left dents in the Crimson Hunter's hide, forcing it to emit agonized cries. Chapter 43. Intense combat, everyone. Pay attention. Fire support from mechanical soldiers. Watch out for the gunfire. Avoid friendly fire. Prioritize targeting the joints of the devourer. Steer clear of close-quarter combat with the robots. Mark's voice echoed through the communication channel, imbued with an undeniable calmness and decisiveness. Without a moment's hesitation, he piloted the Dawn gravity unit into the fray. Erica followed closely behind, her dual-barreled Gatling gun spewing flames. Is this grotesque creature chasing after Mr. Chang Li? No need to shout so loudly. The other scavengers swiftly adjusted their positions, focusing their attention on the hunter. In the presence of the devourer, the individual strength of the scavengers seemed insignificant, yet at this moment, the agile and efficient ghost soldiers were fighting to create valuable opportunities for them. The scavengers' automatic rifles and the gravity unit's cannons, while unable to deal decisive damage to the Crimson Hunter, still served to constrain and disrupt, forming a preliminary barrage in conjunction with the ghost soldiers' close-quarters combat. Meanwhile, Chang Li, upon the ghost soldiers exiting their pods, swiftly darted into the armory's airdrop chamber. Inside this vast metallic cube, the complexity surpassed what one could perceive from the outside. It was not a mere storage box, but a highly efficient micro-weapon supply station. The interior was well-structured, with neatly arranged storage pods, some of which housed the ghost soldiers' dormant chambers before their airdrop, now mostly empty as their occupants had already joined the battle. In the center and on the sides stood weapon racks made of sturdy alloys, densely stocked with various models of individual firearms. These were the products of the Tianlong's weapon production system, crafted automatically according to Chang Li's directives. He glanced around and noted not only the submachine gun in his hands, but also classic models such as the Type 97 submachine gun, parallel rifles, semi-automatic rifles, and more. Additionally, there were energy submachine guns capable of firing energy rounds without reloading, and focused light machine guns renowned for their devastating sustained firepower, an impressive array of individual weapons. My heavens, it's the Focus Lord and Electric Mess. Some racks displayed empty slots, vacated by ghost soldiers who had just rushed out to retrieve their weapons as per their programmed presets. Chang Li did not reach for those conventional arms. His gaze was drawn to a uniquely large capsule off to one side. This capsule, adorned in blue and white, blinked with red warning lights. Detection of high-power weaponry. Unauthorized access by ghost soldiers without Iron Steed's permission, the system's prompt chimed in. Inside lay formidable anti-Titan weapons and various grenade launchers. These items were deemed too dangerous, necessitating manual authorization or personal usage to prevent misuse. Without hesitation, he approached and activated the capsule. With a hiss of pressurized air, an exaggerated grenade launcher came into view. Its sturdy body featured a large magazine, presenting a blend of industrial ruggedness and futuristic technology. Chang Li swiftly pulled it out. Baseball grenade launcher, capacity of 6 rounds. Explodes upon contact with objects. Grenade cannon type, suitable for mid-range suppression. Excellent. A smile tugged at the corners of Chang Li's mouth as he turned his attention to another weapon. This one was an even more exaggerated square cannon, boasting a massive energy interface. Thunder cannon, capable of firing a powerful electric particle sphere, causing sustained electric damage to targets within the area. Weapon type, anti-Titan weapon. No charging required. Prepare yourselves, Chang Li silently urged. If we cannot handle it, then you must take over. Understood, Iron Steed. Titan airdrop pod is ready and on standby. Came the succinct and efficient reply. With the baseball grenade launcher in hand and the square thunder cannon slung over his shoulder, Chang Li stepped out of the armory's airdrop chamber with resolute strides. He surveyed the battlefield, which remained fiercely contested. Erica and the others were unleashing firepower from their gravity units and mounted weapons towards the Crimson Hunter, yet the scavenger's ammunition merely sparked against the creature's resilient hide, failing to inflict substantial harm. Mark, fiercely wielding a chainsaw sword, circled around the Crimson Hunter, his agile maneuvers evading the creature's attacks. Meanwhile, the ghost soldiers began to close in for precise shooting, their high-strength ceramic steel armor rendering them unafraid of the Crimson Predator's bites. Admittedly, the Devourer was indeed repugnant, especially this colossal variant, which, with the aid of the Mana Flower, possessed an extraordinarily terrifying regenerative capability. Unless a massive blow was dealt in one fell swoop, the ordinary wounds inflicted by conventional firearms healed with alarming rapidity, almost instantaneously. While the energy rounds and steel projectiles from the ghost soldiers had far greater penetration than the scavenger's standard weapons, they remained insufficient to completely suppress such a horrifying rate of self-healing. However, despite the rapid regeneration, the ghost soldiers had already deciphered its movement patterns, and with their firearms proving ineffective, they split up to encircle the rear, employing their exceptional melee skills to target the creature's frail hindquarters. With 2 tons of punch power, a single strike could shatter the joints of the hunter's hind limbs, rendering it immobile and confined to its spot. Under the relentless assault of the ghost soldiers, the Crimson Hunter found itself in a precarious position, its massive body sparking and sustaining damage, yet rapidly healing. It emitted furious roars, evidently agitated by this relentless onslaught of mechanical warriors. Unfortunately for it, its streak of good fortune was about to end. Chang Li emerged with the limited heavy firepower that had been produced. Seizing an opportunity, the Crimson Hunter lunged forward, its massive head crashing into a ghost soldier like a battering ram, its gaping maw snapping down on another soldier's torso. Creak! The sound of grinding metal echoed painfully. It raised its colossal head, violently thrashing like a beast rending its prey, attempting to tear apart the iron soldier in its jaws. The clash of teeth against ceramic steel erupted in a dazzling shower of sparks. Yet, in the next moment, accompanied by a series of sharp cracks, the Crimson Hunter's movements abruptly froze. It seemed to grasp something. With a grunt filled with disgust and agony, it forcefully expelled the ghost soldier it could not chew, along with a heap of broken teeth and blood. The blood-soaked phantom soldier, resembling a twisted shell of its former self, was violently expelled like a cannonball, tumbling and crashing to the ground, coming to rest at Chang Li's feet. It rolled once before its formidable internal stabilization system allowed it to adopt a fluid single-knee stance, regaining its balance before slowly rising. Although its outer armor had suffered minor deformation, and blue electric sparks continued to emit from the gaping hole in its chest. Accompanied by the crackling sound of electricity, its motion system appeared unaffected. Its optical sensors pulsated with a crimson glow as it relocked onto the colossal beast, clenching its fists and once more assuming a charge position. The Crimson Hunter, observing the seemingly resurrected foe while grappling with its own excruciating pain and disarray, exhibited a flicker of bewilderment in its scarlet eyes for the first time. What is this? Chapter 44. You've entered the second stage? How fortuitous, so have I. Chang Li stepped forward decisively, hurling the lightning cannon directly to the phantom soldier. Seize it, he commanded through the tactical channel, while simultaneously raising the grenade launcher. Approaching like a predator, the phantom soldier's signal receiver flickered, adeptly catching the lightning cannon. Its internal programs swiftly analyzed the weapon's function and authorization, and the receiver blinked rapidly, a blue light flaring as it evidently grasped Chang Li's intent. The hunters, concerned about friendly fire, halted their assault on the Crimson Hunter upon witnessing Chang Li brandishing the exaggerated grenade launcher, their fire support momentarily stalling. Mark, piloting the Dawn gravity unit, emitted a low, rumbling hydraulic roar as he moved closer to Chang Li, poised for immediate assistance. The Crimson Hunter sensed a reduction in the firepower pressure from the hunters, yet it was insufficient to afford it a moment's respite, for the phantom soldier's onslaught remained unrelenting. Amidst its continuous, anguished howls, Chang Li, wielding the grenade launcher, stealthily approached the side of the gargantuan beast. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. Boom, boom, boom. Each shot detonated upon contact with the Crimson Hunter's resilient hide, creating gaping, smoke-emitting wounds. As the bombardment persisted, the wounds expanded grotesquely, flesh and blood mingling chaotically. The beast attempted to flee but was fiercely restrained by several phantom soldiers, who cast aside their rifles and fearlessly lunged at it, their robust mechanical arms gripping the Crimson Hunter's feeble limbs, anchoring its massive form in place. The Crimson Hunter writhed in agony, emitting a previously unheard, piercing wail, its condition deteriorating as its vast body teetered on the brink of collapse amidst the explosions and resistance. With the final grenade striking its head, a deafening explosion resounded, and the colossal body finally succumbed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Chang Li, amidst the astonished gazes of the hunters, turned with an air of nonchalance. His iron visor glimmered with a ruthless light, everything unfolding precisely as he had anticipated. The crowd marveled at his composure. As he stepped aside, the phantom warrior, half-kneeling and grasping the lightning cannon, came into view. The soldier's electronic visor flickered with a cold blue light, unwavering as it aimed the cannon at the struggling Crimson Hunter. With a hum, the lightning cannon reached its peak charge, the blue energy sphere at the muzzle radiating an almost blinding brilliance, the crackling of electricity palpable in the air. With a sudden release, the powerful energy sphere shot forth. Zzz. With a piercing shriek that tore through the air, the energy sphere struck the fallen beast with unerring accuracy. Electric arcs slithered across its body like serpents, covering every inch of flesh, causing horrifying spasms under the oppressive voltage, charring it. The Crimson Hunter let out a previously unheard, short and mournful wail, its massive form convulsing violently on the ground, the stench of blood and burnt flesh permeating the air. After mere seconds of relentless electric torment, the once mighty beast ceased its struggles under the judgment of lightning. Its 6 limbs stiffened and stretched out, its crimson eyes dimming rapidly, ultimately fading into an abyss of silence. Silence. In the turbine hall, apart from the residual crackle of electricity, no other sound emerged. All hunters stood frozen, dumbfounded by the horrifying spectacle before them. A creature capable of annihilating an entire hunter squad had been vanquished so effortlessly. Moreover, it had succumbed to a weapon they had never witnessed before, falling with a single strike. Mark stared blankly at the fallen giant, then glanced at Chang Li, who wielded the grenade launcher, as well as the phantom soldier kneeling on the ground, still smoking from the lightning cannon. Inside his gravity unit, the communication channel buzzed with exclamations of astonishment and disbelief from his teammates. At that moment, Miss Chen skidded forward, his face alight with fervent enthusiasm as he gazed at Chang Li. Bro, can I buy one of those weapons? Whatever the cost and contribution points. Miss Chen rubbed his hands together, his voice tinged with excitement and a hint of incoherence. Before Chang Li could respond, Mark approached, still clad in his gravity unit. His towering figure exuding an imposing presence. With a single hand, he lifted Mo Chung as if he were a mere chick. Mo Chung turned back, bewildered by Mark's serious, unyielding expression, which urged him to look at Chang Li. There, Chang Li produced a red identity badge, emblazoned with the insignia of a special advisor and the name Iron Reigns, Chang Li. As he affixed it to his chest, an aura emanated from him, starkly contrasting with his usual nonchalance. Attention! Chang Li's voice resonated through the communication channel and the scene, imbued with the chill of military command. Yes, Commander. Mo Chung, having been dropped by Mark, instinctively brought his legs together and stood erect, saluting with precision. Just then, a sharp system alert exploded in Chang Li's mind. Are you intending to finish with the lightning cannon, Iron Reigns? Are you fully aware? What? There is still a second stage? Chang Li initially disregarded this, reasoning that with such electric exposure, it should be dead. He had cleared a path with the grenade launcher, then aimed the lightning cannon directly at the spirit seed. Wait? Not yet. A bone-chilling dread surged from his tailbone to the crown of his head. He recalled the moment the creature absorbed the crystal. It had consumed pure energy. In the next instant, a horrific scene unfolded. All the gaping wounds from the grenade explosions began to glow with an eerie crimson light from within. The glow intensified, as if magma flowed through its veins. The exposed flesh writhed visibly, regenerating, yet the healed skin sprouted dark red, crystal-like, grotesque carapace. Its fallen form convulsed violently, each spasm accompanied by the sound of cracking bones, its size subtly swelling. Silence. In the turbine hall, everyone stood petrified by the bizarre and extraordinary sight. Mark gaped at the creature, now radiating a terrifying presence several times more formidable than before. The communication channel buzzed with teammates' gasps and whispers of disbelief. Mo Chung's voice trembled, his earlier fervor evaporating, replaced by primal fear. Chapter 45. The King Descends from the Heavens. The Crimson Hunter slowly turned its grotesque head, its scarlet gaze sweeping over all present, ultimately settling on the phantom soldier who had recently unleashed the lightning cannon upon it. It opened its massive jaws. There was no roar, only a flash of crimson lightning, like a spear of vengeance, striking with astonishing swiftness. Boom. The seemingly indestructible ghost soldier had no time to react before being pierced through the abdomen by the scarlet bolt. Its armor melted, vaporized, and shattered under the terrifying energy, leaving behind only two charred, smoking silhouettes on the ground. Silence reigned, lasting less than a second. Everyone, retreat. Mark's voice thundered through the communication channel, jolting the hunters frozen in place. Without a moment's hesitation, as a commander, he adhered to the ironclad principle that when the enemy exceeds the scope of response, preserving the living strength of the team is the utmost priority. Alternate cover. Retreat towards the turbine hall. Quickly. The hunters instantly shook off their fear, their professional combat training compelling them to act immediately. They fell back while unleashing a barrage of firepower at the evolved monstrosity, attempting to slow its advance. Yet, it was futile. The bullets struck its crimson skin, unable to spark even a scintilla, merely ricocheting off. The remaining ghost soldiers entered combat mode once more. Their cold programming could not comprehend fear, and they continued to execute suppression orders. All ghost units, cease fire and withdraw. Chang Li's peculiar voice resonated in the independent tactical channel. Take that broken unit with you. It can still be repaired. He paused, adding its all points. Don't waste it. The ghost soldiers immediately halted their suicidal charge, two of them swiftly moving forward to lift the severely damaged remains of their comrade, following the bulk of the hunters as they began to retreat. On the battlefield, all personnel and machines retreated in an orderly fashion, except for one figure who remained still. It was Chang Li. Chang Li, hurry and move. Penny, seeing everyone else retreating from the creature, felt a surge of panic as Chang Li stood frozen, as if stunned by fear. Ignoring the danger, she dashed back to his side, grabbing his arm and forcefully pulling him away. What are you dawdling for? All she could see was Chang Li's unmoving silhouette, in the iron helmet, illuminated by the crimson glow, appearing particularly desolate. He resembled a statue, seemingly crushed by the despair unfolding before him. However, beneath the helmet, hidden from Penny's view, was a countenance filled with sunlight and a bright smile. As Chang Li's lips slowly curled upward, uncontrollably. You've reached stage 2. What a coincidence. I have too. Iron Steed, 7274 has locked the landing position. Titan can land at any time. The System S voice now sounded like a celestial melody in his ears. Leave? Chang Li finally moved, allowing Penny to drag him back, yet his voice resonated through the communicator, clear to everyone, a sensation of suppressed exhilaration. No, Penny, he slowly lifted his head, his gaze piercing through the helmet, across the chaotic battlefield, where a cerulean beacon, visible only to him, landed before the formidable hunter. I have yet to unleash my full strength, await the Titan S descent. The retreat of the hunter squad was chaotic, under Marcus' command. They fell back step by step, but the scene behind them sent chills down everyone's spine. The fully formed Crimson Hunter did not rush to pursue, it leisurely followed, its scarlet gaze sweeping over every insignificant human with a mocking demeanor, reminiscent of a cat playing with its prey. Retreat. Everyone out of the hall. Mark's roar echoed through the communication channel as he piloted the Dawn gravity unit, barely managing to draw the monster's attention with his limited firepower. At last, the main force burst out of the turbine hall's exit, returning to the surface where the abandoned buildings loomed eerily under the morning sky. At that moment, Mark also emerged with the last batch of team members. He immediately counted heads, and his expression changed dramatically. Where are Chang Li and Penny? They didn't come out. His heart sank, and without a second thought, he turned to rush back into the darkness, charging towards the slowly advancing Crimson King. Mark, wait. Ran Bing seized him, her voice trembling with unprecedented shock. Look up. Mark abruptly glanced upwards, his pupils narrowing in alarm. High above, a blinding light streak suddenly cut through the sky, trailing a long fiery tail, resembling a burning meteor, plummeting directly toward them, accompanied by a dull, air-rending roar. What is that? In the instant all attention was drawn to this celestial visitor, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The meteor, just hundreds of meters above ground, suddenly erupted in a silent explosion. No, it was not an explosion. It resembled a disintegration. Boom. A muffled blast rent the air. The outer armor of the high-speed falling object shattered outward like explosives, scattering countless glowing metal fragments, tracing brilliant and deadly arcs in the sky. As the armor fell away, a colossal steel giant, embodying industrial might, emerged from the flames and debris. It was no longer encased but descended freely, like a divine hammer of retribution, hurtling violently towards the ground. Get down. Mark reacted, his voice hoarse with urgency, just as the steel giant was mere meters from impacting the ground. Several thrusters on its back erupted with blinding flames. Boom! The retro thrusters emitted a deafening roar, the immense thrust creating a visible shockwave mixed with dust and debris that swept across the ground. Following this, with a sound that seemed capable of shaking the very earth, the massive entity landed heavily in the center of the hall with a perfect half-kneel. Boom! The ground trembled violently, the hard concrete cracking spiderweb-like from the impact point. The force of the landing whipped up a tempest, sending the hunters tumbling, barely able to maintain their footing. Dust enveloped everything, obscuring vision. As the haze began to clear, a nearly 6-meter-tall steel giant loomed before everyone. From its half-kneeling position, it gradually stood upright with an unparalleled sense of oppression. The primary color scheme was a solemn gray-green, accented with striking white stripes and orange patches, embodying a utilitarian aesthetic suited for the battlefield. Its head was not a traditional visage, but a massive, swiveling optical sensor. The colossal mechanical eye glowed with a cold radiance, and it bore a gigantic rifle on its back, radiating the residual heat of atmospheric re-entry. At its broad steel feet, Chang Li stood protectively behind Penny, both unharmed. What on earth is that? Mo Chang murmured, slack-jawed, entirely oblivious to the danger behind him. The hunters stood bewildered, gazing at the steel giant before shifting their eyes to the unscathed Chang Li, their minds blank. Meanwhile, deep within the hall, the Crimson Hunter also halted its advance. It sensed the new, devastatingly powerful aura emanating from the giant. It raised its head, its scarlet gaze colliding with the steel giant's singular eye amidst the swirling dust. After a brief standoff, the beast's primal instincts overwhelmed all else. It regarded this newly emerged, towering steel construct as the primary threat that must be obliterated. Roar. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the colossal body of the hunter suddenly crouched low. In an instant, its powerful hind legs unleashed a terrifying force, akin to a bolt of crimson lightning, charging towards the titan that had just landed. Be careful, Ran Bing exclaimed in alarm, her heart racing. It was over. The behemoth had just touched down and had yet to regain its footing. However, just as the glimmering claws of the Crimson Hunter were about to tear through the titan's chest armor, a resonant hum erupted. A cerulean energy dome unfurled. Centered around the Titan, streams of visible data flowed across the azure shield like rippling water. Bang! The hunter's thunderous strike collided squarely with this impregnable energy barrier. The sheer kinetic energy was instantly absorbed and redirected, sending its massive form hurtling backward, losing balance mid-air, and awkwardly tumbling to the side, exposing a significant vulnerability. Protocol 3. Protect iron control. The mechanical eye of 7274 flickered with blue light, seizing this fleeting opportunity. The colossal steel figure surged forth with astonishing speed that belied its size, its heavy mechanical leg thrusting forward, causing the ground to tremble. Following this, its robust mechanical arm swung upward, generating a shrill whistle as it launched a heavy and rapid uppercut. Boom! A thunderous sound reverberated, as if even the bones themselves were groaning. The iron fist struck the hunter's massive jaw with unerring precision. The several-ton behemoth was sent soaring into the air like a stone propelled from a sling, tracing a parabolic arc before crashing into the depths of the turbine hall's ruins, raising a cloud of dust and falling silent. One strike. Just a single strike. The once unstoppable Crimson Hunter, which had relentlessly pursued the entire team of scavengers, was thus sent flying. 7274 slowly retracted its fist, a hissing sound escaping from its joints. The cerulean shield dissipated into specks of light, vanishing into the air. The battlefield fell into an eerie silence. Then, the towering steel giant turned with a deliberate grace. Its enormous mechanical eye, when focused on Chang Li, seemed to soften slightly. Iron Control, 7274, reporting for duty. The cold yet familiar electronic synthesized voice echoed in Chang Li's communication channel. Detected elevated heart rate and abnormal adrenaline levels. Adjustment recommended. Chang Li let out a soft chuckle, a genuine expression of joy. He raised his hand, gently touching the cold, heavy armor of the leg, feeling its reassuring solidity. You arrived just in time, my friend. Penny cautiously peeked out from behind Chang Li, gazing up at the imposing steel creation that radiated an overwhelming sense of pressure, her heart intertwined with fear and awe. She instinctively reached for the hem of Chang Li's garment, seeking a semblance of security, only to find her hand suspended in midair, grasping at nothing. Chang Li had stepped forward without her noticing, his entire focus fixed on the steel giant since the moment it descended. He was oblivious to the presence beside him. Like comrades in a battle, driven by ambition rather than desire, Penny observed Chang Li's profile, then glanced at the silent sentinel of steel that seemed to possess a life of its own, suddenly feeling like an outsider in a world that was not her own. On the other side, the survivors of the scavenger team were utterly stunned, their minds blank in the presence of the spectacle before them. They stared at the Titan that had sent the once mighty monster flying with a single punch, and at Chang Li interacting with it, each face etched with an indescribable astonishment. Am I dreaming? Jeff muttered to himself, pinching his arm hard, the sharp pain confirming that everything before him was indeed real. Mark remained silent, fixated on the figures of Chang Li and the towering robot, their union framed against a backdrop of swirling dust and ruin, harmonizing in a way that seemed destined. Like the necessity of a straw for milk tea or a spoon for watermelon, even if he did not fully comprehend the references. In that moment, he understood completely. He grasped why the Lord had taken such a gamble, granting Chang Li privileges bordering on the subversion of rules. This was not merely a powerful weapon. It was a revolutionary force, unlike anything they had ever encountered. Those who wielded such power transcended the definition of mere soldiers. This was iron control. Then, an unusual sound drew everyone's attention. A grating noise, akin to teeth grinding against rubble, followed by an ominous crimson glow, reminiscent of a hellish abyss, reignited amidst the dust. The Crimson Hunter was not dead. Chapter 47. The playtime game comes to an end. 6th update. Prepare yourself. Chang Li's voice carried a suppressed mirth. Acknowledged. The mechanical eye of 7274 glowed intensely as its massive form smoothly turned to face the perilous ruins once more. In the next moment, Chang Li sprang into action. His body lowered abruptly, propelling him like a cannonball in a swift slide, darting through the space between 7274's colossal legs. The entire motion was fluid, leaving only an afterimage in its wake. Just as Chang Li glided past, the enormous mechanical palm awaited him, precisely and gently lifting the rapidly moving Chang Li, seamlessly elevating him upward. Simultaneously, the heavy armor on the chest opened with a hiss, revealing a meticulously designed cockpit aglow with ethereal blue light. Chang Li was securely positioned within. As the cabin door sealed, A soft click resonated as Chang Li's iron control helmet connected with the cockpit interface. An influx of green data streams flooding his retina, transforming his perception of the world. Iron control, you should remember how to operate. The electronic voice in the cockpit affirmed with mechanical certainty. Indeed, Chang Li's lips curled into a broad grin. He had awaited this moment for so long. He placed his hands on the button-laden armrests, a semi-transparent virtual joystick rising from them, softly yet firmly enveloping his hands, establishing an instantaneous connection through neural pulses. Head neural connection established. Limb coordination system synchronized. Weapon systems online. 7274. Control transferred to iron control. The holographic screen before him illuminated suddenly, displaying the external surroundings. In an instant, Chang Li's senses expanded infinitely. He was no longer an 180 centimeters tall human, but had seemingly grown to 6 meters, embodying the steel giant itself. He could feel the solidity of every armor plate and hear the low roar of each hydraulic joint. He attempted to move his fingers. Outside the cockpit, the massive mechanical hand opened and closed in tandem, for stout steel fingers flexing and gripping, producing a heavy sound of metal grinding and hydraulic movement. This power, this sensation, roar. A scream filled with unending pain and fury erupted from the depths of the ruins. The Crimson Hunter had finally freed itself from the rubble weighing it down and stood once more. Yet it appeared far from unscathed. The impact of that uppercut had left devastating marks upon its form. Its colossal lower jaw had become grotesquely deformed, as if it had been struck head-on by a battering ram, transforming into a repulsive mass of shattered bones, flesh, and crimson crystal fragments. Yet, more horrifying was the sight of countless crimson fleshy sprouts writhing frantically within the blurred wound, intertwining at an unnatural speed, forcibly mending this horrific injury. It was more ferocious than before, its scarlet crystalline armor glinting with an increasingly perilous glow, fueled by excruciating pain and fury. Chang Li, or rather 7274, slowly lifted its head. The massive mechanical eye met once more with the twin crimson pupils. A roar erupted, a blend of agony and rage, as the hunter's shattered jaw, amidst the frenzied writhing of the crimson sprouts, began to mend in a nauseating manner. But it could no longer wait. It opened its gaping maw, still dripping with blood, aimed squarely at the looming steel giant ahead. Without warning, dozens of crimson lightning bolts surged forth, akin to a tempestuous rain of arrows, tearing through the air towards 7274. High-energy long-range attack detected. Activating vortex shield. Chang Li did not even issue a command. The optimal solution was instinctively executed. Its enormous left hand suddenly spread wide. Palm forward. A swirling blue vortex shield, composed purely of energy, instantaneously materialized before it. Zzz. The furious storm of scarlet lightning was entirely absorbed into the whirling blue vortex, with not a single bolt penetrating through. Taking hits is not our style. On 7274's right shoulder, a compact missile launch nest shifted into position, and the locking indicators for several missiles illuminated instantly. Multiple missiles locked. Fire. A volley of small tracking missiles, trailing white flames, screeched forth from the upper side. The Crimson Hunter, evidently unprepared for such a rapid shift in attack strategy, had barely recovered from the backlash of the lightning strike when the missiles were already upon it. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions erupted upon its massive form, the flames and shockwaves staggering it, leaving charred craters in its sturdy scarlet crystal armor while several shards were violently dislodged, revealing the writhing flesh beneath. Target damaged. Recommendation: close the distance for physical strikes. Indeed. Let us charge. The thrusters behind 7274 erupted with searing flames, propelling the 40-ton steel giant into a frenzied charge, like a runaway heavy train hurtling towards the monster amidst the ruins. This time, the Crimson Hunter had no chance to block. Thud. Chang Li's first heavy punch landed squarely on its chest, a dull thud resonating like a battering ram against a city wall. The remnants of the scarlet armor fracturing in response, the creature's massive body bowing under the force. Before it could react, 7274 closed in, seizing one of its forelimbs, while the other iron fist transformed into an unyielding hammer, commencing a relentless and brutal assault. Bang, 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 bang. Each punch landed with precision on its torso and joints, producing a nauseating sound of shattered bones and armor. Blood and crimson crystal fragments splattered everywhere. The Crimson Hunter emitted a wail of excruciating agony, firmly restrained, much like a child caught by an adult, utterly defenseless. In that moment, the cornered beast unleashed its most insidious tactic. Its spiked tail, akin to a venomous scorpion stinger, stealthily lashed out from its blind spot, aimed directly at the cockpit. Threat detected from the rear flank. The torso twisted abruptly, evading this lethal strike at an impossible angle. Simultaneously, it released its grip on the monster and, like a steel battle axe, its right leg swung with tremendous force, striking the left hind knee of the Crimson Hunter. Crack! A chilling sound echoed as the hunter's knee was brutally shattered, the leg bending unnaturally backward. The agony elicited a shrill scream, its massive form collapsing under the strain, surrendering to the ground in a futile struggle. 72-74 stepped back, widening the distance for the execution. Scan complete. Weak point identified. The life essence seed is located in its upper chest cavity. Destroying this target will terminate its life functions. Good. It's time to end this. Chang Li raised the right arm behind him and withdrew the colossal drum magazine rifle, Model 162 automatic rifle. The game of make-believe ends here. Chang Li's smile gradually transformed into a fierce determination. 20 caliber. Hit. Through the holographic screen, he saw the small area on the monster's chest marked in red. The next moment, a roar that tore through the air resounded. Boom, 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 boom. A torrent of steel composed of 20mm armor-piercing rounds accurately pounded upon that small red-marked area. Without the protection of the scarlet armor, the rotting flesh was penetrated, stripped, and pulverized under the relentless barrage of massive caliber rounds. Soon, a walnut-sized life essence seed, pulsating with an eerie glow like a heart, was exposed to the air. A single bullet struck it with precision. Snap! A soft sound echoed as the life essence seed shattered, extinguished like a snuffed candle, instantly dimming. The massive body of the Crimson Hunter stiffened abruptly, then collapsed to the ground, its final glimmer of life swiftly fading into a realm of silence. The battle was over. Chapter 48. Aftermath. The battle concluded amidst the wreckage of the battlefield. 7274 stood quietly beside the skeleton of the hunter, the rifle still emitting wisps of smoke, resembling a steel deity after judgment. In the distance, the scavengers remained silent, their minds still grappling with the overwhelming reality of the recent encounter. With a gentle hydraulic hiss, the heavy armor on 7274's chest slid open, revealing the cockpit inside and Chang Li, who relaxed against the seat. He removed his helmet, exhaled deeply, and spoke into the communicator. Mark, the danger has been neutralized. Have Jeff lead a team to scavenge the area for anything useful and ensure their safety. After a pause, he added, oh, and avoid the energy sector. There is nothing there. Yes, there must be energy in the energy sector, but there is no energy now. And as for why, don't ask. Mark observed as Mo City and the others quickly sprang into action, promptly issuing commands. Soon, the Dust People transport team and the terrified new recruits cautiously entered the area. Upon sighting the towering steel giant, radiating an overwhelming aura, they gasped in awe, their footsteps faltering. Among the Dust People, a young man with a buzz cut, numbered 4068, felt his pupils contract in shock upon seeing Chang Li seated calmly in the cockpit. He had experienced countless underground missions and had seen the elite gravity bodies of scavengers, but he had never encountered such an extravagant piece of equipment. This man was infinitely more powerful than he had imagined. But soon after, an unprecedented fervor surged from the depths of 4068's heart. He recalled Chang Li's words, I am willing to give you a chance. A person of such strength had said there was a need for him. As these thoughts crossed his mind, the corners of 4068's mouth involuntarily lifted slightly, releasing a soft, satisfied hum. Suddenly, a sharp slap from the supervisor's hand struck the back of his head. What are you doing? Smiling like a fool? Hurry up and get to work. The fiery enthusiasm in 4068's eyes instantly transformed into fury. He spun around, ready to retort, but managed to restrain himself. He recalled Chang Li's words and the determination he had to change. In the absence of the power to alter his environment, he must not act on impulse. Taking a deep breath, he earnestly nodded at the supervisor, then hefted the heavy storage box onto his back and quickened his pace to join the line. The supervisor, holding the whip, found himself momentarily at a loss, unsure whether to strike or withdraw. He watched as 4068, obedient yet brimming with vigor, strode away, leaving him awkwardly frozen in place. Soon, he redirected his pent-up frustration toward the others, snapping the whip down onto the ground with a loud crack. What are you staring at? 4068 can carry a storage box and run swiftly, and you lot need two people for the same box. Useless. Move it, At that moment, Chang Li reclined comfortably in the cockpit, his fingers gently caressing the fully equipped control panels on either side, his heart swelling with joy. Family, who understands? We're piloting the Titan now. A sudden burst of laughter erupted, breaking the silence in the cockpit like a stone cast into a still lake. Startled, Chang Li turned towards the source of the sound, only to see a vibrant crimson head peering into the cockpit. Erica had nimbly climbed up his arm without him noticing. The little creature maintained a respectful distance, her hands gripping the edge of the cockpit as she suspended herself, curiously tilting her head to observe him. What are you up to? Her teasing voice chimed in. So happy to have found a treasure? You're practically drooling. Her bright eyes sparkled with mirth, curving into a beautiful crescent as her laughter nearly caused her to lose her grip. Clearly, she had caught sight of Chang Li's earlier foolish grin, a stark contrast to his formidable image as he piloted the Iron Beast against monsters. Captain Mark and the team discovered a wealth of supplies. So I came to see if you need anything special. Time is limited. If you don't have any requests, they'll just pack up everything indiscriminately. What? You think they 1T pack unnecessary items? Kids, there is nothing lacking up in the tower. She had come to relay Mark's message. Although she was curious about where this large robot had come from and who Chang Li truly was, she was wise enough not to ask. Such matters were for the city lord and his esteemed associates to consider, especially since the man before her was a figure of privilege sanctioned by the lord. Chang Li felt a slight heat rise to his cheeks, quickly replaced by a surge of competitive spirit. Smile? Let me show you something even more impressive. His expression shifted to one of deliberate solemnity as he silently picked up the iron pilot helmet beside him. With a soft click, the helmet locked into place, isolating him from the outside world. In the next moment, a stream of icy blue data light illuminated the helmet's visor, reflecting in Erica's wide, astonished eyes. The atmosphere in the cockpit subtly shifted in that instant. I am now. His voice resonated through the helmet's internal communicator, imbued with a low, magnetic echo that reverberated within the confined space. He paused deliberately, lowering his tone as he gazed into Erica's eyes, which had widened in confusion, before slowly revealing the second half of his statement. There is nothing lacking. Silence enveloped them. The proximity, combined with the scene in Chang Li's intentionally deep voice, caused Erica's smile to freeze. An odd tension began to fill the air. All right. If there's nothing lacking, then there's nothing lacking. She released her grip as if burned, landing lightly on the ground, brushing her hands as if to rid herself of the unsettling warmth. Yet, she feigned nonchalance, saying, "What are you trying to show off for?" She pouted, striding towards the scavenger team. However, if anyone were to draw near, they would notice a delicate blush creeping up her fair ears. After Erica departed, Chang Li leaned back in the cockpit, issuing new commands to the ghost soldiers waiting in the distance through the helmet. All ghost units, return to the armory drop pod for maintenance. Chapter 49. The return journey. Upon receiving the order, the steel warriors immediately turned, agilely leaping into the massive armory drop pod to replace damaged parts and replenish energy. Shortly thereafter, the civilian transport team returned to the hall, each person's storage box filled to the brim. The moment 4068 emerged, his gaze was magnetically drawn to Chang Li in the cockpit. As he walked, the fervent flame in his eyes mingled with awe, reverence, and an unquenchable ambition. Is that kid a bit odd? Chang Li silently remarked in the cockpit, but quickly refocused as a voice echoed in his mind. Iron Rider, I propose that I return to the Dragon Star. What? Chang Li nearly leapt from his seat upon hearing this. I finally got you down here, and you're already leaving after such a short time? It felt akin to a long-distance girlfriend visiting after half a year, only to leave right after dinner. My intelligent core contains the essential protocols needed to repair the critical systems of the Dragon Star. The voice remained calm, yet undeniably logical. Moreover, I have detected a large quantity of parts in the Titan drop pod that can be used for repairs. Why not let the system handle it? Chang Li attempted to resist one last time. In response, a massive, painted mechanical hand reached into the cockpit with an unexpected gentleness, encircling Chang Li's waist. It was a forceful yet affectionate gesture. In the next moment, an irresistible force pulled him out, as if a parent were lifting a child from a pile of toys, placing him firmly on the ground. The enormous mechanical cyclops looked down at him, its eye flickering with light. Iron Rider, my existence is to ensure your safety. You may call upon me at any time. Trust me, I am always here. All right. Chang Li adjusted his disheveled clothing, the pang of reluctance replaced by a profound sense of security. This was not merely a war machine, it was his companion, his staunchest ally. Chang Li, are we ready to depart? He turned to see Mark standing behind him, gazing up at the colossal figure with awe and curiosity. "Isn't you coming back to the tower with us?" Chang Li chuckled, bypassing him to pat his shoulder. "That little spot in the tower isn't enough for him to move around. Let us head out." The civilian transport team quickly and efficiently secured the enormous storage boxes onto the vehicles, while the scavengers took their places, prepared for departure. Once all was loaded, everyone boarded, and the vast convoy set off towards the coordinates given by the tower, where a receiving platform would be deployed. As the gravity unit, the scavenger squad, and the heavily laden transport vehicles rumbled out of the turbine hall, heading into the distance, a sudden, thunderous roar erupted from behind them. Everyone turned in astonishment, only to see 7,274 firmly anchored beneath the vast airdrop pod of the munitions depot. The pod's base erupted in searing plasma flames, propelling it upward with tremendous force. It pierced through the gaping hole it had created, resembling an inverted mountain, soaring into the sky. After reaching a certain altitude and vanishing from sight, a more astonishing spectacle unfolded in the vast cosmos. 7274 detached from the airdrop pod, igniting its own thrusters, transforming into a new, brighter meteor, hurtling towards the magnificent star Dragon, hovering in orbit. Meanwhile, the airdrop pod, having completed its delivery mission, adjusted its trajectory and sped towards the coordinates previously set by Chang Li. The scavengers' convoy, laden with supplies and hope, gradually departed from the desolate ruins. The roar of engines and the clattering of tracks over rubble receded into the distance, ultimately swallowed by the horizon. Within the turbine hall, silence descended once more. Only the cold wind seeped in through the massive breach in the dome, stirring the dust and the remains of the Crimson Hunter with a mournful whisper. Everything seemed to have settled to dust. Suddenly, an almost imperceptible tremor emanated from the depths of the earth. Initially, it felt like a distant heartbeat, but it rapidly intensified, becoming increasingly clear. Dust and debris began to fall from the dome, while some unstable steel beams emitted a disconcerting creak. It was a rhythmic, unimaginably heavy footfall, each step akin to a mountain shifting, causing the very ground to groan beneath it. The rumble drew nearer, eventually halting directly above the turbine hall. Following this, a colossal shadow enveloped the opening created by 7274. The light was completely obscured. Instantly, the hall was plunged into a suffocating darkness. Then ahead, nearly twice the size of the previous Crimson Hunter, grotesque yet imposing, silently descended through the breach. Its shape bore resemblance to the Crimson Hunter, but its crystalline armor was no longer a glaring red. It was a deeper, more profound shade of dark crimson. Its eyes, instead of the frenzied red glow, were two deep points of crimson light, seemingly harboring ancient wisdom and boundless malice. It emitted no sound, merely lowering its head slowly, gently, and almost tenderly touching the thoroughly destroyed remains of its kin, whose core had been shattered. At that moment, a bizarre scene unfolded. From the shattered wound, a small plant emitting an eerie red luminescence emerged from the ground beside the Crimson Hunter's carcass, growing rapidly. The peculiar little flower swayed gently towards the enormous dark crimson head in the still hall, as if it were conveying a message. The colossal beast gazed at it, motionless, seemingly receiving some form of information. The exchange appeared to conclude. After fulfilling its purpose, the mana flower's radiance quickly dimmed. Its petals rapidly withered, carbonized, and ultimately transformed into a wisp of black ash, dissipating into the air as if it had never existed. The immense hunter slowly withdrew its head from the breach. It did not glance back at the corpse of its kin beneath, but instead raised its mountainous head through the opening, gazing towards the horizon, where the scavengers' convoy had vanished. Within its ancient and cold crimson eyes, there was neither anger nor sorrow, only an unfathomable, chilling calm. Chapter 50, 78787878. End of voting. The territory of the scavengers had now transformed into a bustling and orderly materials processing center, where joy gleamed in their eyes. They engaged in animated conversations, categorizing, recording, and storing various relics from the old world brought back from the power station. Mark hurriedly approached Chang Li, who was resting with his eyes closed, his footsteps brisk, clearly eager to report, yet he deliberately paused. Chang Li, he began, his tone more solemn than usual. I must immediately provide a detailed report to the city lord. However, regarding your, Mark carefully considered his words, evidently unfamiliar with referring to him as a ghost soldier. How should I phrase it? Or rather, to what extent would you like me to report? Chang Li, having changed out of his ironclad gear into casual attire, opened his eyes, sensing Mark's goodwill distinctly. This was no longer the official demeanor of the scavenger leader who reported all unknowns to the lighthouse. It was a peer, a comrade, seeking his opinion and respecting his secrets. "Feel free to report as you wish," Chang Li replied succinctly, completely surprising Mark. He paused, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he added, "As long as that old coot Morgan can handle it, you can say whatever you like." Mark blinked, quickly grasping Chang Li's composed confidence. He nodded emphatically, a relieved smile gracing his face. "Understood. You should take a break in the lounge. We'll handle the rest." Watching Mark stride purposefully towards the elevator leading to the upper levels, Chang Li found a corner to sit on a metallic bench in the scavenger's lounge. He was not fatigued, but needed a moment of tranquility to gather his thoughts. He immersed himself entirely in his system panel. Current points, 85214, a substantial reserve, bringing him peace of mind. Munitions depot has arrived at the designated coordinates. The Ghost team has initiated perimeter defense arrays. The Star Dragon production line has commenced, producing standard Marvin engineering robots for ongoing resource collection operations. Everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. However, as he contemplated the use of his points, an unusual sensation surged unexpectedly. It was a gaze, an unshakable scrutiny. It bore no hostility, no malice, akin to a feather persistently brushing against his awareness, evoking a sense of discomfort. Chang Li furrowed his brow slightly and abruptly turned his head, his keen eyes scanning the entire lounge. In a nearby corner, a woman sat atop a weapons crate, meticulously cleaning her assault rifle, the oil-soaked cloth gliding delicately over the cold metal surface, an unwavering habit of veteran scavengers after each mission. Yet today, her movements seemed somewhat distracted. She could not quite articulate why. It was merely that this person sat quietly nearby, seemingly doing nothing, yet somehow creating an invisible realm of tranquility amidst the chaos and clamor. As scavengers, their taut nerves appeared to relax only in the presence of his being. It was akin to the sensation of a childhood crush, where one pretended not to notice the other, despite their presence. Unable to resist, she cast her gaze again. Just then, Chang Li seemed to sense something, turning abruptly. Her heart raced, as if caught in the act. Her eyes darted down in a flurry, returning to her rifle with an almost imperceptible speed. Chang Li noticed nothing amiss. He saw only the scavengers engrossed in their tasks, and as his gaze swept past, everyone instinctively averted their eyes or offered respectful smiles. Haunted, Chang Li muttered inwardly, feeling quite uneasy. He disliked such sensations. Without hesitation, he stood up, no longer lingering, and strolled out of the lounge, moving towards the more spacious materials transfer area. As Chang Li's figure vanished at the exit of the rest area, the woman seemed to exhale with relief, her movements in wiping down the gun oil becoming more languid. Suddenly, a hand reached out from the side and snatched the bottle of gun oil from her grasp. Penny was startled, turning to see Fei Shui, masked and intently gazing at her. "What are you thinking? Have you lost your mind?" Fei Shui shook the bottle in her hand. "Cleaning a gun is not the same as washing it. Don't be so careless. What is on your mind?" "And no," Penny stammered, her ears flushing a faint crimson as she seized back the gun oil, her retort lacking conviction. "I fail to comprehend why you weakened Iron U's senses earlier. You don't need to understand. It's all for his benefit. You know what he was like before. I acknowledge the purpose and support it. Yet I must disapprove of the method. Do not continue such actions. Randomly manipulating Iron U's senses could lead him into peril." All right. I'll grant you the authority." Authority received and secured. Amidst the deafening mechanical sounds, the Dustman transport team worked diligently and methodically. Chang Li spotted several familiar figures. Advisor 4277 was the first to see Chang Li, promptly setting down her task and waving enthusiastically. 4079 also paused, bowing respectfully in Chang Li's direction. "Is that really necessary?" 4068 observed her friend, but before the words could escape, 4079 had already grasped 4068 by the neck. "All right, I get it. Bow. The overseer, a dustman, shifted uncomfortably, intending to reprimand, but met Chang Li's calm gaze instead. The reprimand caught in his throat, his anger quickly dissolving into an awkward, frozen smile. He abruptly lowered his head, feigning intense interest in the metallic floor beneath him. It appeared that the rumors of the advisor's favorable disposition towards the Dustmen had spread throughout the lighthouse. Perhaps now, his popularity rivaled that of Mark S. As Chang Li walked, he pondered the noticeable changes since his return. In the original narrative, following this surface mission, Morgan would have held a grand ceremony, formally appointing Mark as the heir to the lighthouse. It seems rather absurd to waste resources on such a ceremony if the decision to abandon the elderly has already been made. However, the ceremony was absent. Instructor Elon was instead engaged in psychological counseling for a group of newly enlisted recruits who had merely toured around. His presence had seemingly illuminated an alternative path for Morgan. Or perhaps it revealed a genuine hope, temporarily shelving those hollow ceremonies in the transfer of power. With the absence of an heir's appointment, Mark naturally had no subsequent scenes with Ran Bing to sneak a peek at the records of the old world. The butterfly's wings had stirred, altering the trajectory of the narrative. Chang Li's slight advantage in the plot had, at this moment, evaporated. Nevertheless, he felt no concern, a soft chuckle escaping his lips. He did not rely on that meager prophetic edge. When absolute power is grasped firmly in one's hands, whether the path ahead leads to an abyss or a smooth road, he possessed the confidence to level it all. With a swift motion, the system page unfurled once more. Gazing at the balance of 85,214 points, a confident smile graced Chang Li's lips. Quite substantial, my friends. Shall we dismantle? Chapter 51. None of them are human. Extra update for the 78 patrons. Fourth update of the day. The upper corridors of the lighthouse remained as pristine and solemn as ever, imbued with a cold metallic essence. Chang Li strolled aimlessly, hands tucked into his pockets. Mark had gone to report to Lord Morgan, while the hunters were recuperating from their revelries. The entire lighthouse seemed enveloped in a brief tranquility following a significant victory, yet he, the architect of this success, found himself the most idle of all. As he rounded a corner, an unexpected figure materialized ahead in the corridor, clad in the emblematic dawn robe of the Church of Shadows. A wide hood obscured most of their face, revealing only a rigid jawline. The robe cloaked their entire form, rendering them tall and enigmatic. Is that one of Charles's people? Chang Li raised an eyebrow, a flicker of impatience igniting within him. Had trouble come knocking so soon? He halted, watching the individual with a composed demeanor. However, their approach surprised him. They staggered towards him, wobbling as if they might topple at any moment. What is this? Overindulgence? He scoffed inwardly, not retreating but instead allowing a smirk to play on his lips as he advanced, colliding directly with the swaying figure. Am I to evade their brilliance? Bang! A muffled thud resounded. Ouch! Ugh! The anticipated clash of equals did not transpire. Instead, three distinctly youthful and pained exclamations filled the air. Chang Li looked down to see the expansive dawn robe crumpled on the ground like a deflated balloon, from which three small figures tumbled out. They were scrambling to rub their sore backsides, grimacing in discomfort. At the forefront was a boy with a buzz cut, the very same 9027 he had seen during the supply transport yesterday, clad in a simple gray work uniform, his face now a picture of shock. Beside him stood a smaller girl, her pallor betraying her frailty, yet her bright black eyes shone with intensity. She wore attire akin to the boy's, timidly hiding behind her companion. The last of the trio was a boy adorned with protective goggles, dressed in a wrinkled white shirt, numbered 8925. His goggles had skewed askew from the impact, and he fumbled to adjust them, his eyes sparkling upon recognizing Chang Li. It's you all? Chang Li mused, observing the comical trio and deducing their intent as they gravitated towards him. Is this not the path to the upper levels of the lighthouse? Have you come specifically to block my way? Just as he finished speaking, a familiar figure emerged from an unnoticed corner. You lot. Ran Bing approached briskly, her expression a blend of reproach and concern. She adeptly helped the dazed buzzcut 9027 to his feet, brushing off the dust from his clothes. I apologize, Chang Li. They are the Dustmen's reserves, often assisting the hunters, but they can be rather reckless. She anxiously offered her apologies on behalf of the children, only to be met with Chang Li's cheerful gaze, having removed his helmet since ascending the lighthouse. I'm quite fine, just ensuring they're all right. As they've taken quite a tumble, how could he possibly be harmed? After all, even a half-baked iron you is still iron you. As for the identities of the children, he had never paid them much mind, for, as a certain flamboyant pink individual once remarked, in any world, children are treasures beyond compare. Ran Bing stared at Chang Li's smiling face, momentarily taken aback. Indeed, as Mark had said, he was unlike anyone else. Vice Officer Ran Bing. Upon seeing her, 9027 seemed to find his anchor, the tension in his demeanor dissipating as he burst into tears, his sobs cascading like pearls from a broken string. Vice Officer Ran Bing, 9033, she dying. This sudden outcry thickened the atmosphere. Under Ran Bing's soothing presence, the three children began to narrate the events in a flurry of overlapping voices. The frail little girl, identified as 9033, had contracted a rare illness within the lighthouse, which, for the resource-deprived dustmen, was tantamount to a death sentence. She was acutely aware of her dwindling time, her sole wish being to behold the entirety of the lighthouse, to witness the legendary top floor that promised a view of the entire sky. Thus, the two young lads, 9027 and 8925, conspired to take her to the upper levels. It goes without saying that the City Defense Patrol would not permit 3 common children to roam freely in the upper district. After being repeatedly chased away, the brains of the operation, 8925, devised a brilliant plan. They stealthily acquired a discarded robe of a dawnlight priest and, playfully, stacked themselves together to impersonate a tall priest. Thanks to Charles's renowned reputation at the lighthouse, the patrolling guards, upon seeing this attire, chose to circumvent them, none daring to question or obstruct their passage. However, midway through their scheme, a mishap occurred. The one on top, 8925, lost his balance due to exhaustion, causing his protective goggles to slip down to his nose. Instinctively, he extended a finger to adjust the frames, inadvertently raising another finger beside his head. In that fleeting moment, a spark ignited in his mind, and a wondrous realization dawned upon him. Despite disguising themselves, their chances of reaching the upper levels were still exceedingly slim, given their stamina and the density of patrols. Just as despair began to creep in, a thought struck him. He recalled the bread a kind adult had secretly given him yesterday. Its sweet taste unlike anything he had ever savored. He later learned that many commoners had received it, allegedly from a significant figure among the scavengers. Whispers circulated about this individual, who treated the commoners with unparalleled kindness. Given this, why pursue the seemingly impossible ascent to the upper levels? Why not seek help from this esteemed individual? They represented genuine hope. Thus, they altered their course and began inquiring about the whereabouts of this advisor, ultimately encountering their target in a rather dramatic fashion. After hearing their tale, the 3 children turned their gaze toward Chang Li, their small eyes filled with trepidation, anticipation, and a flicker of hope. Did you truly encounter no suspicions along the way in such attire? Are there still humans at the lighthouse? To be honest, I didn't notice at first. Oh no, neither am I human. Chapter 52. Yearning for the sky, Ran Bing paused for a moment, gazing at 9033's pale face, worn from illness, and into her eyes, which brimmed with an insatiable longing for the sky. Ultimately, her heart tipped the scales. She turned to Chang Li. Her voice lowered as if she were affirming a resolute decision. I wish to take her to the flying platform. There are gliders there. Taking off from that height should allow her to glimpse the sky, fulfilling her wish. Chang Li clearly saw the sorrow and determination in Ran Bing's eyes, which concealed a profound helplessness against the cold order of the lighthouse. Even as a scavenger lieutenant, she understood that she could not secure any exceptional treatment for a gravely ill common child. This flight felt more like a final farewell. However, just as Chang Li prepared to speak, a bright, lively voice approached, accompanied by hurried footsteps. Sister Ran Bing, Jeff wants you to come over quickly. A nimble figure halted before them, a girl who appeared quite young, her neatly cropped rosy pink hair exuding a playful charm. Her large eyes sparkled with vitality, like a flickering flame that instantly dispelled the heavy atmosphere. There's been a minor issue with the supply transfer. Several crucial components don't match the records. Captain Mark isn't here. I need you to verify and sign. Erica reported rapidly, but as her words faded, she keenly sensed the tension in the air. Her gaze shifted from Ran Bing's furrowed brow to the pale-faced girl, then to the complex expressions of expectation in the eyes of the other 2 children. Sister Ran Bing, who is this? Erica's tone instinctively softened, sensing the gravity of the situation. Ran Bing opened her mouth, struggling to articulate the difficult choice between emotion and reason. At that moment, a bolder 8925 quietly responded for her. 9033 is very ill. She just wants to see the sky one last time. The statement acted like a key, unlocking Erica's understanding. I get it. Without hesitation, Erica's vibrant eyes lit up. She stepped forward, puffed out her chest, and declared in an unassailable, cheerful tone, Sister Ran Bing, you handle your business. I'll take this little sister flying. Seeing the sunshine and confidence radiating from Erica's face, warmth surged within Ran Bing. Yet, the thought of 9033's frail body deepened her hesitation. Are you sure you can do it, Erica? She instinctively questioned, her voice laced with concern. Don't worry, Sister Ran Bing, Erica replied, standing taller, even playfully saluting in a rather unrefined manner. I have a flying license, the official kind. You can count on me. Erica's exuberance dispelled some of the gloom, yet the weight of uncertainty remained heavy in Ran Bing's heart. Such a cute little girl. Chang Li stepped forward, his gaze steady and resolute as he regarded her. Erica, his voice was soft yet imbued with undeniable authority. I, in my capacity as a special advisor of the Lighthouse, hereby issue you a command. Both Ran Bing and Erica were momentarily taken aback, unsure how to respond. Allow this child to soar into the skies, and let her enjoy herself. Chang Li's tone softened. I grant you the right to use the glider. Then, his gaze shifted back to Ran Bing, uttering words that left everyone present momentarily stunned. Bring her back safely to me. I have a way to treat her. What? Treatment? Ran Bing, Erica, and the three children exclaimed in disbelief simultaneously. In that instant, it felt as though an invisible hand had tightly gripped and then released Ran Bing's heart. After speaking, Chang Li turned to leave, while the other two children discreetly made their way back to the commoner district, aware of their responsibilities. However, Ran Bing wished to voice her concerns, perhaps about the irregularity of the situation or the city lord's stance, only to have Chang Li interrupt her without looking back, leaving her with a simple reminder. Remember to fasten your seatbelt, Erica, and you too, 9033. His words stifled all of Ran Bing's unspoken worries and doubts. She stood frozen, watching Chang Li's figure fade into the corridor. Thank you, Chang Li. On the flying platform, the cold wind howled through the heights. Erica held 9033's hand, who curiously and nervously surveyed her surroundings. All right, now that she was actually here, Erica felt a bit dazed and instinctively approached the staff responsible for the platform's maintenance. Scavenger Erica. The staff members saluted with utmost seriousness. To use the glider, you require approval documents submitted by Captain Mark or Lieutenant Ran Bing. Erica's expression instantly froze. Oh no. In her daze, she had completely forgotten to obtain any credentials from Chang Li. If she had simply snuck away, it would have been one thing. But she foolishly approached the staff to follow the proper protocol. Now, caught in this procedural snag, she could only muster her courage, clear her throat, and awkwardly say, "It was Mr. Chang Li, the special advisor, who permitted it. I apologize for forgetting to ask him for the documentation." To her surprise, her words had an unexpected effect. The man responsible for the maintenance of the gliders first appeared taken aback, then his expression changed dramatically. In an instant, he was overwhelmed by a whirlwind of thoughts. The newly arrived figure, capable of slaying the voracious beasts, had garnered the respect of the city defense forces, even commanding the attention of Captain Mark. Ultimately, all his musings coalesced into a heartfelt exclamation. "Boo-how, my job." He suddenly jolted, donning a fervent smile and gesturing to Erica, "Clear the way." Of course, clear the way. Miss Erica, please ensure safety at high altitudes. Having said that, he seemed fearful of any further complications from Erica, turning on his heel and departing while shouting into his communicator, "Prepare the glider for takeoff. Clear the airways. Highest priority." Repeat, highest priority. His hurried pace suggested that lingering even a moment longer could spell disaster. The staff member hastily vanished through the passage, leaving behind a hurried silhouette. On the flying platform, the wind at high altitudes seemed to soften considerably. Erica and the little girl beside her exchanged glances, both detecting a flicker of astonishment in each other's eyes, which quickly morphed into a shared, silent understanding. "Mr. Chang Li's reputation is so effective," Erica remarked softly, striving to imbue her voice with warmth. She took 9033's hand and approached the already prepared glider. This flying machine resembled not merely a contraption, but rather a mechanical falcon poised for flight. Its entire structure was composed of a lightweight alloy framework, exuding a sense of power. With two massive wings tautly stretched with high-strength, specialized fabric, glimmering under the light, once unfurled, they perfectly simulated the wings of a bird. The cockpit featured a tandem double-seat design, offering pilots and passengers an unparalleled view, currently resting quietly atop a massive metallic track. With utmost care, Erica assisted 9033 into the back seat, where the child's small hands gripped the edges of the seat tightly, her eyes brimming with a mix of curiosity and trepidation towards the imposing machine. Remembering Chang Li's instructions, she gently secured the safety belt, meticulously fastening it and double-checking the tightness to ensure the child was firmly secured. "Do not fear, I will fly steadily," Erica whispered reassuringly. Once she had completed these tasks, she stepped into the front cockpit, grasping the control stick. Before her lay an impressive flight path, reminiscent of a roller coaster track. Beginning at the edge of the platform and gracefully curving downward, extending beyond the lighthouse. Taking a deep breath, Erica initiated the glider. With a gentle hum, the latch beneath the glider released from the track, producing a crisp click. "Are you ready?" Erica turned to confirm. "Yes." 9033's voice trembled slightly. Yet it was overwhelmed by uncontainable excitement. "Then, let us depart." Erica pressed the launch button. In the next moment, the glider was thrust forward as if propelled by an invisible giant hand, racing down the vast track. Wow! The sensation of weightlessness coupled with exhilarating speed elicited a thrilled scream from 9033. The scenery before them blurred, the wind howled past their ears, transforming the entire world into a vibrant, colorful tunnel. As the glider departed the track's final moment, all mechanical noises faded away. The world opened up magnificently, leaving only the gentle song of the wind. The vast wings spread wide in the air, catching the currents. Below, an unfathomable sea of clouds and a desolate land shrank to a model. Above, the limitless azure sky beckoned. 9033 pressed her small face against Erica's back, forgetting to breathe. Oblivious to her ailments, her dark eyes reflecting the splendor and vastness of the world. This was a sight she had never encountered before. A moment of unparalleled brilliance in her life. Chapter 53. Preparing to ignite a streak of bright silver light tore through the unchanging gray canopy of the lighthouse. The glider's graceful and robust form circled around the lighthouse like a great eagle liberated from its cage, stretching its wings in exuberance. This sudden spectacle instantly became the most captivating scene in the vicinity, drawing everyone's attention. On the supply platform, the weary scavengers, having just concluded their arduous tasks, gathered in small groups to indulge in a rare moment of leisure. "Hey, look, isn't that Erica?" One sharp-eyed scavenger was the first to notice the commotion in the sky. "And it seems she has a child with her? Isn't that against the rules? Captain Mark will surely reprimand her." "What of it?" An older scavenger leaning against a container replied lazily, nodding towards the figure on the high platform not far away. "Haven't you seen Advisor Chang Li over there? With him present, who would dare to object? This is a trivial matter. Besides, it might just be a special approval from the advisor." Indeed. Upon hearing this, the surrounding scavengers erupted into knowing laughter. No longer concerned, they waved enthusiastically at the glider soaring above, calling out Erica's name, cheering for this rare spectacle of freedom. Meanwhile, on the training grounds, Instructor Elon was passionately regaling a circle of new recruits with tales of how he bravely navigated through a siege of voracious beasts. Yet, the recruits' attention had clearly drifted far beyond, each craning their necks, eyes filled with envy as they gazed at the glider soaring freely in the sky, treating Elon's grand exploits as mere background noise. For them, the beckoning sky seemed far more enchanting than distant tales of heroism. Chang Li stood quietly atop a high platform, where the view was expansive, allowing him to clearly observe every trajectory traced by the glider. He watched the two figures, akin to free birds, whimsically painting their flight upon an endless canvas. He could imagine the little girl named 9033 gazing wide-eyed, absorbing the entirety of the world before her, while Erica piloted the glider, momentarily shedding the burdens of a scavenger to relish in pure freedom. A sudden impulse stirred within him, soaring into the sky. Breaking free from the constraints of the earth, this yearning has been deeply ingrained in the human psyche since time immemorial. Clutching a handful of points, he felt a twinge of excitement. It was time to acquire a flying apparatus for himself. The Iron Rider's jump gear allowed for brief flights via short bursts of propulsion, but for prolonged aerial excursions, the modified Arctic Titan from Viper was necessary. However, it was undeniably excessive to redeem a top-tier Titan merely for the occasional one to soar through the skies. The cost-effectiveness was too low. Wait, Viper? A flash of inspiration struck Chang Li. In the game lore of, Viper had a daughter named Valkyrie, who inherited his flight aspirations. Her signature equipment was a jetpack derived from the wreckage of the Arctic Titan, modified by Lambert. He immediately focused his thoughts, contacting the system in his mind. Searching. Search complete. The most suitable items have been filtered for you. Jetpack, system modified for Iron Rider. Item description, modified from the top-tier Iron Rider Viper S Arctic Flight Core, integrating the Titan's vertical takeoff and landing engine with missile systems. Equippers can achieve prolonged, highly maneuverable suspended flight and launch dense missile clusters for area strikes. This device has been optimized by the system for greater energy efficiency and structural stability. Price, 5,000 points. Detected that the Iron Rider battle suit possesses high-intensity thermal insulation and pressure resistance, perfectly substituting the specialized thermal flight suit. The proposal has been optimized, and the price adjusted to 3,000 points. One cannot deny that our system is truly benevolent. What are we waiting for? A fervent glimmer flashed in Chang Li's eyes. Come. The moment he spoke, his casual attire was enveloped in a faint glow, disassembling and recycling into the familiar, technologically advanced Iron Rider combat suit. Almost immediately, he felt a slight pressure on his shoulders as a massive flight pack settled onto his back. Prominent auxiliary wings, one large and one small, adhered closely to his back, flanked by missile launchers that folded neatly away, while the rear featured a substantial main nozzle alongside two smaller auxiliary jets, an embodiment of formidable power. He shifted his body, surprised by the pack's unexpected lightness. With his physical prowess, it felt almost weightless. Perhaps it was simply a testament to his extraordinary capabilities. The upgraded system far surpassed the original model, directly interfacing with the Iron Rider helmet's neural link, eliminating the need for manual control, allowing for complete mental command. Both flight duration and velocity had been significantly enhanced, unleashing the overwhelming energy of the modified Polaris flight core. Iron Rider. The system has detected additional accessories and has issued them as complementary items. While Chang Li was still acclimating to the feel of the pack, he suddenly felt a weight in his hands, revealing a folding pistol. With a flick of his wrist, the compact firearm snapped open with a crisp click, its wings unfurling simultaneously, transforming into a resplendent crossbow. The barrel bore an embossed golden vermilion bird emblem, flanked by two miniature nozzles that now exhaled vibrant flames. The orange finish and the cold metallic barrel harmonized beautifully, embodying the heirloom of Valkyrie, the vermilion bird. Impressive, Chang Li exclaimed, brandishing it briefly before securing it to the side clasp of the flight pack, deeming it a commendable close combat weapon. His gaze then shifted to another complementary item, a weathered Iron Rider helmet, hovering quietly before him. A glaring bullet hole marred the left eye section, undoubtedly belonging to Valkyrie's father, the Viper. Curse this system, Chang Li muttered, a twitch at the corner of his mouth revealing his disdain. Gazing at the helmet with its bullet-riddled visor, he could almost sense the lingering resentment within. Do not look at me. I was using the 97 model back then, and that hole is far too minor. With a dismissive wave, he banished the helmet, which promptly vanished as the system reclaimed it. After dealing with the brief interlude involving the vermilion bird spear and the Viper helmet, Chang Li's focus returned to the vast sky above. It was time to warm up. He moved his body, feeling the immense power stirring behind him. Gradually, he crouched down, lowering his center of gravity, his feet firmly planted on the metallic platform. Assuming the classic takeoff stance, his eyes fixed upon the boundless expanse of the sky. Chapter 54, You are not allowed to join the skydive. In the next moment, the main nozzle of the flight pack ignited with a ring of ethereal blue light, emitting a low, rumbling growl akin to a beast's breath. The air behind him began to hiss softly. Below on the platform, all eyes were drawn to this sudden spectacle. What is that? What is the advisor doing? No one could answer. They could only see the man seemingly cloaked in an invisible force field, the surrounding light beginning to warp ever so slightly. Chang Li's neural consciousness synchronized perfectly with the flight core. He could feel the energy within the engine being unleashed, reaching a critical threshold. Now was the moment. Ignite. With a piercing shriek that tore through the air, the low growl transformed into a deafening roar. A blinding white tail flame erupted from the main and auxiliary nozzles, striking the solid metal platform with tremendous force. The terrifying thrust erupted instantaneously. Boom. Chang Li became a bullet released from a bow, soaring vertically into the sky. The platform beneath him groaned under the strain, the area scorched by the tail flame, turning a deep crimson. The overwhelming sound wave expanded like an invisible wall, rushing outward. On the platform, all the scavengers were momentarily stunned by the sudden deafening noise, instinctively stepping back, their faces etched with disbelief as they gazed upward. Participant 4277 was filled with incredulity, muttering, "Is he really flying?" The new recruits who had just been admiring the gliding wings were now utterly dumbfounded. My heavens! Is he really boasting? Elon's mouth gaped, his water bottle clattering to the ground. Instructor Elon opened his mouth, only to find his intended bragging lodged in his throat. Chang Li reveled in the ferocious power. The Iron Rider's physique allowed him to endure it effortlessly. The sensation of weightlessness lasted less than a second before being replaced by an unprecedented feeling of absolute control. He was soaring, not relying on the unstable power of gliding wings, but conquering the sky through his own strength. This was exhilarating. With a thought, the auxiliary nozzles adjusted their angles, converting the vertical thrust into a steady hover. He remained suspended in midair, as if standing on an invisible ground. The lighthouse below rapidly shrank in his view, transforming into a colossal spindle embedded in the earth. The intricate metal structures, intertwined pathways, and bustling figures became part of a miniature landscape. The desolate land in the distance resembled a fragmented tapestry, extending to the horizon. The clouds were no longer distant adornments, but soft, accessible cotton. He could genuinely feel the high-altitude winds brushing against every seam of his armor, inhaling the crisp, moist air of the clouds. This was true freedom. Like a child with a new toy, he began testing the performance of the thrusters. With a mere thought, his body traced a smooth, elegant arc through the air. Another thought, and he effortlessly executed a beautiful barrel roll, eliciting gasps from below. The response time of mental control was virtually instantaneous, as if it were an extension of his own body, exhilaratingly liberating. After looping several times for sheer enjoyment, he finally turned his gaze towards the gliding wing still hovering nearby. The engine roared once more, and he transformed into a streak of light, racing towards the gliding wing. On the gliding wing, Erica was cautiously maneuvering, striving to maintain stability for the sake of 9,033 behind her. Sister Erica, look. The people below are so tiny. 9,033's small face pressed against Erica's back, her eyes sparkling with a newfound brilliance, the pallor from her illness seemingly washed away by the magnificent scenery. Indeed, Erica replied with a tenderness unlike her usual demeanor. Do you like it? Yes. I never knew the world could be like this. Just then, a strange rumble echoed closer and closer. Erica's brows furrowed instinctively as she glanced sideways. Then, she witnessed a scene she would never forget. A blazing tail flame approached at an incredible speed, ultimately matching her pace. As the flame receded, revealing a figure, Erica's breath caught in her throat. Chang Li, fully armed, floated beside her, relying solely on the exaggerated pack on his back. The high-altitude winds tousled his armor, but could not budge him in the slightest. He raised a hand, tapping lightly on the wing of the gliding device as if knocking on a door. Nice view, isn't it? His voice resonated clearly through the public channel into Erica's earpiece. Erica's mind went blank. She opened her mouth but could utter not a single word. The backseat 9033 stared wide-eyed, her mouth forming a perfect O. Don't dawdle. Chang Li's voice carried a hint of amusement as he reminded them to ensure a safe flight. After all, the child still required treatment. This statement struck Erica like an electric current, jolting her from her reverie, and she nodded vigorously in response. Chang Li chose not to elaborate further, giving them a thumbs up before pivoting gracefully, his engine igniting once more with a brilliant burst of light, tracing a resplendent arc in the sky as he dove towards the lighthouse. He resembled a liberated comet, soaring past the abodes of the scavengers. After the mission concluded, these seasoned veterans had retreated to their cozy sanctuaries, indulging in rare moments of leisure. Time to tease them. The first target materialized before him, Emo City. The individual lay on his balcony, basking in the sun, clad only in a thin blanket draped around his waist. A smile akin to the grandeur of Ilaru graced Chang Li's lips as he sped overhead, deliberately executing a side maneuver. With a powerful gust, the rush of air lifted Emo City's flimsy cover, sending it soaring like a kite. What the hell? Who's that? Emo City jolted upright, clutching his vital parts, cursing at the sky in a fit of fury. Chang Li performed an elegant roll in midair, casually retrieving a chilled bottle of wheat juice from his system and tossing it with precision. The can traced a perfect parabolic arc before landing squarely in Emo City's arms, beads of condensation glistening on its surface. The torrent of curses abruptly ceased. So cool. As he continued his flight, Chang Li suddenly felt a chill envelop his back, a prickling sense of danger flooding his senses as though he were being stalked by a beast. Was he being locked onto? His mind raced as his body instinctively reacted. With a fierce roll, the asymmetric thrust of his flight pack propelled him away from his previous position. Yet, the sensation of being targeted returned within mere seconds, clinging to him like a tenacious parasite. What was going on? Turning his gaze back, he peered across hundreds of meters, pinpointing a balcony with uncanny accuracy. In the next moment, his helmet's visual system seemed to malfunction, a blinding white flash invading his sight, automatically deeming it a priority target and magnifying the view. There were slender, supple calves and a breezy camisole that barely reached mid-thigh, all details vividly etched and analyzed onto his retina. It was Fei Xue. Those fair legs were undeniably alluring. Wait, what? She was pulling up her skirt. The initially innocuous sense of being targeted suddenly jolted his nerves as he realized Fei Xue had completed the action. Chang Li immediately began erratic maneuvers, weaving through the intricate steel structure of the lighthouse, attempting to outsmart Fei Xue's sniper precision. Locked onto a flying target? You think you're the hunter? Fei Xue, intrigued by the challenge, had never been so provoked before as the team's ace sniper. A serious expression crossed her face as she calmly disengaged the safety on her weapon, adjusting her position. One delicate foot rested on the cold metal railing, while she steadied the hefty sniper rifle against her thigh, a wild yet graceful contrast to her light attire. Her crosshairs tracked the darting figure in the sky, though she found it perpetually just out of reach, as if he could predict her every move. Damn it! As Chang Li's form neared the edge of her vision, an idea sparked in Fei Xue's mind. Maintaining her aim, she ensured his trajectory would bring him within her line of sight before freeing one hand to gently tug at the hem of her dress, lifting it slightly. What was she doing? Chang Li, still evading imaginary gunfire, glanced back just in time to witness this peculiar scene. She raised her skirt, revealing a patch of skin that glowed even fairer under the sunlight, instantly captured and magnified by his helmet's visual system. This fleeting glimpse ignited his attention like a sudden flare in the night, akin to a heat-seeking missile released by a fighter jet. Wait, was that safety shorts? The thought doused his excitement like cold water, causing his racing thoughts to short-circuit. In that moment of distraction, his high-speed trajectory veered off by mere microseconds, threatening to collide with the massive pipe connecting the lighthouse's main structure to the suspended floors. Just as his craft was about to meet the pipe, Chang Li reacted. The engine of his flight pack roared, the vector nozzles adjusting precisely to redirect thrust. His body tilted in an astonishing maneuver, not clumsily avoiding but gliding past like a top-tier skier, tracing a perfect yet perilous arc mere inches from the metallic surface. In that split second of evasion, he even managed to turn his head, peering through his visor at Fei Xue on the balcony. Did he think he couldn't react? He flashed a downward thumb in a provocative gesture. What a mess! Iron Rider's reflexes. The next moment, before Fei Xue could respond, the power of the flight pack surged to its maximum. Boom. With a resounding sonic boom, he transformed into a black blur, accelerating abruptly and vanishing from Fei Xue's line of sight amidst the labyrinthine structures of the lighthouse. On the balcony, Fei Xue's calm expression cracked the instant she caught sight of Chang Li's taunting gesture. She watched incredulously as he not only executed an impossible aerial glide at the brink of collision, but even had the audacity to mock her in return. That downward thumb pierced her composure like a needle, shattering her focus. Once Chang Li's figure faded into the distance, Fei Xue's fair fingers clenched into a fist. Humph! A soft yet frigid sound of displeasure escaped her nostrils. Then, as if to sever the unpleasant memory, she reclined back in her lounge chair, donned her sunglasses, and shut out the world. Yet, her slightly pursed lips betrayed that her emotions were far from tranquil. At this moment, Erica was piloting the glider, executing the critical landing procedure. She had aligned the craft with the designated landing platform and began to lower her altitude. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of Chang Li. When she observed the figure that had soared like a celestial being suddenly faltering mid-air, freezing unnaturally, her heart inexplicably tightened. Had he been injured? That brief moment of distraction proved catastrophic. The glider demanded utmost precision in operation during landing. Erica's instinctual concern led to a barely perceptible deviation in her control. Bang! One wingtip of the glider crashed heavily against the metal railing extending from the landing platform. A sharp cracking sound echoed as the alloy wing beam snapped. The passenger in the rear seat let out a terrified scream as the glider lost balance, plummeting like a bird with broken wings, its nose diving sharply, and the entire craft began to spiral uncontrollably through the air, descending rapidly. Damn it! Erica's complexion turned ashen as she gripped the joystick tightly, striving to regain control. However, the severed wing rendered all her efforts futile. The centrifugal force pinned her and 9033 firmly to their seats, while the world around them spun wildly, the earth rushing towards them at an alarming speed. Below on the platform, everyone's hearts raced with anxiety. Mark was engaged in a discussion with Jingnan regarding modifications to the gravity unit. After witnessing the individual firepower demonstrated by Chang Li, he expressed dissatisfaction with the intensity of the gravity unit's firepower. The sudden cacophony drew his attention to the window, and in the next moment, his eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the glider spiraling down like a broken kite. His first reaction was to recall that Erica's pilot license had been revoked just last week, but he quickly realized that this was not the moment for such thoughts. This was bad. He climbed to the window, ready to leap out, when Jingnan's calm voice halted him. Don't rush. Look at the one coming from behind. The iconic helmet identified him, allowing Mark to relax and descend obediently from the window. Boom. The engine of the flight pack roared with unprecedented ferocity, and Chang Li transformed into a comet, unflinching and direct, charging toward the tumbling glider. His speed was extraordinary, leaving a long white trail in the air. He meticulously calculated the glider's rolling trajectory and descent speed, and at the moment of contact, he extended his arms, gripping the comparatively intact main structural beam with a vice-like grip. Creak. The metal groaned under the unbearable strain. The tremendous impact coursed through Chang Li's arms. And even with the protection of his tactical suit, he felt an overwhelming force pulling at him. Chapter 56. Dim light. The engine behind him roared to its fullest, its nozzle adjusting angles to unleash powerful retro thrust, forcibly counteracting the glider's downward momentum and rolling inertia. To everyone below, this spectacle was nothing short of miraculous. They witnessed a man single-handedly seize and halt an out-of-control glider midair. The chaotic roll of the glider was forcibly corrected under his strength, and the unstoppable descent was bravely resisted. Ultimately, less than 50 meters from the lighthouse, the glider ceased its tumultuous roll. Although still battered, it remained firmly stable in the air under his support. Iron willpower, kid, Chang Li exhaled slowly, adjusting the engine output as he steadily and gradually made his way toward the platform. With a screeching metallic sound, the glider's underside connected with the groove on the launch platform, finally coming to a complete stop after a violent jolt. Chang Li gracefully landed beside the craft, the engine behind him gradually dying down. He descended like a feather, silently touching down in the center of the supply platform. As the last wisp of steam dissipated from the nozzle, the world returned to silence. The air on the platform still lingered with the burnt scent of metal friction. The damaged glider lay quietly, silently recounting the recent peril. The flight manager seemed preoccupied with pressing matters and did not intervene. 9033's small face retained a pallor from the shock, her tiny body trembling slightly in Erica's embrace. The child and the little girl huddled together. Meanwhile, Erica herself was not faring much better. As the adrenaline faded, a wave of weakness washed over her, making it difficult to stand. She regretted her recklessness, fearing what Captain Mark would say if he learned of this incident, and when her revoked pilot license would ever be reinstated. Click. Chang Li removed his helmet and approached Erica, extending a finger to tap her smooth forehead. Wasn't I telling you to be more careful? His tone carried a hint of reproach, but mostly exuded exasperation. Ugh. It's not my fault, Erica protested, covering her head, feeling a bit wronged. You suddenly swayed, and it distracted me. That was, ahem, for a reason. Chang Li coughed lightly, averting his gaze to deftly sidestep the topic that had put him in a bind, then adopting a serious demeanor as he resumed his advisory role. Besides, you were piloting the glider and still dared to look around. I think I might need to inform the flight manager and Captain Mark to temporarily revoke your license. Upon hearing this, Erica couldn't help but chuckle. Revocation requires justification, yet she remained anxious, circling Chang Li and pleading, please don't. If Captain Mark finds out, who knows how long I'll be grounded. Cough, cough, cough. Just then, a fit of harsh coughing interrupted their banter. 9033, curled up in Erica's arms, had turned bright red, each breath sounding like a worn-out bellows. Erica immediately swallowed her words, the hint of color on her face fading rapidly. She deftly patted 9033's back to help her breathe. Looking up at Chang Li, her eyes held a final glimmer of hope. Mr. Chang Li, you said you would help. Chang Li offered no unnecessary words. A well-sealed syringe had already appeared in his hand. He extended the syringe to her with a calm tone. Let's draw a blood sample to facilitate diagnosing the issue. Gazing into Chang Li's confident and steady eyes, all of Erica's doubts vanished. Silently, she accepted the syringe. The cold metallic feel now brought her an unprecedented sense of reassurance. Are you going to treat me, Brother Chang Li? 9033 asked weakly, her small hand instinctively clutching Erica's clothing. Her gaze filled with reluctance. You don't need to waste contribution points on me. I'm not worth it. Before she could finish her words, a decisive action interrupted her. Seeing her utter such disheartened words, Erica's fair face puffed slightly, and without further ado, she injected the syringe. 9033 let out a soft cry, more of surprise than pain. Erica ignored her, focusing with almost reverent concentration as she drew the blood sample, carefully capping the needle before solemnly handing it to Chang Li. He responded with a reassuring glance. Once this was done, she turned back to 9033, extending her hands to pinch her cheeks, pulling them firmly to each side. No more of that talk. Mr. Chang Li is seriously helping us, she scolded, a hint of irritation in her voice. Ugh, 9033's face contorted into an odd shape, unable to articulate her words clearly, while tears began to well in her eyes, finally spilling over. In the shimmering light of her tears, the world appeared somewhat surreal. The ever-spirited Erica, now pouting and playfully scolding her, radiated genuine concern more than ever before. Meanwhile, the handsome Chang Li, holding her blood sample, focused intently on the syringe as though communicating with something unseen. His expression bore no pity. Instead, it conveyed an unwavering certainty that the problem would ultimately be resolved. Problems are meant to be resolved. In that moment, something within 9033's tender heart quietly began to blossom. For the first time in her life, she felt an intense desire to live. It dawned on her that even the humble could be cared for. It became clear that her seemingly insignificant life was indeed worthy of salvation. Chapter 57, 787878. All right, stop crying. Erica's voice regained its characteristic vivacity as she gently patted 9033's head, wiping away the tears from her eyes, then turned her little body in a different direction. 9033 opened her tear-streaked eyes, and in the distance, she spotted 9027 and 8925, their faces etched with concern. Upon noticing her gaze, the two boys immediately broke into relieved smiles. Look, your little friends are waiting for you. 9033 nodded, descended from Erica's arms, and ran towards her companions, glancing back frequently. Only when the three small figures vanished around the corner did Erica turn back, her gaze complex as it fell upon Chang Li. What are you looking at? Chang Li was focused on the blood samples in his hands, seemingly inspecting them, but in reality, he was bargaining with the system. Hey, how about 5 points to send these samples to the medical lab on the Tianlong? Declined. The Iron Rider can store the samples in the combat suit storage compartment, and retrieving the suit will deliver them directly to the Tianlong. So you've been directly transmitting my clothes back to the Tianlong every time? Indeed. Then why should I give you points? Chang Li was merely amusing himself by teasing the system. That would be 5,000 points. No, forget it. Chang Li dismissed the idea of continuing to toy with the system. As he raised his head, he noticed the emotion in Erica's eyes had dimmed without him realizing. She lowered her gaze, as if lost in thoughts of something disheartening. A strange, ineffable feeling arose unexpectedly from deep within her heart. Having grown up under the lighthouse doctrine, she was unfamiliar with this sensation. It was unlike admiration, for the scavengers revered Captain Mark, which was a respect for a leader, nor did it resemble gratitude. She had felt grateful to many, but that was a pure sense of reciprocity. This feeling was peculiar. It compelled her to steal glances at him, as if avoiding his face would cause her heart to drift aimlessly like a runaway glider. So, is no one going to share their first love experiences? Yet, when his gaze actually fell upon her, she felt an inexplicable panic, an urge to flee. This contradiction left her bewildered, even somewhat helpless. She instinctively lowered her head, avoiding his eyes as if this would help clarify her tumultuous thoughts. You're drenched in sweat. Go wash up first. I'll come to fetch you for dinner. Her voice was calm, as if she were stating the most mundane of facts, concealing the inner turmoil beneath. Without looking back, she waved her hand, her silhouette betraying a hint of anxiety she herself was unaware of, swiftly disappearing around the corner. Chang Li lowered his head and sniffed himself. Indeed, the previous exertions had caused quite a sweat, and having not had the chance to clean up since coming from the ground, it was time for a proper refresh. He oriented himself and headed towards the room assigned to him. Unbeknownst to him, just around the corner in the flight area, two groups were in a standoff. The flight administrator Chang Li was seeking had been hiding there all along. After all, it was Chang Li who had approved the glider, and now that it was damaged, he was prepared to take some responsibility. Otherwise, the despair of this administrator was unimaginable. It was akin to a director personally deleting the data of an important client without a backup, leaving the project leader to awkwardly assure, I will rectify this. Do not worry. However, the administrator's demeanor was peculiar. Upon seeing Chang Li leave unscathed, he exhaled a sigh of relief. You lot dare to obstruct the enforcement of the luminary. A rather unseemly cleric pointed at the administrator with arrogance, while subtly signaling the luminary behind him with his peripheral vision. The luminary, frustrated, rolled her eyes beneath her mask, weary of this fool who treated her as a mere weapon. Yet, bound by duty, she had no choice but to step forward and monotonously declare, Scavenger Erica has violated the lighthouse regulations by allowing a dust dweller to interact with the glider. At this point, she paused, intending to leave it at that, hoping for a peaceful resolution. However, the cleric misinterpreted her pause as an invitation to elaborate. She also damaged the glider. Such flying machines are scarce in the lighthouse, and the few we have are gifts from the Lord of Light and Shadow. This was disastrous. The luminary's brow furrowed, her lips pressed into a straight line, as her deliberately halted words were misconstrued by this dimwit, who mindlessly escalated the situation. Truly, anyone could be admitted into the Light and Shadow Society. The luminary involuntarily scoffed internally, feeling a rare dissatisfaction towards Charles. Since that day of confrontation with Chang Li, images of her humiliation had been haunting her each night, causing her to clench her fists. In the name of the Lord of Light and Shadow, I shall seek vengeance. Yet, not now. The luminary glanced helplessly at the cleric, who still believed he was in the right. After the incident with Chang Li, Charles had severely punished her by making her kneel before the portrait of the Lord of Light and Shadow for an entire day, issuing 2 new commands to all clerics of status. First, to do everything possible to avoid conflict with the new advisor. Second, to find opportunities to trouble Marquez' faction, as Charles did not want to be undermined while preparing his plan against Chang Li. However, it was evident that this thoughtless cleric had only grasped the latter half of the instructions, and upon learning of Erica's transgression, he seized the chance to drag his enforcement officer along. This marked the 3rd time the luminary sighed that day. She had never found enforcement to be such a troubling task. With a sigh, memories of that day flooded back, the breeze brushing against her bare cheeks, reminiscent of an ID card grazing her skin. Enough. The presence of the flight administrator indicated that someone had approved the glider. Chang Li was present, and given his current status, who else could have granted such approval? Creating trouble for Erica now was no different from confronting Chang Li directly. Indeed, despite the cleric's wild gesticulations, the flight administrator emotionlessly repeated, Special Advisor Mr. Chang Li has approved the flight permit for Scavenger Erica and Dust Dweller 9033. If you have any questions, you may consult Mr. Chang Li directly. You. The cleric's face twisted in anger, and in a moment of foolishness, he declared, fine, and took a step towards Chang Li to argue. However, as he did, 2 patrol soldiers behind the administrator swiftly aimed their cold weapons at his forehead. General Victor has ordered that no one may approach Advisor Chang Li without permission. The cowardly cleric, having never faced such a scene, trembled uncontrollably, unable to move, casting a pleading glance at the luminary. What could she say? The administrator had directed him to Chang Li, and the city defense forces were preventing him from going. She had anticipated this outcome, as it was no secret that General Victor fully supported Lord Morgan. Her teammate was a liability. She could only succinctly state the conclusion she had long prepared. Since Advisor Chang Li has already approved this matter, it is a misunderstanding. I will remember this oversight and ensure all procedures are confirmed in future incidents. With that, she ignored the now dumbfounded cleric and walked away without hesitation. Chapter 58. Dawn. If you wish to see the dismantling of the ice horse, you may stop here. The accommodation assigned to Chang Li by the lighthouse was considerably more spacious than the scavenger's single rooms, also much cleaner and tidier. The warm water washed away the fatigue of flight, and the dust collected from the ground. Chang Li changed into a fresh set of casual clothes, feeling rejuvenated. He refrained from turning on the lights, allowing the room's intelligent ambient lighting system to adjust to a gentle glow. He then lay back on the soft bed in a crosswise position, emptying his thoughts and quietly staring into space. At that moment, a notification sound echoed in his mind. System report. Repair progress of the Ling Long. Basic functionality in the medical area has been restored. Energy supply is stable. Task update. The crimson blood samples and symptomatic blood samples have been delivered to the medical laboratory, where genetic sequencing comparison and pathological analysis are underway. Expected to take 3 hours. Production report. 30 general-purpose robots have been produced through the industrial system, costing 15,000 points. All units have been deployed to designated ground areas to commence basic resource collection and surveillance tasks. A slight smile crept onto Chang Li's lips. Everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. Time passed slowly, and the room's lighting gradually shifted to the night mode. Ding dong. The crisp sound of the doorbell jolted Chang Li from his half-dreaming state. He rose and approached the door, casually opening it. Standing outside was a petite figure, Erica. Her playful pink hair was slightly disheveled, her face etched with anxiety, and her chest heaved from her hurried run. Advisor Chang Li, she gasped, speaking rapidly. You must come with me. It's urgent. Oh, right. In the original work, after Penny's death, the breeding task fell to Ranbing. What's happened? Has Charles begun to court disaster? Chang Li followed Erica through the cold metallic corridor of the lighthouse, arriving at the scavenger's base. Before stepping inside, he was met with a mingling scent of sweat, gun oil, and an oppressive tension as if the atmosphere were on the brink of explosion. The hall was dimly lit, the ambience eerily still like the calm before a storm. Scanning the room, Chang Li observed the bustling crowd in the expansive hall, yet the silence was palpable. The backbone of the scavengers, Mo Chung, Fei Shui, Jeff, and Corey, were all present and fully armed. Mo Chung leaned against a corner wall, meticulously polishing his dagger with a cloth. His gaze lowered, revealing no emotion, yet each steady, forceful motion exuded a sense of impending heaviness. Jeff, on the other hand, resembled a caged beast, pacing restlessly with clenched fists that cracked audibly. Even a significant number of the newly initiated recruits, freshly baptized by the harsh ground conditions, were present. Their faces bore traces of nervousness and fear, yet their eyes burned with the same ignited flame. Is this what you call summoning me? Chang Li approached Mark, who was relentlessly striking a heavy bag. Bang, bang. Each hit was delivered with full force, revealing the turmoil within the man. Upon hearing the noise, Mark paused, sweat cascading down his chiseled cheeks. He turned, his resolute eyes marred with bloodshot veins and a chaotic struggle. Observing the intense atmosphere, Chang Li couldn't resist teasing. Are you preparing for a coup? Our backs are against the scavenger camp, and our target is the Dawn Hall? To his surprise, Mark nodded seriously. Penny was taken by the Light and Shadow Society for refusing the breeding task. Mark's voice was low and hoarse as he locked eyes with Chang Li and laid the situation bare. When he mentioned the next name, his voice faltered slightly, a fleeting pain flickering in his gaze. Ranbing's name was on the list as well. She went after them and is now missing. She is likely detained too. Yet, that momentary pause had betrayed the tumult within him. They had both grown up under the same alarms of the lighthouse, shedding blood and sweat on the same training grounds. He understood better than anyone the resilience hidden beneath Ranbing's gentle facade, and he could not bear the thought of her being harmed. He fought to suppress the rising emotions. Just before this, I was summoned by Lord Morgan. After hearing my report, he granted me inexplicable authorization, allowing me to disregard lighthouse rules and mobilize the scavengers when necessary. Mark looked at Chang Li, his eyes filled with a tumultuous mix of struggle and self-deprecation. I didn't grasp it at the time, but upon my return, hearing this news made everything click. The Lord is tacitly permitting you to break the rules. Once, he believed the existence of the three great laws was to conserve lighthouse resources to the utmost extent. Mark's voice held a depth of fatigue he had never known before. He slowly removed his gloves, his rough fingers brushing against the sweat-stained leather, remnants of his anger and helplessness from each punch still lingering. But the Lord revealed the truth to me. Mark's Adam's apple bobbed as he spoke, the truth harsher and more despairing than he had imagined. The true purpose of the three great laws was that intense emotions would emit a unique scent from the source of life, rendering us living targets with nowhere to hide in the eyes of the extreme beasts. In that moment, the air seemed to thicken, and every scavenger's breath in the hall paused. Thus, our emotions are not noble sacrifices made for survival. They are a deadly poison from which we cannot escape. Mark murmured, his voice laced with deep irony and sorrow. To survive, we must transform ourselves into emotionless machines. This is the lighthouse we rely on for survival. But it also serves as our prison. After he finished speaking, silence enveloped him, his eyes filled with pain and conflict. Chang Li listened intently, his expression unchanged. He simply looked at Mark and posed the most direct and piercing question. So, are you prepared to abandon Penny and Ranbing? Or are you seeking my guidance on what to do? I'll give you 3 minutes to clarify your thoughts, after which I will confront Charles. This question struck Mark like a heavy hammer, crashing down on his heart. He raised his head, his lips moved, yet no words escaped. So, what now? Knowing this despairing truth, what should we do? Rebel? Against the very cage that has safeguarded everyone? But to not rebel would mean watching his comrades, watching Ranbing fall victim, having grown up under the cold rules of the lighthouse, where the laws were akin to divine decree. He now found himself in a situation where the sky had fallen, and for the first time, he was at a loss for what to do. Observing his bewilderment, Chang Li stepped forward, his voice soft yet resonant throughout the hall. Mark, you have gathered everyone and presented a facade of preparing for a desperate battle. Yet now you tell me you do not know what to do? The lighthouse lacks resources, but sustaining life with your current points is not a concern. These resources are incredibly cheap within the system. None of this was a dilemma. He was merely an insipid pawn. The basic nutrient solution to sustain a single person is worth even less than a bullet, and as for the issue of the source of life attracting extreme beasts, the system has solutions. Therefore, none of this was the crux of the matter. The focus was on Mark. He wanted to ascertain what kind of power this scavenger leader, who had witnessed his sister, Hong Ko, sacrifice herself for the love of a man, could unleash when pushed to the brink. As a pawn, he yearned to see with his own eyes the limits of this world as protagonist. Chang Li's words were like a stone cast into still waters, stirring up a tempest. Yet the reaction in the room was not the fervor he had anticipated. The new recruits exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a flicker of confusion. To speak frankly, those who have yet to traverse the depths of experience grasp the vast concepts of emotions and rules with limited understanding. They are merely aware that the atmosphere around them is stifling, suffocating them. Imo Chen clenched his fists tightly, not contemplating abstract principles, but rather the extraordinary power of Chang Li, a force potent enough to reverse the very fate of the lighthouse. Jeff continued to polish his dagger, momentarily pausing his movements. His sharp gaze flitted between Chang Li and Mark, as if assessing something significant. Fei Xue was methodically loading bullets into the magazine, her masked visage obscuring her expression. Yet, her swift and precise actions betrayed her readiness, with the blueprint of the Dawn Hall laid out beside her. Chang Li finally turned to Mark, articulating each word with clarity. What you must do now is not to wallow in confusion, but to make a choice. Will you persist in clinging to your obsolete survival principles that offer no glimpse of the future? Or will you choose to stand by my side and reclaim what is ours? Mark gasped heavily, his gaze fixed on Chang Li, who exuded a confidence that rendered all rules inconsequential. His logic, his beliefs, everything about him was unlike anything Mark had ever encountered in his life. Words failed to unravel the chaos within him. Thus, he opted for the most familiar and direct approach known to the hunters. He hurled his gloves to the ground and pointed with his chin toward the rudimentary boxing ring at the center of their encampment. Let us decide in the manner of the hunters. Mark's voice was hoarse, his eyes still clouded with confusion, yet intertwined with a flicker of combativeness. He leaped onto the boxing ring, extending an invitation, or rather, a challenge, to Chang Li. Come up, Chang Li. He stood bare-chested, sweat glistening under the lights, outlining the contours of his muscular frame. This was not merely a duel. He sought an answer through this confrontation. Please, let me understand how you can disregard the rules. Let me see if you can inspire us to stake our lives on your beliefs. Chapter 59, Eruption, Part 4, Upon the Boxing Ring. The atmosphere froze to an icy stillness. All the hunters held their breath, their gazes locked on these two men who seemed to embody the old order of the lighthouse and the new power. Mark inhaled deeply, assuming the most standard fighting stance, his expression resolute and focused. Chang Li regarded him, yet his mind involuntarily recalled the previous day when Elon had attacked him with the same posture. Truly, Elon had trained him well. Go. Mark moved. Like a tiger descending from the mountains, he propelled himself with force, his entire weight lunging forward. His initial move mirrored Elon's, but his speed, strength, and unwavering momentum surpassed that of Elon. The right straight punch, embodying all his might and determination, surged toward Chang Li with a deafening whoosh, rapidly enlarging in his field of vision. However, in Chang Li's well-honed dynamic perception, honed through countless life and death encounters, Mark's actions still appeared sluggish. Just as the punch was about to connect, Chang Li acted. He merely stepped forward and tilted his body slightly, narrowly dodging the trajectory of Mark's strike. Simultaneously, his right fist, having gathered tremendous force, struck Mark's chest with the ferocity of a siege hammer. Seemingly casual yet devastating. Bang! The sound echoed like a heart-stopping thunderclap. It was not the sound of flesh colliding, but rather the roar of a high-pressure vessel exploding. Mark's pupils dilated as he felt not merely a punch, but as if he had been struck head-on by a massive, charging force. An incomprehensible, violent power erupted from Chang Li's fist, piercing through his entire being in an instant. He barely had time to utter a groan. His body flew backward like a discarded sandbag, feet leaving the ground, hurtling through the air, in the aghast gaze of all the hunters. Mark was propelled out of the boxing ring, crashing heavily onto the ground several meters away, producing a resounding thud, and then lay motionless. Silence enveloped the hall. A profound stillness following the shocking spectacle. Everyone was rendered speechless by this paradigm-shifting scene. Mark, the mightiest warrior of the lighthouse, the leader of the hunters, had been so easily struck down by a single blow? Lying on the ground, Mark's consciousness swirled in chaos, a persistent buzzing filling his ears. The searing pain in his chest nearly suffocated him, but an even greater tempest brewed within, an unparalleled shock and despair. It felt as though something might be fractured. What kind of power is this? Is this the strength of iron control? To be defeated so simply by a single punch? Unyielding. A fierce indignation burned within him like wildfire. The pain that had been suppressed for far too long surged forth like a flood, overwhelming all his rationality. Questions about the three great laws, uncertainties regarding the lighthouse's future, and a furious helplessness surged within him, alongside memories of Ranbing, that figure who always followed him. Her gentle gaze evoking an unfamiliar, ineffable stir within him, tugging at the heart he had encased in layers of rules and restraint. He had deliberately ignored and suppressed this feeling. He dimly realized, was this not the forbidden emotion that had once engulfed his sister, Honko? The kind that could summon the devouring beast, rendering a person vulnerable to the ruthless purification of the lighthouse's laws? And now, the mere thought of her possibly facing the coldness and despair of the light and shadow society in some desolate corner ignited the feelings he had forcibly subdued, tearing through his fears of repeating his sister's fate. Do you know what true happiness is? Living freely with someone you adore. Do you have someone you cherish? A searing pain, more intense than he could have ever imagined, gripped his heart. No, I cannot fall. I have yet to protect her. I have not yet told her. An indescribable, tumultuous emotion erupted from the depths of his soul. It was defiance, it was pain, it was rage, and more so. It was that feeling he had suppressed for far too long, never daring to voice. This overwhelming torrent of emotion transformed into an unprecedented, searing power, coursing through his limbs. Under the astonished gazes of all, Mark, who should have been unconscious, instead pushed himself up with trembling arms, rising inch by inch amidst a roar that stifled his pain. His eyes blazed crimson, fixed intently on Chang Li in the boxing ring, burning with a resolve that was no longer clouded, but rather pure and unyielding. Yet, Chang Li did not look at him. At that very moment Mark rose, a chilling red alert flickered to life on Chang Li's retina, visible only to him. System warning. Iron control has detected an abnormally high concentration of life source signals. A large number of devouring beasts are rapidly gathering beneath the lighthouse. Please ensure your safety immediately. It seems the eruption was not so difficult after all. Mark's recent surge of intense emotions had illuminated the path for the devouring beast below. Observing Mark, whose might and power surged with his emotional outburst, Chang Li's system retina flashed with incessant red alerts. System warning. Detecting a sharp increase in the life source signal intensity of target Mark, which is continuously attracting the devouring beasts below. Yet, within Chang Li, there was no ripple of concern. He even found himself with the leisure to make a mental remark. Behold, I assert that the tropes of tokusatsu are universally applicable. Transformation, explosive growth. The power of love and friendship. Indeed, these encapsulate the beauty inherent in humanity. He swiftly issued a command to the system within his mind. System. Can these adorable little creatures pose a threat to the lighthouse in the short term? The cold, mechanical voice of the system replied almost instantaneously. It is estimated that, given the current aggregation speed and the height of the lighthouse, a substantial threat is virtually impossible. There is no risk in the immediate future. Moreover, the system database has retrieved 78 viable plans for shielding or disrupting life source signals. Would you like me to list them? Thanks, but let's discuss that later. Chang Li severed the communication in his mind. For now, he must secure the lighthouse. His gaze returned to Mark. Those crimson eyes, the arms trembling slightly from the surge of power and coursing with veins, radiated a pure determination emerging from confusion and struggle. Chapter 60, Mark's Dawn, 5th update. Surpassing the fanfiction that preceded mine, Chang Li observed the burgeoning aura of Mark, unable to suppress a slow nod of approval. Truth be told, this rugged demeanor of his was rather impressive. His eyes roamed over Mark's muscular physique, a playful smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Such a robust form would surely be well received in any arena. However, this was not mere jest. Chang Li understood that Mark now teetered on the edge of extreme exhilaration and fragility. His previous strike had utterly shattered Mark's confidence as the strongest man of the lighthouse. What sustained him now was solely his resentment and the emotional obsession to protect. Should Chang Li crush this final vestige of belief with overwhelming force, Mark's psyche might truly fracture. What he desired was an awakened ally, one capable of standing shoulder to shoulder in battle. With this in mind, Chang Li stepped forward. positioning himself at the edge of the boxing ring, looking down on Mark. Very well. His voice was soft yet unmistakably clear, cutting through the din of the crowd. Compared to his earlier bewildered demeanor, he appeared far more agreeable now. He extended a finger, pointing towards the side of the hunter's base where several heavy exosuits stood ready for deployment. But with this alone, you still couldn't touch even a finger of mine. Chang Li's words brimmed with undeniable confidence as he gazed into Mark's eyes, now ablaze with resolve. I do not delight in preying upon the weak. Mark. He raised his voice, issuing an unexpected invitation to all the hunters present, especially the indomitable man before him. Don your exosuit. Let us make this battle a touch more equitable. Chang Li's declaration detonated like a bomb in the hushed hall of the base. Arrogant. This was the first word that flashed through the minds of all the hunters present. However, it was swiftly followed by a more complex array of emotions. Had he lost his mind? Jeff was the first to shout, disbelief etched across his face, facing an exosuit with mere flesh. Captain. Corey stepped forward anxiously, his focus on his teammate. We don't have time. Ranbing and Penny are still waiting for us. Yet, a cold, calm female voice pierced through the clamor, quelling the chaos. It was Feishua. Time is precisely ample. Leaning against the wall, arms crossed, her sharp gaze swept over each person present before finally resting on Chang Li. Charles is not a fool. He set this trap, confident that we would become disoriented by impulsiveness. He would prefer us to charge in recklessly. Thus Ranbing and Penny will remain unharmed until we arrive. In the corner, Imo Chung had ceased his movements, the usual spark in his eyes now absent. Oh, so this is more than just a brawl. He muttered to himself, devoid of his usual vivacity, but his voice was audible to those nearby. No matter what, we cannot allow Vice Officer Ranbing and Penny to fall into Charles's hands. We are openly challenging the rules of the lighthouse. Let us hurry. Forget about any strategy. Jeff's explosive temper disregarded such intricacies, his fists clenched, veins bulging. Knowing it's a trap, we still have to walk right into it. Are we to stand idly by while Ranbing and Penny are in danger? Amidst the fervent debates and calculations, Elika's gaze remained locked on Chang Li, her large eyes reflecting pure, unmasked concern. But to confront Dawn with mere flesh, she murmured, her voice trembling. He will be injured. The hunter's discussions, analyses, and worry surged towards Mark like a tidal wave. He stood still, his blood boiling, and amidst the clamor, gained a moment of chilling clarity. He understood. He comprehended Feishua's analysis, grasped Mo Chang's implications. More importantly, he discerned Chang Li's underlying message. This was not an insult. It presented him with a choice. An opportunity to demonstrate his convictions at their zenith. If he declined, he would forfeit even the right to challenge. And everything he had prepared for would become a mere jest. In that fleeting second, he pondered much, the future of the hunters, the fates of Ranbing and Penny, and Chang Li's unfathomable power. Ultimately, all thoughts coalesced into a singular, crystalline notion. I need power. I require power sufficient to alter everything. He hesitated for a moment. Then, under the complex scrutiny of all present, Mark resolutely turned, striding towards the corner of the base where a colossal machine lay concealed beneath a vast canvas. Previously, he had submitted a proposal to enhance the firepower of the exosuit, and the engineer Jessica, seeking ease, had brought the exosuit directly to the hunter's camp for calibration and experience. The crowd parted automatically to grant him passage. With each step he took, it felt as though he was declaring his resolve. He was not merely approaching a cold machine, but marching toward his destiny, toward the responsibilities he must bear as the leader of the hunters. He reached the canvas, grasped it, and tore it away. With a swift motion, the black steel giant unveiled its fearsome and imposing visage before all. Type 2 exosuit, Dawn. Its entirely black coating symbolized the authority of the hunter's commander. The fluid and powerful lines, the heavy armor, and the menacing chainsaw on its back exuded an overwhelming sense of oppression. It stood like a slumbering black beast, silently awaiting its master. With a hiss, the hydraulic rods released a muted pressure, and the chest armor of Dawn slowly opened, revealing the intricately designed cockpit within. Mark leaped inside without a moment's hesitation. As he entered, the cockpit lights flickered to life one by one, the neural connection apparatus automatically aligning. And the cold mechanical prompts echoed within. Identity confirmed. Mark. Weapon systems, activate. The once dormant crimson electronic eyes ignited suddenly, as if the beast had awakened. Shortly thereafter, the heavy chest armor began to close with a resonant mechanical sound, sealing shut with a decisive click, isolating Mark from the world outside. Chapter 61. Shock. Sixth update. Do the 78 enjoy the author's grand update? In this moment, he fused with Dawn. He first gently placed the chainsaw knife that had accompanied him for years onto the weapon rack with a soft clink. Then, he maneuvered the exosuit step by step toward the boxing ring, each stride sending tremors through the metallic floor of the base, as if announcing its unparalleled strength. In the arena, on one side stood a towering 2-meter colossus, clad in formidable armor. On the other, a figure in a combat suit, the well-proportioned Chang Li. Humanity faced an entity of immense gravity. The scene was absurd to the extreme. Chang Li's palms were slick with cold sweat, anxiety nearly suffocating him. Mark uttered no further words, instead responding through action. Boom! The Dawn's engine roared, and its massive mechanical right arm descended like a battering ram, wielding colossal force. Crashing down towards Chang Li's head, this strike could incapacitate even the fiercest of beasts. Yet, in the face of this sudden assault, Chang Li advanced rather than retreated. With a deft push of his toes against the ground, he slid into the embrace of Dawn, where Mark's attack could not reach. Just as the gigantic iron fist grazed his hair, he raised his arm and struck precisely at the joint connecting Dawn's shoulder with his elbow. Clang! A dull resonance echoed. The once unstoppable iron fist of Dawn became rigid in midair. But that was not the end. Chang Li's figure moved like a shadow, stepping onto the massive arm of Dawn, while Mark frantically maneuvered within the cockpit, attempting to sweep him away with the other arm. Yet, Chang Li's movements consistently outpaced him. He danced like a master bullfighter upon a raging bull. Each elbow strike landed accurately on the joints. Each kick was ruthlessly aimed at the most vulnerable seams of the armor. Mark felt like a clumsy child, toyed with by a martial arts master. Every command he issued, every defensive maneuver, seemed anticipated by his opponent. Occasionally, he seized an opportunity to retaliate with a knee strike or sweeping motion, but in the next moment, Chang Li would effortlessly counter and leave new wounds upon his machine. Indeed, wounds, metallic dents, deformations of armor. Dawn's once imposing bulk appeared as a flawed toy before Chang Li. Finally, after a series of dismantling maneuvers, Chang Li seized upon the greatest flaw exposed by Mark's forced change of tactics. He forcefully struck Dawn's knee, leveraging the momentum to leap high, and in that fleeting moment of suspension, his right leg swung down like a battle axe, channeling all his might into a fierce kick against Dawn's heavily armored chest. Thud. This time, Dawn could no longer maintain its footing. The irresistible force rendered the 1-ton machine completely unbalanced, staggering backward as its massive metallic feet scraped against the ground, producing blinding sparks until boom. Accompanied by a deafening roar, Dawn's colossal body crashed onto the arena floor, shaking the very ground of the outpost. The cockpit erupted with piercing alarms, and the fiery electronic eyes flickered erratically before finally dimming. A deathly silence enveloped the space. All the scavengers felt as though an invisible hand had tightened around their throats. Their pride, their understanding of strength, their confidence as elites shattered into dust in this moment, crushed by the man standing beside the fallen steel giant, who slowly retracted his leg. Was this still human? This thought spread like a virus, wildly proliferating in every mind. In a dim corner of the outpost, hidden behind a weapons crate, Elon dropped his drink with a clatter, the brown liquid splattering onto his pants, yet he remained oblivious. His eyes widened in shock. Fixated on the unfolding scene, his throat constricting painfully. Thank goodness he had not acted decisively that day. In the arena, Chang Li approached, crouching beside Dawn's head, lightly tapping the cockpit door with his knuckles. Knock, knock. The crisp sound resonated clearly in the silent hall. The hatch opened slowly. Mark's sweat-soaked, panting face emerged. His eyes vacant, mouth agape, gasping for air, yet unable to utter a word. Chang Li looked down at him and calmly inquired, "Are you composed now?" Mark gasped heavily, the pain in his chest and the shock within rendering him speechless. One thought consumed his mind. This guy is beyond human strength. Observing Mark's humbled state, Chang Li nodded. If you are calm, then prepare yourself. With that he turned, retrieving the sci-fi-inspired iron helmet from his tactical belt at his waist. Holding it in his hands, he walked towards the hall's exit, his voice barely above a whisper yet echoing throughout the outpost. It's time to fight. The gathered scavengers gaped in disbelief, witnessing their strongest individual equipment being overwhelmed. If Mark had been shocked by the previous punch, this moment was nothing short of miraculous. It utterly revolutionized the worldview of every scavenger present. Mo City's mouth hung agape, his weapon clattering to the ground. Fei Shui's frosty mask revealed a rare expression of astonishment. Erica covered her mouth, her eyes filled with endless incredulity. Jeff's unsheathed dagger slipped from his grasp, a sharp pain prompting him to exclaim, "Ouch. I stepped on it." Chapter 62. Proceed with clarity and authority. Chang Li turned, his solitary figure poised to leave the hall. "Wait." A hoarse, weak yet resolutely determined voice called from behind him. Chang Li halted. He turned to see Mark straining with all his might, struggling to exit the cold cockpit. His combat suit was torn in multiple places, his face a mix of sweat and grime, each movement eliciting intense pain. He did not glance at the dawn, the embodiment of his past glory, but instead rolled off the arena, his legs nearly buckling beneath him. Yet, with remarkable willpower, he steadied himself and limped towards the scavengers, who had gathered, watching him with complex expressions. He did not position himself at the forefront, but rather stepped into the crowd, standing beside Jeff and Mo City, completely integrating himself into the team he once led. In that moment, he was no longer the commanding officer, but merely a warrior charging into battle, a seeker of dawn. Through this silent act, he conveyed to Chang Li and everyone present that he had relinquished the burdens of the past, shedding the weight of leadership, willingly entrusting the future of the scavengers and the dawn of the lighthouse to the man before him. Mark lifted his head, his gaze piercing directly at Chang Li. His eyes, once filled with confusion and anguish, now radiated with unprecedented clarity and resolve. "Scavengers, we fully support your actions." His voice echoed in the outpost hall, resonant and firm, a promise from a warrior, a follower. "Let us, please, dear advisor." This trust, this long-suppressed yearning, now erupted from Mark's eyes and from each scavenger behind him, surging forth towards Chang Li like a fervent tide. Chang Li quietly absorbed this weighty responsibility. He slowly raised his hand, donning the sci-fi helmet upon his head. A cold glimmer emanated from the visor, yet in the eyes of all the scavengers, filled with warmth and hope, that light transformed from cold to a gentle ray, piercing through the eternal darkness like the first light of dawn. "Scavenger Squad." The voice of Chang Li resonated through the helmet's amplifier, steady and powerful, imbued with an unprecedented vigor and determination. A clarion call capable of shattering all constraints. Weapons primed, awaiting the arrival of reinforcements. At the mere utterance of the word reinforcements, the spirits of all scavengers elevated instantaneously. Their gazes, filled with anticipation, were fixed upon the night sky beyond the windows. Sure enough, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sharp cries pierced the night once more. A dozen meteors, trailing crimson tails, tore through the clouds with precision, heading straight for the platform outside the scavenger's base. This time, no one was flustered. The falling meteors instilled a sense of reassurance in everyone. They have arrived. Indeed, it is them. Jeff, exhilarated, clenched his fist, his eyes ablaze with fervor, as memories of the recent confrontation with the Crimson Hunter flashed through his mind. With their presence, shadows and light become inconsequential. A rare flicker of emotion graced the cold visage beneath the snow-white mask of Fei Xue. She keenly sensed the difference. Were they deploying via airdrop this time? She cast a discreet glance at Chang Li, pondering the true nature of this man. Mo Chung leaned against the wall, observing the scene outside, whistling softly as he murmured to himself, "They intend to use them against humans." Charles, that scoundrel, could hardly have anticipated the kind of monstrosity he would provoke. All the members involved in the ground reconnaissance, who had encountered the hunters, were brimming with excitement. There could be no more reliable allies than these. As the commander and participant of that battle, Mark's sentiments ran deeper than anyone else's. He vividly recalled how, in the face of the Crimson Hunter's despairing assault, even his bravest scavengers felt fear, hesitation, and tactical flaws. Yet these ghostly soldiers were different. They possessed unwavering momentum, absolute firepower suppression, and a 100% execution of orders without compromise. They were tools born purely for war, cold, efficient, devoid of any human frailties. He glanced at the dawn behind him, representing the pinnacle of individual combat strength, and then at the true killing machines that were about to descend from the sky. A wave of relief washed over him. The worries for his family had dissipated. This was pure liberation. He finally understood that his earlier defeat was not merely against a formidable, inhuman Chang Li, but against a higher, more advanced system of warfare beyond his comprehension. He also realized that entrusting the future of the scavengers to this man was an astute decision. Boom, boom, boom. Each airdrop pod crashed heavily onto the platform, the doors bursting open as slender, lethally efficient ghost soldiers emerged silently, their cold visual systems scanning the surroundings. Advanced weapons exuding an aura of danger. Chang Li, donning his helmet, observed the unfolding scene. Recalling a professor's words from before his journey, dignity exists only at the edge of the sword. Truth resides solely within the cannon's range. A cold smile curved his lips. The game of make-believe was over. Now, the game of war commences. All units, synchronize combat data. Chang Li's voice resonated clearly through the tactical network, reaching every ghost soldier and scavenger-s communicator. Objective, Dawn Hall. Mission, rescue the target, eliminate all armed resistance. Weapons loaded. He turned, his cold goggles sweeping over this unprecedented hybrid force of human elites and futuristic technology. Let us proceed. Enter through the main entrance. Chapter 63, Dawn Hall. This was the sacred site where the lighthouse executed its divine breeding tasks, the air thick with the mingled scents of disinfectant and an unusual incense. Both sacred and chilling. At this moment, outside the hall in the waiting area, Charles, the leader of the Light and Shadow Society, stood quietly with a group of devotees. His arms were crossed behind him, clad in an immaculate leader's robe, his face composed, resembling a priest bathed in divine light. Yet, upon closer inspection, one would notice his fingers, hidden behind his back, unconsciously twisting, revealing the turmoil within. His gaze, uncontrollably, drifted toward the enormous, sealed metal door leading to the lower levels. Why haven't they arrived yet? Charles's inner calm was far from the facade he presented. When would those simple-minded savages make their appearance? He had meticulously orchestrated this entire affair. That oath was one matter, but Chang Li's arrogance and disdain were practically inscribed upon his face. How could he tolerate it? Penny was merely a pretext. She was already due for her first breeding task. The small head had struck down the large head, a personal interpretation. But the crux of the matter lay with Ran Bing. She was the focal point. An elite scavenger, a core member who, by regulations, should not have been eligible for a breeding task. It was he who had discreetly manipulated events to ensure her name appeared on the list. This was to ignite the most sensitive nerve within Mark, to provide Chang Li with sufficient justification to storm in here, furious with the scavengers. And then, he could naturally accuse them of disrupting the breeding ceremony, profaning the laws of existence, trapping them in a passive position. The script was flawless. No one would disturb him now. Yet now, not even a shadow of Chang Li or a single scavenger was in sight. Why? What were they waiting for? Leader. A rather unappealing cleric approached, bowing slightly, his face adorned with an oily, ingratiating smile. Time is nearly upon us. Should we not prepare for the ceremony in advance? He rubbed his hands together, gazing at Charles with a sycophantic expression, as if reveling in the opportunity to alleviate his leader's burdens. This fool, standing beside him, a uniformed Lightbearer, quietly lowered her head, a flicker of barely concealed disdain flashing in her eyes. Ah, the sight of fools is unbearable. Seeing this Brill, a mindless sycophant, Charles had entrusted such an important position to him as the Lighthouse's blessing officer. Truly, it made her question the very faith in the Light and Shadow Society that once captivated her. Did the great Lord of Light and Shadow truly require such a simpleton as a devotee? How could a fool, who could not even grasp the atmosphere and only knew how to flatter, ascend to such a position? Did the Light and Shadow Society still have a future? Fool. A suppressed hiss erupted like thunder in Brill's ear. Charles's fingers, which had been twisting restlessly, suddenly stilled. He spun around, his dark, menacing eyes fixated on Brill. The rage within him nearly boiling over, rendering Brill pale as death, silent as the grave. However, this fury lasted less than a second. Charles inhaled deeply, the ferocity in his gaze swiftly replaced by an unsettling calm. He even stepped forward, adjusting the crooked collar of the trembling Brill as if the earlier display of anger had never occurred. He looked at Brill again, his voice now gentle, resembling a sage patiently instructing a dim-witted student. Brill, he softly called the cleric's name. Yes, leader, Brill stammered in response. You must learn to perceive the essence of matters. He patted Brill's shoulder as if conducting a patient lesson. What do you believe is the most important purpose of our gathering here today? Is it that breeding task? No, is it? Charles shook his finger, his tone laced with a hint of mockery toward Brill's intellect. The breeding task merely serves as a grand stage, allowing those self-righteous savages to lose their sanity in anger, rushing onto this platform to commit errors. This is the crux of the matter. He paused momentarily, took a step forward, and leaned towards Brill, whispering in a tone audible only to the two of them. So, you asked me earlier whether we should prepare? Prepare for what? We have not even made arrangements for the other half of executing the breeding task. Suddenly, Charles's voice escalated, brimming with sarcasm. Ensuring everyone could hear him clearly, "You wish to participate in its execution?" This single remark left Brill's legs weak, nearly collapsing onto the ground. The scorn directed at him rendered Brill ashen, silencing him completely, and the atmosphere in the waiting area plunged to a freezing point. At that moment, two young female disciples, tasked with vigilance, emitted a low gasp of innocent surprise. "Look, a meteor." "Huh." The Lightbearer furrowed her brow, turning to the two disciples, intending to reprimand them. But as she followed their pointing fingers, her gaze shifted towards the night sky outside the porthole. There, amidst the inky blackness, several fiery points were trailing long tails, streaking across the heavens. Furthermore, they appeared to be drawing closer to the lighthouse. This bizarre phenomenon triggered an almost instinctive recollection of that detestable man in her mind. Was he behind this mischief? An inexplicable thought, even unbeknownst to her, surfaced in her consciousness. If something incomprehensible occurs, it is only fitting to blame him. As she successfully attributed this oddity to Chang Li, the Lightbearer herself remained oblivious to the slight smirk that curled her icy lips, as if she had found a satisfactory angle for her unjust accusation. However, this fleeting smile quickly stiffened. Her rationality detected a fatal flaw. No. If it were an external impact, the lighthouse's defense system would have long since issued the highest level of alert. The entire lighthouse would be in a state of red alert. Yet now, the central control panel showed no signs of response. Could it be that Jing Nen overlooked it? Impossible. Although that woman stood in opposition to her, her professional acumen was beyond doubt, and she would never have missed such an obvious target. The only explanation was the Lightbearer abruptly withdrew her gaze from the window, her sharp eyes now tinged with scrutiny and doubt, fixed upon the duplicitous Charles. What is he concealing from everyone? In truth, what the Lightbearer did not realize was that even if Charles had not devised any contingency plans, it would be impossible to access the airdrop pod with the lighthouse's antiquated detection equipment. Chapter 64. Flame Tongue. It seems there is a rich fellow. I will check back tonight. In the smelting workshop, the searing air was laden with the acrid scent of burning metal and the deafening cacophony of machinery. Intertwined with the dull thud of shovels moving ore, composed the eternal symphony of this place. "Hey, 4068, look at that." A slightly fatigued voice emerged as the numbered 4079 nudged his diligent companion with his elbow. "What is it?" 4068 did not lift his head. Instead, heaving a full shovel of black iron sand into the adjacent furnace, which radiated terrifying heat. The flash of the flames illuminated his young face. Soiled with dust, yet intensely focused. He cast a glance at the heap of materials beneath 4079's feet, which had barely been touched, and frowned. "You still have so much left to do. Why are you getting distracted?" 4079 scratched his head in bewilderment, his greasy hand leaving messy traces in his unkempt hair. "Weren't you just impatient with this work? Why the sudden enthusiasm now?" 4068 resumed, shoveling a heavy load, gritting his teeth as he replied, "Right now? My capabilities only allow me to do this. If I fail at even this task, what future is there to discuss?" He glanced at the dwindling pile of materials before him, then looked at 4079's larger stack, and without further ado, he directly scooped a substantial portion from 4079's pile with a shovel. These heavy iron materials needed to be delivered shovel by shovel into the furnace, where high temperatures would evaporate gases and remove impurities from the iron dust. This was one of the most arduous tasks at the lighthouse. "Hey, enough about that. Just look up for a moment," 4079 urged eagerly. "Huh?" 4068 finally lifted his head, somewhat impatiently, following the direction of 4079's finger towards the small porthole in the workshop's dome, meant for ventilation. And then he saw it. Dozens of fiery points, akin to a meteor shower, were plummeting rapidly from the pitch-black sky. "What is that?" 4068 muttered to himself. He squinted, striving to discern the direction. It appeared they were heading towards the hunter's camp. Could it be that the advisors were planning something significant? 4068's mind began to race uncontrollably. "Hey, you two. What are you doing?" A booming voice interrupted his thoughts. Two overseers, brandishing metal batons, had spotted him and 4079 slacking off, and were hastening towards them. Slacking off? One, who seemed to be the lead overseer, approached menacingly. However, as his gaze swept across the piles of materials before them, he was taken aback. The materials in front of 4068 were nearly depleted, while 4079's, though somewhat larger, still showed considerable progress compared to the other dustmen. The lead overseer's ferocity waned, replaced by a scrutinizing gaze as he lightly poked 4068's chest with his baton. Well, you two are working quite efficiently. Take a breather. He paused, adding, I remember you. Your output has been commendable these past few days. It seemed this overseer, who frequently mingled with the dust men, held fewer biases against them. He merely acknowledged that those who could work deserved a modicum of respect. Upon hearing the overseer's words, 4079 let out a long sigh of relief, his demeanor deflating like a punctured balloon as he lazily leaned against the railing behind him. 4068 also ceased his labor, tearing off the well-soaked, grimy towel from around his neck and vigorously wiped the sweat and grime from his face. Yet the overseer did not depart immediately. He too raised his head, his expression grave as he fixated on the falling meteors beyond the porthole, furrowing his brow. Noticing the overseer's unusual demeanor, 4068 leaned in closer, tentatively inquiring, Boss, why does it feel strange this afternoon? It seems like there's hardly any patrol from the city defense forces. What nonsense are you blabbering about? A previously inconspicuous subordinate abruptly interrupted 4068, striking the railing with his baton, producing a jarring sound. If I tell you to take a break, just do so quietly. Don't ask questions that don't concern you. Hey, I'm sorry. Please don't be angry. 4079 reacted swiftly, stepping forward with a smile, pulling 4068 behind him. This kid's head is muddled. Please excuse him. Humph. It seems like you haven't done enough work, if you're not tired. Then keep working. The previously unassuming subordinate raised his baton, ready to lash out again. Enough. The overseer spoke up, his voice not loud. Yet it compelled the boisterous subordinate to fall silent at once, retreating sullenly to the side. The overseer returned his gaze from the meteors, his expression serious as he cast an eye over them, then beckoned to 4068 and 4079. You three, come closer. 4079 and 4068 exchanged bewildered glances. Yet from the overseer's unprecedentedly solemn demeanor, they vaguely sensed the gravity of the situation and promptly moved closer. The overseer retracted his gaze, his face grim as he looked at them. Why do you think I was so anxious just now? He lowered his voice as if sharing a secret. The higher-ups seemed to be in disarray. The city defense forces have all been withdrawn. The foreman, agitated, removed his hat and fanned himself to catch a breath. I must remind you both, don't create trouble, just focus on your work. Once you're done, return to the dormitory immediately. He placed his hat back on, his tone turning unusually serious. Today, I'm in charge, and you can leave work early. But remember, don't wander about. Something significant might happen tonight. After saying this, the foreman did not linger and turned to lead his subordinates toward the other end of the workshop to urge the other workers. 4068 watched him depart, then looked up at the shooting stars that were almost fading from view, a sudden buzz filling his mind. The incident he mentioned was likely linked to advisor Chang Li. The moment this thought emerged, a heavy weight settled in his heart. What if something happened to the esteemed advisor? Wouldn't the faint glimmer of hope that had just ignited be extinguished again? Would his life revert to that endless darkness, where death was all too visible? No. An unprecedented force surged from deep within him. He abruptly turned around and vigorously shoveled another heavy load of iron sand into the furnace. The flames illuminated his eyes, filled with determination and urgency. Hey, are you serious? 4079, leaning against the railing, jumped in surprise. You just took a break for a few minutes. Quiet. 4068 replied without turning his head, quickening his pace. Finish the work and find out what's going on. He turned to his close brother, fixing him with an intense gaze, stating each word clearly. Do you intend to shovel sand for a lifetime here? Chapter 65, Flames 4079's question. Do you intend to shovel sand for a lifetime here? Struck him like a hammer, shattering his observer's mindset. The two worked with an unprecedented efficiency, frantically feeding the remaining materials into the furnace. When the last shovelful of iron sand was consumed by the flames, 4068 didn't even have time to wipe the sweat from his brow before pulling the still-dazed 4079 toward the workshop exit. They did not head towards the familiar path leading to the crowded, filthy suspended building. At 4068's insistence, they navigated through the damp, narrow corridor, avoiding the sporadic movements of other workers. Using their knowledge of the complex terrain of the lower city, they eventually arrived at an entrance to the upper district, a place they typically would never dare approach. This was supposed to be one of the most heavily guarded areas of the lighthouse. The heavy alloy gate, armed guards, and their cold, vigilant gazes formed an insurmountable barrier for the lower city workers. Yet, What unfolded before them was an entirely different scene. Only 2 guards stood idly by, seemingly bored. Just 2. 4079's voice trembled as he instinctively clutched 4068's clothing, wanting to retreat into the shadows. This is too strange. Let us leave quickly. If we get caught, it's over. However, 4068 remained rooted in place, his gaze fixed on the 2 guards. He noted that they were not scanning their surroundings warily as usual. Instead, they leaned against the wall, seemingly engaged in a quiet conversation, appearing somewhat distracted. The foreman's warning, the falling meteors, the large-scale withdrawal of the city defense forces, and this almost unguarded entrance, all the clues connected in his mind, forming a clear thread. We can't leave. 4068's voice was low but extraordinarily firm. What? 4079 was alarmed. Are you crazy? What can we accomplish by staying here? 4068 turned to look at his close brother, his eyes shimmering with a light 4079 had never seen before, a flame mixed with fear, excitement, and determination. Don't you understand? Something significant is happening above, and it's related to the esteemed advisor. He pointed at the 2 lax guards. This is our only chance. Our sole opportunity to discern the truth. He took a deep breath, indicating a dark corner filled with various pipes and maintenance openings. We can sneak past there or find a place to hide. They are chatting. Let us listen to what is unfolding. If the esteemed advisor truly needs help, 4068 did not finish his sentence, but the clenched fist already indicated his resolution. He did not want to return to the despairing life of shoveling iron sand forever. Since a flicker of hope had emerged, even if it meant being burned to ashes, he would strive to seize it. 4079 was struck by the determination in 4068's eyes. He hesitated for a moment, but ultimately gritted his teeth. Following 4068's lead, they crept into the dark corner filled with pipes and maintenance openings, like 2 geckos blending into the shadows against the wall. They were mere meters from the 2 guards. The humming of the metal pipes and the occasional drip of condensate providing them with the perfect cover. They held their breath, curling up behind a massive exhaust vent, daring to expose only half their heads as they listened intently. I still feel uneasy, came the voice of a relatively young guard, tinged with apprehension. Just mentioning General Victor is too. Another, steadier voice interrupted him. Keep your voice down. Do you want everyone to know? He paused, seemingly sighing. Don't overthink it. Charles will primarily target that advisor named Chang Li. If the general disagrees, what good outcome could there be? But it can't be directly overthrown. The young guard's voice grew agitated. After all, that's General Victor. He trained the entire city defense force. Humph, that's why he needs to be toppled. The steady voice carried a hint of mockery. The one giving orders now is Captain Jerson. He barged into the command room with his people, claiming the general threatened the lighthouse's safety, and he was immediately stripped of command. Now, he is the acting commander of the city defense force. A usurpation. This is outright usurpation. Shoo, are you looking for death? The steady voice sharply reprimanded him. I've heard that the general is defiant. There have already been exchanges of fire in the central command area. That madman Jerson is betting the future of the entire city defense force on the Shadow Council. You're still young. Think about which side you want to align with. In the shadows, 4079's face turned pale with fright. He clamped his mouth shut to stifle a scream. He frantically tugged at 4068's clothing, his eyes pleading, urging him to leave this place of danger. But 4068 remained as still as a statue. The guard's conversation crashed into his mind like a series of thunderclaps. The esteemed advisor is in danger. They have truly taken action. Even General Victor has been overthrown. A chilling sense of dread coursed through him, but what followed was not fear. It was a resolute determination. He understood that everything was connecting. The foreman's mention of a significant incident referred to this. The withdrawal of the city defense forces was for this internal conflict. And we, the dustmen, have no right to even be mentioned in this storm, which is why the guards are so lax. What about the city lord? What is the city lord doing? If Chang Li falls, then Jerson, representing the city defense forces, and Charles, representing the Shadow Council, will gain complete control over the lighthouse. By then, we, the dustmen who have been treated differently by Chang Li, will face a fate 100 times more tragic than before. Hope is being strangled. 4068 slowly unclenched his fist, ignoring the almost paralyzed 4079 behind him. Rather, his gaze was directed towards the identification cards hanging from the waists of the two guards, which were used to open the gate. A glimmer of madness flickered in his eyes. Hey, what do you intend to do? 4079 followed 4068's line of sight and instantly comprehended his frenzied scheme, sending a chill of terror coursing through him. We cannot just stand here and watch. 4068's voice was suppressed, akin to a beast on the verge of eruption. If you are afraid, you can return alone. He turned to his loyal brother, enunciating each word with conviction. I refuse to revert to that life. You. 4079 was nearly in tears, desperately attempting to pull 4068 away. What can you accomplish alone? You can't even handle those 2 city defense soldiers. This statement struck 4068's mind like a bolt of lightning, slicing through the chaos. Me alone? I can't even deal with those 2 soldiers? Indeed, even if he miraculously seized the card, what could he achieve? Charge forth to meet his demise? This sobering thought dawned upon 4068. The reckless madness in his eyes quickly faded, replaced by a calm, sharp glimmer, as if calculating something at great speed. He had always focused solely on what he could do, forgetting that in the smelting workshop and the dormitory area, there were hundreds of others like him, who had also been stirred by the actions of the advisor, and whose hearts had long since ignited with embers of rebellion. A single person is but an ant. Yet a swarm of ants can shake the dam. You are right. 4068 suddenly spoke, his tone eerily calm. No longer did he gaze at the 2 guards, but instead cast a profound look at 4079 before resolutely turning away. Let us go back. Back? Huh. 4079 was utterly bewildered, watching his brother, who had just a moment ago been eager to fight, now abruptly turning to leave, his mind struggling to comprehend. By the way, is there any bread left from yesterday? Chapter 66, Blazing Fire. Dear readers, please excuse the absence of updates. Additional chapters will be provided tomorrow. 4068 offered no further explanation, instead commanding 4079 in an authoritative tone, go to the suspended floor and bring back all the leftover bread. Quickly, although 4079 was still in a daze, he perceived something he had never seen before in the firelit eyes of 4068. He ceased to inquire further, nodded, and dashed towards the dormitory area. Meanwhile, 4068 inhaled a breath of scorching air and resolutely re-entered the infernal smelting workshop. At that moment, most of the dust people had completed their labor, lounging on the ground in small groups, their expressions numb as they awaited the end of their shift. The overseers seemed absent. The oppressive heat drove them to retreat to a nearby rest area equipped with rudimentary cooling systems. This presented 4068 with an opportune moment. Without hesitation, he ascended a recently halted blast furnace, still emanating terrifying waves of heat. Standing atop the elevated platform, the scorching metal beneath his feet felt like a mere inconvenience. He seemed impervious to pain. He had become the solitary figure standing in this infernal realm. Clang, clang, clang. He seized a metal rod and struck it against the adjacent pipes with all his might, producing a deafening sound that pierced the air. All the weary, apathetic dust people were startled by the noise, instinctively lifting their heads to behold this madman standing aloft. 4068 discarded the rod and gazed down at the sea of eyes, filled with confusion and apathy, and momentarily felt a pang of fear. Yet, instead of shouting, he spoke in a hoarse, almost tranquil voice. Why are you all staring at me? Have you rested enough? Tomorrow we will continue working, and the day after that, and so on for the rest of our lives. Right? This isn't a new predicament, is it? No one cared. No one pondered what the dust people faced. His words caused many to instinctively avert their gazes, an implicit acknowledgement of their helplessness. I do not comprehend how the lighthouse has descended to this state. What are we? A mere string of numbers. He pointed to his chest, and then to the people below. What do we eat? Insect cakes that even the livestock in the breeding area refuse to consume. We toil here like dogs, merely to exchange for a morsel that sustains our lives. His words were understated yet pricked the hearts of everyone like needles, for this encompassed their entire existence. A faint stir began to ripple through the crowd. Silence was no longer absolute. But just yesterday, his voice began to rise with intensity. Someone regarded us as human. They did not whip us or label us as filthy dust people. They provided us with bread. Do you recall that taste? He elevated his tone, hard, sweet, with a hint of sourness. But it was food fit for humans, fit for the upper class. Some dust people instinctively swallowed. And for the first time, a flicker of emotion appeared in their dulled eyes. They were among those who had been present, reminiscing about a sensation known as flavor. Now, 4068's tone shifted to urgency and anger. The one who granted us bread, the only one who regarded us as human, is in peril. Those high-ranking individuals above aim to eliminate him. Consider this. If he falls, what will become of us? Think about it. They will compel us to regurgitate the bread we consume today, mixed with our blood. In their eyes, we will truly become livestock. Fear began to spread through the crowd. Some individuals shifted nervously, terror etched on their faces. At this moment, 4079 returned, panting, cradling a bulging cloth bag. Upon seeing 4068 atop the furnace and the agitated crowd below, he instantly grasped the situation. Without hesitation, he exerted all his strength to toss the bag upwards. 4068. Catch. 4068 caught the bag with precision and, before everyone, tore it open. A half-white, slightly hardened loaf of bread rolled out from the bag. He picked it up and raised it high, as if holding a crown. Look, this is what they are targeting. It is not Mr. Chang Li they seek to destroy. They want to seize this. They want to take away the glimmer of hope that allows us to be regarded as human. The crowd erupted. A young dust person sprang to his feet, pointing at the bread and shouting, "I have eaten that. Just last night. It is the very same." Around him, more individuals who had tasted the bread stood up, their eyes aflame with anger. Those who had not received any bread, merely watching with longing, also rose. In their eyes, the ever-wriggling throats reflected a more primitive desire. That is right. An elderly, hoarse voice emerged from the back of the crowd. An old man, hair ashen and body stained, leaned on a shovel, standing tall, and everyone instinctively made way for him. 0609 was one of the oldest dust people here, existing since before the lighthouse strictly enforced the 3 major laws. Us old folks, even without this incident, how long can we survive? The old man's voice was soft yet clear in every ear. As for you young ones, when the lighthouse deems us too old, they will send us on distant journeys. They will cast us elderly who can no longer work onto the ground to await death. He surveyed the surroundings, his murky eyes gleaming with insightful clarity. Now, the lighthouse has ceased sending us away, for reasons unknown, but who can guarantee how long this will last? It is merely a change of place to await our demise. Sooner or later, this furnace will extract the last drop of blood from all of us. The elderly man took several steps forward, arriving beneath the high furnace, tilting his head to gaze at 4068. Here, he thought, one could either languish away or take a chance. I choose the latter. He abruptly drove his shovel into the ground, producing a resounding clang. Well said. Let us fight. Damn it. I refuse to eat another worm cake. 110. 100 dust dwellers rose to their feet. They were no longer mere apathetic individuals, but had coalesced into a torrent of righteous fury. Slowly and resolutely, they converged towards 4068 atop the high furnace. 4068 beheld the ignited faces below, observing the rekindled flames in their eyes. The fire had already ignited. He raised the loaf of bread in his hand and leaped from the high furnace, landing firmly amidst the crowd. He presented the bread before 0609. An elderly man who glanced at him, his youthful pupils ablaze with fervor. Nodding, he tore off a piece with his grimy hands and placed it in his mouth. Thus, 4068 advanced, holding the bread aloft, and every dust dweller he passed seized the opportunity to tear off a morsel, ensuring that all could partake, until at last. At the exit, only a small, finger-sized remnant, smeared with dirt and grease, remained in his hand. He picked up a heavy iron pipe from the ground and slung it over his shoulder. The bread tasted overwhelmingly of rancid oil. Yet only at the very end could he savor a hint of sweetness. Brothers, his voice no longer needed to roar. It resonated with more power than ever before. Grasp your tools. Today we shall no longer be dust dwellers. We will sacrifice, we will strive, but ultimately we shall prevail. Chapter 67. The Fiery Rage and the Watchers. 666 Rich Brother. The commotion within the workshop intensified. The clanging of shovels, the low growls of anger, and the heavy thundering footsteps of hundreds coalesced into a sound wave that crashed against the poorly soundproofed overseer's lounge like a tsunami. Inside, several young overseers fidgeted restlessly, grasping short clubs, their faces turned pale. Beads of cold sweat dotted their foreheads as they peered through the small observation window, terror-stricken by the chaos unfolding outside. Are we just going to watch? A young overseer asked, his voice trembling. He observed the flames igniting in the eyes of the dust dwellers outside, feeling his legs weaken. Yes, Chief. If the higher-ups blame us. Another overseer echoed, with all this commotion, what about the production capacity? Production capacity? The overseer who had previously shared information with 4068 and 4079 finally spoke after remaining silent. He slowly raised his head. His weathered eyes reflected not fear, but rather a profound exhaustion, as if he had anticipated this moment. Are you still worried about production capacity? He chuckled self-deprecatingly. Do you know how terrified I am of this situation? He stood, moved to the door, and peered through the observation window at the furious crowd that had formed. If the higher-ups blame us, they might deduct our contribution points or transfer us from our posts. But if you go out now, he turned back to scan his incompetent subordinates, you will be torn apart by those enraged dust-dwellers. Torn apart? The young overseer's face drained of color. What else? The overseer scoffed. Do you think they wield those shovels for decoration? You young ones don't remember what this situation was called in the old world. What was it again? He frowned, seemingly struggling to recall a distant term. A mutiny? Or a riot? I'm getting old, I can't remember. He waved his hand dismissively and returned to his chair, sitting heavily and closing his eyes, as though everything outside was irrelevant to him. I'll remind you once more. Anyone who wishes to die can go out now and take the door with them. The room fell into a deathly silence, and no one dared to utter a word. The overseer did not speak further, instead reaching into his pocket to gently and repeatedly stroke a hard, cold object, as if it could bring him a modicum of solace. These contribution points are not easily earned. 4068, don't blame me. The ground trembled slightly, and the air was thick with a nauseating stench. A blend of decay and frenzied aroma. On this desolate land, a grand migration was unfolding. Tens of thousands of devouring beasts, drawn like iron filings to an invisible magnet, surged from all directions, forming undulating waves of darkness. Their crimson, emotionless eyes fixated unwaveringly on the colossal steel fortress lighthouse suspended in midair. At that moment, the lighthouse emitted an unprecedented, intense wave of life force. The complex emotions of anger, hope, and determination intertwined, appearing to the devouring beasts as the only, most brilliant light in the night. On a steep, treacherous cliff, several figures melded with the darkness, lurking quietly. Boss, what is happening atop that great lid? A youthful, lively voice inquired impatiently, kicking at the stones before him. Now it's like a giant light bulb. Anyone who can breathe for 100 miles has been drawn here. Hey, what could it be? Surely the great lid has rolled out another strategy for oppression. Look at that. Another voice, slightly lewd, exclaimed with excitement. Wow, that one's massive. Amidst the tide of beasts, a devouring creature of immense size trudged forward with heavy steps. It loomed like a moving hillock, its thick, bony shell covered in menacing spikes, each step causing the ground to tremble. With every breath, it expelled visible gusts of air, laced with crimson particles. As the lesser devouring beasts instinctively parted to make way for it. Hey, boss. Isn't that the big one you mentioned wanting to ride on to see what is going on with that mark? A sharp, suppressed sound echoed suddenly. Ouch. What are you doing, boss? Be quiet. The figure known as the boss spoke with a low, cold voice, maintaining a state of calm. Just as the words left his lips, several keen-sensed devouring beasts passing below the cliff abruptly halted, lifting their heads to scan the area. Despite several living beings being nearby, they appeared oblivious, eventually shaking their heads in confusion and continuing to follow the main group towards the lighthouse. Another voice chimed in. Master Li isn't going to get drunk again, is he? Doesn't he tell us anything and just brings us here to stare at the lighthouse? To look at lights? Enough, stop talking. The boss finally interjected, interrupting his subordinate's grumbling. She lifted her head, her eyes unusually bright in the darkness, piercing through the frenzied swarm of beasts as she gazed longingly at the trembling human stronghold. The silvery moonlight for the first time clearly outlined her silhouette. It was a face of chilling beauty. Her short white hair fluttered slightly in the night breeze, appearing somewhat disheveled. Yet it could not obscure the cold light emanating from her sharp eyes, although one side was slightly shorter. For reasons unknown, perhaps a stylistic choice, her heavy gray fur shawl draped casually over her elegantly curved shoulders, and her fitted attire accentuated her warrior-like physique. The white boss possessed a splendid physique. The black straps entwined around her legs heightened the allure of elegance. Notably, the left leg, adorned with a leg ring, was sheathed in a long leather stocking, complemented by metallic knee guards, exuding both sensuality and protection. In contrast, the right leg remained pristine, clad only in a petite leather ankle boot. One leg was impenetrable, the other cool and translucent, embodying two distinctly contrasting styles. Must the denizens of anime always don asymmetrical attire embellished with cryptic motifs? To the lighthouse they journey, to gaze upon the variable. The old order teeters on the brink of collapse, while new possibilities burgeon. They are witnesses to history. Is this, then, what they term a variable? A subtle smile crept upon the corners of the boss's mouth, imperceptible to others. She relished the unpredictability, for it is only amidst chaos that true order can emerge. Remain at ease, her chilling voice concluded the debate. The spectacle was about to commence. Chapter 68. The Anomaly in the Atrium of the Dawn Hall. The atmosphere shifted from oppressive to suffocatingly anxious. Time trickled away, each second akin to a drop of scalding wax upon Charles's taut nerves. He maintained an elegant posture with hands clasped behind his back, yet his luxurious shoes unconsciously stirred upon the polished floor, producing an inaudible rustle. He had ceased to regard the grand door leading to the lower levels, for each glance had yielded disappointment, and that disappointment was eroding his once proud patience. Victor, the old stubborn fool, must have been subdued by now. The command of the city defense forces should have fallen into Jerson's hands. The military might of the lighthouse was firmly grasped within his palm. Everything was in place. But why? Oh, why had Chang Li, the one he deemed the most volatile and easily ignited powder keg, not yet made a move? At that moment, the unsettling silence was shattered by hurried footsteps. A trusted cleric of Charles rushed in from a side corridor, kneeling on one knee with his head bowed low. His voice trembled slightly due to rapid breathing, yet remained coherent. "My lord, I bring the latest news." Charles slowly turned, his earlier agitation replaced by an unfathomable calm. Looking down at his subordinate, he inquired with a flat tone, "Speak." "General Victor has been taken down," the cleric reported. "Captain Sung has successfully seized control of the central command room, and part of the city defense forces is now under his command, gathered in the forecourt." Upon hearing this, a hint of satisfaction finally graced Charles's lips. This was the first piece of good news he had received that evening. However, the cleric paused. A considerable number of officers in the city defense forces do not recognize Captain Sung's authority to command, though they have not rebelled. They refuse to execute the orders for troop movements, choosing instead to hold their positions. Charles's smile waned, a flicker of displeasure evident in his eyes. Yet he quickly regained his composure, even letting out a light chuckle, as though he had heard something trivial. "No matter." He waved his hand dismissively, his tone imbued with absolute confidence and disdain. "They are merely a flock of sheep without a shepherd. They can do nothing but huddle together in fear. As long as they do not meddle, their opinions will become irrelevant once the tide is set." "And what of the Dustfolk district?" "You were correct in your assessment. The foreman has sent word. The plan is proceeding smoothly." "But what?" "He mentioned there were some discrepancies, but did not specify the details." "Humph, inconsequential. They are merely unarmed dustfolk. How far could they stray?" "Proceed." The cleric received his orders and withdrew respectfully. Charles turned his gaze back to the colossal, frigid metal door. Just as the good news had momentarily soothed his nerves, an overwhelming anxiety surged anew. A military victory was merely the precursor to the impending judgment. If the main actors of this trial failed to arrive, all his efforts would devolve into a farcical monologue. "Chang Li, Mark, what are you doing?" The confidence Charles had briefly cultivated was shattered by a sudden, thunderous explosion. Boom. A dull yet violent blast resonated from outside the lighthouse. The entire Dawn Hall trembled, as though an invisible hammer had struck the lighthouse's steel shell. Then came a second and a third. The incessant roar of artillery replaced the former silence. The facade of elegance Charles had worn fractured instantly. He spun around, eyes wide with disbelief and fury. "What is happening?" His voice, once steady, now carried an edge of suppressed sharpness. Hadn't he explicitly instructed Sung to refrain from firing first? His mind buzzed. The carefully crafted script now torn asunder. This was not how the plan was meant to unfold. Sung was supposed to adopt a hardline stance, sealing off the path of the hunters. Then, blinded by rage, Chang Li and Mark would have attacked without hesitation. Sung was to endure the assault. Ideally, there would be casualties. He cared not for their lives. As long as the hunters fired first, as long as the city defense forces shed the first drop of blood, the blame of armed rebellion would be seared onto the hunters like a brand. At that moment, no matter what he said or did, the narrative would be firmly in his control. But what was happening now? The continuous barrage unmistakably indicated that the city defense force's heavy artillery was engaged. That fool. How dare he? Hadn't he made his instructions abundantly clear? Charles's countenance turned ashen, his chest heaving with indignation. The fury of his disrupted plan nearly drove him to madness. He whirled around, fixing his icy gaze upon the luminary beside him. "Contact Sung. Immediately. Discover what is transpiring outside." "Yes." The luminary, equally shocked, acted without hesitation. She pressed her finger to the communicator at her ear. her voice cold and formal as it reverberated through the quiet atrium. "Captain Sung, the Lord requires an update on the situation outside." A crackling sound of electricity came through the communicator. Then, the response that echoed back was not Sung's report. Instead, it was a series of violent, labored gasps, as if the very breath of life were being wrested from the speaker. Amidst the backdrop of those frantic gasps, the relentless clamor of gunfire resounded, accompanied by the shrill wail of twisted metal. The luminary's hand froze over the communicator, her eyes widening in shock as she turned to Charles. The entire Dawn Hall fell into a profound silence. Only the hellish sounds emanating from the communicator made it clear to everyone that the situation outside had spiraled completely out of control. Chapter 69. Dipping beans. The sound of metallic boots colliding with the alloy floor echoed through the narrow, empty corridor, establishing a heavy, oppressive rhythm. This was no stealthy approach, but rather a bold, armed advance with a clear objective. Fully armed, Chang Li led the charge, clad in ironclad combat gear, tactical attachments, and ammunition. He was adorned with uniquely shaped projectiles at his waist. In his hand, he casually wielded a compact energy submachine gun, while a more formidable light machine gun hung from his back. Beside him were the ghostly warriors, poised in tactical formation, forming a rhombus of mobile defense around Chang Li. Their movements were synchronized, weapons always directed at potential threats, maintaining a vigilant watch over every corner. I remarked that Chang Li didn't even turn around. He merely tilted his head slightly to address the imposing figure beside him, asking, "Did you really come dressed in that iron clump?" Mark, clad in his gravity suit, emitted a deep, muffled grunt. The weighty exoskeleton made him appear as a towering steel giant, each step causing a faint tremor in the ground. "It's necessary for dealing with Charles," Mark replied succinctly. Behind them stood the elite core of the scavengers, veterans like Erica, Imo Chung, Jeff, Corey, and Fei Shui, all bearing solemn expressions and sharp gazes. No one was in the mood for jest. To put it bluntly, they were heading into battle. Chang Li had not brought any newcomers. A light show would suffice, and there was no need to drag along so many individuals. At the end of the corridor lay the Dawn Hall. For a mere shadowy performance, the presence of veterans and ghostly warriors was more than sufficient. Charles, the charlatan, was likely already preparing his stage, anxiously awaiting the arrival of his star. Little did he know that some events do not always unfold according to script. The forecourt of the Dawn Hall was illuminated as brightly as day. The moment Chang Li, the veteran scavengers behind him, and the dozen silent, ghostly warriors stepped into the expansive area, dozens of blinding searchlights converged from all directions, casting elongated shadows of everyone present. The encirclement had long been established, with armed city defense soldiers and several gleaming gravity suits forming an impenetrable wall. Sang emerged slowly from behind the protective wall of gravity suits, his face betraying unabashed pride and disdain. Capturing General Victor had evidently inflated his ego at that moment. He believed he had seized control of the future of the lighthouse. "Ah, young man, we've been waiting for you." Sang clapped his hands, theatrically surveying the scavengers, his gaze finally settling on Chang Li, a mocking smile spreading across his face. "I expected you to bring an army. Yet here you are with just a few old-world robots?" Before his words could fully escape his lips, Chang Li, disinterested, hardly spared him a glance as his right hand shot up like lightning. The energy submachine gun in his grasp emitted a low, ominous hum, and a dazzling blue energy projectile was discharged, tearing through the air. Sang's pupils dilated in shock. The gravity-suited guard beside him instinctively stepped forward, attempting to shield him with his body. The energy projectile penetrated the heavy chest armor of the gravity suit without resistance, leaving behind a smoldering, charred hole. The guard froze in place, the light in his eyes extinguished as his massive form crashed backward. Silence enveloped the entire square. Everyone was stunned by the unanticipated assault. Sang's smile froze, morphing into disbelief and fury. Chang Li's cold voice cut through the stillness like a final verdict on the slaughter. "No more words. Leave none alive." The veteran scavengers behind him were momentarily taken aback. They had anticipated negotiations, confrontations, and then fierce combat, but no one expected Chang Li to be so direct. He had come purely to fight, disdainful of even uttering a single word to the adversary. Yet, in that fleeting moment of astonishment, the instinct for survival honed through countless battles surged within them, compelling their bodies to seek advantageous cover. The ghostly warriors, however, required no reaction time. At the instant Chang Li spoke, The electronic eyes of the mechanical soldiers flared brightly, their weapons simultaneously unleashing tongues of destruction. The metallic projectiles from rifles intermingled with beams from energy weapons, creating a deadly barrage that instantly shattered the front lines of the city defense. Open fire. Counterattack. Singh screamed, crouching behind the fallen gravity suit, his voice hoarse with desperation. The chaotic gunfire erupted at last, but the battle had already tilted overwhelmingly in one direction. 7 or 8 ghostly warriors, shielded by gunfire, surged into the enemy ranks like black cannonballs, their hydraulic legs unleashing terrifying power. One gravity-suited soldier roared as he charged at a ghostly warrior, delivering a powerful punch aimed at its head. However, the ghostly warrior merely raised its alloy palm, catching the blow with a resounding thud. The soldier felt as though he had struck an immovable mountain. Before he could withdraw, the metallic hand tightened abruptly, and with a sharp crack, his wrist was shattered along with the gravity suit's arm. A scream of agony erupted from his throat just as the ghostly warrior's other hand transformed into an iron fist, crashing into his chest with overwhelming force. The gravity suit's chest plate caved in and shattered, along with the flesh and bone inside, instantly reducing him to a puddle of indistinguishable gore. This was no longer a battle, it was a massacre. The veteran scavengers swiftly dispersed, utilizing the stone columns and flower beds of the square as cover, engaging in intense firefights with the outer city defense forces. Though it was their first time firing at humans, it was significantly easier than battling the devouring beasts. Clearing the flanks for the ghostly warriors in the central battlefield. The ghostly warriors, meanwhile, transformed into the most efficient killing machines, shattering enemy ranks with gunfire and tearing apart the sturdy gravity suits as if they were made of paper. One city defense soldier was seized by a ghostly warrior by the ankle and swung like a weapon, the heavy gravity suit carving a terrifying arc through the air, smashing 3 or 4 surrounding comrades into a heap of broken bones. In a mere minute, the entire forecourt had transformed into a hellish landscape filled with despair and wails. Chapter 70. Gravity Star. The slaughter evaporated Seng's arrogance in an instant, replacing it with bone-chilling fear. The city defense forces and gravity suit troops he had just taken pride in appeared as fragile as paper before Chang Li and his mechanical monstrosities. Retreat. Retreat. Seng's voice twisted with terror. Fall back to the central courtyard. Use the dawn stairs to counterattack. The order, once issued, was met with relief by the surviving city defense forces, who immediately abandoned their resistance and turned to flee down the only escape route, the dawn stairs leading to the central courtyard. Yet this retreat transformed into a one-way ticket to hell. Chang Li strode forward, each elevation of his energy submachine gun akin to the precise marking of death. He didn't even need to aim carefully. With every pull of the trigger, a blue energy projectile would cut through the chaotic battlefield, precisely embedding itself in the head of a fleeing soldier. One shot, one kill, there was no miss. His ghostly warriors turned the pursuit into a terrifying game. These specters moved with heavy steps, yet astonishing speed, as agile as humans. A gravity-suited soldier barely made it a few steps before a ghostly warrior closed in from behind, its massive metal hand clutching his helmet as if seizing a chick. With a squeeze, a loud pop echoed, and the helmet and head exploded together. Another ghostly warrior exhibited even greater savagery, crashing into a blocking gravity-suited soldier, the tremendous impact sending him flying like a broken toy, toppling 3 comrades in succession. The defense line had already been torn apart. Now, what was being shattered was their very lives. Seng scrambled forward, rolling and crawling, too terrified to look back. The screams and the sounds of metal shattering behind him serving as the most terrifying of death knells. His gaze was fixed intently upon the magnificent staircase leading to the Dawn Hall. This long, straight ascent was the sole passageway to the courtyard of the Dawn Hall. The broad steps offered no cover, exposing each tier to the enemy's gunfire as they fled in desperation. Yet, hope flickered for Seng at the top of the staircase. There, the landscape opened up, and more importantly, above the summit, there were defensive platforms on all sides. If they could retreat to that vantage point and establish heavy firepower, they would create a crossfire net that was easy to defend yet hard to assault. Damn it, Seng cursed inwardly. Realizing that had he known this barbarian would act so decisively, he should have abandoned the forecourt and chosen this as the battlefield. He ran while shouting, "Hurry! Charge up the staircase! To the platform! Set up the heavy firepower!" The surviving soldiers of the city defense army glimpsed their only chance and scrambled up the dawn staircase, climbing with reckless abandon. Seng finally tumbled and crawled to the top of the staircase, stepping onto the solid platform. His guards quickly set up the heavy weaponry beside him. The geographical advantage restored a fragment of confidence eroded by fear. Fire! Fire! The intertwining emotions of terror and resolve shattered Seng's nerves as he roared with bloodshot eyes. Blast them! Reduce them and the staircase to dust. He no longer cared about capturing anyone alive or facing judgment. As long as Chang Li was dead and he survived, he could concoct any narrative to present to the chief. No, by then, the authority of the lighthouse would not be dictated by anyone, driven by a frenzy of despair. The firepower erupted. In an instant, all weapons atop the platform unleashed their most furious roars. Several grenade launchers fired, sending shells with long trails of flame hurtling down the staircase. Heavy machine guns spat deadly streams of fire. A storm of metal projectiles splintering the hard steps into flying debris, sparks igniting the very air with distortion. The entrance of the dawn staircase was engulfed in a blaze of explosive light and a barrage of destruction. Boom, boom. The deafening explosions melded into a singular cacophony, causing the entire dawn hall to tremble. Thick smoke and dust billowed skyward, forming a colossal gray mushroom cloud that completely enveloped Chang Li and his forces. Seng leaned against the wall, gasping for breath, his gaze locked onto the swirling dust below. The soldiers of the city defense army also ceased firing, anxiously watching the results of their onslaught. Under such a dense and devastating carpet bombardment, even a god should have turned to ashes, right? Slowly, the smoke began to dissipate. From within the haze, a silhouette gradually became discernible. Seng's pupils constricted in disbelief, his eyes widening. It was neither the wreckage of destruction nor the charred remains of bodies. A massive, warm glowing orange particle shield emerged from the smoke as if a divine miracle, protecting Chang Li, all the scavengers, and the ghost warriors within. Countless fragments and shock waves struck the surface of the shield, only to create ripples of energy that dissipated silently. Despair washed over Seng like icy seawater, drowning the last vestiges of his hope. That enormous orange shield not only blocked all their attacks but also shattered his every illusion like an invisible wall. In response, Chang Li raised his right hand. Between his fingers rested a black metallic object resembling an ancient shuriken, with ethereal blue energy patterns flowing across its surface, akin to a captured miniature black hole. The gravity star. With a flick of his wrist, the gravity star transformed into a streak of black light, emitting no sound of passage yet carrying an uncanny sensation of ripping through space. It flew accurately toward the center of the platform and embedded itself into the hard metallic ground with a soft thud. A second of silence ensued. Seng and his guards stared in confusion at the unassuming object. The next moment, a terrifying gravitational force erupted from the gravity star. It was not wind, but an irresistible, raw tug emanating from the very fabric of space. Shell casings and debris on the platform were the first to be lifted, accelerating to a speed imperceptible to the eye, crashing against the gravity star and turning to dust. Following that, the heavy artillery, the metallic weapons groaning in agony, were violently wrenched from their mounts, tumbling and twisting toward the center. No, Seng screamed, gripped by sheer terror. He clutched the railing beside him, yet felt his body being drawn by an unimaginable force. His feet lifting off the ground, along with the soldiers beside him, helplessly propelled toward that singularity of annihilation. All objects drawn in, be they sturdy alloy weapons or soldiers clad in gravity armor, were mercilessly crushed as they approached the core. Metal crumpled into a mass. Human bodies collided heavily against it, the sounds of splintering bones and suppressed cries amalgamating into a chaotic din, ultimately forming a shrinking sphere of terror composed of metal and flesh. As this sphere of death reached its ultimate compression, time seemed to freeze for a brief moment. Then, with a resounding boom, a sound so profoundly deep it felt as though it could shatter souls erupted. It was not an explosion of flames, but a pure release of kinetic energy. The maximally compressed sphere exploded outward in an instant. Countless razor-sharp metallic shards, propelled by a devastating shockwave, surged in all directions. Chapter 71. Abba, Abba, Abba. Never have I felt such joy in writing. The communicator had become an unnecessary ornament. Initially, the distant and sporadic gunfire from the forecourt caused unease among the clergy within the Dawn Hall. Yet they maintained a facade of calm under the composed demeanor of the chief. However, soon the roaring of heavy machine guns and the dull thud of artillery fire replaced their unease. The cacophony of explosions melded into a storm of steel, violently assaulting the very body of the lighthouse. Boom, boom. Each explosion reverberated through the Dawn Hall, The softly glowing array above the dome flickered violently, shadows dancing erratically. As dust cascaded from the life spiral carvings on the walls, panic could no longer be contained. "Chief," an elderly cleric stumbled, his voice trembling with fear. "Captain Singh is—" "Calm down, Charles," he snapped, his gaze sharp as a blade. "Maintain your composure within the Dawn Hall. Trust in the Lord of Light and Shadow." His reprimand momentarily quelled the unrest, yet anyone could perceive that his elegant facade was fracturing. Just then, an unprecedented sound, as if it could siphon away the very souls of those present, thundered from the direction of the staircase. That sound bore an eerie sense of inward suction and outward ripping, far more terrifying than any explosion, causing the floor of the hall to tremble violently, sending several clerics sprawling to the ground. This time, after the explosion, everything fell silent. The external cacophony of gunfire, explosions, and shouts ceased abruptly following that colossal sound. A suffocating, grave-like silence enveloped everyone, more oppressive than any clamor. Charles's face turned as pale as paper. The entire assembly in the hall held their breath, gazing in terror at the massive door forged from high-strength alloy, a symbol of the lighthouse's majesty. The faint sound of footsteps outside came to a halt. What awaited them was neither a polite knock nor the explosive sound of destruction. A horrid, jarring noise erupted, as if metal were being forcibly torn apart. The onlookers were horrified to witness the seemingly indestructible door beginning to deform and twist from the center. For mechanical hands emerged from the crevice, gripping the door with an unstoppable force, intent on tearing it asunder. The door emitted a pained groan, countless fissures spreading from where it was grasped. Through the widening gap, Charles and the priests beheld several cold figures, spectral warriors. They flanked the entrance, their power lines glowing crimson from extreme output, relentlessly pulling the sacred door apart inch by inch. With a thunderous crash, the twisted door panels were violently ripped from their frame, discarded by the spectral warriors to crash heavily onto the polished floor, sending shards scattering. Outside the shattered door, dust swirled. Standing against the light was Chang Li, cloaked in iron harnesses, silently poised. Behind him loomed Mark's massive gravity suit, accompanied by several cold-eyed, menacing veteran hunters. Chang Li stepped forward, entering this sacred ground that violence should never tread upon. His gaze traversed the panicked priests, sweeping across the vast hall until it landed precisely on one man. A cold voice, devoid of any trace of human emotion, resonated through the silent hall, delivering the final verdict for this meticulously orchestrated conspiracy. "Charles, your farce must come to an end." In the face of Chang Li, Charles, rather than succumbing to initial shock, found a sliver of composure. Clumsily rising, he adjusted his already disheveled robe. "Come to an end? Chang Li, look at what you have done." He spread his arms wide, as if to embrace the entire hall, his voice deepening. "You have violently assaulted the heart of the lighthouse, slaughtering the city defense forces. This is Dawn Hall, a sacred space that sustains the lighthouse's life. Every tile beneath your feet is more noble than your life, and that of your executioners. You have committed the unforgivable sin of sacrilege." He attempted to counter with his last and most adept weapon, rules and morality. But at that moment, as the tension escalated, a new, more chaotic, and overwhelming sound erupted from all directions of the Dawn Hall. With a crash, the service doors on either side of the hall were forcefully flung open, and a throng of ragged, dirt-covered denizens brandishing wrenches and hammers surged in, their eyes ablaze with the fire of rebellion. At the forefront, 4068 instantly recognized Chang Li. "It is Lord Chang Li," he shouted with all his might. "We have come to support you." This cry ignited like a spark in a pool of gasoline. Yet, it was met with a chilling suspicion rising in Charles's heart. His brow furrowed sharply. How could there be so many denizens? The vague report from the foreman flashed through his mind. Was this what he deemed an unexpected outcome? This was clearly a part of his plan. He had noticed the discontented little man in the smelting workshop and was aware of Chang Li's prior interactions with him. Thus, he had instructed Sang-gu to intentionally vacate the patrols on several crucial routes, with a contribution substantial enough to entice anyone. He had ensured the foreman would inadvertently leak information at the right moment, fanning the flames of unrest. He believed that 4068 would rally a few individuals or a handful of others to storm a checkpoint, only to be easily subdued by his prearranged forces. At that moment, with evidence and witnesses at hand, the charges of inciting a lower-class revolt would join the armed rebellion, becoming the final stone to crush Chang Li. But what was happening now? Was this a riot? Where were the intercepting forces? Even with 100 tool-wielding denizens, A gravity suit and a small squad of fully armed soldiers could easily crush them like ants in their path. Yet this mob stood unscathed. How did they get past? Were Chang Li's men responsible for dispatching the interceptors? Impossible. Chang Li had remained at the main road the entire time and could not have dealt with the chaos below. Who had taken care of his arranged troops? A cold sweat broke out at the nape of Charles's neck for the first time. Could there be another player in this scheme? For bread. For dignity. Bring down the Shadow Council. Protect Lord Chang Li. The gaze of all the denizens suddenly converged on Chang Li, their fury transforming into fervent adoration upon seeing the savior. They surged forth like an unstoppable tide, directly charging at the terrified priests of the Shadow Council. This sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard. The cries of anguish, the sound of bones shattering, and the thud of metal striking flesh echoed throughout the sacred hall. The once elevated priests, in the face of the denizens' primal and unfiltered rage, crumbled like paper dolls, swiftly engulfed by the deluge. Just as the situation reached a critical point, a commanding voice rang out. Protect the council leader. The Lightbearer positioned herself in front of Charles. With a flick of her wrist, a long whip unfurled, slicing through the air with lethal precision. Crack! A sharp sound resonated as the iron hammers in the hands of the foremost denizens were instantly knocked away, leaving deep gashes across their chests as they were sent flying backward with a scream. Meanwhile, the brawny sheriff acted like an iron tower, fiercely shielding Charles with his own body, roaring as he toppled several denizens trying to charge from the flanks. Yet, there were only two of them. Facing them were hundreds, if not thousands, of souls ignited by rage. After a brief pause, the torrent of denizens surged forth with even greater ferocity. The denizens behind vaulted over their fallen comrades, raining down blows upon the fragile defense. Some priests, accustomed to a life of privilege, completely broke down upon witnessing the hellish scene. They screamed and cried, seizing the moment when the Lightbearer and sheriff attracted all the firepower to scramble for their escape, frantically seeking refuge behind the hall's pillars or darting towards side passages, abandoning their leader entirely. Under the fierce lash of the Lightbearer and the desperate defense of sheriff, Charles himself remained unscathed. However, in an instant, he was left alone. He was forced back by the tide of denizens, ultimately collapsing onto the ground in disarray. How could this be? Why was there a riot? His gaze fixed on 4068. Incredulous at the young man's ability to rally such support, he surveyed the scene before him. On one side stood the fully armed spectral soldiers, and on the other, the frenzied, uncontrolled denizens venting their rage through sheer violence. Both forces converged here because of one man, Chang Li. Suddenly, Charles erupted into laughter, the sound growing increasingly loud. He pointed at Chang Li, who was surrounded by the dust people, and shouted with all his might, "Do you see? Do you see? You are the destroyer of the lighthouse. You have not only incited an armed rebellion, but have also stirred the underclass to revolt. You have shattered the order of the lighthouse. You will drag everyone into the abyss. I, Charles, the envoy of the Lord of Light and Shadow, am the guardian of the lighthouse, and you are the devil." The final accusation echoed throughout the bloody and chaotic Hall of Dawn. All sounds, whether the cries of the dust people or the crack of the whips wielded by the Lightbearers, seemed to be momentarily paused. Countless eyes, those of hunters and dust people, turned towards the eye of the storm, the man who had simultaneously unraveled the conspiracy and ignited all of this chaos. Charles's last accusation resonated like a taut string within the bloody Hall of Dawn. Everyone's gaze, whether from the fervent dust people or the solemn hunters, was fixed upon the man at the center of the storm. However, it was not his response that shattered the eerie silence, but rather 4068. This young man, who had just been cheering for Chang Li, felt a surge of anger overshadow his fervent admiration upon hearing Charles' twisted shout. His eyes blazed crimson. Seizing the moment when the imposing Shalif was entirely focused on Chang Li and Mark, he deftly slipped past Shalif's defenses like an agile eel. "You hypocrite!" 4068 roared, channeling all his strength into the wrench he wielded, striking Charles's distorted face with primal fury. With a resounding crack, Charles's roar was abruptly silenced as he was sent flying sideways by the force, crashing heavily against a pillar, blood and a few teeth spewing from his mouth. A fierce red mark swiftly appeared on his otherwise meticulously maintained face. The hunters, who had been psychologically unsettled by the preceding bloodshed, found their spirits lifted as they witnessed this spectacle, many unable to suppress a smirk of satisfaction. Chang Li scanned the faces of his subordinates, his voice resonating through the hall. "Are you familiar with this place?" "I am. I'm familiar. Old veteran Jeff immediately raised his hand. Very well, Chang Li nodded. You and the others, go retrieve Penny and Ran Bing. With the order given, Jeff quickly departed. Chang Li's gaze turned to Mark, who still stood beside him. Clad in his gravity suit. Aren't you going? Mark's face, obscured by a metal helmet, betrayed no emotion, but his voice was slightly muffled. I'm still figuring out how to face Ran Bing. After speaking, as if to mask his own emotions, he hesitated no longer and took heavy strides towards Charles. Stop! The muscular Shalif bellowed, like a raging bull, blocking Mark's path once more. Upon seeing Mark approach, 4068's instincts for survival and awareness surged, and he shouted to the surrounding dust people, Step back! Step back! Make way for Captain Mark. The dust people, in response, quickly dispersed, leaving the battlefield to these two colossal figures. Chang Li observed with interest, glancing at 4068. This lad shows some semblance of leadership. Could it be that Bread indeed possesses some peculiar power? Now, the scene conformed to the original narrative, with Mark facing off against Shalif, albeit with the minor detail of Mark being clad in a gravity suit. Unperturbed by Shalif's obstruction, Mark advanced without pausing. His combat instincts, honed through boxing, had completely merged with the steel body of his gravity suit. Shalif roared and initiated the attack first, delivering a powerful straight punch that cut through the air and struck the chest plate of the gravity suit with a resounding clang. The impact felt to Shalif as though his fist had collided with an iron ingot, a wave of pain and numbness coursing through his arm, while Mark's gravity suit remained unfazed. In response, Mark unleashed a lightning-fast direct punch with his left arm, the immense metal fist merely grazing Shalif, forcing him to barely evade the blow. Then came the true assault. Mark's gravity suit dipped low, twisting at the hips, executing a standard boxing maneuver with unparalleled pressure. The right arm swung like a battering ram, crashing into Shalif's crossed arms. With a thunderous boom, the pure kinetic impact shattered bones. Shalif felt as if he had been rammed by a speeding freight truck, the air in his chest instantly expelled, and his arms seemed to cry out in agony. He stumbled backward, the ground cracking beneath his feet. Without granting him a moment's respite, Mark pressed forward, his massive form advancing with astonishing agility. This time, he unleashed a vicious uppercut. The metallic fist struck Shalif's hastily raised chin with pinpoint accuracy. With a resounding thud, Shalif's sturdy helmet cracked like an eggshell under the force, splintering and exploding into fragments. He was propelled off the ground by the sheer might, his body tracing a parabolic arc in the air before crashing down heavily several meters away, raising a cloud of dust and leaving him unconscious. Mark let out a satisfied breath within the gravity suit, realizing how exhilarating it was to deliver a blow. Throughout the entire encounter, Mark had only thrown two punches, one to breach the defense and the other to deliver the finishing blow. The Lightbearers, witnessing Shalif sprawled on the ground like a lifeless dog, turned their gaze to Chang Li, who was now advancing, his ironclad boots leaving distinct bloodstains on the ground. The light in their eyes extinguished. With a soft thud, the whip fell from the Lightbearer's hands, and she gradually lowered her arms, surrendering completely. Chapter 73, The Schemes of Children, 7th update. With the Lightbearer relinquishing her resistance, the situation in the Hall of Dawn appeared to have reached a decisive conclusion. However, Chang Li did not cast a glance at the completely defeated conspirator. Instead, his eagle-like gaze swept over Charles, who lay crumpled on the ground, his face contorted in agony. Without pausing even for a moment, he turned and strode forward, his ironclad boots echoing heavily against the blood-soaked stones, each step resonating like a hammer against the taut nerves of the onlookers. His target was clear, as he made a beeline towards the Lightbearer, who stood isolated. Having abandoned her fight, he halted before her, casting a shadow that enveloped her entirely. What is it, Lady Lightbearer? Chang Li's voice emerged through his helmet, laced with a hint of playful mockery. Are you not going to join your esteemed leader in condemning my actions? The Lightbearer's body stiffened at his words. She abruptly turned her head away, refusing to gaze upon his oddly shaped helmet, almost able to envision the contemptuous expression hidden beneath it. Her finely sculpted jawline tightened, teeth clenched fiercely, as if she sought to crush her humiliation and fury. Chang Li emitted a low, mocking chuckle, unabashed in his derision. In the next instant, his gloved right hand shot forth with lightning speed, not to choke or strike, but to inflict a deeper insult, brutally seizing her smooth, delicate chin. With no hint of mercy, he forced her face to turn back, compelling her to meet his gaze, the soft flesh of her fair cheek yielding slightly under his immense grip. The words "damn it" were unspoken by the Lightbearer, yet they stirred a tempest within her heart. Pain, coupled with the irritating sensation of synthetic fibers, made the coarse texture of the gloves rub against the tender flesh of her cheek. However, overshadowing all this was the overwhelming humiliation, a tide that threatened to drown her reason. Who was she? She was the Lightbearer, the emissary of the Shadowlight Society, the embodiment of the laws and order of the Lighthouse, a figure revered by countless citizens and feared by the common folk. Yet now, this man, whom she regarded as a rebel and a criminal, was shamelessly humiliating her as if she were a despicable trophy. This was more unbearable than any form of torture. Every muscle in her body screamed, clamoring to break free and retaliate, to shatter the loathsome visage before her with a whip. But she could not. Not far away. Those mechanical soldiers stood on high alert, ready to strike at any transgression against Chang Li. All her anger, all her resentment, all her powerlessness had to be suppressed deep within her chest, transforming into a toxic fire that surged into her eyes concealed beneath her mask. Chang Li was quite pleased with the expression of impotent hatred that she wore, evident from her tightly pressed red lips. Had the circumstances allowed, she would have surely bitten him the moment he relaxed his grip. He released her chin, instead using the metal-tipped back of his finger to lightly and rhythmically tap her slightly reddened cheek. The sound was soft yet infused with utmost humiliation. Nearby, Charles, collapsed and gripping his fists tightly, felt his nails digging painfully into his palms. He watched helplessly as his most loyal subordinate endured such disgrace, his eyes bloodshot with fury and impotence, unable to emit even a proper roar of anger. Just as the Lightbearer was about to be utterly overwhelmed by this wave of humiliation, a deep, aged voice, hoarse from disuse, suddenly resonated through the hall. The voice was not loud, even somewhat frail, yet it possessed an unusual power that instantly silenced the cacophony within the hall. The frenzied commoners and hunters instinctively halted their actions, all eyes turning toward the source of the voice. The side door slid open soundlessly. The first figure to come into view was Jing Nan, clad in uniform, his expression solemn, pushing a wheelchair. Seated in the wheelchair was an elderly man, gaunt and with closed eyes, yet still emanating the aura of one accustomed to power. It was the lord of the lighthouse city, Morgan. What? Upon seeing the old man, Charles's pupils constricted to pinpricks, his face displaying a horror greater than death itself. Father, how could he be here? Was the dosage of the sedative insufficient? Even if he had awakened early, he had specifically ordered his most loyal priest to confine the lord under the pretense of ensuring his recovery. Thus, once the dust settled in the Dawn Hall, when Chang Li and the hunters attacked the defense forces, Morgan would be helpless to intervene. That was what he believed. But the attack had turned into slaughter, and the uprising had become. Nothing had succeeded. Before Charles could fully process this immense shock, a sight even more despairing unfolded. As the side door swung wide open, a battalion of fully armed elite city defense soldiers marched in unison, flooding the Dawn Hall like a tide. They were well equipped, their formation rigid, swiftly dispersing and pointing their cold gun barrels at all the priests within the hall, instantly regaining control of the chaotic scene. The last figure to emerge from the ranks caused Charles's blood to feel as though it had frozen. The individual stood tall, broad-shouldered, with a mechanical arm, clad in a perfectly tailored general's uniform, pristine and unblemished. His piercing gaze swept across the hall, ultimately landing like a knife on Charles. It was General Victor, who should have been captured by Sung and confined to the central command room. At that moment, Charles could no longer remain oblivious. Everything was a trap, a grand scheme set in motion by his own hand, yet orchestrated by the father he held in contempt, one who was nearing the end of his life. He had thought himself in control on the 5th level, but in reality, he had been under his father's watchful gaze from the very beginning. His so-called confinement and power grab were merely bait laid out by his father, luring him into exposing all his allies. But how had Victor escaped? He believed his plan was meticulous and swift, that Victor could not possibly possess the strength to resist. How could he have broken free and rallied so many loyal troops in such a short span of time? Charles's mind fell into a void of utter confusion. Chapter 74. Resolve. Today as health regimen. Richer updates counted for tomorrow. General Victor's sharp gaze cut into Charles's pale face like a tangible blade. Observing the shock and confusion that resembled a ghostly visage, Victor could not contain a smirk of disdain. He glanced at the Lord Morgan, who sat in the wheelchair with eyes downcast as if unwilling to witness the unfolding events, to show respect, before turning his attention back to Charles. Speaking in a tone bordering on cruel, I truly do not understand, after so many years as the head of the city defense, why you would naively believe that I only had a handful of guards standing outside. Victor's voice was not loud, Yet it clearly resonated in the ears of everyone in the hall. He stepped forward. The sound of his military boots striking the floor echoed like a hammer on Charles's heart. As soon as he finished speaking, a familiar figure stepped out from behind General Victor, wearing a bright red beret that stood out starkly among the solemn elite city defense soldiers. It was the patrol team leader from the city defense, who had demanded the Lightbearer hand over the prisoners during the chaos in the medical area. Victor cast a glance of approval at him. Song had stormed into the command room with his rebels, cutting off Victor's communications and taking control of his personal guards. According to Charles's script, Victor should have been rendered a fool, confined until the aftermath. Yet Charles had overlooked this minor player in the defense forces. This fellow was astute. Upon learning that General Victor had been attacked, he had inferred Victor's position based on the command issued to protect Mr. Chang Li and secretly led his patrol team to confront the rebels guarding Victor, rescuing him before his loyal troops arrived. The Red Beret leader stood there, striving to puff out his chest to appear fitting for this solemn and deadly occasion. Yet, his head, covered by a tactical mask, involuntarily wobbled slightly, and his fingers, resting at his side, discreetly tapped against the seam of his trousers. These subtle, nearly imperceptible actions betrayed his current emotional state. He was on the verge of ecstatic triumph. This gamble, which he had staked everything on, had ultimately secured him the entire world. He could feel countless gazes upon him, filled with the curiosity of the hunters, the envy of his peers, and the almost murderous stares from the general's personal guards behind him. Indeed, the captain and members of the general's personal guard were in dire straits. They stood stoically like pines and cypresses, their movements precise, even rigid to the extreme. They were the general's most trusted shield, the pinnacle of the Lighthouse Defense Force's combat capability, yet upon arriving at their destination, they found General Victor had already escaped. Their rescue objective was unexpectedly intercepted by a mere patrol captain and his men. This was an indelible disgrace in their careers. Beneath each mask, faces burned with embarrassment. The situation resembled two aggressive subordinates delivering a kick to a foe alongside their superior, only to discover that their boss was surrounded by three burly men. Teetering on the brink of disaster, they raced desperately to the scene, only to find that an electronic mouse raised by the team had already dispatched the bullies and was now joyfully jumping alongside the boss. This was inconceivable. Charles struggled to rise, one side of his face swollen and bruised, the pain so intense that it made speaking a challenge. That kid 4068 was merciless. He gazed at Victor, then at the smug figure in the red hat, and finally at the city defense forces that had regained control. He wanted to utter justifications, to argue that all this was for the order of the lighthouse. However, a long, weary sigh interrupted him. It was Morgan, the old city lord, who had seemed to be asleep with his eyes shut, opened them. As Charles' father, Morgan understood all too well the nature of his son. He had anticipated this outcome. The moment Charles had taken action, commands had already been dispatched from the research zone to Jing'an. Observing his son's unwillingness, resentment, and foolish expression, the last remnants of paternal affection within him transformed into that sigh. Charles, with a few teeth knocked out and his face swollen, found all words caught in his throat when he met his father's murky yet insightful gaze. He wanted to speak, but realized he had nothing to say. Morgan slowly raised his withered hand, halting him. Advisor Chang Li. Morgan's voice was hoarse and weary, yet carried an undeniable weight. I promised that if Charles dared to lay a hand on you, I would provide an explanation. With these words, his once sharp gaze dimmed instantly, as if all vitality had been drained from him, aging him further. After all, this was his own flesh and blood. He had once held high hopes for him. Yet this fool remained oblivious to the larger picture. At such a tender age, he fancied himself capable of manipulating others and forging alliances. But he failed to consider that the influence he wielded over those beneath him was solely due to his position. Without that, he was nothing. When Morgan opened his eyes again, all emotion had faded, leaving only a chilling resolve akin to eternal ice. My explanation is that I will show no mercy. In an unforeseen turn of events, he suddenly extended his hand with a speed incongruous with his age and frailty. Drawing a pistol from the waist of a nearby city lord's guard, the elite soldier had no time to react, feeling only a lightness at his side before his firearm was in the lord's grip. Lord! Jing'an gasped in shock. Victor's pupils constricted. The resentment on Charles' face transformed into abject terror. Morgan's gnarled hand steadied like a rock, the gun's muzzle tracing a cold arc through the air, aimed at his son, Charles. Bang! The crisp gunshot resonated through the sacred yet bloody Hall of Dawn, drowning out everything else. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The bullet struck with unmatched precision, penetrating the knees of his legs. A sharp crack echoed, accompanied by a howl of agony from Charles that resembled no human sound. His expression was instantly replaced by excruciating pain. His body could no longer support him, collapsing heavily onto the hard floor. That shot shattered his legs and obliterated the last vestiges of his dignity as someone of higher standing. Everyone was utterly stunned by this sudden turn of events. No one could have anticipated that the aged city lord would personally enact punishment in such a resolute manner. The smoking gun slipped from Morgan's trembling hand, clattering onto the polished floor, producing a clear sound. The act of shooting seemed to drain him of all vitality. Morgan's heart endured a torment beyond imagination. It was the heart-wrenching pain of a father about to destroy his own bloodline. Yet, above the anguish lay an even colder determination. He understood that the old era of the lighthouse would someday end, and Chang Li was the Ark of Noah that could sail into the future. For the survival of all within the lighthouse, to secure a place on this vessel, he had no choice but to offer the most complete declaration of loyalty. Morgan did not look back at the kneeling Charles, writhing in pain. His murky and weary eyes slowly turned to the solitary figure standing nearby, the pale-faced luminary. Luminary. Morgan's voice was low, yet carried an undeniable authority. In the name of the Shadow and Light Council, according to the laws of the lighthouse, pronounce his crimes. The luminary trembled, incredulous as she looked at Morgan. For her, the enforcer of the council, to publicly declare Charles' offenses? This was perhaps more brutal than killing him. She instinctively glanced at the kneeling Charles, who looked up at her with a mix of resentment and despair. However, as her gaze swept the surroundings, meeting the dark muzzles of the city defense forces, the cooling eyes of the dust people, and finally resting on the silent figure of Chang Li, she understood. She had no choice. No one knew the turmoil within her at that moment. The luminary slowly closed her eyes beneath her mask, her mind racing with the lighthouse laws she knew so well and took pride in. One by one, they flashed through her thoughts. The more she recalled, the colder her heart became. The laws she once wielded to judge others and uphold order now felt like swords, precisely piercing the heart of the leader she had sworn loyalty to. She did not keep them waiting long. When she opened her eyes again, the beautiful orbs beneath her mask were devoid of life. She turned away, no longer glancing at Charles, and in a tone bordering on mechanical, devoid of emotion, she began the final pronouncement in the entire Hall of Dawn. According to Article 7 of the Lighthouse Laws, heads of institutions must do their utmost to maintain internal stability. Chairman Charles, you neglected your duties, incited internal strife, causing chaos within the lighthouse. According to Article 10 of the Lighthouse Laws, no institution shall have the authority to unilaterally mobilize city defense forces. Chairman Charles, you abused your power, mobilizing the city defense to encircle the scavengers and lighthouse advisors. According to Article 8 of the Lighthouse Laws, any act endangering the core facilities of the lighthouse and the lives of the populace is a grave crime. Chairman Charles, your actions led to damage within the Hall of Dawn, resulting in significant casualties among both the faithful and soldiers. One after another, the charges flowed from her lips. Charles' forehead pressed against the ground, blood seeping beneath him, motionless, as if he had lost all vitality. Could he truly be lost? Her voice echoed in the vast hall, each word striking like a cold hammer upon Charles' heart. He knelt there, listening to his most trusted subordinate use the very laws he cherished to nail all his conspiracies and wrongdoings to the pillar of shame. Yet the searing pain in his knees and the profound humiliation rendered him incapable of uttering even a single syllable. The Lightbearer succinctly summarized all the charges, her voice cold and devoid of any emotion. Taking a deep breath, she announced the final punishment, a cumulative sentence of 78 lashes, the deprivation of her position as the leader of the Shadow Council, and a stripping away of her rights. Morgan's hoarse voice interrupted the Lightbearer. It seemed he wished to preserve the last remnants of his son's tragic dignity. With the last vestiges of his strength, he issued a final command: execute. Those two words fell like boulders into still waters, stirring tumult within the hearts of all present. Everyone was taken aback, including General Victor. They had believed this was merely a pronouncement, with subsequent punishments to be carried out in prison or a designated execution ground. The Lightbearer was as if struck by lightning, trembling as she gazed at the long whip lying quietly on the ground before her. Execute? Now. Here. Morgan's aged, icy gaze fell once more upon the Lightbearer. In that gaze, there was no urgency, no threat, only an irresistible absolute will. The Lightbearer stood frozen, each passing second stretching out like a century. At that moment, a weak, hoarse voice emerged from beneath her feet. Do it, it was Charles. He knelt on the ground, his forehead pressed against the cold floor, expending his last ounce of energy to issue a final command that would destroy his own dignity to his most loyal subordinate. That whisper seemed to be the last straw that broke the Lightbearer's psychological defenses. Her body ceased to tremble, the struggle and pain in her eyes vanished in an instant, replaced by a profound, dead silence. She bent down and picked up the long whip. In the next moment, she raised her arm. Crack! A dazzling whip crack tore through the air, striking Charles's luxurious leader's robe with a resounding impact. The fabric shattered instantly, a grotesque bloodstain blossoming from his flesh. Charles let out a muffled groan, his body convulsing violently. Lord Morgan closed his eyes, unable to bear the sight any longer. Jean then turned his head away, his face drained of color. General Victor remained expressionless, as if what transpired before him was merely an ordinary, inconsequential punishment. Chang Li, peering through his cold helmet, watched with keen interest this farce orchestrated by Charles himself, now culminating in the most ironic climax. Crack! 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 The Lightbearer seemed to transform into a tireless machine, the long whip slicing through the air with a mournful whistle, rising and falling time and again. Each lash struck precisely against Charles's bloody back without the slightest deviation. In the hall, only the sound of the whip tearing through the air and the dull thud of flesh being struck remained, until that rhythmic sound of the lashes suddenly ceased. Morgan's tightly shut eyes flew open, the pent-up fury and sorrow within him erupting as he roared uncontrollably. Who told you to stop? However, he could only utter half of his phrase before his voice caught in his throat, leaving only intense, uncontrollable tremors in his chest. Beneath the bloodied whip lay the once mighty leader of the Shadow Council, Charles, now completely collapsed in a pool of blood. His back bore no remnants of intact fabric, only a web of crimson, his entire being appearing as if dragged from the depths of a bloodied abyss. Ultimately, he could not withstand it. In extreme blood loss and pain, he lost consciousness entirely. How many lashes? Morgan's voice rang out once more, but it was devoid of the earlier fury, now reduced to a tremulous whisper. A nearby city guard immediately responded, 22 lashes, my lord. 22. Morgan mulled over this number, slowly nodding. Good. Come here. His voice regained the cold decisiveness befitting a lord. Take him down. If he is dead, then burn him. If he is alive, treat him and continue the punishment. Chapter 76. Aftermath. How despicable of me to feel discomfort after lying down all day yesterday. The medical personnel acted swiftly, silently pushing a stretcher to secure the limp Charles, covering him with a white cloth, and quickly exiting through a side door. Throughout the process, no one spoke a word. The Lightbearer stood rooted in place, like a statue drained of its soul. Her gaze first followed the departing stretcher, then drifted to the other side, landing on the motionless Sharif, whose chest had caved in. He seemed somewhat dead, yet the medical personnel paid him no mind. She glanced at this one, then that, ultimately saying nothing. Her world had crumbled entirely with the punishment of the whip. The power vacuum in the hall was swiftly filled by another. General Victor of the city defense wore a frown that had remained tightly locked. His sharp gaze swept across the dawn hall, finally resting upon the throng of citizens, their emotions still not fully quelled. This posed a burning dilemma. He firmly believed in and supported all of Lord Morgan's decisions, yet the current situation was undeniably tricky. If Chang Li were not present, he would have 100 ways to swiftly and forcefully disperse this crowd and restore the so-called order. Yet the problem lay precisely with Chang Li. Victor had long heard about his attitude towards the citizens. Now, that man stood quietly, like a silent iron tower, exuding a pressure stronger than the entire city defense army combined. He appeared terrifyingly strong. Thus, managing these citizens became a conundrum. However, for a dignified commander of the city defense to do nothing in front of so many eyes, what would become of his authority? Before his subordinates, no less. Despite Chang Li appearing inactive, Victor was astute enough to perceive the underlying motives behind Morgan's earlier display of righteous indignation. How much of that was a calculated act for Chang Li's benefit? The heavens had changed for this lighthouse. Quite troublesome indeed. Just as Victor found himself caught in a dilemma, the captain of the Red Hat team quietly approached him, leaning in to whisper a few swift words. Victor's eyes instantly lit up. He discreetly glanced at his subordinate beside him, his gaze filled with an unspoken clarity and surprise. Are you truly a genius? Ahem. Victor cleared his throat, his voice ringing out to break the awkward silence. City Defense Army, heed my orders. Snap. All soldiers stood at attention, eyes fixed forward. Apprehend all members of the Shadow Council involved in today's rebellion. Take those present directly, and investigate and account for those who fled. He pointed decisively at the disoriented figure. Lightbearer Vandy. Then his finger shifted toward Sharif in the distance. Sharif. He suddenly hesitated, wondering if Sharif might be somewhat dead. Never mind, it was unimportant. Take them all to the prison and await further judgment. The actions of the City Defense Army were swift and efficient. Under General Victor's command, the soldiers pounced upon the Shadow Council clerics like wolves, apprehending them one by one. The Lightbearer offered no resistance, allowing 2 soldiers to take her away, her gaze vacant. As if severed from this world, she would be held in solitary confinement, awaiting her final judgment. As for the enormous Sharif, several city defense soldiers cautiously approached, first testing his unresponsive body with the tips of their military boots, confirming that he appeared somewhat dead but still had a breath left. They then clumsily dragged his massive form away like a beast. Having completed all this, Victor turned his gaze towards Chang Li. He solemnly nodded with a hint of respect towards the man who had persistently exerted immense pressure on him, acknowledging him in passing. His gaze then swept over the dark mass of dust dwellers in the hall, ultimately settling on Morgan, the lord confined to a wheelchair. I have urgent matters to attend to. The dust dwellers are in your hands now, Morgan, Victor silently affirmed to himself. Without lingering, he pivoted and departed the Dawn Hall with his troops, striding purposefully away. Once he vanished from the crowd's sight, his steady pace involuntarily quickened. The squad leader, adorned with a red beret, diligently followed in his wake. Suddenly, Victor halted. As if struck by a revelation, he turned to his astute subordinate. Singe is dead, Victor stated with a calm demeanor, yet his words bore an undeniable finality. The position of the city defense commander is now vacant. You shall take his place. After a brief pause, he inquired, "What is your name?" The young leader froze momentarily. Then elation surged within him. He stifled his excitement, snapped his legs together, straightened his chest, and with all his might, declared, "Report, sir. I am less. Promotion, family." Victor swiftly led his troops away from the Dawn Hall to handle the ensuing accountability. In an instant, the once chaotic courtyard was left with merely 3 factions. Morgan, breathing heavily, appeared utterly drained as if the previous decisive actions had depleted all his energy. Yet within his murky eyes, the glimmer of a lord's authority rekindled. The current situation required his steadying hand. Once the dust dweller's wrath was ignited, it would not be easily quelled. His gaze fell upon the brave yet youthful leader of the dust dwellers, number 4068, whose face was flushed as he attempted to calm his still fervent companions. However, his efforts were proving ineffective. The ire that had been ignited was beyond his control. Morgan maneuvered his wheelchair forward slightly, announcing in a clear and authoritative voice, "The instigator of the insurrection, Charles, has been dealt with by my own hand. Your actions do not constitute rebellion. The lighthouse shall not hold anyone accountable." He offered no unnecessary words, providing a definitive statement and assurance. Moreover, every individual who stood today in defense of Advisor Chang Li will receive contribution points along with their regular supply distribution as compensation. Morgan's words struck the crowd like a boulder tossed into water, creating ripples of impact. This direct and concrete reward was far more effective than any hollow reassurances. Some dust dwellers on the periphery exhibited visible signs of interest. They had been stirred to action due to their dire circumstances, and now with tangible benefits within reach. Their tools and weapons began to lower involuntarily. Yet, many others hesitated. They first glanced at number 4068 before, in unison, directing their gaze toward the true focal point, Chang Li. Chapter 77. The silence falls. They understood well that their reckless charge into this space was not solely for the promise of contribution points, but to stand up for Advisor Chang Li, the only person who regarded them as human. As long as Chang Li did not give his consent, no matter how eloquently the Lord spoke, they would not disperse. The entire Dawn Hall descended into an eerie silence, with all eyes fixated on Chang Li. Morgan observed the dark throng, witnessing them bypass himself, casting their expectations and trust solely upon Chang Li. Rather than feeling affronted, a wave of uncontrollable joy surged within him. Yes, just like that. Look at him. With even greater fervor, Morgan could almost hear the impending cries of "The Lord is incompetent. Let Advisor Chang Li lead the lighthouse." He was prepared. Once the shout arose, he would ride the tide and stage a performance of relinquishing power for the future of the lighthouse. However, at this pivotal moment, as silence enveloped the hall, a loud crash erupted. The previously closed passage door was violently flung open from the outside. Ugh! Accompanied by a robust shout. A figure executed a remarkably professional tactical roll into the dawn hall. He knelt smoothly, raising his assault rifle to a horizontal position in less than half a second. Assuming a standard alert posture, the muzzle aimed squarely at the center of the hall. It was Mo Chang. Upon seeing his teammates rescued, his spirits lifted, and his previously subdued demeanor returned. His flamboyant yet abrupt entrance instantly captivated everyone's attention. The bewildered dust dwellers gaped at the sudden arrival of the hunter, who was now aiming his weapon at them, momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, Morgan in his wheelchair, upon recognizing the newcomer, felt his previously expectant and sorrowful expression darken instantly. This blundering fool had chosen such a critical moment to appear. Mo Chang maintained his combat stance but soon realized something was amiss. There was no anticipated fierce exchange of fire, no enemies, just a large group of dust dwellers, holding wrenches and pipes, staring at him in confusion. Hey? Where are Charles and the lantern bearers? What is going on, Mo Chang? I told you Advisor Chang Li is formidable. He must have resolved everything. Why the rush? Jeff's voice boomed from behind the door as he emerged alongside Fei Xue, Erica, and Corey. Let me tell you about the details of the breeding hall. You should have seen the scene. His words abruptly halted as he took in the sight before him. He saw the throng of dust dwellers. The pallid-faced Lord Morgan in his wheelchair, the ironclad figure in the hall's center seemingly oblivious to everything, and Mark, who had turned his back on them. Finally, he spotted Mo Chang frozen in an exceedingly awkward stance on the ground. The entire Dawn Hall was engulfed in an extreme awkwardness. Jeff's words struck like the final pebble cast into icy waters, solidifying the tension in the air. Mo Chang remained in his striking tactical pose. While Jeff and the others stood paralyzed at the entrance, 5 individuals, 10 eyes, collectively malfunctioning at the bizarre scene unfolding within. In the next moment, as if receiving some unspoken command, they quickly straightened up, legs together, hands pressed against their trousers, executing a flawless military salute towards Lord Morgan. A suppressed chuckle, ultimately unable to be contained, escaped from behind Morgan. It was Jing Nan, who, unable to maintain her stern expression, gazed at the motley crew. This laughter served as a signal, causing Morgan's iron countenance to crumble. Exhausted, he found himself devoid of even the energy to be angry. His meticulously crafted political play, poised for success, was utterly disrupted by these clowns bursting onto the scene. Weary, Morgan turned his final gaze towards the one individual capable of managing this gaggle of fools, Mark. His voice brimmed with resignation, wishing for him to swiftly escort these embarrassing subordinates away. However, Mark's response once again exceeded all expectations. With a hissing sound, the cockpit door of the gravity pod slowly opened, and Mark leaped down. He did not approach his still-standing subordinates, nor did he glance at them. Under the gaze of the entire assembly, Mark strode directly to Chang Li's side, then took a step back. With this seemingly simple gesture, he placed himself in a subordinate position, akin to that of an aide-de-camp. Ranbing thought to herself, "Oh no, have I been dismissed?" This action, silent yet more eloquent than 1,000 words, left Morgan, the lord of the city, momentarily stunned. His mind, which had been racing with calculations, experienced a brief lapse in clarity. What does this mean? He watched the 2 figures standing side by side, one ahead of the other, observing Mark's demeanor of unquestioned acceptance and devoted allegiance. A thought struck him like a bolt of lightning. Wait, this could indeed work. Morgan's expression shifted instantly. Although he regretted being unable to elevate Chang Li to the position of city lord through the people's adoration, Mark's action yielded a different, equally significant outcome. Mark, the soul and emblem of the Scavenger Corps, had publicly declared his allegiance, along with the elite armed forces he represented, to Chang Li. Upon glancing at Chang Li again, Morgan noted that he showed no signs of rejection or surprise at Mark's position behind him. He had tacitly accepted it. Finally, as the dust settled on this grand spectacle, the new leader of the Scavenger Corps slowly raised his hand and removed his iron helmet. Chapter 78, Penny, finally arrived. The first sight that met his eyes was the youthful and excited face of 4068, with his characteristic short hair. This lad had somehow stealthily approached Chang Li, gazing up with eager anticipation, his expression begging for praise. Chang Li felt a hint of exasperation. He wondered why. Right after the system issued a warning about Mark's life force being extremely unstable, there had been a persistent voice in his ear, akin to a death knell. It turned out to be this boy. The fervently worshipful and intensely hopeful emotional fluctuations emanating from him were, to the system, a signal of the highest priority. It compelled Chang Li to urgently exchange for a one-time shielding device just to find some peace. Nevertheless, The short-haired youth indeed possessed talent worthy of commendation. Chang Li nodded subtly at 4068, a silent affirmation. Then, he turned his gaze towards the crowd of citizens, dark and expectant, waiting for his words. I shall refrain from grandiloquent speeches. Chang Li's voice, though soft, resonated clearly in every ear. All of you have received the Lord's rewards. I promise but one thing. His gaze swept across the assembly, radiating an undeniable confidence. The lighthouse shall undoubtedly undergo a transformation. The order here will be rewritten. Upon concluding his statement, he gestured to 4068, take your people to receive their rewards. Jing Nan understood immediately, signaling the city lord's guards to step forward and guide the citizens. Upon hearing Chang Li's declaration that the order would be rewritten, Morgan, seated in his wheelchair, could no longer contain himself and let out a satisfied hum. As Jing Nan and several guards escorted the jubilant citizens to collect their rewards, the previously raucous Dawn Hall gradually quieted down. At this moment, only a few core individuals remained in the chaotic space. The scavenger team, with their lively antics, became the most conspicuous presence in the tranquil atmosphere. They maintained a position of attention, yet their stern countenances gave way to awkward, eager smiles. Mo Chung, Jeff, and another teammate named Corey were unceremoniously pushed to the forefront, resembling three students awaiting a teacher's reprimand. Behind them, Erica peeked out from Jeff's arm, her large eyes sparkling as she covertly admired Chang Li, her gaze filled with adoration. Meanwhile, Fei Shui turned away, cradling her sniper rifle, gazing up at the opulent chandelier. Every fiber of her being signaling her disassociation from the foolishness of those in front of her. Ranbing felt particularly out of place, daring only to reveal half her head, her eyes cautiously avoiding everyone as she watched Mark. She knew that her reckless approach to demand assistance had resulted in her being rebuffed, likely to be met with a scolding. Chang Li's gaze finally shifted from the departing citizens to the group of lively characters. His eyes lingered for a moment on Mo Cheng's obsequious smile, before ultimately settling on Mark, who stood behind him. Are these the soldiers you brought? Was the unspoken question conveyed through their eye contact. Mark's resolute face stiffened momentarily, and he quickly averted his gaze from Chang Li, raising a hand to awkwardly scratch the sweat-drenched back of his head. Chang Li chose not to pursue the matter further, having sensed the awkwardness, and turned to the anxious scavengers, inquiring, where is Penny? Did she not come out with you? Upon hearing Penny's name, Mo Chung and Jeff, who were still standing in their punishment, instantly perked up, as if seizing an opportunity for redemption. Reporting to you, advisor. Mo Chung interjected, speaking loudly, she's still inside. When we came out, she was squatting in the corner, saying she wanted to see you or something, looking quite unhappy. He scratched his head, a look of confusion on his face. You know nothing. Jeff smacked Mo Chung on the back of the head, adopting a knowing demeanor. What she needs is comfort. Not. No, I provided comfort. Mo Chung protested, holding his head in grievance. Smack. Another crisp slap came from Fei Shui, who stood behind. She withdrew her hand, embracing her rifle, and coldly remarked, the focus isn't on comfort, it's on the person providing it. As Chang Li listened to these lively characters unabashedly discuss matters before him, he instinctively glanced back at Morgan in his wheelchair. As expected, the old lord's expression darkened to a near-drenched hue. They were openly bickering and joking in front of him, as if he and the old order he represented were merely inconsequential background figures. Chang Li chuckled inwardly. Old dang, your three great rules seem to be quite effective after all. Waving his hand as a farewell to the group, he proceeded towards the breeding courtyard, harboring a vague premonition that Penny's emotions would not be easily assuaged. He anticipated that his visit would likely require considerable effort in persuasion. As he passed by the remaining scavengers still standing in punishment, Mo Ching had a sudden idea to quietly follow, claiming to learn the advanced art of comforting from the advisor. However, just as he lifted his foot, he was unceremoniously pulled back by Jeff and Corey. What are you doing? Going to watch? Watch what? Jeff and Corey each grabbed an arm, disregarding his struggles as they forcibly dragged him away. Erica, seeing Chang Li depart, tiptoed to steal one last glance, but was promptly pulled away by the now composed Fei Shui, who insisted on leading her away from the scene. Thus, in the expansive Dawn Hall, aside from the city lord in his wheelchair, who was resting with closed eyes and ignoring everyone, only Mark and Ranbing remained. Previously hidden behind their teammates, Ranbing now found herself completely exposed before Mark, her gaze cast downward in shyness. Mark unconsciously stepped closer to her, the echo of Chang Li's earlier admonishments ringing in his mind. He recalled the words of his sister Hong Ko during her final moments. He remembered the anguish he felt when Ran Bing was captured and the unwavering resolve he had to do anything for her. All emotions, all reason, converged in this singular moment. There was no more time to wait. As the distance shrank, Mark could even discern the slightest tremor of Ran Bing's eyelashes. Feeling his scorching gaze, unwavering and intense, Ran Bing's heart skipped a beat, and uncontrollably, she slowly closed her eyes, presenting herself as if for the taking. In an instant, Mark's heartbeat surged to its limits. He lowered his head, inching closer to the face he had longed for. Chapter 79. Training and instruction. A deliberately exaggerated and resounding cough shattered the enchanting atmosphere, revealing the presence of a third individual, the thoroughly overlooked Morgan, the aging lord. Having opened his eyes at some point, regarded the two with a mixture of disdain, impatience, and weariness. If you wish to be affectionate, return to your hunter's camp. Morgan's voice, laced with fatigue and annoyance, felt like a final signal. Mark and Ran Bing, as if struck by lightning, jolted back to reality. Ran Bing's cheeks flushed crimson, as if they might bleed, and without daring to glance at Morgan, she turned and fled. Mark, equally mortified, abandoned any semblance of a commander's authority, clumsily trailing behind her as they both nearly tumbled away from this den of scandal. Watching their hasty retreat, Morgan sighed deeply and closed his eyes. Leaning back against his wheelchair, he began to ponder a serious question. How had this elite group of hunters from the lighthouse been trained? Each one appeared remarkably skilled, yet their minds seemed utterly unhinged. Where was their discipline? Their adherence to rules? He guessed the blame lay with that old coot, Elon. As the chief instructor of the hunters, he must have led them astray. No, tomorrow, Elon must be summoned for a thorough reprimand. This thought restored a semblance of his authority as lord. He slowly opened his eyes, preparing to call for assistants to document his orders. However, what met his gaze was the empty, silent Dawn Hall. The vast courtyard contained only him, a solitary elder, and his cold wheelchair. Morgan suddenly realized something. He opened his mouth, intending to call out as was his habit, only to find himself voiceless. There was no one here. The last vestige of color drained from his face, the facade of command he had been maintaining deflated like a punctured balloon. He smiled wryly. Forget it, he murmured softly, extending his frail, trembling hands to grip the wheels of his chair. With a sense of forlorn dignity, he pushed himself onward, departing slowly. Tears welled up as he entered the inner courtyard, known as the genetic fusion chamber. The air seemed to thicken, infused with the acrid scent of disinfectant and aged fabric. As Chang Li pushed open the heavy metal door, he was met with an almost suffocating stillness. This was the breeding chamber. The room was smaller than he had expected, with a high dome that rendered the space particularly profound. Dim yellow light cascaded evenly from above, enveloping everything in an unreal halo. Several broad, ambiguous stone steps gradually descended from the room's periphery to its center, resembling a sacrificial stage. Surrounding this stage stood four immense, silent statues of priests, clad in austere robes. Their solemn faces and downcast eyelids directed their cold gazes toward a singular point at the center of the room. There lay an octagonal breeding pad. A sardonic smile flickered across Chang Li's lips. The euphemisms of the Light Society always sounded so sanctimonious. In plain terms, it was a bed imbued with a so-called sacred mission. For expansive, translucent curtains hung down like spectral veils from the high ceiling, perfectly enclosing the octagonal bed within. Light filtered through the curtains, rendering the outlines within hazy and ambiguous. The purpose of these curtains was not to protect privacy. Rather, they facilitated the priest's observations, recordings, and even guidance during the breeding process. The image of several emotionless individuals scrutinizing two youths compelled to obey orders churned Chang Li's stomach. You lighthouse folks have a peculiar sense of play. His gaze swept over the cold stone statues until it landed on a curled figure in the shadow of one statue. Penny lay there, pressed against the cold base, as if seeking solace from the inanimate stone. She had drawn herself into a small ball, arms wrapped around her knees, burying her face deep within her arms. The dim light traced her trembling silhouette, and the muffled sobs that filled the air were the only sounds in this space. Each sob pierced Chang Li's heart like a needle. Somehow, it seemed as though his emotional intelligence had suddenly surged, and his mind cleared. He lightened his footsteps, slowly approaching her. The sound of his boots on the polished floor echoed sharply in the emptiness of the chamber. Penny appeared to sense the noise, her body jolting. Yet she buried her head deeper. Chang Li crouched beside her, refraining from immediate contact, merely softly calling, "Penny." By some strange instinct, His palm came to rest on her slightly damp, short hair, stroking it with a clumsy tenderness. This gentle and soothing gesture finally allowed Penny's taut nerves to relax. And she leaned against him, trembling less, her rapid breaths gradually steadying. The chamber remained silent, save for the intermingled breaths of the two, clearly audible. Penny. After a long while, her voice emerged from his shoulder, muffled and heavy with nasal tones, like a dreamlike murmur. Chang Li responded quietly, his hand still in motion. Is Ranbing all right? She asked softly. Even on the brink of emotional collapse, she remained concerned for her companion. She is safe, Mark took her out, he reassured her. That's good. A hint of relief seeped into Penny's voice. Another prolonged silence ensued. Chang Li sensed that the girl atop him was physically relaxed, yet her spirit seemed to struggle to rise from the ruins. Suddenly, she spoke softly, I was just thinking. She paused, seemingly gathering her thoughts. When they were notifying me in Ranbing, my mind went blank. I couldn't hear anything, just fear. I looked at Ranbing, and she was trembling. At that moment, I thought it was over. Everything was over. Her voice was gentle and slow, as if recounting an event detached from herself. Yet Chang Li could discern the tsunami of fear buried beneath her calm narration. Chapter 80, Training and Instruction 2. But for some reason, Penny slightly lifted her head, pressing her cheek against his collarbone, her warm breath fanning against his skin. In my mind, the only thought that kept repeating was that you would definitely come. Chang Li's heart constricted sharply. His hand, which had been stroking her hair, froze in midair. Penny seemed oblivious, continuing in that dreamlike, bewildered tone, softly asking, so why is it you? She finally raised her head, looking directly into his eyes. The dim light filtering through the curtains cast a fragile and enchanting halo in her moist, slightly reddened gaze. Why, in my most desperate moments, when I could barely hold on, did the mere thought of you allow me to endure just a second longer? Chang Li gently wiped away an unnoticed tear that had slipped from the corner of her eye with her thumb. Beyond the curtain, the cold stone statue of the priest silently observed. Within the confines of the curtain, it seemed as if only this small space remained in the world. Fear and despair dissipated, leaving only a heartbeat resonating closely, drawing nearer to another heart. This was inconsequential. What mattered was my arrival. With the answers obtained, the last taut string within Penny's body relaxed entirely. She let out a sigh filled with satisfaction and profound weariness, as if she melted deeper into his embrace. The hand that had gripped his combat uniform tightly due to fear loosened and fell weakly, only to gently rest against his sturdy chest, almost unconsciously. Through the fabric, she could distinctly feel the steady and powerful rhythm of his heart. Thump, thump, thump. This sound seemed to possess a certain magic. The only genuine warmth amidst the chilling silence of the breeding courtyard, something that perhaps belonged solely to her. She pressed her cheek against his skin, listening intently. Then, with a gentle effort, she slightly propped herself up, lifting her head to gaze closely at Chang Li. The dim light filtering through the curtain blurred her outline, yet rendered her tear-streaked eyes exceptionally bright. Fear and madness had faded, leaving only a raw, unadorned vulnerability and dependence. She asked nothing, yet her gaze inquired everything. Chang Li met her eyes, and within that clear reflection, he saw himself. Oh dear. It seemed I was about to be consumed. He swallowed hard. The hand that had been stroking her hair slowly glided down to tenderly cup her cheek, his fingertips caressing her cool yet soft skin. This was both a confirmation and an answer. Feeling the warmth of his palm, Penny's gaze flickered. She looked into his focused and profound eyes, and in that moment, the entire world, the lighthouse, all rules and missions, vanished. She gently closed her eyes, deliberately filling the last remaining gap between them. The kiss was soft, tinged with salty tears. Yet it stirred ripples in Chang Li's heart like a stone cast into a frozen lake. The kiss was fleeting. Penny did not immediately withdraw. Instead, she gently rested her forehead against Chang Li's, eyes closed, their noses nearly touching. It was as if she was confirming their existence and warmth in the most primal manner. The dim light within the curtain outlined her trembling eyelashes. Chang Li remained still, even holding his breath. Goodness, this guy was previously a mere cook. He had never encountered such a situation. He could feel her warm breath against his lips, catching the clean and gentle scent of disinfectant and shampoo intertwined in her hair. He became a passive vessel, bearing all of her current fragility, dependence, and a resolve he could not yet fully comprehend. After a moment, Penny slowly pulled back, reluctantly creating a bit of distance. She did not leave his side. Instead, she shifted her position, straddling him and resting her head on his solid chest. Her cheek pressed against the fabric of his combat uniform, listening intently. "Are you not uncomfortable, dear?" Thump, thump, thump. The strong and steady heartbeat resonated through the fabric, clearly reaching her ears, vibrating her eardrums. This sound was in stark contrast to the cold tones of the priest reciting their laws. It was alive, real, warm. And at this moment, it resonated solely for her. Her gaze gradually transitioned from confusion to clarity, then from clarity to unwavering determination, a conviction akin to finding a belief. She had once secretly perused a book from the old world called Jane Eyre. The world within it seemed fantastical to her. The people there chose to spend their lives together out of a feeling called love, rather than out of breeding commands. The book stated that love was a dialogue of equals between souls, an attraction and choice made by two independent individuals free from external coercion. This concept was too illusory and extravagant for a child raised under the cold laws of the lighthouse. She once thought it was merely an unrealistic fantasy of the old world. But now, listening to Chang Li's heartbeat, feeling the strength of his arms around her, Penny suddenly understood. The words in the book were not lies. A person could indeed desire to be with another not as a breeding tool or a cog in the lighthouse, but simply as themselves. That feeling was unrelated to commands or survival. It was merely a longing to be close. Just like now, resting against his chest, listening to his heartbeat. It brought her an unprecedented sense of peace and wholeness. And Chang Li, this man from the ground, unbound by the laws of the lighthouse, embodied the only possibility for such a fantasy. Penny abruptly propped herself up again, locking eyes with him. Her movements no longer held any hesitation or weakness. She cradled Chang Li's face, her gaze burning with intensity as if admiring a precious treasure. Chang Li read an unfamiliar, fervent light from her eyes. Instinctively, he wanted to say something, but Penny pressed her fingertip gently against his lips, silencing him. "Do not speak," she whispered softly, yet with an undeniable assertiveness. "Listen to me." She leaned closer, her lips brushing against his ear, whispering a vow she had learned from the old world's texts. "The greatest heresy yet the most sincere. I am not a tool for completing tasks. From now on, you are mine, and I am solely yours." Without waiting for Chang Li to react, she once again initiated the kiss. This time, it was no longer tentative, no longer a fragile imprint. This was a declaration. A new law established solely for the two of them amidst the cold ruins of despair. Beyond the curtain, the statue remained cold. Within the curtain, the girl took the initiative. And Chang Li, this man who had traversed time, for the first time, completely lost his dominance. This kiss was entirely different from the last. If the previous kiss bore the traces of tears, this one was a searing brand. It was filled with undeniable strength and an almost primal possessiveness. Penny was no longer the victim in need of consolation. She transformed into a sovereign establishing new laws atop the ruins with her will. Chang Li's mind momentarily blanked. He was caught off guard by this sudden, fervent declaration. Penny's lips bore an irresistible force, her hands cradling his face, fingertips pressing slightly, as if confirming his reality. Chang Li was unsure how to respond, yet he did not push her away. He passively endured it, like a piece of stubborn iron immersed in lava. Feeling the temperature that could melt him, his mind was a void, his culinary prowess evidently revealed. Penny seemed unsatisfied with his statue-like stillness. She released the kiss, her chest rising and falling rapidly, her hurried breaths fanning across Chang Li's face, her ample armor pressing against his chest, her fiery eyes locked onto him, as if attempting to see through his very soul. Then, she made an even bolder move. She placed both hands on Chang Li's chest, and, with an irresistible strength, pushed him down completely, laying him flat on the soft and enormous octagonal cushion. Bang! Chang Li's nape gently struck the soft cushion, producing a muffled sound. Penny straddled his waist, gazing down at him from a position of dominance. This posture was laden with aggression and suggestion as the dim light filtered in through the curtains, casting a fractured golden hue over her damp short hair and trembling eyelashes. She resembled a battle-worn beast, surveying its spoils after a hard-fought victory. Gradually, she leaned down inch by inch, until her entire weight rested upon Chang Li. Her cheek nestled again in the crook of his neck, her hands no longer cradling his face, but instead tightly encircling his neck, entwining herself around him like a vine. Chang Li felt every detail of her body, the taut lines of her muscles from tension, the searing warmth that penetrated through 2 layers of combat gear, and the chaotic yet infinitely more vigorous rhythm of her heartbeat. Finally, he made a move, perhaps the most judicious decision. He slowly raised his arm, gently placing his warm palm on her quivering back. Beneath his hand lay her prominent, fragile shoulder blades. With a tender touch, he caressed the delicate bone with his fingertips. This gesture served as a silent affirmation. Penny's rigid body suddenly relaxed, as if all her strength had been drained away. She let out a contented yet weary sigh. Nuzzling her face into his neck, like a small creature that had finally confirmed its territory and belonging, peacefully closing her eyes. Outside the curtains, for cold stone statues of priests continued to watch with their unchanging, scrutinizing gazes. Within the confines of the curtain, this cold mattress, meant for procreation, became the first to bear the primal entanglement and embrace of two souls, unbound by laws. In this moment, there were no chosen instruments of reproduction. Time passed. Though how long he could not tell, perhaps an hour or two, unclear by the reader's clock. He simply felt Penny's body, which initially clung to him with aggression, gradually soften and relax into a state of utter vulnerability. Her steady, elongated breaths filled the air like a weary lullaby. She had fallen asleep. In this place that should have been the source of her nightmares, resting against his chest, she had indeed drifted into slumber. Chang Li remained still, like a statue entwined with vines. He turned his head. In the dim light, he could only see her damp temples and peaceful profile. On her face remained only a pure weariness. The hardest corners of his heart seemed to be gently yet profoundly stirred by her unguarded, sleeping expression. He slowly raised his hand, adjusting the slightly disheveled hem of her combat uniform, and lay quietly, becoming her temporary harbor. A faint, nasal murmur broke the silence. The storm had passed. Penny's breathing, once rapid and tearful, gradually became steady and prolonged. Her bare back pressed against Chang Li's equally exposed chest, feeling the steady and powerful rhythm of his heartbeat. What first awakened her was a slight chill. The air in the room, imbued with the unique coldness of disinfectant, crept upon her bare skin at the shoulder blades. Instinctively, she curled up slightly, moving closer to the only source of warmth behind her. Chang Li was awake. He had always been. He felt the girl stir in his embrace, and without a word, he pulled the thin blanket, warmed by their body heat, over her slightly cool shoulders. Chapter 82. The show begins. The remaining energy of the iron drive, a one-time life source shielding device, is about to be exhausted. Estimated failure time, 1 hour and 59 minutes. Should we arrange for the airborne troops to intervene? The familiar and reliable voice of 7274 resonated precisely in Chang Li's communicator. Come on. Chang Li's consciousness responded affirmatively as he stretched his limbs, emerging from the bathroom, still bearing the traces of steam. In his hand, he held a cup of warm water, within which floated several red mysterious fruits exchanged from the system, sourced from other planets. At that moment, had anyone glimpsed at the virtual panel before him, they would have been astonished to discover that the section representing his fundamental points was glaringly marked with a massive 0. Although small increments appeared every few seconds, they vanished almost instantly, solidifying that 0 in place. Yet, there was no hint of frustration on Chang Li's face. He drank the contents of the cup in one go, savoring the peculiar sweetness of the small fruit. He understood that the time for harvest had arrived. Mark's heart-wrenching roar, the awakening of countless dust citizens' consciousness, and even the fervent emotions born in the breeding chamber, all these high-intensity spiritual fluctuations were, to the mana ecology, akin to the most resplendent bonfire in the night. An irresistible invitation to a grand feast. His system had been monitoring the signals of the devourers converging from all directions. It was time to show those who had bullied the primitives for so long what true warfare and firepower meant. He began to leisurely don his gear. The close-fitting combat suit, overlaid with lightweight yet resilient composite armor, had its functional modules precisely fastened into preset slots. The futuristic iron drive equipment was installed, calibrated to optimal settings. Finally, he stood at the edge of a platform extending from the lighthouse. The night was dim, and the high winds howled. Lifting the edges of his combat suit, he looked down. Beyond the soft glow emitted by the lighthouse lay an expanse of boundless darkness. Yet, within that darkness, a mass of writhing, shadowy figures was converging from all directions on the horizon, starkly contrasting with the surrounding desolation. It was a black tide composed of countless devourers. A cold smile crept across Chang Li's lips. It was time to unleash the Dragon King's crooked grin. Indeed, though he had employed the life source shielding device, he had adjusted its effects from the outset. It was not a complete shield, but rather a one-way valve, diminishing the emotional fluctuations accumulated within the lighthouse to a frequency favored by the mana ecology, then intermittently releasing them. For him, the lighthouse's greatest function had never been as a sanctuary, but as an oversized monster attracting device that could be activated at any moment. He had expended all his points for this final scene, a grand harvest that would ensure his coffers overflowed. Now, the moment for the hunt had arrived. He donned his helmet, the visor flashing with lethal light, elegant yet deadly in the darkness. Iron Drive, goblins have reached the designated location. The voice remained steady, like an anchor in the tempest, resonating in Chang Li's helmet. Very well, Chang Li casually replied, let's prepare for the fireworks display. Received. Chang Li turned to face the massive, cold steel structure of the lighthouse. He knew that, at this moment, countless eyes were peering through portholes or monitoring screens, fixated upon him. There was confusion, fear, and disbelief. Defense forces, scavengers, the upper class, and even those dust citizens who had just awakened their consciousness. Central Command's Jean Nan, Defense Army General Victor, and Lord Morgan. His identity as a survivor on the ground had long since become untenable. Yet, Chang Li no longer played the part. He felt an insatiable need to seize this colossal bounty of points. Otherwise, he feared he would never find peace in his sleep. As for the thoughts of the lighthouse dwellers regarding his infamous reputation, he remained utterly indifferent. His ambitions were far grander than their limited imaginations could comprehend. Now, in this desolate world dominated by the mana ecosystem, a true Ark of Noah was on the verge of emergence. He would be the sole helmsman of this vessel. The people atop the lighthouse faced two choices: to cling to their feudal laws and order, awaiting death amidst the evolutionary tide of the voracious beasts, or to abandon everything, seeking his permission to board the Ark that symbolized their only hope for survival. He spread his arms wide, as if embracing the howling winds, or perhaps the writhing darkness below, teeming with countless voracious beasts. Here I come, he declared. Then, amidst the horrified gazes fixed upon him, he leaned back and fell straight off the edge of the lighthouse. In free fall, his body traced a decisive arc through the air, plummeting rapidly into the unfathomable abyss of darkness. The wild wind tore at his ears, a fierce roar accompanying his descent. Behind him, the jumping backpack continuously adjusted his posture and rate of descent. On the lighthouse, innumerable gasps were stifled within throats. Just as Chang Li's figure was about to be engulfed by the darkness, whoosh! A gray-black specter, akin to a phantom, descended from the clouds at a speed beyond human perception. It was a vessel adorned with sharp lines and a futuristic aesthetic. Silent as a shadow, it melded into the night until the final moment when it revealed itself, the Goblin Transport. This name seemed tailor-made for it, lacking any semblance of beauty. It bore no relation to the lightness expected of an aircraft. The Goblin resembled a crude iron box, violently hammered into shape. Its overall outline was squat and sturdy, with a body constructed from heavy, dark-armored plates rather than smooth, aerodynamic curves. Most striking were its asymmetrical and numerous engine clusters. Several massive main thrusters protruded brutally from the rear and sides, surrounded by numerous small vector nozzles for attitude adjustment. This exaggerated redundancy eschewed elegance in flight, instead pursuing absolute power and the brute force to advance through any harsh environment. Unlike traditional aircraft with straight wings, it featured multiple segments of independently deflecting winglets and stabilizing fins, allowing it to execute maneuvers that belied its cumbersome exterior. Below the fuselage, a massive cargo ramp, reminiscent of a monstrous maw, was tightly closed. One could imagine that when it opened, it could easily swallow an entire combat squad. However, at this moment, it housed something far more terrifying, a war machine. The aircraft accurately predicted Chang Li's descent trajectory, swiftly executing a roll to catch his falling body with its broad, sturdy frame. Thud! Chang Li's feet landed heavily on the cold metallic surface, the tremendous impact absorbed instantly by the magnetic boots and the craft's kinetic energy buffer system. He stood firmly atop the hovering goblin, the edges of his combat suit fluttering wildly in the turbulent airflow. He resembled a deity descending upon the mortal realm, treading upon a vehicle existing only in dreams, hovering to dare between the lighthouse and the army of voracious beasts. Chapter 83. Unclean Things. Chang Li stood atop the Goblin Transport, his magnetic boots firmly affixed to the metal body, anchoring him on the back of the steel behemoth. As he transmitted commands through his consciousness, the multitude of engines aboard the Goblin roared to life. Blinding blue flames erupted from each nozzle, producing a deafening roar akin to a beast's growl. The ugly mechanical insect suddenly dipped, then began a savage dive toward the dark mass of voracious beasts below. The tremendous wind pressure rushed toward him, pressing his combat suit tightly against his form, yet he remained as steadfast as a mountain, his icy gaze surveying the land below that was about to be purified. Iron Steed, the conical airdrop bay, is ready. Understood, Chang Li replied, instructing the phantom to prepare for entry. As soon as his words fell, two sharp white streaks tore through the pitch-black night sky above, akin to blades. These were two phantom fighters, the organization's light combat aircraft. Compact and sleek, they exuded an aggressive aura with their angular design. The deep gray matte finish rendered them nearly indistinguishable from the night, save for the striking orange and white stripes on their upward curving wing tips, reminiscent of the most dangerous feathers of a bird of prey. The massive engines mounted on the sides of their fuselage showcased raw power. These were not artworks but machines born solely for slaughter. They arrived like phantoms, and upon reaching an appropriate position, executed a steep dive, leveling off just a few dozen meters above the ground, parallel to the surface, heading straight for the most densely packed core of the voracious beasts. The fireworks display begins. Chang Li's command was akin to a death sentence. In the next moment, beneath the noses of the two phantoms, the quad-mounted particle cannons unleashed devastating beams. These were not bullets in the traditional sense, but highly compressed streams of particles radiating a dazzling blue-white glow. Wherever the beams struck, the grotesque, small, voracious beasts disintegrated upon contact, as if erased by an invisible eraser, leaving behind nothing but a charred void. The particle beams carved two barren pathways through the black tide of beasts, resembling the scythes of the Grim Reaper. But this was merely the prelude. Next, the Hellfire thermobaric missile launchers mounted beneath the wings of the two phantoms activated. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 12 missiles, trailing orange-red flames, detached from their mounts with astonishing speed. They surged forward with the phantom's ultra-low altitude advance, akin to a pack of bloodthirsty hounds, precisely striking at the densest clusters of beasts. In the next heartbeat, terrifying energy was unleashed. At each missile's impact point, a searing, sun-like white orb erupted, instantly reducing everything around it to ashes. Following this, a rolling wave of sticky orange-red lava surged outward like a tsunami, turning the ground into a molten expanse, consuming those voracious beasts who had not managed to escape, melting them down to the point where even bones could not remain. 12 missiles, 12 devastating explosions, formed a continuous line along the trajectory of the phantom's advance. Viewed from above, it resembled a deity inscribing a fiery path of death upon the dark earth with a massive brush dipped in lava. The numbers on the score panel no longer flickered but surged forward like a raging waterfall, updating wildly. 1,000, 1,500, 7,800, under such dense firepower suppression. The voracious beast requirement to destroy the Lingxi seeds became a meaningless joke. Before absolute firepower, all rules could be rewritten. On the ground, the Dragonbone village squad stood dumbstruck, mouths agape, as if their souls had been extracted from their bodies. Though the burning path of lava lay some distance away, the terrifying heat wave enveloped them, causing beads of sweat to form on their brows, while the air was thick with the acrid scent of charred protein. The words, "Boss, can we withdraw for a moment?" were rendered powerless by the scorching heat, unable to escape his throat. He struggled to swallow, turning to Bai Kuei, and hoarsely inquired, "Cough, cough, not that, boss. Who exactly is this guy? Master Lai sent us here just to witness this." "Ah, my game console." Xiaodou gasped, her mouth agape, and as she loosened her grip, her beloved handheld console fell to the ground with a thud, the screen cracking, but at that moment, she was oblivious to it. Shattered Star stared blankly at the two aircraft that had completed their bombing mission, ascending gracefully and swiftly until they vanished into the night. She glanced down at the longbow she tightly gripped, which had accompanied her through countless days and nights. She felt as if she could don a grass skirt and perform a sacrificial dance, pondering what era she belonged to. From her elevated vantage point, Bai Kuei's typically cold, exquisite visage faltered, her pupils constricted, and her lips parted slightly. "No, has the regular army returned?" A familiar, primal fear seized her, stemming from her very instincts. "We should distance ourselves. What if we get caught in the crossfire?" This was uttered by Su Tong, her voice already tinged with tears. This statement was like a thunderclap, shattering the dazed atmosphere. All eyes instantly focused on Bai Kuei, awaiting her command. This remark reminded Bai Kuei of that day when the beam pierced the skull of the giant-toothed beast, now intersecting with the molten sea of fire before her. A suffocating sensation, akin to a constricting python, suddenly gripped her heart, rendering her icy, as she realized that remaining here was no longer as simple as just singeing a few strands of hair. "Go, go, go, go," Bai Kuei's voice, for the first time, carried an unmistakable urgency and a hint of tremor she herself had not noticed. Without a shred of hesitation, She turned and sprinted towards their off-road vehicle. "I'll drive. There are contaminants. It's unplayable." Coincidentally, the direction they were heading was towards the ruins of the 49th interstellar spacecraft. Chapter 84. The Infiltrator. The bombing of the Phantoms had just concluded, the path of molten rock still blazing upon the Earth. The air thick with the acrid scent of char and sulfur. "Iron Steed, the airdrop pods are descending," a calm voice announced, heralding the commencement of the next phase. Chang Li's gaze ascended to the vast heavens, where several colossal points of light materialized, as if a few erroneous stars had suddenly ignited in the night sky. Plummeting downwards. Below, Bai Kuei's squad, having just driven a distance away, was also drawn to this celestial anomaly. "What is that?" Su Tong pointed towards the sky, her voice trembling. The points of light rapidly magnified to the naked eye, their outlines becoming discernible. They were not ordinary airdrop pods, but enormous. Conical metal bodies resembling inverted mountain peaks. They boasted armor far thicker than that of goblin transporters, with sharp fronts designed without any unnecessary deceleration mechanisms. Their singular purpose was to plummet to the ground from orbit with the utmost velocity and brute force. A piercing, heart-wrenching wail descended from the sky, as if the heavens were rent asunder. These conical landing pods frictioned violently against the atmosphere, their robust armor fronts glowing red-hot, trailing long, comet-like tails of flame, transforming into man-made meteors hurtling towards the Earth. They struck the ground, divided by the molten path, where the land was still teeming with voracious beasts. With an almost unimpeded force. Boom, boom, boom. There were no crisp explosions, only a series of thunderous, oppressive sounds that seemed capable of shattering the Earth itself. The ground trembled as if pounded by a gigantic hammer. Bai Kuei instinctively slammed on the brakes, the off-road vehicle nearly overturning amidst the violent vibrations. "Whoa, whoa, boss. Steady now." Visible shockwaves, accompanied by swirling dust and debris, spread like invisible walls, surging outward in all directions. As the dust began to settle, immense impact craters appeared at each landing site. Those conical pods were deeply embedded in the scorched earth, their fiery red fronts exuding alarming heat that distorted the surrounding air. This was the true essence of orbital airdrops. Before the reverberations of the impacts had fully subsided, the deeply embedded pods began to stir. A piercing, prolonged hiss of hydraulic release shattered the silence. Each pod's heavy frontal armor slowly slid apart with a grating metallic sound, revealing an ominous red glow from within, casting a sinister hue over the swirling dust. Then, they emerged. The first to step out was a metallic foot, thudding heavily against the scorched ground. Following that, a complete figure emerged from the pod. It was a mechanical warrior towering over 9 feet, far more robust and solid than the phantoms previously encountered. Adorned with a distinctive orange coating across its thick armor, evoking a chilling sense of futurism and war. Complex mechanical components were evident on its shoulders, chest, and legs, with each joint meticulously designed for enhanced mobility and defense. Its head was starkly different from that of the humanoid phantoms. It bore a sharp, trapezoidal structure devoid of any biomimetic features. At the center of its head, a long, ominous red-lit display resembled a demon's single eye, coldly surveying this world brimming with prey. This was the Infiltrator. If the Phantom Warriors were mechanized infantry derived from the Marvin engineering robots, retaining echoes of their tool-like origins with the aim of replacing human soldiers, then these Infiltrators existed solely for war, for slaughter, and even to combat the Iron Steed from the very first stroke of their design. They lacked the relatively slender form and tactical movements of the Phantoms, replaced instead by an overwhelming sense of power and oppression. Each landing pod released several of these infiltrators, who, after stepping out of the pods, did not rush to attack, but instead assembled rapidly before the pods, marching with heavy, rhythmic steps. The metallic footfalls on the scorched earth produced a drumming sound reminiscent of death's cadence. They formed a line, creating an impenetrable wall of steel, advancing towards the segmented horde of voracious beasts. Thud, thud, thud. Their advance was slow yet imbued with an unbearable, unstoppable sense of pressure. The beast horde began to stir. Those creatures, accustomed only to slaughter and devouring, now sensed an unprecedented fear emanating from their primal instincts. They should not have been able to perceive these mechanical entities. Yet a peculiar stream of information, akin to a divine whisper, triggered their attack mode. A pack of agile snake dogs led the charge, darting in like black lightning from the flanks, attempting to tear through the steel barricade with their claws and fangs. However, What awaited them was indifferent annihilation. One infiltrator did not even adjust its stance or aim its weapon. It merely maintained its relentless, despair-inducing speed. A snake dog at the forefront leaped high, jaws agape, aiming for the infiltrator's leg joint. Thud. There was no scream, only a thick, nauseating thud as flesh and bone were instantaneously crushed into a pulpy mass. The head of the serpentine hound was mercilessly driven into the scorched earth, transforming into an indistinguishable puddle of meat. The footfalls of the stalker did not falter in the slightest. It lifted its foot, brought it down, and continued forward, leaving a clear footprint mingled with mud and blood. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Scorching, destructive red orbs cascaded down like a torrential rain. They struck the fearless charging serpentine hounds with deadly precision, incinerating the impacted body parts as if they were ice thrown into a furnace, vaporizing instantly and leaving behind only a wisp of black smoke, devoid of any bloodstain. From a distance, a few larger ground roars emitted furious roars from the pack of devourers. They opened their massive jaws filled with sharp teeth, and a dangerous light glimmered deep within their throats, followed by the expulsion of powerful biological energy projectiles that sliced through the air and struck the armor of the stalker with a resounding impact. Bang! Bang! The energy projectiles detonated against the stalker's chest plate, bursting into dazzling brilliance. Yet, attacks capable of creating craters in a lighthouse's gravity core barely affected the stalker. It merely shuddered slightly, as if struck by a small stone, its steady march undeterred. One stalker seemed incensed by this impotent provocation. It raised its left arm, lifting a serpentine hound that had failed to evade in time, crushing the essence seed within it in an instant. The advance of the stalkers was both cold and efficient, akin to a moving wall of steel, clearing vast spaces amidst the beastly tide. However, merely deploying these units was insufficient to deplete all of Chang Li's points. On the contrary, the recent cataclysmic bombardment by the Phantom warplanes had completed the final piece of the puzzle for his last unit. The conditions were now met. I summoned the true Harbinger of Death, soon to arrive on the battlefield, deploying the Harbinger. A heavy metallic grinding echoed from below the belly of the goblin transport, as the immense cargo hatch slowly opened. The compartment that should have housed a squad of ghost warriors now contained a colossal entity. It was a black shadow, coiled like a gigantic metallic fetus. Bang! It was dropped directly from a great height, akin to a piece of discarded scrap metal. During its rapid descent, it suddenly unfurled its menacing limbs, arcs of azure energy crackling around its form. Boom! The earth cried out in anguish once more. At the moment it landed, a tremendous, visible arc of energy erupted outward, centered on its form. Within a radius of several meters swept by this energy wave, all devourers were instantaneously disintegrated, reduced to clouds of black ash. As the dust settled, its true form was finally revealed. It stood nearly 4 meters tall, the Harbinger of Death. A product of the anti-Titan weaponry, an audacious experiment aimed at unmanned and miniaturized Titans. Its design was extravagantly reckless, with hydraulic limbs and torso brutally exposed. Only the joints requiring delicate movement were armored. To pursue ultimate survivability, it was heavily armored on its back and chest, so thick that its head seemed to curl within its torso. Adorning the massive launching apparatus on its back were conspicuous yellow markings signifying extreme danger. This was a machine of exaggerated might, costing Chang Li a staggering 15,000 points for just one. Upon landing, it unleashed a slaughter. A serpentine hound, comparable in size to a small vehicle, charged with a roar, attempting to overturn it with a hard headbutt. The Harbinger did not even flinch, lacking true hands. Its sharp metallic claws struck with astonishing swiftness, piercing through the thick carapace of the devourer, lifting it high, amidst the creature's agonized thrashing. The claws snapped shut and yanked with a terrifying tearing sound, brutally splitting it in two. Scalding entrails and bodily fluids splattered across the Harbinger, staining its orange-gray exterior. Buzz! The thrusters on its back erupted with searing light, propelling its massive form forward in a manner that defied the laws of physics, landing precisely before a gigantic armored beast. The ground lizard roared and extended its neck, striking with a headbutt strong enough to shatter rocks. The Harbinger, with its razor-sharp metallic claws, met the charge with astonishing speed, grasping the sides of the beast's head. With the sounds of hydraulic overload and the twisting of flesh, the claws exerted tremendous force. Crack! The hard skull of the beast was gruesomely crushed. As its massive body toppled forward due to inertia, the Harbinger's other claw descended from above, slicing through the thick spine of the beast as if cutting through butter, splitting its essence seed in half. Just as it dealt with this threat and intended to charge forward, new troubles emerged. On the battlefield's flank, several ground roars had occupied advantageous terrain on a desolate height. Their throats glowed ominously, bulging, as their withered hands caressed their throats, before unleashing powerful biological energy projectiles, raining down upon the advancing stalker line from above. The stalkers moved steadily, but faced with this aerial firepower, their advance was clearly impeded. Their cumbersome bodies and weapons designed for frontal assaults hindered their ability to effectively retaliate against these cunning foes. However, the stalker's limitations did not apply to the Harbinger. The Harbinger, having just completed a bloody melee, locked onto the threats on the high ground with its cold, red censer eye nestled within its chest. It raised its two fearsome metallic claws simultaneously, aiming at the entire area of the desolate height. Click, click. Two launch ports opened simultaneously. The next moment, a relentless downpour of firepower was unleashed. Buzzing, dozens of unstable plasma-wrapped Reaper rockets formed a chaotic yet unavoidable rain of destruction, blanketing the elevated terrain. There was no precision targeting, only sheer, widespread annihilation. The missiles detonated upon the ruins, pulverizing concrete structures and melting rebar into molten iron. Those ground roars perched high above, along with their foothold, were consumed by this violent energy storm, leaving not a single intact remnant. You and your cover are laughable. The aerial threat, along with the high ground itself, was obliterated from the map within 3 seconds. The Harbinger cleared its targets and turned to scan its surroundings, finding no devourers nearby. Now, only the endless tide of smaller devourers remained. The heavy launch apparatus on the Harbinger's back, adorned with yellow danger signs, extended backward with a mechanical sound, revealing a densely packed array of launch units within, signaling the initiation of the next phase of carnage. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several mechanical bomb spiders were ejected into the air, landing on the ground, and moments later, they unfurled their limbs, moving towards suitable targets like true spiders. Boom, boom, boom. A series of violent explosions erupted in succession, creating a terrifying chain reaction. In an instant, the entire front of the Devourer beast was utterly engulfed by a death zone formed by explosions and shockwaves. Chapter 86. Firepower. At this moment, the Devourer beast drawn by the leaked life essence from the jamming device had been decimated by more than half. The tide of battle had undeniably turned in favor of the defenders. Strangely, this fearless group showed no intention of retreating. They continued to charge blindly at the ironclad defenses constructed by the stealth operatives and the Reapers, as if those formidable barriers were not insurmountable mountains, but mere levees to be breached. No larger entities had gathered amidst the beast horde. Even the once menacing great-toothed behemoth had vanished without a trace. Now, even the most massive Gila monster on the battlefield could merely dent the stealth operative's armor, posing no threat at all to the Reaper's capabilities. In a battlefield devoid of Titan units, the Reaper truly embodied the essence of death. The battle was all but decided. It was merely a matter of time before the endless small Devourer beasts were methodically eradicated. Yet, Chang Li found no joy in the situation. He stood atop a goblin transport, observing the efficient slaughter below, his face etched with impatience and agitation. How much longer? I want to deploy the Titan. 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 We're nearing the end. When will we make our move? Chang Li bombarded his partner in a private channel. Iron Driver, the new equipment requires final adjustments. Current progress is at 78%, came a calm, rational voice, starkly contrasting Chang Li's frantic outbursts. Points. Let the system compensate with points. We have so many points now that we can hardly count the zeros. Chang Li insisted without hesitation. There was a 2-second silence in the channel. I can't do anything about you, Iron Driver. I have locked onto your coordinates. The voice replied, seemingly tinged with a hint of resigned indulgence. Prepare for the Titan's arrival. With the announcement, a stream of searing fire, thicker than ever before, tore through the inky night. It was a Titan drop pod, far larger than the conical drop pods, descending with an unstoppable force, crashing into the atmosphere. However, just halfway down, a series of muffled explosions erupted. The external armor of the drop pod suddenly disintegrated mid-air, scattering countless glowing fragments like celestial blossoms. From that shattered, flaming metallic cage emerged a towering steel giant, standing at 73 meters tall. No updates available. 78 found official settings, height 24 feet. Additional data on 78 can be sent to me. It was no longer a chaotic descent. Several high-power thrusters ignited instantaneously, propelling brilliant flames. allowing its massive form to hover miraculously in midair. It awaited its iron driver. Now was the moment. Without a shred of hesitation, Chang Li launched himself from the edge of the goblin transport, leaping downwards from several meters above. The wind howled past his ears, and the earth rapidly expanded within his view. The cockpit of the hovering steel giant opened, welcoming him back like a great beast opening its arms. Its single eye locked onto the rapidly descending figure, adjusting its position with precision. Chang Li was caught securely in midair and swiftly brought into the cockpit he had longed for. With a click, the hatch closed, isolating all external clamor. Inside the Titan cockpit, a reassuring, deep hum resonated. Neural connection synchronized. Welcome back, Iron Driver. Upon entering the cockpit, Chang Li excitedly began to explore the controls. You finally made it. If you were any later, we'd miss our meal, he complained. Apologies, Iron Driver, the voice within the cockpit replied, carrying a tone of explanation. I discovered a slightly damaged Titan equipment in the arsenal, and its core was mostly intact. It took some time to complete the adaptation and adjustments. Chang Li's attention was immediately captivated by a brand new icon on the weapon interface. It was a multi-barrel cannon, with a shape and length that were exceptionally extravagant. Just looking at its 3D model conveyed an overwhelming sense of raw firepower. Is this the Legion Titan's Hunter Cannon? Chang Li exclaimed with delight. Doesn't that man relish in firepower? Look, behold the focus of the Great Lord, 250 Lord, 42 Lord. As a Vanguard-class Titan with a mischievous visage, it could utilize weapons from other Titan models, and this was indeed the Hunter Cannon of the Legion Titan. Iron Driver, brace for impact. Just as those words were spoken, a tremendous force surged from below. Boom. With a thunderous crash, the colossal form finally slammed into the ground, its feet plowing 2 deep furrows into the earth, causing the entire battlefield to tremble. All right, let us go. Together we are strong. From behind, a nimble auxiliary mechanical arm, like a loyal servant, lifted the massive Hunter Cannon from its mounting on the Titan's back and steadily placed it into the Titan's right arm. The enormous metallic palm grasped the deadly weapon, the barrel slowly aiming at the still howling beast horde. With a grating whir, the 5 barrels began to spin rapidly, a dangerous red light glowing at their mouths. The next moment, the cannon unleashed its ripping roar. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. This was not merely gunfire, it was an unceasing torrent of death, composed of high-velocity tungsten core armor-piercing rounds. Countless bullet traces sliced through the night, forming an unassailable barrage. Those fearless small devourer beasts, upon contact with the storm of bullets, were reduced to mere flesh and blood, not even able to emit a cry before being obliterated into a cloud of gore. Even as an author with a sporting background, one might only endure 2 rounds. The slightly larger Gila monsters, possessing thick shells, were utterly unable to withstand such sheer physical violence. Their proud armor was as fragile as paper before the Hunter Cannon. Easily torn apart, after just a few rounds, their massive forms were reduced to a mass of mangled flesh. As for the frail Earth show, they were akin to neglected wild dogs by the roadside. They didn't even have time to gather strength for an attack before being instantly struck by the sweeping torrent of bullets, exploding into a dazzling mist of blood midair. Marching with heavy steps, the Titan advanced, utilizing the terrifying cannon to carve a path through the horde, leaving a trail of blood and shattered bones in its wake. Chapter 87. Burned Out, 6th Update. What a thrill. An entire magazine of tungsten core armor-piercing rounds was unleashed without restraint, leaving no living creature standing in the fan-shaped area ahead. The massive mechanical arm adeptly switched the ammunition box, the depleted ammo count rapidly replenishing. The intelligence core is ready. The system's prompt chimed crisply within the cockpit. Chang Li wasted no time in activating the core's capabilities. In an instant, the tactical interface before him transformed. The wild trajectories of the Hunter Cannon's projectiles were calculated in real time by the Titan Core's formidable computational power, generating precise prediction lines on the screen for each bullet's landing point. What once required experience and intuition to control was now restrained into precise, deadly beams of fire. Ladies and gentlemen, automatic targeting is merely routine. With immense firepower, enduring sustainability, and pinpoint accuracy, what did it equate to? It equated to the lock-on. It equated to the increasingly unrestrained and fervent expression beneath Chang Li's helmet. As Chang Li was preparing to reload and continue the massacre, a voice interrupted his actions. Taiyu, I have prepared a gift for you on the right side of the cockpit. Chang Li, poised to pull the trigger, suddenly halted. Where? He quickly turned his head and soon spotted a long object secured beside the control panel, wrapped in durable tactical fabric. He reached out to grasp the cold, ergonomic hilt and gave it a sharp tug. With a swift motion, a slender, gleaming blade emerged from its sheath, radiating a chilling brilliance. The straight blade featured smooth lines, adorned with intricate engravings. It was exquisitely crafted, exuding a fierce aura. Taiyu, this is a reunion gift crafted just for you. The blade's elongated form was imbued with a modern aesthetic. Its remarkable feature was the delicate forging patterns that resembled flowing water, the metallic designs shifting in intensity under the light. The blade was incredibly sharp, with two hollowed grooves that not only reduced its weight, but also enhanced its menacing presence. Indeed, the hollowed center serves a practical purpose, Chang Li noted, feeling the weight of the weapon in his hand. His fingers glided over the hilt, which was covered in fine anti-slip textures, providing an exceptional grip. The materials were sourced from the damaged armor of the Tianlong star. The voice echoed again. This unique forging pattern and familiar shape sparked a realization in Chang Li's mind. Isn't this merely a miniature version of the Ronin sword from the Supreme Ronin? Well spotted. Taiyu, the voice replied, tinged with a hint of pride. Chang Li nodded, admiring the meticulously designed blade in his hand. So, this is why you took so long to craft this for me? He chose to respond with action instead. The cockpit door behind him slid open with a swift motion. Perhaps you should personally test its might. Chang Li refrained from pressing further. He grasped the newly acquired Ronin sword and leaped from the cockpit, his jump gear cushioning his landing. As he steadied himself, the life signal emanating from him was as enticing as the sweetest honey in the night, immediately attracting the attention of several snakehounds that had been resurrected by the ecosystem, fortunate to have avoided the shattered essence seats. 3 or 4 dark figures lunged towards him like arrows released from a bow. Though Chang Li lacked any formal swordsmanship, oblivious to techniques such as concealment, feints, stabs, or slashes, his instinct as Taiyu endowed him with an innate combat proficiency. If all else failed, he could always rely on the timeless truth of brute force. As the first snakehound charged at him from the front, he did not retreat. Instead, he sank slightly, adopting a simple yet stable stance, gripping the sword with both hands, and executed a powerful upward slash. The blade sliced effortlessly through the snakehound's jaw, cleaving through its skull, blood and brain matter splattering across him. Simultaneously, 2 other snakehounds were closing in from the sides. The jump gear on his back activated instantly, allowing him to sidestep the 2 lethal assaults with ease. As he landed, he pivoted like a top, the long sword carving a chilling arc in the air. 2 grotesque heads flew skyward, their headless bodies stumbling forward before collapsing, blood gushing forth. The remaining snakehounds faltered, seemingly reconsidering their aggressive approach and opting for a flanking strategy. However, Chang Li would not afford them the luxury of contemplation. He swiftly planted the long sword into the ground and drew his compact light machine gun from his back. With a rapid burst of fire, the high-capacity magazine unleashed a torrent of bullets, creating a dense barrage that enveloped the area before him. The snakehounds, caught off guard by this sudden shift from swordsman to marksman, had no time to evade and were mercilessly torn apart, their essence seed shattered. Behold the prowess of my master's marksmanship. Chang Li even took the liberty to fire a few rounds into the decapitated corpses, ensuring their demise was absolute. Disgusted, he lowered the gun, surveying the foul, viscous liquid splattered across his tactical suit. What a splendid idea you've had, he complained in the channel. I believe we should conclude this battle, the voice suggested, as the cockpit door closed before him, seemingly preventing the bloody Chang Li from returning. A massive mechanical arm switched the fearsome hunter cannon to his left hand, aiming at the dwindling, yet still defiant, devourers in the distance. The distance was considerable, and Chang Li could not distinguish between species, but under the relentless firepower, he treated them all as snakehounds. A deep, rhythmic roar resonated once more, with brilliant crimson traces slicing through the black canvas, obliterating the beleaguered devourers from the battlefield. The conflict was drawing to a close amidst the artillery's clamor. Yet, far removed from this bloody battlefield, where the scents of iron and charm mingled, a small flower exuding an eerie red glow swayed quietly. Its stem pulsed with rhythmic light, transmitting signals in a fixed frequency, seemingly conveying all the details of the recent slaughter to an unknown entity. Chapter 88. Dragonbone Village Squad. The roar of the engine nearly drowned out Su Tong's screams. Slow down. Slow down, boss. We're going to fly out. The off-road vehicle careened across the rugged wilderness, defying the laws of physics in a chaotic drift. Inside the cabin, everyone endured a torment more harrowing than an encounter with devourers. Sutong, concealed behind a mask, turned green, clutching the seat back as if his very organs were undergoing a cataclysmic upheaval, threatening to surge forth at any moment. Boss, I mean to say, maybe next time I should drive if there's going to be vomiting. Shonda managed to squeeze out through gritted teeth, using his robust arm to brace against the door, his sturdy frame being tossed about like a rag doll. My game console, Xiado wailed, cradling his beloved device, which had already suffered a cracked screen and was further crushed by Shonda's weight. Even the usually stoic Sui Xing was biting his lip, gripping the overhead handle, his knuckles whitening as he braced for the next jolt that could dismantle the vehicle. Everyone hold on tight, don't hit your heads. Wulan Maidu's gentle voice trembled slightly, attempting to soothe the group, though her own body swayed uncontrollably, making it impossible to check on her teammates. She originally shouldn't have been on this mission, but upon hearing that there might be a significant event, she decided to join. Little did she expect the chaos to be so overwhelming, akin to a volcanic hellscape, leaving her at a loss for words. Amidst all this pandemonium, the architect of the chaos, Bai Kuei, remained as steady as a rock. Her strikingly beautiful face bore no extraneous expression, her gaze focused intently ahead. Her hands, gripping the steering wheel, executed each turn and correction with precision and speed, as though she were not maneuvering a nearly disassembled off-road vehicle, but rather a spirited steed. With a screeching sound that sent shivers down the spine, the vehicle executed a wild drift, finally coming to a halt. The immense inertia propelled everyone forward abruptly, only to be yanked back by the security belts. The cabin fell into a profound silence, punctuated solely by heavy breaths. Am I still alive? Sutong slumped in his seat. At that moment, the scene outside the window plunged those who had just regained their composure from the thrill of speed and passion back into a state of shock. Powerful floodlights illuminated the colossal wreckage of the ship as countless robots, adorned in striking orange-yellow industrial paint, moved methodically within and outside the vessel. They dismantled the hull with their cutting saws, then, with steady strides, transported the cut materials to an open space, stacking them into small metallic hills. The arcs of welding and sparks from cutting were ubiquitous. They had inadvertently stumbled upon Chang Li's resource extraction site. What is this? Xiaodo's mouth fell open in astonishment. Being the first to notice the details of the robots, she exclaimed, "Look, they have expressions on their chests. Smiling faces. How adorable. Unbelievable." Sui Xing adjusted his forehead, his eyes filled with awe. Regardless of their origin, Shonda, recovering from the shock, suddenly gleamed with excitement, rubbing his hands together and whispering, "Boss, this contraption looks far superior to our junk. How about we sneak one back under the cover of night? Could this possibly be the handiwork of that man?" Sutong's voice quivered, feeling as though his worldview was being repeatedly shattered and rebuilt that night. Bai Kuei paid no heed to their discussions. She switched off the engine, her gaze sharp and focused, fixated on the bustling and orderly construction site. The shock and confusion ultimately crystallized into an unprecedented gravity within her profound eyes. The mere glimpse of the iceberg that the man had revealed had completely overturned her understanding of this apocalyptic world after so many years. No other force possessed such capabilities as his. She pushed open the car door, her icy voice cutting through the din inside. "Let us go. Move closer to take a look." Bai Kuei opened the door with decisive efficiency. The cool night breeze, swirling with dust and a faint burnt scent, tempered her heated thoughts. "Get out, stay quiet, and be discreet." Her voice, though soft, carried an undeniable command. The group immediately sprang into action. Shonda and Sui Xing positioned themselves on either side, cautiously surveying their surroundings. Xiaodo nimbly hopped out of the car, curiously gazing at the distant lights, his eyes sparkling with childlike wonder. Sutong, however, hesitated, poking his head out last, resembling a frightened groundhog. "Let us go." It was my duo who pushed him from behind. "Stay close." With a wave of her hand, Bai Kuei led the way, bending down and using the scattered large metal debris and rocks as cover, moving forward with the grace and stealth of an elegant and agile cheetah. The team members promptly followed suit, spreading out while maintaining a distance that allowed for mutual support without risking being caught all at once. They soon reached a position behind a rock less than 100 meters from the work area. From their vantage point, they could observe the robot's intricate workings more clearly. "Their cutting precision is astonishing," Xiaodo whispered in awe. "Look, the cuts are as smooth as mirrors. What kind of technology is this? And their strength is outrageous." Shonda remarked, astonished. That armor plate must weigh at least a ton, yet they lifted effortlessly. At that moment, a Mawan robot, tasked with transportation, clumsily passed by their hiding spot. Its smiling face, illuminated by the floodlights, appeared particularly vivid, and due to the angle, it almost seemed to wink at them. The proximity allowed them to hear the faint hum of the robot's hydraulic system. Sutong gasped in fright, about to retract his head when Shonda firmly held him down, covering his mouth with a large hand. Sutong struggled desperately, nearly on the verge of tears. However, the Mawan robot remained oblivious to the life forms hidden behind the rock. It simply followed its programmed routine, carrying a large metal component. Stepping steadily toward the storage area, depositing the material, then turning around to retrace its steps and continue its monotonous tasks. They don't seem aggressive? My duo observed quietly, analyzing the robot's behavior patterns. Their objective is very clear, to dismantle and transport ship materials, showing little concern for their surroundings. Perhaps they are merely engineering robots, Sui Xing concluded similarly. The group breathed a slight sigh of relief. However, Bayukue's brow remained furrowed. Her gaze transcended the busy Mawan robots, penetrating deeper into the shadows. Her intuition warned her that matters were far from simple. Just then, My duo's expression suddenly sharpened. She gently tugged at Bayukue's clothing, pointing in another direction. Wait, boss, look at that. Chapter 89. Anomaly. Several dark figures suddenly dashed into the brightly lit work area. They weaved through the clumsy yet coordinated Mawan robots, nimbly dodging, leaping, and occasionally colliding with the working robots. Don't touch that. It's a snake dog. How could there be devourers in this place? Sutong's heart raced again, his voice trembling. Fool. Shonda growled in frustration. It would be abnormal for there not to be devourers in this desolate wilderness. But why are they running this way? They are all robots. There's no life essence to attract them. Stay quiet. Bayukue's cold voice immediately quelled the unrest. She quickly assessed the situation, maintaining a state of tranquility while suppressing their presence. Their target is not us. As she suspected, the snake dogs showed no appetite for the lifeless metal masses. They were merely drawn to the tremendous noise and light in the area. The robots continued to move and work without emitting any life signals. A contradiction that perplexed and agitated these instinctual hunters. One snake dog impatiently rammed into a Mawan that was carrying materials. The robot crashed to the ground with a clatter, the metal materials scattering far and wide. The snake dog tilted its head, emitting a threatening hiss as if awaiting a counterattack. Yet, the Mawan simply righted itself silently, turned around, and without a word, returned to retrieve its dropped materials. Resuming its previous task, its expression shifted to a blank stare. This passive, non-retaliatory demeanor utterly confused the snake dogs. They began to create greater chaos among the robots, obstructing the Mawan's workflow, much like a group of mischievous children targeting a colony of ants. Look, Xiaodo's eyes sparkled, completely forgetting the earlier tension. Leaning against the car window, murmuring, from this angle, the snake dogs seemed quite adorable. The others turned to where she pointed. One slightly larger snake dog appeared intensely interested in the glowing expression on the Mawan's chest. It pounced on a Mawan, pressing it to the ground. Its massive head nearly touching the pixelated screen, its nose incessantly sniffing, seemingly trying to discern some meaning from those simple lines. Meanwhile, the Mawan pinned beneath it futilely waved its arms, attempting to resume its interrupted programming. This bizarre scene involuntarily caused a smile to curl at the corners of Xiaodo's mouth. Ah! A disdainful groan escaped from Sutong beside her. As she subtly shifted away, Shonda rolled his eyes and silently stepped back. My duo wore a bemused yet amused expression, instinctively creating a half-step distance. Even the usually impassive Sui Xing cast a sidelong glance at her, his body slightly leaning away. In an instant, a small vacuum zone formed around Xiaodo. What are you all doing? Xiaodo remained oblivious, engrossed in the unfolding spectacle. Bayukue refrained from participating in this tacit exclusion. Xiaodo's curiosity often diverged from the norm, a fact she had long since accepted. At that moment, however, her mind was enveloped in a growing sense of unease. Something felt amiss. She had an inkling that a small yet critical detail had escaped her notice, tightening her delicate brows in concern. Just then, the situation on stage took a dramatic turn. A serpent-like dog seemed to have completely lost its patience, no longer content with mere collisions. It opened its tooth-filled jaws and lunged at Amavin's head, intent on tearing the motionless iron mass apart. Bang! A dull thud echoed. The arrogant serpent dog emitted a brief, mournful yelp, akin to a wild dog on the roadside. Its body was struck as if by a battering ram. Lifting off the ground, splattering blood, and was forcefully kicked away. It arced through the air, crashing into a heap of metallic debris several meters away, twitching twice before falling still. What was that? All eyes immediately focused on the spot where the serpent dog had been. Several unfamiliar figures emerged from the shadows of the spacecraft, the ghostly warriors previously deployed. Clad in a striking black and white modular armor, standing approximately 183 centimeters tall, they bore firearms. The remaining serpent dogs were instantly incensed by this unforeseen development, abandoning their harassment of Marvin to issue threatening growls, charging from all directions toward these newly revealed foes. However, what awaited them was a cold and efficient slaughter. The ghost warriors moved with remarkable precision, establishing a flawless crossfire network without a hint of chaos. Their movements were astonishingly fluid, perfectly mimicking the tactical postures of elite human soldiers. One knelt, creating a stable shooting platform. Another fired while sidestepping, even using a passing Marvin's body as temporary cover. "Marvin, aren't you supposed to be protecting me?" The weapons in their hands roared deafeningly. Bullets exploding in clouds of crimson mist upon hitting the serpent dogs, each shot accurately striking their swift-moving forms, shattering the life seeds hidden within. The entire process flowed seamlessly, devoid of any superfluous actions. The battle concluded within 10 seconds. When the last serpent dog was riddled with bullets and fell lifelessly, the construction site returned to its previous tranquility. The ghost warriors, confirming that all threats had been neutralized, once again melted into the shadows, as if they had never existed. These mechanical soldiers were akin to true phantoms, invisible and intangible. The Marvin continued their labor, unperturbed, resuming their duties as if nothing had occurred. A deathly silence enveloped the Dragonbone Village team behind the stones. The brief and bloody massacre weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. Breaking the silence was Shonda, who swallowed hard, his rugged face contorted with a clash of shock and turmoil. "By the heavens, that's impressive." He slammed his fist against the stone, producing a dull thud. His tone laced with astonishment. "Boss, if our village had such a thing guarding it, would we still need to worry when we go out?" "It's not just impressive." Xiaodo's eyes gleamed with the fervor of a gaming enthusiast. "Those are exceptionally handsome robots. If only they hadn't fled, we could have witnessed their prowess firsthand." She fixed her gaze on the spot where the ghost warriors had vanished, speaking rapidly. "Did you not notice? Their firepower against the Devourers is immense. What's so unreasonable about that?" Su Tong huddled in the corner, dismissing it. "It's just that the bullets are slightly more potent. What if they can't hit the life seeds?" But those serpent dogs were obliterated. My duo pointed to the carcasses, now reduced to mere skeletons, the flesh having turned to dust. As this question lingered in the air, it felt as if time had frozen again, directly hitting the life seeds. Chapter 90, The Thief Gulp. Shonda swallowed hard, breaking the oppressive silence. His rugged face displayed a fierce internal battle between shock and conflict. He slapped Su Tong's trembling shoulder with such force that she nearly jumped. "If our village could acquire such a device, you would be out of a job. You'd be stuck babysitting every day." "Nonsense." Su Tong grimaced, instantly countering. "Have you consumed my talent for detoxification and healing? Besides, who would dare provoke us if we had this treasure? I wouldn't call it unemployment. I'd call it honorable retirement." Their banter slightly alleviated the suffocating atmosphere. At that moment, Sui Xing, who had remained silent, lowered her body, her gaze hawk-like, fixated on a solitary Marvin robot at the edge of the construction site. Her voice was low. "What if we stole one to study?" This suggestion landed like a bomb in a still lake, instantly silencing everyone. "Isn't that inappropriate?" My duo was the first to furrow her brow, her face etched with concern. "We just witnessed how formidable those guards are. Stealing from them is ultimately wrong." "Oh, my duo, what kind of world do we live in?" Shonda quickly retorted, rubbing his hands together, his expression one of entitlement. "What is there to fear? We can always compensate them once we understand it better." "Compensate?" Su Tong shot a sidelong glance, smirking mischievously. "How do you intend to compensate? By offering Xiaodo?" "Hey." Xiaodo, who was squatting down sketching the robot's outline, suddenly looked up, her face flushed with indignation. She grabbed a handful of sand and hurled it at Su Tong. "What nonsense are you spouting? Who wants to be compensated?" "Ah, you all." She stomped her foot in frustration, momentarily at a loss for words. Bayukue remained silent, leaning against the stone. Yet Sui Xing's proposal took root in her mind like a seed. The risk was immense. A misstep would lead to facing mechanical warriors just like the serpent dogs. Yet, the potential rewards were equally immeasurable if they could decipher the technology behind these robots. Even a fraction of it could bring about a technological revolution for the entire Dragonbone village and all survivors on the surface. Her gaze returned to the brightly lit construction site, where a deeper resolve than the night itself began to crystallize within her. She raised her hand, silencing the chatter. Enough noise, let us head back to the vehicle. The group swiftly complied, falling silent as they turned to her. Baiyu Kuei's gaze shifted from Sui Xing to Shanda, then to Xiaodou. Her eyes then landed on the solitary Maven robot, now collecting scattered parts. The plan instantly formed in her mind. She spoke slowly, her voice soft yet each word resonated with clarity in everyone's hearts. Shanda, prepare the vehicle. We're moving in. The group was momentarily stunned, then swiftly grasped her intent. All right. A glimmer of determination flashed in Shanda's eyes, and without a moment's hesitation, he abruptly flung open the car door and leaped into the passenger seat. Wait, are we really doing this? Su Tong cried out in despair, yet managed to scramble into the back seat with a flurry of limbs. Sui Xing, Xiaodou, and my duo swiftly followed suit, all bracing themselves for the impending chaos. The engine roared to life once more, and with a firm press of the accelerator, Baiyu Kuei sent the off-road vehicle surging forward like a wild beast unleashed, kicking up a whirlwind of dust as it charged straight toward the solitary Mawen. The robotic figure seemed to sense the approaching behemoth, halting its task and standing frozen in place. When the off-road vehicle executed a deft spin and halted before it, the screen on its chest flickered briefly, its usual expression morphing into one of confusion. Almost instantly, as if its programming assessed that the newcomers posed no threat, the display transformed into a larger, more radiant smile. And it even swayed slightly, as if to greet them in a friendly manner. My duo, gazing at that endearing expression, felt a pang of sympathy. It seemed to be saying hello. Was it a tad cruel to bind it first? Without further ado, Shanda had already bounded from the passenger seat, seizing Ma Wen's metallic neck with one massive hand while the other reached for its legs, bellowing as he attempted to lift it. In the next moment, his face flushed a deep shade of crimson. Goodness, it's heavy, he exclaimed, exerting every ounce of strength to hoist it. Su Tong, where are you? Hurry and lend a hand. Sui Xing, understanding the urgency, leaped from the vehicle and grasped the other side of the robot. Together, the three of them clumsily lifted the still flailing Ma Wen and hefted it onto the vehicle's rooftop luggage rack, hastily securing it with high-strength fiber ropes. Just as they tightened the final knot, a low hum reverberated through the air, seemingly triggered by an invisible signal. In the distance, several patrolling ghost soldiers abruptly halted, their head-mounted signal receivers glowing intensely as they locked onto the off-road vehicle. Warning. Unit Mawen 78 has encountered an unknown abduction. Vital signs locked. Initiating forceful elimination protocol. Bang, 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 bang. A rapid succession of muffled gunfire erupted. Countless lethal projectiles, like the scythes of death, rained down around the vehicle, sending sparks and dust flying. A stray bullet even grazed the roof, igniting one of the ropes binding Mawen into a shower of sparks. They've discovered us. They're opening fire. Su Tong's scream had devolved into a wail. The ghost soldiers, while suppressing fire, encircled them with astonishing speed, their silhouettes casting deadly shadows in the night. Drive, boss. Shanda had scarcely settled back into the car when the immense thrust of acceleration pinned him back into his seat. The off-road vehicle emitted a painful screech as its tires frantically churned against the ground, and then it shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. With the unfortunate 78 still swaying atop, displaying a terrified expression on its screen, racing into the endless darkness. Chapter 91, Craving Big Missiles? Chang Li stood at the side, meticulously wiping the viscous, foul-smelling liquid from his tactical suit with a packet of tissues exchanged through the system. The battle had concluded, and the infiltrators were silently clearing the battlefield to prevent any loose ends. The Grim Reaper had already curled up, entering standby mode. Just then, a voice crackled over the communication channel, interrupting his cleaning efforts. Taiyu, I have received reports from the ghost soldiers that someone has attempted to seize one of our engineering robots. Chang Li paused mid-wipe, looking up with a hint of disbelief. What in the world? Who could possibly lift that thing? The moment he uttered those words, the image of Baiyu Kuei leading the Longgu village team from the original text flashed through his mind. Aside from them, it was unlikely that any other visitors would appear in this desolate wasteland anytime soon. Based on their escape route and speed, they are utilizing ground vehicles. The voice remained as steady as ever. Proposal: deploy the standby Phantom fighters for a deterrent interception. Absolutely not. Chang Li discarded the suggestion without hesitation, tossing the used tissue aside. The cost of deploying a Phantom could fund the construction of numerous Mawan units. He scrutinized his tactical suit once more, confirming it was clean. Is there a way to access that Mawan's information terminal? Leave it to me. The massive body ceased all movement, and the Titan core blazed to life with a brilliant glow. Simultaneously, Chang Li's helmet displayed a cascade of Azure data streams racing past like a waterfall, intricate codes, connection protocols, and decryption modules scrolling rapidly before his eyes, reorganizing. He was harnessing the terrifying computational power of the Titan core to forcibly take control of the stolen robot. Mere seconds later, all data streams vanished, and his vision cleared, revealing a new control window featuring the distinct identification of Ma-178, along with controllable options such as camera, audio, and action units. Control has been transferred to Taiyu. Excellent. Let us see what they are up to. The off-road vehicle raced through the wilderness for a full half-hour until the last glimmers of light faded from view. Bayukue abruptly spun the steering wheel, guiding the vehicle into a concealed hollow encircled by towering wind-eroded rocks. This will do, she said, turning off the ignition. And the cacophony of the engine was instantly replaced by the eerie stillness of the night wind. Hey, boss. Why don't we just drive straight back to Longu village while we're at it? Shanda wiped his brow, still reeling from the adrenaline. What are you thinking? You fool. Su Tong smacked her forehead, glaring at Shanda as if he were an idiot. With such high-tech equipment, how could it not have some bizarre tracking devices? If you take it back to Longu village, are you hoping for a missile to drop right on our doorstep the next day? The group worked together to carefully lower the heavy Ma-1 from the rooftop, forming a circle around it to brainstorm. We need to find a way to dismantle its exterior. Sui Xing crouched down, tapping on the sturdy metal shell, producing a dull thud. Only by opening it can we locate any potential trackers. Step aside, let me take a look. Xiado puffed out her chest, squeezing her way to the front. She retrieved a set of intricate tools from her waist pouch, her wide eyes nearly glued to Ma-1 as she muttered to herself. Standard hex screws 1T do. It's embedded with a snap-fit structural interface here. What model is this? This could be troublesome. While Xiado was entirely focused on figuring out where to begin, she remained blissfully unaware that a pair of eyes was observing her with keen interest through the robot's camera. Chang Li's consciousness had fully synchronized with the system. His helmet's view morphed into a shaky, game-like perspective. The sounds of whistling wind and the hushed discussions of Bayukue's team filled his ears. At the center of his view was a close-up of a young, innocent face. The girl furrowed her brow in concentration, her long lashes fluttering occasionally as she pondered. Her lips slightly pursed, appearing exceptionally adorable. The others are quite clever, Chang Li realized, perceiving their intentions with ease. He watched with amusement as the girl leaned in closer. Quickly identifying her as Xiado, a member of the vertically challenged Longu village team. His gaze swept across the gathered individuals through Ma-1's camera, the burly Shanda, Su Tong wearing a tense expression, the composed Sui Xing, and the gentle my duo. Wait, what was she doing here? Nevertheless, it was of little consequence. At last, his gaze settled upon the figure standing before the crowd, a tall, poised woman with an air of cool detachment. Bayukue. Yet, something seemed peculiar. Chang Li's attention lingered on her hairstyle for a couple of seconds longer. Why was one side of her hair noticeably shorter, as if singed by some fiery element, creating an odd asymmetry? What happened here? Was she bullied? Chang Li pondered quietly. At that moment, Xiado had produced a short pry bar, preparing to probe into a gap at Ma-1's chest. Now was the time. A faint hum of a servo motor activated. Suddenly, Ma-1, previously crumpled on the ground like a heap of scrap metal, stood up with an astonishingly fluid motion. He raised both his mechanical arms high. This unexpected turn of events startled Xiado, who had been intensely focused, causing her to emit a sharp shriek. Instinctively, her body recoiled, but she slipped and landed squarely on the ground, amidst a bed of gravel. Pain surged through her, nearly bringing tears to her eyes as she clasped her behind, staring, bewildered, at the now-active metal entity before her. The tension in the air froze instantaneously. Shanda and Sui Xing were about to assume an aggressive stance when suddenly, a thought crossed their minds, and their hands reaching for weapons froze mid-air. This object was stolen from them. Su Tong gaped, unable to close his mouth for a long moment, finally managing to swallow hard and mutter, How did it move? My duo sighed deeply, her expression reflecting a resigned, I knew this would happen. An awkward and shameful atmosphere enveloped the group. They were thieves, and now the stolen property had come to life. Everyone's thoughts drifted to the man who had likely noticed his robot was missing and was remotely controlling it. The embarrassment was palpable, halting all movement as they exchanged glances, finally settling their eyes on Bayukue, their faces etched with discomfort. They understood that their actions were indeed questionable. Meanwhile, after successfully startling the young girl, Chang Li tilted Mawen's head slightly, the terrified expression on the screen gradually fading. In its place, a pixelated hand began to wave, accompanied by a line of text. So you're thieves, huh? Want to eat a big missile? Chapter 92. I want to strike, 78 AI Li. It was over when that pixelated message and the waving hand appeared on Mawen's screen. Those words struck like thunderclaps in the minds of the Dragonbone Village team. The vivid memory of the Hellfire missile incinerating the beast horde was fresh in their minds. They had no doubt that even a mere brush with such power could vaporize them along with their vehicle. Now, the principal had come to confront them. Imagining the scene of that divine retribution raining down upon them sent chills through the group. Shanda's hand slipped from the hammer's handle. Sui Xing silently lowered his bow, and Su Tong wished he could curl up into a ball and roll under the vehicle. The atmosphere had plunged to a freezing awkwardness. It was then that Bayukue took charge. Having lived long enough and weathered many storms, her composure was thicker than that of these youngsters. She first comforted the dazed Xiado, then took a deep breath and stepped forward, positioning herself at the forefront of the group. Her expression returned to its usual coolness. Yet her gaze held a sense of gravity as she stared into Ma Wen's camera, as if conversing with the unknown entity behind it. Your Excellency. Her voice rang clear and steady, devoid of any tremor, breaking the suffocating silence. We have recklessly stolen your creation. It was our folly and mistake. She offered no excuses, directly acknowledging their wrongdoing. In this wasteland, we have not encountered such advanced technology for a long time. Driven by curiosity and the instinct for survival, we acted irrationally. Pausing, her glance swept over her team, each displaying varied emotions. When she spoke again, her voice bore the weight of a leader's responsibility. I am their captain, Bayukue. I alone will bear the full brunt of this matter. We will return it to you in pristine condition. If you believe our actions have caused any loss and require compensation, please state your demands, and we shall comply. Having finished her declaration, she fell silent, standing patiently, awaiting judgment. Bayukue's sincere admission might have sufficed for others, but who was Chang Li? While he had no intention of taking their lives, he was equally unprepared to let them off lightly. The waving pixelated hand on Ma Wen's screen halted abruptly. The screen darkened, and a new line of pixelated text slowly emerged. Realized your mistake? After a brief pause, another line followed. What use is it to know you're wrong? The Dragonbone Village team was momentarily taken aback, still processing this when a third line appeared. Oh, right, there are no police now. These three statements shattered the solemn atmosphere Bayukue had tried to cultivate. Shanda and Su Tong couldn't help but twitch, finding the tone infuriatingly cheeky. The screen cleared once more, and new content appeared, this time with a much more serious tone. Illegally commandeering my property, by the rules, should warrant immediate elimination. An invisible pressure once again enveloped them, reminding them of the vast disparity in power. However, the tone shifted. Given that you seem to possess some sense of responsibility, I shall offer you an opportunity to make amends. Bayukue's eyes narrowed, sensing the crux of the matter had arrived. The text on the screen continued to refresh. First, I have detected that your physical capabilities far exceed the average. I require blood samples and some basic physical data from each of you. Second, due to your antics, this Mawen engineering robot has experienced delays in its work progress. Thus, you will need to compensate for this disruption. With that, Mawen pointed to the direction from which they had come, towards a construction site still aglow with lights. The implication was clear. They were to toil as laborers. Get to work. The screen's text vanished, leaving only a concluding remark and a new expression. The choice is yours. Do you wish for me to accept your apology, or shall I retrieve Mawen myself? The word retrieve was notably bold and enlarged, emanating an undeniable threat. The entire team lapsed into silence once again. The conditions presented by the other party did not seem unreasonable. Asking them to move things and assist in the construction was justifiable, as they had indeed hindered the other's progress. Yet, the question remained, what was the purpose of the blood samples? Bayukue sensed that the situation was more complicated than it appeared. She suspected that the request for blood was not solely for the study of the awakened beings but might have ulterior motives directed towards her. Did he know about the serum? Confronted with this predicament, Bayukue understood they had no choice. While fleeing was an option, how would they handle future encounters? It would be far more challenging to resolve matters then. Engaging with this individual now might be preferable, allowing them to gauge his character. After all, their first impression was likely already tarnished. She cast a deep glance at the expression on the screen, then slowly nodded. We accept. With the leader's verdict delivered, Shonda sighed and nodded in agreement, followed by the others, who also expressed their consent. Receiving an affirmative response, Shonda awkwardly scratched the back of his head, revealing a self-assured smile as he approached Mawin. He bent down, his arms poised once again to embrace Mawin's waist. In a sudden reaction, Mawin stepped back sharply, crossing its mechanical arms over its chest, adopting an exceedingly human-like defensive posture. On the screen in front, a line of bold letters accompanied by two enormous question marks flashed erratically. What are you doing? The display resembled that of an innocent girl being scrutinized by a dubious stranger. Chang Li was genuinely taken aback when confronted by a burly man sporting an awkward grin, who was also intent on reaching out. One would naturally feel apprehensive. Shonda's outstretched hand froze in midair, a bewildered expression adorning his face. Realizing he had misjudged the situation, I wasn't planning to tie your robot to the roof of my car to take it back, he thought. Mawin tilted its head, and the words on the screen refreshed. It first glanced up at the roof of the SUV, then returned its gaze to Shonda. No way. My Mawin robot must sit inside the car. Now it was the turn of the entire Longu village team to be befuddled. Sit inside the car? Sutong instinctively counted heads and glanced at the limited seating in the SUV, realizing there simply wasn't enough room. Mawin's mechanical arm extended, pointing to itself, then to one of the back seats, and finally, its finger resolutely aimed at the roof of the vehicle. The implication was unmistakable. I will sit inside the car. One of you must go on the roof. Shonda scratched his head, feeling that the unfolding situation was becoming increasingly absurd. He instinctively turned around, seeking the counsel of his teammates. However, what he saw were all team members stepping back in unison. Sutong whistled, gazing at the moon in the distance. Xiaodou squatted on the ground, feigning intense focus on a stone, as if he had just bumped his rear against it. Sui Xing expressionlessly polished his longbow, appearing as if he were in a world of his own. My duo offered a smile filled with regret, but remained helpless. Shonda felt a chill in his heart. What truly extinguished his spirit was the soft click of the car door. Bai Kue, with an expressionless face, opened the driver's side door and promptly took a seat. Shonda stiffly turned his head, gazing at the vacant roof of the vehicle, then at his own robust stature, his face contorting into an expression more sorrowful than tears.